a quintessential student of Huaxia. Suddenly, he receives an admission invitation purporting to be from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Faced with the invitation, Wen Zhiyu promptly packs his belongings and sets off for England. It is amusing. As a member of a family renowned for its cultivation of immortality, the leader of a dark sect, he finds the realm of magic utterly trivial. Wen Zhiyu, Voldemort? What heinous deeds has he committed to deserve such infamy? Dumbledore. He has killed 18 people. Wen Zhiyu. And what about yesterday? Dumbledore. Yesterday? Wen Zhiyu. All right, perhaps it was an unnecessary inquiry. Is there anything else? Dumbledore. He audaciously aspires to pursue immortality. Wen Zhiyu. Well, what else would one expect? Dumbledore. He also. Wen Zhiyu. Enough. No need to elaborate. Come forth. Wand of Souls. Wen Zhiyu. It is time for a hearty feast. Everyone. Chapter 1. Diagon Alley. 1. Wen Zhiyu. A bolt of lightning violently struck from the heavy clouds, only to vanish into the ether. Minerva McGonagall paused in silence for a moment as she gazed at the boy before her, who appeared to be around 11 years old, and gently nodded. Mr. Wen, I trust you have received your letter. I am the professor here to escort you for your necessary purchases. My name is Minerva McGonagall, but you may call me Professor McGonagall. McGonagall's voice, intermingled with the rumble of thunder, made it somewhat difficult to hear, though one could glean the essence of her words. Observing the boy before her, McGonagall's emotions were somewhat complex. The youth was strikingly handsome, with fair skin adorned by a hint of lingering baby fat, and his features were exquisitely arranged. What drew attention the most was, he possessed a neat, short head of black hair, with a slight fringe delicately obscuring his brows, complemented by his pale pink eyes, which unmistakably indicated that he was not of British descent, but rather a Huaxia individual. McGonagall had perused the student's records. They could not be described as anything but ordinary. Rather, they were quite unremarkable. Born and raised in Huaxia, he had never ventured beyond his homeland except for this occasion to attend school. One could unequivocally declare him a true Huaxia person. Hogwarts has never confiscated any wizards from the land of Huaxia, yet those admitted are predominantly scions of wizarding lineage or half-blooded young sorcerers. Such pure-blooded Huaxia individuals as the boy are exceedingly rare. As he observed the ominous clouds gathering overhead, Wen Zhiyu furrowed his brow, tightened his grip on his backpack, and flashed a sweet smile at Professor McGonagall, saying, "Good day, Professor McGonagall. You may call me you. When shall we embark? If we do not set off soon, it will surely rain, sister. If you are prepared, I can depart at once." 1 hour later, London, the entrance to Diagon Alley. I will now demonstrate the next step. Please pay close attention to my movements. McGonagall glanced down at the boy before averting her gaze, retrieving her wand and tapping the bricks on the wall in sequence. As the wand's movements ceased, the surrounding bricks began to part from the center, revealing a bustling yet slightly peculiar alley within the view of the two. Ding! Current location, Diagon Alley. System initialization, activation successful. 30-second countdown begins. Does the host choose to bind? At the moment the bricks opened, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Wen Zhiyu's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered by the unexpected proclamation. Uncertain, he inquired inwardly, "Is that the system?" System present. Does the host choose to bind? Remaining time, 25 seconds. Go away. Confirming the system's existence, Wen Zhiyu unhesitatingly commanded it to leave. After 11 years of transmigration, Wen Zhiyu harbored no fondness for this belated system, nor did he believe it would offer him substantial assistance. He had no desire for a life governed by control. Thus he rejected the system outright. Perhaps for the first time in its program existence, the system appeared to falter for several seconds after being refused, but quickly regained its composure. Remaining time, 17 seconds. Does the host choose to bind? Why is this still ongoing? No. Remaining time, 7 seconds. Does the host choose to bind? No, I shall not bind. Remaining time, 2 seconds. Does the host choose to bind? No. Absolutely not. Is this never-ending? Before Wen Zhiyu could repeat his refusal, a statement emerged that plunged him into silence. Ding dong, system binding successful. Welcome to the magical world, host. Forced incorporation? Unlike Wen Zhiyu's current predicament, Professor McGonagall encountered a situation of her own. Typically, Children from the Muggle world would be taken aback or even frightened upon encountering such a situation for the first time. Being a good professor, McGonagall directed her gaze back to Wen Zhiyu after opening the door, preparing some comforting words. To her astonishment, Wen Zhiyu's expression, aside from a slight furrow of his brow, remained unchanged, and after a few seconds of her observing him, he seemed to notice her gaze. Ignoring the system henceforth, Wen Zhiyu immediately focused on McGonagall's scrutiny, believing she was assessing his academic competence. "I have taken note, Professor." To enhance the credibility of his statement, Wen Zhiyu picked up an unknown wooden stick from the ground and proceeded to provide a live demonstration for Professor McGonagall. As McGonagall watched him pick up the stick, her gaze was fixed intently on his actions, and she was momentarily taken aback by his deftness, but quickly regained her composure. "Well done, my child. It is my duty." Wen Zhiyu discarded the stick into a nearby trash bin. Professor McGonagall nodded and pointed toward the building not far ahead, stating, "Next, we need to go there to exchange for some galleons to purchase supplies." Gringotts. Wen Zhiyu read the sign above. "Indeed, my child, this is a bank run by goblins, as you would term it." McGonagall guided Wen Zhiyu through the throngs of wizards, arriving at the entrance of Gringotts while explaining various details about it. Upon entering the hall, Wen Zhiyu noticed a large counter in the center, upon which lay an exceedingly thick tome, though unfortunately his height did not permit him to read the text inscribed upon it. "Greetings, Professor McGonagall. Welcome to Gringotts. How may we assist you today?" A peculiarly featured goblin sprang down from a high platform behind the counter upon seeing McGonagall. McGonagall smiled and nodded, her gaze softening as she looked at Wen Zhiyu. "I have brought a new student to exchange for some gold galleons for necessary school supplies." "Very well, please follow me." Considering that it was Wen Zhiyu's first time abroad and his inaugural visit here, McGonagall felt a twinge of concern allowing him to go alone. Thus, she took his hand and followed the goblin closely. "Huh?" Wen Zhiyu gazed at the sudden grasp of his hand, feeling a bit perplexed. Before he could inquire, he suddenly sensed a gentle pinch on his hand. "Huh? Oh well, one cannot blame McGonagall. Heaven knows this lad not only appeared adorable, but his little hand was soft and delicate, compelling her to lose control and give it a gentle squeeze. With Professor McGonagall's assistance, the process of exchanging for galleons proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Of course, aside from the peculiar sight of Wen Zhiyu retrieving 2 boxes of gold ingots from a strange pouch, everything seemed quite ordinary. What nonsense! Why on earth would an 11-year-old child carry 2 chests of gold ingots with him? And what of that bag? Has it been enchanted with a spell of infinite extension? It certainly does not appear capable of containing 2 chests of gold ingots. Chapter 2. Severus. Immediately following their visit to the bookstore, Professor McGonagall accompanied Wen Zhiyu to procure several essential tomes for school, along with a few books that piqued his interest. As the shopkeeper prepared to recommend an endlessly extensible bag, Wen Zhiyu once more captured Professor McGonagall's attention. Remarkably, he did not employ his wand. Instead, he merely waved his hand over a pile of books on the floor, causing them to vanish without a trace. "Oh, it seems you possess your own storage," the shopkeeper remarked, pursing his lips. Professor McGonagall remained silent, and Wen Zhiyu simply responded with a smile, harboring no intention to elaborate. However, anyone familiar with Chinese culture might have discerned that Wen Zhiyu wore a ring on his finger, known in China as a storage ring. The acquisition of necessities progressed swiftly, unimpeded by any obstacles, and soon they were left with but one destination. "Next, we must visit the final place," McGonagall declared, retrieving her quill to strike off another item on the supplies list. "We need to purchase you a wand." Wen Zhiyu's expression remained unchanged, a fact that McGonagall had grown accustomed to. She led the young boy to the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. Upon arrival, McGonagall could not restrain herself. She lowered her hand to gently ruffle Wen Zhiyu's hair, marveling at its unexpectedly soft texture. Nearby, in a shadowy alley, a cloaked figure clenched his fists in silence. Wen Zhiyu tilted his head slightly, attempting to convey to Professor McGonagall that her gesture was somewhat presumptuous. McGonagall returned his gaze with a warm smile, stating, "Your wand will accompany you throughout your life, becoming your most perfect companion. Therefore, we must choose wisely." Wen Zhiyu frowned slightly, but the expression was fleeting. His large, expressive eyes met McGonagall's as he obediently replied, "Yes, I understand, Professor McGonagall." She nodded with satisfaction, her heart swelling with pride for this well-mannered future student, wishing to place him in Gryffindor at that very moment. As they entered the shop, their movements were light, yet the moment they stepped inside, A delightful chime echoed through the air. Well, a clear voice rang out amidst the cacophony of bells, startling Wen Zhiyu. He quickly raised his gaze and was captivated by a pair of ink-black eyes. The man wore a dark robe, meticulously buttoned from the hem to the collar, his long ebony hair cascading just to his shoulders. A slight smirk graced his lips, and his deep-set black eyes seemed capable of piercing into one's soul. The light within the shop fell upon him at an angle, seemingly favoring his presence, enhancing his features with an ethereal glow. He regarded Wen Zhiyu from a position of authority, an inscrutable expression adorning his brow. "Is this the Chinese student Dumbledore sent for you?" His tone was peculiar, and it was unexpected. Indeed, his mind appeared clouded by the sticky sweetness of sugary confections. Wen Zhiyu, having lived 21 years before his transmigration and 11 years in this new world, totaling 32 years of life experience, suddenly felt his heart race, rendered momentarily speechless. At that moment, Professor McGonagall exhibited her influence once more. "Oh, Severus, what brings you here?" she inquired, taking a couple of steps forward but maintaining a respectful distance of 5 paces from Snape. "Yes, he is the student Dumbledore asked me to collect, and I have brought him to purchase a wand." "Severus, is it? What a lovely name," Wen Zhiyu silently noted, genuinely hoping he would possess the basic manners expected of a gentleman, unlike certain trolls. Observing the bewildered Wen Zhiyu, Snape raised an eyebrow slightly. "Troll? Is that a derogatory term?" Wen Zhiyu glanced at the man's expression, sensing that it likely was. "Child, do not be afraid," McGonagall interjected, concerned that Snape might frighten the charming young wizard from China. "This is Professor Severus Snape, a faculty member at Hogwarts." Upon McGonagall's introduction, Wen Zhiyu quickly regained his composure and offered Snape a polite smile, respectfully stating, "Hello, Professor Snape. My name is Wen Zhiyu, but you may call me Little Fish." McGonagall. "Snape? Humph." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Snape turned on his heel and exited the wand shop, leaving without casting even a glance back at Wen Zhiyu. The boy felt a twinge of disappointment. Subsequently, from the yew to the vinewood, every wand that Wen Zhiyu encountered inexplicably shattered. A bead of sweat finally trickled down Ollivander's forehead upon witnessing yet another wand break, and he grew somewhat reluctant to continue this selection process. "This is the last one. If this does not work, I fear none of my wands will suit Mr. Wand," Ollivander sighed, wiping his brow before retrieving a black box from a corner of the shop. Ollivander opened the box but did not take out the wand. Instead, he handed both the box and its contents to Wen Zhiyu. "Ebony wood, 13¼ inches, with the heart's blood of a rare creature," Ollivander continued. "This wand was crafted by my great-grandfather. What exactly it contains, I am not certain, but it is quite particular." Wen Zhiyu accepted the box, feeling its cool surface, and inside lay a roughly 30-centimeter long, uniquely shaped black wand. He shook his head, silently retracting his magical energy and maintaining it at its lowest possible state before finally grasping the wand. "Ah, splendid, no breakage," he mused, gently waving it, a satisfied glint emerging in his eyes. However, almost immediately, he noticed the wand was on the verge of shattering. Quickly, he infused his energy into the wand, striving to stabilize its form. After a couple of seconds, the wand ceased its fracturing, albeit bearing a faint crack. Wen Zhiyu furrowed his brow, channeling his energy once more, and soon a thin plume of black smoke began to emanate from the fracture, coiling around the wand before dissipating. In that moment, a magnificent black 5-clawed dragon emerged, spiraling elegantly around the wand, vividly lifelike. "Oh, Merlin above, what have you done?" Ollivander stared intently at the wand before shifting his gaze to McGonagall, who was equally bewildered. This was indeed her first encounter with such a phenomenon. "At the very least, it hasn't shattered, has it?" Wen Zhiyu attempted to placate the situation. "And I feel it is quite suited to me." Indeed, it appeared to be fitting. Ollivander was successfully placated. "Enough, let us depart," McGonagall urged, bidding farewell to the still bewildered Ollivander as she took Wen Zhiyu's hand and exited Diagon Alley. Chapter 3. The magical world. The pair, one tall and one small, strolled along, with McGonagall attentively explaining various aspects of Hogwarts to Wen Zhiyu, including the sorting hat. "Professor McGonagall, which house do you belong to?" Wen Zhiyu inquired, casting a glance in her direction. "I am the head of Gryffindor, and I will also be your transfiguration professor," McGonagall replied with a smile. "Gryffindor, you say?" Wen Zhiyu pondered for a moment before asking, "What about the professor we encountered at the wand shop? Which house is he from?" "Severus?" Upon hearing that name, Wen Zhiyu's eyes sparkled, and he nodded. McGonagall observed him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet recalling that Wen Zhiyu was merely a child, and that Severus Snape was only the second wizard he had encountered, she quickly reconciled her thoughts. "He is Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, and your future potions professor." "Slytherin," Wen Zhiyu murmured to himself. The two continued onward, and after a few turns, they arrived at the very spot where they had first met. McGonagall glanced around, noting the passage of time due to their visit to Diagon Alley. Night had already fallen. Observing the desolate surroundings, she felt a pang of concern. "Where's your home? Allow me to escort you back." Wen Zhiyu followed McGonagall's gaze and surveyed the area before gently assuring her, "There is no need for concern, Professor McGonagall. I can find my way home. I insist on accompanying you. It is quite dark now. I truly can find my way home, Professor." Wen Zhiyu winked at McGonagall. Noting his determination, she relented. "Very well. But do exercise caution." They parted ways at the corner, with Wen Zhiyu proceeding onward. Approximately 15 minutes later, he arrived near a quaint Western-style villa. As he entered, a figure appeared on the roadside not far behind him. McGonagall watched as Wen Zhiyu stepped into the courtyard, finally feeling reassured. "It seems I ought to learn to trust the children more," she mused as she departed. Meanwhile, as soon as Wen Zhiyu crossed the threshold, the environment around him began to undergo a dramatic transformation. In an instant, a thin veil of mist was swept aside by his gesture, revealing a magnificent floating island. This island hovered in midair, accompanied by two smaller floating isles, and at its center stood a palace built against the mountainside, flanked by two majestic waterfalls cascading down through the clouds. The path leading to the palace was lined with dozens of dragon-patterned stone pillars, each adorned with fluttering flags. The flags, entirely dark in hue, bore an imposing character inscribed in striking white and red. 1. Upon entering this realm, Wen Zhiyu's expression remained unchanged, as though this were entirely expected. Taking a step forward, the surroundings shifted once more. This time, he found himself in a courtyard brimming with bamboo. "Young master," a youthful and clear voice called out, as a figure who had long awaited his arrival bowed respectfully before him. Wen Zhiyu nodded in acknowledgement, leading the young attendant into the courtyard. The boy, named Nanyu, served as Wen Zhiyu's personal bodyguard, or rather, his sword attendant. Wen Zhiyu was not originally from this world. He hailed from a place known as Blue Star. Due to a late-night binge of reading immortal cultivation novels, he had unexpectedly found himself in this realm after a sudden demise. Initially, when Wen Zhiyu was but an infant, he believed he had merely traversed back to ancient times, only to discover, upon gaining the ability to see, that his assumptions had been far too simplistic. It appeared he had entered a world of immortal cultivation. However, being exceptionally adaptable, he quickly adjusted his mindset and began to explore the practices of this world, only to be disheartened by the revelation that he had inadvertently crossed into a demonic sect. Yet, the situation was even more astounding. He had become the sole son of the demonic sect's leader. The realization of being a second-generation demon detonated in Wen Zhiyu's mind, leaving him in a state of disbelief for several days. However, when he finally regained his composure, an even more alarming piece of news arrived. He was the sole heir to the sect's future leadership. "Is this good news?" he mused, incredulous, just as he began to feel a glimmer of happiness. He was informed that the heir must enter the sect's trial grounds alone at the age of 6 and endure 3 years among the demons. Only if he managed to survive would he be considered the true heir. Wen Zhiyu, barely a year old, fell into a deep depression. After 2 months of brooding, he set 2 goals for himself. First, to excel. Second, to strive relentlessly. From that day forth, Wen Zhiyu embarked on his path of relentless endeavor, persevering until he turned 6. At the age of 6, Wen Zhiyu wreaked havoc in the trial grounds, facing pursuits and threats, and ultimately, when he emerged once more, he ascended to the throne of air. However, mere months later, members of the demonic sect were astonished to discover that their young master seemed to have driven himself to madness through his relentless striving. To this, the higher-ups of the sect retorted to the Wen family, "Who among them is not mad?" Ahem, I digress. Let us return to 3 months ago, when Wen Zhiyu, occupied with interrogating individuals in the dungeon, received a peculiar letter. It was delivered by an owl. Nanyu presented the letter to him, and upon inspecting the cover, he noticed a seal composed of a lion, serpent, eagle, and badger. Upon opening the letter, a lengthy passage of English appeared on the paper. "Oh no, even in this new world, I cannot escape the necessity of learning English?" Fortunately, the world he had entered was not a purely ancient realm of immortal cultivation. It had gradually modernized. Thus, Wen Zhiyu deftly conjured a peculiar talisman in the air and lightly tapped it onto the paper. The translation spell succeeded. Satisfied with the script now rendered in simplified Chinese characters, Wen Zhiyu continued reading. The first page contained an admission notice. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Sir Merlin S. Order First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Sorcerer of Wisingamot. Dear Mr. 1, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st, bringing your reply. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. The second page contained a list of necessary supplies. Wen Zhiyu silently perused the second page, then furrowed his brow. The prisoner being interrogated nearby was startled by his reaction and immediately shouted at the guard beside him. I told you. I said it all. I'll tell you right now. Wen Zhiyu cast a glance at him, then took Nanyu and the letter and exited. Before they had gone far, a series of anguished screams echoed from the dungeon, seemingly bidding him farewell. Hogwarts, he mused, recalling having heard of it before. Indeed, he had merely heard of it, having come across it on a social media platform in his previous life. However, he was a steadfast cultivator at heart, preferring to indulge in novels and dramas centered around immortal cultivation, showing little interest in Western magic. The reason he had heard of it was that his college roommate was an avid fan of Harry Potter, who had shared numerous discussions and videos with him. While he had engaged with these topics half-heartedly, he had nonetheless absorbed some of the narrative. Thus, the realization that he had somehow traversed into the world of Harry Potter was utterly absurd. Chapter 4. The Dark Lord. Wen Zhiyu settled into a reclining chair beneath the bamboo grove, picking up his wand to examine it. Harry Potter. Magic. A faint smile played on his lips as he seemed to recall something delightful. Hogwarts. Severus, though reluctant to interrupt, Nanyu felt it necessary to remind him, young master. Time is running short. Nanyu, ever dutiful, remained vigilant. Retrieving his gaze, Wen Zhiyu stored his wand in his dimensional ring and raised his hand toward the nearby pond. Spiritual energy gradually flowed from the dantian to the palm, then streamed from the fingertips, drifting towards the pond and settling into the water. Upon its descent, the spiritual aura caused a faint mist to rise from the surface of the pond, ultimately transforming into a rectangular, translucent screen. Confronted by the visage that slowly materialized within the screen, Wen Zhiyu reclined back into the lounge chair. Good evening, esteemed leader. The face within the screen bore a striking resemblance to Wen Zhiyu, yet it appeared more mature and resolute. After hearing Wen Zhiyu's words, the expression remained unperturbed, merely lifting its pair of pale golden eyes to gaze at its offspring. Are you still accustomed to it? The voice was cool, yet remarkably melodious. It is certainly an improvement compared to the demon lair. The man, unaffected by the aftereffects of yin and yang, calmly shifted the topic. Have you encountered the person you wish to see? Well, sort of, but not entirely. Listening to the exchange between the father and son, Nanyu couldn't help but admire their tacit understanding. Fortunately, the esteemed leader exhibits considerable patience. He inquired about your wand. After Wen Zhiyu received the letter, the esteemed leader promptly dispatched individuals to investigate this foreign magical realm, naturally acquiring knowledge about wands, a common apparatus in the magical world. As a father who watched Wen Zhiyu grow, the esteemed leader expressed curiosity about his child's first wand. Ebony wood, 10¼ inches. With the heart of an unknown creature, Wen Zhiyu produced the wand once more, demonstrating a flourish with it. The esteemed leader scrutinized it, furrowing his brow. What is the significance of the patterns on it? I recall that Western dragons do not possess such features. Wen Zhiyu, wand in hand, infused a trace of spiritual energy, attempting to levitate a nearby leaf, but alas, he faced abject failure. Do not aim too high, and avoid diverting the topic. The esteemed leader frowned, harboring concerns for his child, especially following their emergence from the demon lair. Very well, very well. Wen Zhiyu resignedly stowed the wand away. I have tried numerous wands. This one is the only one that is barely functional. The patterns are my own creation, intended to prevent it from splitting apart. Tried numerous? Indeed, fortunately. The proprietor did not demand compensation. The esteemed leader contemplated that he might not glean anything useful from the conversation. The two then concluded their communication. For the subsequent fortnight, Wen Zhiyu immersed himself in the books he had purchased from Diagon Alley, concurrently experimenting with the wand's usage. On the third day, Nanyu was escorted to Diagon Alley by a short professor, returning with books and items akin to those of Wen Zhiyu, including a wand made of laurel wood. Unicorn hair? Wen Zhiyu remarked. So such creatures truly exist? Time flew by, and soon the day of registration arrived. Early in the morning, Nanyu roused Wen Zhiyu from his slumber, dressing him in a suitably tailored black suit and ushering him into a vehicle. By the time Wen Zhiyu fully opened his eyes, Nanyu had already brought him to the entrance of the Cross Kingdom station. Outside, Wen Zhiyu maintained a rare air of gentlemanly composure. Young master, I inquired. And there is no platform 9¾ here. Nanyu approached from the counter, delivering the news. Wen Zhiyu nodded in understanding. Of course. Who would place a sign at the entrance of their vault? Nanyu remained silent. But no matter. Wen Zhiyu smiled, retrieving a divination compass from his storage ring and raising it towards Nanyu. We have navigation. Nanyu glanced at the compass and then at Wen Zhiyu, uncertain if it could lead them to the entrance. I have also come to understand this in recent days. Wen Zhiyu activated the compass, proceeding in the direction indicated by the needle while enlightening Nanyu. In truth, magical power is not a separate system. It is merely another version of spiritual energy. However, it is somewhat weaker and necessitates the use of spiritual artifacts, namely wands, to harness and manifest this energy. With our divination compass, which can automatically locate sources of spiritual energy, we merely need to follow its guidance, and we should be able to find the entrance to the formation. Before long, the two halted before a wall. Nanyu. Wen Zhiyu mused, this is unexpected. Nanyu, cradling a sword wrapped in cloth, stared at Wen Zhiyu, his expression unmistakable. Stowing away the compass, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Wen Zhiyu's gaze as he swiftly inscribed a spell upon the wall. Heaven and earth, intertwined, all laws unimpeded. Wen Zhiyu's hands shifted deftly, as a faint crimson glow gradually infused into the spell. In the next moment, break. A resounding roar erupted, echoing through the ears of everyone at the station. Yet, the sound lasted scarcely a second before dissipating, leading most to believe it was merely a figment of their imagination. However, the wall, now reduced to ruins, silently proclaimed the recent brutality. Nanyu swallowed hard, observing that those around them seemed oblivious, as if blind to the devastation. Suddenly, a hand rested upon Nanyu's shoulder, startling him. What are you dawdling for? Wen Zhiyu smiled, pointing at the softly glowing frame of the shattered wall. Isn't the formation revealed? Hurry, let us enter. All right. Thus, the two easily boarded the Hogwarts Express. Upon entering the carriage, Wen Zhiyu chose a window seat, retrieving a book to pass the time. Nanyu glanced at the title before returning to his reverie, staring blankly at the table. Excuse me, may I ask if this seat is taken? A voice broke Nanyu's trance. He looked up to find a small boy sporting round glasses, rather adorable in appearance, though Nanyu first glanced towards Wen Zhiyu. Wen Zhiyu, pulled from his reading by the voice, also regarded the boy and smiled at Nanyu, who was looking in his direction. Receiving affirmation, Nanyu promptly replied to the boy, no. You may sit. Thank you. The boy's eyes sparkled as he eagerly attempted to place his luggage onto the carriage, but the weight proved burdensome. Just as Nanyu was about to assist, the boy's luggage unexpectedly levitated, soaring to the top of the carriage. Wow! The boy exclaimed, gazing at Nanyu in awe. What impressive magic. Are you a senior student? Nanyu fell silent. Not me. Young master, help. He truly struggles with social interactions. The levitation charm is no great feat. It's a first-year spell. If all goes well, you will find the method to cast it in the books within your trunk. Wen Zhiyu, noticing Nanyu's urgency, spoke with a smile. Upon hearing the explanation, Nanyu breathed a sigh of relief, and the boy's cheeks flushed slightly. Well, he certainly hasn't read the book. Settling into his seat, the boy glanced around before shifting restlessly, ultimately succumbing to the urge to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Harry Potter, and I am a first-year student at Hogwarts. At the mention of this name, Wen Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, looking up at the boy once more before politely responding, hello. I am Wen Zhiyu. Nanyu added, sitting closely beside Wen Zhiyu, before returning his gaze to the table. Suddenly pop. Nanyu felt a chill race down his spine. And looking up, he saw Wen Zhiyu holding the book in front of him. Before he could inquire, a toad fell from the book, landing squarely at his feet. Oh, Merlin's beard. Are you all right? A rather robust boy suddenly dashed over, scooping up a toad from the ground and beginning to caress it. Shortly thereafter, a girl with brown hair also arrived, coming to a halt in front of their table. Nanyu remained momentarily stunned, while Wen Zhiyu, with a hint of disdain, stuffed a book into his embrace, remarking that he owed her a new one for the sake of the mess he had made. Chapter 5, Malfoy. Nanyu hastily caught the book, his expression still somewhat bewildered, while the atmosphere around them began to bustle. I apologize, my name is Hermione Granger. My summoning charm is still a bit rusty. Are you all right? The girl who had run over, wand in hand, appeared somewhat anxious. Ignoring Nanyu's confusion, Wen Zhiyu graciously forgave her, assuring her that it was no trouble. Hermione, though a bit puzzled, discerned from the expression on his face that he had indeed forgiven her. After hearing Hermione's introduction, Wen Zhiyu's interest was piqued. Could this be the future Minister of Magic? He mused, and after accepting Hermione's apology, he inquired, are you practicing the summoning charm? I recall this isn't part of the first-year curriculum. Hermione's excitement was palpable at his mention of the topic. But recalling her earlier blunder, she felt somewhat self-conscious. I still struggle with this type of magic. The train had already commenced its journey, gently swaying as it moved, and the robust boy, after apologizing, took his toad to another compartment. Hermione was invited by Wen Zhiyu to sit beside Harry, and the two began discussing the first-year spell curriculum and their knowledge of Hogwarts. Is it true? We have to wear a hat for the sorting ceremony? Hermione touched her hair, incredulous. Wen Zhiyu pondered for a moment, confirming that what he had seen online stated just that, and nodded affirmatively. Hearing this topic, Harry, who had been drowsily listening to their discussion of textbooks, suddenly became attentive. A hat? A magical hat, you say? Harry looked at Wen Zhiyu. captivated once more by his appearance. But how do you know? You don't seem to be British. Indeed, I am a student from Huaxia. Yet this does not preclude my knowledge of the sorting ceremony. Wen Zhiyu replied, retrieving another book from his storage ring, ready to read. What are you reading? Hermione, having noticed earlier that Wen Zhiyu had concealed the toad with a book, saw the cover was not in English. She couldn't comprehend it, but guessed it was in Huaxia script, and now he had produced yet another volume. Wen Zhiyu glanced at the cover and smiled as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing much, merely a tome documenting peculiar creatures." Peculiar creatures? Hermione and Harry's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What sorts of peculiar creatures? What does it say? Faced with two pairs of inquisitive eyes, Wen Zhiyu hesitated for a moment before locating an easily comprehensible passage to explain. You see, it states here, 450 li southeast of Gui Mountain lies Chanyu Mountain. There is no flora, yet abundant water. Within the mountain dwells a beast resembling a monkey but with 4 ears. Its name is Chanyu, and its call is akin to a lament. Its appearance heralds great floods for any county. As he concluded the passage, a sudden silence enveloped the two listeners. Wen Zhiyu, slightly taken aback, glanced at the book and noted, "This is how it's written." Hermione touched her head and then her ears. "Hey, Harry, did you understand?" Harry had completely given up on trying to comprehend. Seeing this, Wen Zhiyu understood. Well, it is classical literature. It's only natural that it might be difficult to grasp. However, he kindly prepared to elucidate further. "I apologize. This is ancient Huaxia literature, which may be a tad challenging for you both. Allow me to clarify. Ancient Huaxia literature? My mother has mentioned it." Hermione's eyes lit up again. She said Huaxia was an ancient great nation. Not at all a bother, Wen Zhiyu smiled. Essentially, it conveys that from Gui Mountain, traveling 450 li southeast, one finds Chanyu Mountain, devoid of trees, yet rich in water. Within this mountain resides a creature resembling a monkey, but with 4 ears, called Chanyu, whose cries are like human lamentations. And its mere presence can invoke catastrophic floods in any region. Having provided a simple explanation, Wen Zhiyu hadn't yet closed the book when Hermione and Harry began to exclaim in astonishment. "Simply its appearance can trigger floods?" Hermione exclaimed, leaning forward to peer into the book, only to realize halfway through that she could not comprehend it and stopped to ask for clarification. Wen Zhiyu nodded, wearing a tender smile. "Actually, there's more. Oh, red hair, tattered robes, yet another detestable Weasley." Wen Zhiyu's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud shout from the doorway, causing him to frown. "Who is that?" Harry, who had been lost in thought and had not grasped Wen Zhiyu's words, immediately stood up to venture outside upon hearing the noise, with Hermione clearly drawn along as well. With the listeners gone, Wen Zhiyu felt no inclination to remain. He placed the book on the table and walked to the door alongside Nanyu. Just as they arrived, a rather stocky boy, not particularly handsome, suddenly called out to Harry, "Oh, by Merlin's beard, look who we have here." The boy stepped forward but halted midway, continuing, "Everyone on the train has been chattering, saying Harry Potter is in this compartment. We truly have encountered him." "Indeed," Harry replied, though he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Between the two boys stood another with platinum blonde hair, markedly different from the others. This boy had a fair complexion, although his youth still bore the remnants of baby fat on his cheeks. After Harry spoke, the boy introduced himself. "This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle." He gestured to the two boys, then, disregarding the others, took a step closer, locking eyes with Harry, and introduced himself. "I am Draco Malfoy." He extended his hand, seemingly wishing to shake Harry's, but someone beside him preemptively swatted it away. Smack! The boy's hand was knocked aside. "Stay away from him." Detestable Malfoy, a boy with red hair and a sprinkling of freckles, evidently familiar with Harry, interjected. "Ron." Harry looked at the boy who had previously assisted him at the entrance, then glanced at Draco, feeling somewhat bewildered. After Draco Malfoy's hand was dismissed, disbelief etched across his face as he glanced at his reddened knuckles. Fury simmered in his eyes. "Damn Weasley, who gave you permission to touch me?" Draco's two companions, clearly loyal to him, reacted to his anger, with one unable to restrain himself from hurling insults at Ron. Hermione, unable to bear the unfolding scene, stepped forward to mediate, only to find herself caught in the fray. "Oh, you insipid muggle. You have no place to speak here." Goyle pointed his wand at Hermione, his voice high and drawn out. Hermione had grown up in the muggle world, and although she did not grasp the derogatory connotation of mudblood, she was acutely aware that the words spoken by her adversary were far from complimentary. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson with indignation, her grip on her wand tightening. Meanwhile, Goyle, seemingly unsatisfied with the verbal assault, cast a glance at the two figures standing at the doorway, watching the spectacle unfold. In the next moment, he opened his mouth to speak. "Oh my, look over here. There are two more. Just look at their dark hair. It's almost evident that these two are also mudbloods from China." Harry instinctively sought to defend his friend, but before he could utter a word, a piercing scream erupted from Goyle. In the blink of an eye, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the staircase beside them. Chapter 6. Council. The assailant was Nanyu. When Harry turned to look, he saw Nanyu, expressionless, standing beside him, holding a long object and slowly retracting the leg he had just used to deliver the kick. Almost immediately, a melodious, yet slightly chilling voice resonated throughout the train compartment. I believe. Wen Zhiyu, elegantly clad in a well-tailored black suit, approached with a smile, stepping out from behind Nanyu. The compartment was small, and within a few strides, Wen Zhiyu reached the spot where Goyle lay, grimacing as he prepared to rise from the floor. Upon noticing someone approaching, Goyle instinctively readied to hurl another insult, but before he could utter a word, his jaw was suddenly seized by the newcomer. In an instant, the pressure from the grip sent a wave of pain surging through Goyle's senses, compelling him to grasp the assailant's wrist in desperation. Wen Zhiyu tightened his hold on Goyle's jaw, yet his demeanor remained as serene as a gentle breeze, even his voice exuding a comforting quality. Mr. Goyle, if you wish for your tongue to remain intact within your mouth come tomorrow, perhaps you should learn to swallow your words. The last syllable seemed to pose a question. However, Goyle, overwhelmed by pain and drenched in cold sweat, could not muster a response, his grip on the wrist trembling uncontrollably. Wen Zhiyu, unfazed by the lack of reply, released his hold and stood up, deftly accepting a handkerchief from Nanyu to wipe his hands before turning back towards the compartment, not sparing a glance for anyone else. It was truly vexing to have one's speech interrupted only to be met with unpalatable words. Were it not for his desire to keep a low profile, Wen Zhiyu mused that he would have unhesitatingly sent Goyle to meet his fate. With a soft click of his tongue, he dismissed the unpleasantness. As Wen Zhiyu's figure vanished through the train's corridor, the others present finally regained their composure. Crabbe swiftly rushed to assist Goyle, leading him away without even waiting for Draco. As for Draco, he opted for the option to leave rather than stay. He chose to grasp Harry's hand, while Ron was momentarily distracted, reintroducing himself, Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I believe you should choose your friends wisely, Potter. Then, as Ron turned back, Draco forcefully bumped his shoulder before striding away. The nearby young wizards were left in stunned silence. After exchanging glances, the trio returned to the compartment. Upon Hermione's return, she found Wen Zhiyu leaning against the window, engrossed in a book, though it was not the one he had been reading earlier, which now lay in its rightful place. This book? Hermione inquired, glancing at Wen Zhiyu. A gift for you. Should any questions arise, feel free to ask me, he explained with a smile. Wow, what a gentlemanly and well-mannered boy from China, Hermione thought, recalling her near impulse to raise her wand in warning against Goyle's insults. Little did she expect that Wen Zhiyu would not only refrain from violence, but also approach the situation with gentleness and advice. Thank you, Zhiyu. I will certainly read it with care, she exclaimed, cradling the book and diving into her studies fervently. With insufficient seating on the right side of the compartment, Harry accompanied Ron to the left, where their shared interests ignited a cheerful conversation. In no time, a stark contrast emerged within the compartment. The right side was serene and scholarly, filled with the aroma of books, while the left side buzzed with lively chatter and laughter. Rejecting Harry's offer of chocolate shaped like a toad with a smile, Wen Zhiyu resumed his mental sparring with the system. Host, you must consider this. Should you accept the task, you shall become the greatest wizard of this century, the system declared. Oh, Wen Zhiyu replied, unimpressed. Moreover, you will receive an inexhaustible supply of galleons, so plentiful that they could overwhelm you, the system continued. Oh, he replied again, nonchalantly. You will also have the opportunity to return to your original world after the task concludes. Oh, and so? Wen Zhiyu queried. The system fell silent. Help. Someone is coldly bullying the robot. Noticing the system's despondent mood, Wen Zhiyu felt a surge of goodwill. Everything you mentioned, I already possess. Perhaps you should detach yourself from me. The system faltered. If you insist on remaining linked, I could find alternative means to sever our connection. Wen Zhiyu warned. The system contemplated this, shocked to realize that there might indeed be a possibility. It panicked. Host, please. I still have value. If it pertains to becoming powerful or mastering magic, there is no need for you to speak, Wen Zhiyu replied. I. The system hesitated, then declared, I can help you level up. Wen Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Hogwarts Express rolled steadily onward, with Harry still attempting to clarify whether sorting was done by hat or through dueling a troll when the ever-punctual Hermione reminded everyone to change into their robes. She was the first to return after changing, followed by Harry and Ron. Wen Zhiyu remained seated, merely waving his wand, and in no time, he and Nanyu were clad in their wizarding robes. As the train came to a halt, the eager young wizards began to shove their way towards the exit. Wen Zhiyu patiently halted Nanyu, who was about to draw his wand, waiting until the doorway was clear before leading Harry and the others off the train. Upon disembarking, Wen Zhiyu spotted a towering figure in the distance. He was counting, and when all were gathered, he waved his arms. First-year students, follow me. I am Hagrid, and all first-year students must follow me. Do watch your step to avoid tripping, he added, holding a lamp that cast a warm yellow glow, guiding the future luminaries of the wizarding world forward. Wen Zhiyu and his companions brought up the rear, carefully navigating around puddles that lacked stones to cushion their steps. Oh, damn it! With a splashing sound, Ron accidentally stepped into a small puddle, instantly staining his shoes with muck. You should be more cautious of your feet. Don't end up like me, Ron kindly advised his new friends. Upon catching sight of Ron's shoes, Wen Zhiyu's expression subtly shifted. After a brief moment of silence, he retrieved a fist-sized orb from his storage ring. The instant the object emerged, the previously dark surroundings were suddenly illuminated by a faint green beam of light, revealing a brilliantly lit path before the group. What is that, boy? Hagrid, leading the way, turned around to see Wen Zhiyu holding a glowing white sphere. Listening to Hagrid's booming voice, Wen Zhiyu obediently replied, "It's a night pearl I brought from home." A night pearl? Hagrid searched his limited knowledge but found no corresponding reference. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from praising the boy. A splendid item indeed, but we must hasten. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Understood. With the newfound light, the group's pace quickened significantly. After a short while, they arrived at the edge of a pitch-black lake. The light from the night pearl shone towards the water's edge, yet it seemed to be obstructed by an unseen force, unable to penetrate even slightly. Reluctantly, Wen Zhiyu returned the night pearl to his storage. Chapter 7. The Sorting Ceremony. Goodness, do we really have to cross this dark lake? Ron grasped Harry's hand, taking a step back. How shall we get across? Harry did not respond to his query, perhaps lost in contemplation himself. However, Hagrid provided the answer to their uncertainty. Leading the young wizards to the lake's edge, he shook the lantern in his hand, revealing a fleet of small boats that awaited them. Come along, little wizards. For to a boat, let us traverse the Black Lake to Hogwarts. Hagrid bellowed, gesturing towards the boats moored at the shore, while also reminding the young wizards to be cautious as they boarded. The eager young wizards climbed aboard one after another, with Harry and Ron joining the small vessel, leaving Hermione and the other two on the shore. It was evident that the boat could not accommodate all of them. Hermione, you and them go ahead. We shall take another boat, Wen Zhiyu suggested with a smile, resolving the situation at hand. Hermione frowned slightly. She wished to share a boat with Wen Zhiyu for the convenience of asking questions, but bringing it up now seemed somewhat untimely. All right then, be careful. She relented and boarded the boat, accompanied by the boy who had lost his toad earlier. Nanyu boarded first, then wiped the dust off the boat with a handkerchief before Wen Zhiyu finally settled into his seat. Is everyone aboard? Hagrid shouted as he climbed into a boat himself. Very well, let us proceed. The pair of boats began to sway gently as they glided forward under Hagrid's guidance. In the distance, Wen Zhiyu caught sight of a magnificent castle perched atop a high hillside across the lake, its spires reaching towards the sky, with numerous windows twinkling under the starlit heavens. Duck! As the first boats approached the cliffs, Hagrid shouted, and the young wizards instinctively lowered their heads. Passing through the rocky gorge, they arrived at a spacious entrance, ultimately reaching a place reminiscent of an underground dock, before climbing onto a path strewn with gravel and small pebbles. After disembarking, Hagrid continued to lead them through a tunnel, eventually arriving at a grassy clearing. Let me see if everyone is accounted for. Hagrid began to count once more. After confirming their numbers, he raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the castle's grand door. In the next moment, a tall, dark-haired witch clad in a green robe appeared at the entrance. First-year students, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced, fulfilling his duty. Professor McGonagall glanced over the group, counted them, and thanked Hagrid, saying, "You may leave them to me now." She led the first years into a small empty room. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said, her gaze landing on Wen Zhiyu at the end of the line, her smile returning. "The feast is about to begin, but before we take our seats." Professor McGonagall diligently explained the 4 houses, ensuring everyone was attentive before departing the room. "Surely we aren't going to battle a troll, are we?" Harry grasped Ron's arm, evidently shaken by their recent crossing of the Black Lake, leading him to believe Ron's earlier words. "Harry, you must trust you." He said, "It's merely a hat," Hermione interjected, casting a skeptical glance at Harry. "A hat? How could it accurately sort us into the appropriate houses?" Harry believed in Wen Zhiyu, but he remained doubtful about the hat. Before they could continue their discussion, Professor McGonagall approached, ready for the proceedings. "All right, young wizards, follow me." McGonagall led them through a pair of double doors into a grand hall. The setting was resplendent, featuring 4 long tables where students from other years were already seated. Above them, thousands of floating candles illuminated the hall, while a long table at the head was designated for the professors. Wen Zhiyu's gaze swept across the table, eventually landing on a familiar figure beside a short, stout professor. That person was currently surveying the crowd with a cold, piercing gaze, occasionally frowning. Was there a hint of disdain? What jolted Wen Zhiyu from his thoughts was an exceptionally off-key song. You may think me unattractive, but do not judge by appearances. Place me upon your head. Do not fear. I am a thinking hat. Indeed, the melody was far from pleasant, yet the lyrics contained an introduction to the four houses. Once the hat concluded its song, Professor McGonagall retrieved a scroll, evidently the list of new students. Very well, let us commence. First up, Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stepped forward. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed loudly. The table on the left erupted in applause and cheers. And with a nod from Professor McGonagall, the girl joined them. Susan Bones. The Sorting Hat diligently continued its work as each young wizard approached. Wen Zhiyu observed that with every new student, Severus Snape's expression grew increasingly stern. Realizing this, Wen Zhiyu lowered his head in contemplation, making a decision before glancing up at Professor McGonagall, who was still diligently guiding the evidently anxious young wizards. Moments later, Hermione Granger. Hermione's name echoed through the hall. She cast an excited glance at Wen Zhiyu before nearly sprinting to the stool, placing the hat upon her head. After a brief deliberation, the hat declared, Gryffindor. Hermione's face flushed with joy, clearly pleased with her allocation. Draco Malfoy. The golden-haired boy swaggered forward, and before the hat even touched his head, it cried, Slytherin. Draco's face broke into a satisfied grin. Young master, where should I go? Nanyu inquired, tilting his head towards Wen Zhiyu while holding a knife. Wen Zhiyu withdrew his gaze from Snape and glanced at Nanyu, replying, It is entirely up to you. Acknowledging the response, Nanyu nodded, no longer fixated. Harry Potter. As the name of the savior resonated from Professor McGonagall's lips, the sorting ceremony reached a small crescendo. With the comforting smile of Wen Zhiyu, Harry approached and donned the sorting hat. This time, after what seemed an eternity, the hat boisterously declared his placement, Gryffindor. Amidst the cheers and applause from Gryffindor, Harry made his way to sit beside Hermione, where Ron immediately leaned in to engage him in conversation. Before Wen Zhiyu could ponder, a familiar name echoed through the hall. Yunnan. The name of Yunnan had been called. Casting a glance at Wen Zhiyu, Yunnan pressed his lips together and walked up under the watchful gaze of the crowd. As he ascended, Professor McGonagall's gaze intensified with unmistakable fervor. Here was a student from China, and one who had arrived alongside Wen Zhiyu. How splendid it would be if he too were sorted into Gryffindor. Yet, the outcome was not as she had hoped. Hufflepuff. When the sorting hat announced the name, disappointment washed over McGonagall's face, but she quickly buried that sentiment and turned her fervent gaze toward Wen Zhiyu. There was still hope, she thought. Wen Zhiyu. When Professor McGonagall called out his name, her eyes remained fixed upon him, her expression notably nuanced. Facing Professor McGonagall, Wen Zhiyu could certainly sense her attention. However, aside from that gaze, he lifted his eyes to the professor's table and unexpectedly met a pair of obsidian eyes. Snape, upon locking eyes with Wen Zhiyu, immediately averted his gaze but paused, finding it somewhat amusing that he felt the need to hide. He then boldly returned to meet Wen Zhiyu's gaze. Witnessing Snape's series of actions, Wen Zhiyu couldn't help but smile and nod in acknowledgement before making his way to the high seat. I am delighted to see you enroll. Professor McGonagall regarded Wen Zhiyu with satisfaction. The etiquette of Wen Zhiyu compelled him to utter a word in response. It was indeed an honor for him. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and gestured for him to take a seat. As Wen Zhiyu's eyes met the hat, a fragmentary sensation coursed through him. Yet he maintained composure, tightening his grip on his wand as he settled onto the stool. In the next moment, the hat was placed upon his head. Oh, young wizard, might you remove the object atop your head? The sorting hat inquired with evident dissatisfaction. Wen Zhiyu's body stiffened, as he had conjured a defensive barrier with a modicum of spiritual energy atop his head. He thought to himself, surely, there's no need for you to truly make contact with me, right? He had just observed that it had not touched Draco at all. At that moment, the sorting hat remained baffled as to why this young wizard was reluctant to wear it. It presumed he was merely nervous. Do not worry, child. I am not a mindless creature. I shall not harm you. Wen Zhiyu clenched his teeth, unwilling to relent. Very well, very well. Realizing Wen Zhiyu was adamantly opposed, the sorting hat ceased its insistence. Let me see, which house shall you belong to? Wen Zhiyu too was curious about the method by which the sorting hat determined its placements. However, just as he pondered this, an odd surge of energy breached his defenses and invaded his memories. Oh no, Wen Zhiyu's expression shifted dramatically, and in the next instant, Slytherin. The sorting hat's voice rang out with extraordinary volume, reverberating throughout the hall. Dumbledore frowned slightly, but chose to say nothing. Yet, Professor McGonagall appeared on the verge of fracturing. Merlin. Why must it be Slytherin? McGonagall's mind raced. Logically, Slytherin only accepted pure-blood wizards, and Wen Zhiyu was neither pure-blood nor even British. As a Chinese exchange student, Hogwarts had admitted others before, yet none had ever been sorted into Slytherin. McGonagall had envisioned Wen Zhiyu might join Yunnan in Hufflepuff, or perhaps due to his academic fervor, he might find himself in Ravenclaw, with a significant hope that he would be placed in Gryffindor. But the Sorting Hat's announcement shattered her fleeting hopes. She gazed incredulously at the Sorting Hat, her eyes filled with questions. Meanwhile, the Hat, overwhelmed, wished to weep. It too was astonished, more so than anyone present, especially when it glimpsed the memories of this young wizard. It longed to sprout 8 legs and flee Hogwarts. Furthermore, it had not intended to assign him to Slytherin. It had clearly meant to say Azkaban. Professor McGonagall still sought to inquire further, yet the Sorting Hat had already sprung from Wen Zhiyu's head and continued to shout, Slytherin, 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 Azkaban, Azkaban, Azkaban. The Hat, driven to despair by its own utterances, questioned what this young wizard had done to it. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiyu slowly rose from his seat, still wearing a smile, and politely inquired of Professor McGonagall, Is there an issue, Professor? The Sorting Hat continued to yell Slytherin until Dumbledore silenced it with a flick of his wand. It was only then that McGonagall came to her senses. Contemplating for a moment before explaining to Wen Zhiyu, There is no problem, child. You have been sorted into Slytherin. As she spoke, she pointed toward the Slytherin table, where hesitant applause began to trickle forth. Wen Zhiyu bowed to McGonagall and the professor's table before walking over to sit at the long table, resuming his observance. The Sorting Hat was now nearly in despair, its pleading gaze misinterpreted by Dumbledore as mere fatigue from working too long, leading him to offer it some consolation. Heaven knows what it had just encountered. Blood. Blood everywhere. No, it was not merely on the ground. The instant it delved into the memories, it found itself in a pitch-black realm. Typically, the memories it accessed reflected the wizard's truest self or perhaps their deepest desires. For instance, it had just seen Harry's fervent wish to prove himself, and it had even communicated with Harry briefly, ultimately deciding to place him in the Gryffindor he desired. However, upon entering Wen Zhiyu's memories, no familiar sensation greeted it. Rather, an icy chill enveloped it entirely, followed by a deluge of crimson. It struggled to find words to describe the experience. Perhaps even the term evil seemed too bright in this context. There was not a glimmer of light in this individual's memories. An overwhelming darkness and the stench of blood compelled the Sorting Hat to scream, wishing Dumbledore would send this demon to Azkaban. Alas, it did not achieve its wish. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiyu discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly shaking his head at his impulsiveness. The moment the Sorting Hat's magic infiltrated his mind, he had not had time to regain his composure. By the time he reacted, it was too late. He had, rather conveniently, cast a spell directly at the Sorting Hat. This was his modified silencing charm. Although it no longer possessed the ability to silence, it allowed the caster to seal off a particular subject, causing the one affected to speak of that matter using alternative words. Yet, Wen Zhiyu's gaze coldly swept over the hat, which was being restrained by Dumbledore as it continued its labor, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. Although uncertain of what it had witnessed, the hat could no longer remain. It had never allowed itself to leave any loose ends. Chapter 9, The Binding Charm. There were few remaining young wizards, and before long, they were sorted into their respective houses. The Sorting Hat, having long wished to depart, finally had its wish granted and was taken away. Under the watchful eyes of the young wizards, Dumbledore, without delay, stood up with a beaming smile to welcome the new students to Hogwarts, announcing the commencement of a new academic year. Before the feast began, he wished to share a few words. Those words, however, were nonsensical, fool, whimpering, detritus, twist. The final peculiar expressions caused Wen Zhiyu to frown slightly, and just then, an array of delectable dishes suddenly appeared on the plates along the long tables. Lacking any appetite, Wen Zhiyu found his thoughts lingering on Dumbledore's strange phrases, almost rolling his eyes in exasperation. Is it too much to ask for wizards to say something appetizing before a meal? What on earth are whimpering and detritus? The system chimed in. Haha, perhaps this is their custom. I understand, but I do not respect it, Wen Zhiyu retorted. While he vented to the system, the young wizards along the long table had already begun to feast. The Hufflepuffs, as expected, were engrossed in their meals, while Nanu blended in seamlessly. The Gryffindors, particularly Ron, were devouring chicken legs without a care for appearances, while Hermione exhibited much more decorum. The Ravenclaws maintained a more normal demeanor, engaging in discussions about their studies while dining. However, the quietest group was undoubtedly the Slytherins, whose table echoed only with faint clinking of cutlery. Wen Zhiyu poked at his food with a fork, deliberating before finally overcoming his reluctance to begin cutting it elegantly and savoring each bite. Why are you eating so slowly? The system inquired. Because I don't want to eat. Wen Zhiyu replied. If you don't want to eat, then why are you eating? Huh. I don't wish to draw attention to myself on the very first day of school. But you did that on the train, didn't you? Shut up. Before Wen Zhiyu could exchange further banter with the system, a nearly transparent head suddenly emerged from the center of the long table. Its appearance startled a Gryffindor student who fell to the floor. And as the onlookers prepared to laugh, a multitude of various transparent entities erupted from the tables of each house and the surrounding area. The hall erupted into a cacophony of shouts and cries as the young wizards sought refuge. When Zhiyu glanced towards the Hufflepuff table, unlike the others, where students scrambled to hide, Nanyu remained focused on his meal, oblivious to the chaos. Single-mindedly focused on his bowl, the system commented. Nanyu had a robust appetite, and he bore no objections to being sorted into Hufflepuff, as he indeed suited that house well. Satisfied with Nanyu's state, Wen Zhiyu ignored the surrounding commotion, casually producing a binding charm to immobilize a few oblivious specters attempting to prank them, and resumed his meal. Yet, it appeared that someone was intent on disturbing his dining experience, just as he began to feel a semblance of appetite and had taken a few bites. A bloodied headless corpse suddenly sprang onto the table. Wen Zhiyu halted his fork and knife. Wow, a Xingtian, the system exclaimed. Remarkably, after a night of restraint, a crack finally appeared in Wen Zhiyu's mask of composure. Ah, he thought, raising an eyebrow as a piece of talisman paper, entirely different from the previous binding charms, manifested in his hand. Seeking death, are we? Even the headless ghost sensed impending danger upon hearing the young wizard's words and swiftly retreated to evade the attack. However, Wen Zhiyu's speed was evidently swifter than the ghost's movements, and as the talisman paper neared the specter's body, a flash of madness and delight flickered in his eyes. Unfortunately, the talisman halted just 1 centimeter from the ghost. Wen Zhiyu turned to see who had seized his wrist, and the fierce intensity in his gaze quickly dissipated, leaving only the gentle hue of his eyes as he met Snape's silent stare. Perhaps our Mr. Wen could elucidate. Snape's voice, low and elegant, resonated in Wen Zhiyu's ears, tinged with a peculiar tone that did not hinder his inquiry. What precisely is that yellow piece of paper you hold, which seems to render the ghost immobile? However, I hope Mr. Wen comprehends that this is Hogwarts, and anything that could harm the house should not manifest within the castle. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly and deftly confiscated the talisman from Wen Zhiyu's grasp. Once the talisman was taken, the ghost immediately fled, though it lacked a head. Oh dear, the system mused. Before it could revel in its misfortune, Wen Zhiyu adjusted the crumpled sleeves caused by Snape's grip and looked up at Snape with an innocuous smile. It's merely an ordinary binding charm, Professor, Wen Zhiyu explained. An ordinary binding charm? Snape's tone elevated slightly. Perhaps the initial few were, which is why I noticed when you applied them, but I did not intervene. However, this latest one is distinctly different from the previous ones. When you produced it, I could unmistakably sense the ghost's trepidation. Thus, I intervened when you attempted to use it. Faced with Snape's scrutiny, Wen Zhiyu, for once, deliberated internally. Should he feign innocence, act obedient, or display confusion? Indeed, he had no intention of confessing. The notion was laughable. If he admitted guilt, he'd likely be sent back to his homeland in the next instant. That wouldn't do. He still had matters to attend to. In mere moments, Wen Zhiyu concocted an excuse. Ah, Professor, this is a new spell I've recently learned, one I sketched late into the night yesterday. See, it's newly learned. Even if I inadvertently sketched a soul-crushing charm, it was merely a novice's late-night error. What could I do? With this thought, Wen Zhiyu felt somewhat wronged and decided to embellish his tale. Though the drawing was imperfect, surely the professor wouldn't go out of his way to mock him, would he? In truth, Snape, aside from noticing the disparity between this talisman and the earlier ones, and the ghost's behavior, had no familiarity with any such spells. Nevertheless, the potion's master seemed unwilling to let him off easily. Consequently, after much contemplation, Wen Zhiyu found himself facing a 2-week detention before even officially commencing his studies. Well, splendid. He had successfully earned the distinction of being a model student subjected to detention before his formal enrollment. Chapter 10, The Prefect Competition. Following the rare banquet, Wen Zhiyu exchanged greetings with Nanyu, who had come to find him, and joined the throng descending to the lower levels of the castle. Unbeknownst to Nanyu, who was in high spirits, Wen Zhiyu was burdened by the impending 2 weeks of detention. Initially displeased at not being sorted into the same house as the young master, his mood had brightened unexpectedly when the delightful feast interrupted him. After finishing his meal, he was pleasantly surprised when the surrounding young wizards offered him additional snacks and informed him that he could discreetly take some sweets back for a midnight snack. With that, Nanyu's fondness for Hufflepuff had soared to at least 80%. With a small biscuit, recently pilfered from his pocket, nibbled in hand, Nanyu turned to follow the procession of Hufflepuff. Attention, young wizards, The head of the house began as he escorted the newcomers to the stone door, preparing to deliver a speech. However, when Zhiyu's mind wandered elsewhere, he glanced around, noting the pervasive gloom of the surroundings. Silently, he reached out with his magical senses, discovering that the Slytherin common room was hidden beneath the lake. Wouldn't that lead to rheumatism? As a traditional Chinese individual, Wen Zhiyu harbored a deep-seated reverence for this most feared ailment, often spoken of by the elderly. This week's password is glory. Upon concluding his address, the head of house surveyed the crowd with satisfaction before leading the first years into the common room. Wen Zhiyu trailed at the rear, stepping inside as the door shut behind them. The familiar voice of their head echoed, "First and foremost, welcome to Slytherin. Prioritize strategy over reckless bravado, assess the situation, and preserve your well-being. I hope you will remember these words. Furthermore, I trust that your brains, as overgrown as they may be, will not cause any trouble that could jeopardize Slytherin's standing." A warning from the Serpent King. Each cohort of Slytherin engages in a contest for the head of house, conducted through dueling. After Snape outlined the rules, he paused, fixing his gaze on a certain black-haired boy among the newcomers, adding, "Of course, if you recall, dueling involves wands, not other implements." At this, Wen Zhiyu feigned indignation, his delicate pink eyes welling with tears as if on the brink of sobbing. The Serpent King's expression stiffened, and he swiftly averted his gaze, conjuring a space for the duel with his wand, patiently awaiting the proceedings. A moment of silence enveloped the area. Draco, having ascertained that Wen Zhiyu had no intention of stepping forward, tightened his grip on his wand and, with a defiant lift of his chin, strode to the center. "System. Oh, someone has stepped up? Hurry, hurry. Wen Zhiyu, why should I go up? To stand out?" The system attempted to persuade him to undertake a task. Suffering builds character. Wen Zhiyu, then the happiness will belong to others. The system, defeated, fell into despondency, perhaps owing to Draco's notorious reputation within Slytherin. He stood alone in the clearing for some time, with no one daring to challenge him, signifying that he would be the head of the first-year students. As time dragged on, Draco's head rose higher, and Wen Zhiyu mused that if this continued for 2 more minutes, Draco might as well reach the ceiling. However, it was evident that the Serpent King would not permit such a spectacle. Abruptly, he spoke. Initially, it seemed he would declare Draco the victor, but as he spoke, all eyes turned toward Wen Zhiyu, who had been singled out from the rear. "Humph, it appears our Mr. Wen Zhiyu is a coward, or perhaps Mr. One looks down upon us wizards and has no intention of learning any useful spells at Hogwarts. When had Wen Zhiyu ever conveyed such sentiments? System, serves you right for pretending." Receiving no response from Wen Zhiyu, the Serpent King's venom intensified. Indeed, Mr. Wen's spells are truly exquisite. Perhaps he simply does not intend to learn how to wield that wand of his, which he seems to have misplaced. Wand. Suddenly recalling something, he froze. Indeed, when he disembarked from the train, he had deemed the wand a nuisance and stowed it away in his storage ring, never once considering its retrieval until now. Seizing the opportunity while Snape continued to spew his vitriol, Wen Zhiyu rummaged through his storage ring until he unearthed his wand, buried beneath a pile of spellbooks. "As you wish, Professor," Wen Zhiyu surrendered to the inevitable, brandishing his wand as he approached Draco. Thanks to Wen Zhiyu's striking appearance, what had begun as a minor incident in a compartment had quickly spread throughout the train among the young wizards. Goyle, upon seeing Wen Zhiyu advance, tugged at his companion to step back, signaling Draco to avoid confrontation, given that his jaw still throbbed from earlier. Draco, too, noticed Goyle's warning glance, gripping his wand tightly as he scrutinized Wen Zhiyu's delicate features, hesitating visibly. Surely wouldn't he strike too hard? Despite Goyle's ominous tales, Draco found it hard to believe this boy, resembling the ideal child described by his father, could commit such acts. Perhaps Goyle simply did not wish to lose face. Draco reassured himself. Wen Zhiyu stood before the conflicted Draco, with the Serpent King poised to unleash his venom from behind, feeling somewhat besieged. "Let the duel commence." Snape's voice resonated from behind. Draco Malfoy. Upholding noble etiquette, Draco did not attack outright, but instead performed a pre-duel salute to his opponent. Wen Zhiyu, while unfamiliar with British customs, would not forget the rituals of his own heritage. He too inclined slightly, offering a bow as he introduced himself. Wen Zhiyu. The duel officially commenced. Faint. No one anticipated first-year students to wield advanced magic, and Draco had only learned a handful of spells at home, with few suitable for offensive use. Reluctantly, he resorted to casting a few basic spells. The incantation sped toward Wen Zhiyu, who assessed his opponent's capabilities. He neither intended to win nor to be easily vanquished. At the very least, he should feign resilience for a few exchanges. With this in mind, Wen Zhiyu raised his wand and cast a protective charm, reinforcing his defenses. Draco's spell struck the barrier, failing to penetrate. With a flicker of thought, Wen Zhiyu allowed the shield to shatter. Draco, undeterred by the failure, immediately unleashed another spell. Bind swiftly. Bind swiftly. Wen Zhiyu's incantation was a beat too slow. Yet the spells collided in midair, rendering Draco's attack ineffective once more. Then, a flurry of incantations erupted from both wizards, as Wen Zhiyu, still unfamiliar with the nuances of spellcasting, failed to grasp the appropriate strength required for each spell, often responding only after Draco had completed his incantation. Spells clashed in the air, creating sparks, drawing gasps from the surrounding young witches and wizards, who instinctively took a few steps back. Naturally, the Serpent King observed Wen Zhiyu's every move with keen interest. Was this deliberate? Snape's gaze hardened as he noted Wen Zhiyu's pattern of responding only after Draco's spells. On the field, Wen Zhiyu and Draco had exchanged dozens of spells, both appearing somewhat disheveled. At least, that was how Draco perceived it. Observing Draco's waning magical energy, Wen Zhiyu deemed it sufficient and contemplated how to feign defeat. Disarm. Draco assessed his dwindling magical reserves, preparing to cast one final spell before conceding. As he realized he would soon have nothing left to give, Wen Zhiyu caught the look on Draco's face. As the spell approached, he pretended to sidestep, missing the optimal moment to retaliate. The Serpent King's brow furrowed. Smack! Wen Zhiyu's wand flew out of his hand and fell to the ground. The duel had come to an end. Chapter 11. The Emperor's Banner. For a moment, Draco was struck with a sense of bewilderment at his unexpected victory, unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. On the opposite side of the dueling platform, Wen Zhiyu silently retracted his hand. He had neither retaliated nor dodged, resulting in a spell from Draco hitting his right wrist, sending his wand flying, leaving his hand sore and crimson. Curse it! What a loss! Wen Zhiyu gently grasped his right hand with his left, massaging it slightly, only to be met with a jolt of intense pain that surged through his mind, causing his entire body to shudder. Could it be broken? Shouldn't he have cast a protective charm on himself? Even a weaker one would suffice. A pang of regret washed over Wen Zhiyu. This regret reached its zenith when the Serpent King forcefully administered a potion more bitter than gall. Enduring the tumultuous nausea rising in his stomach, Wen Zhiyu felt the pain in his right hand intensify, vowing to himself that he would never again be this foolish. Observing the slight reddening at the corners of Wen Zhiyu's eyes, the Serpent King, initially poised to deliver a scathing reprimand, swallowed his words. Though this did not hinder his venomous remarks, it appeared that Mr. Wen was rather unskilled with spells. Thus, a double confinement would serve him well, perhaps allowing him to learn how to counter his opponent's incantations during his time of confinement, rather than merely evading them. The Serpent King's gaze met Draco's, who instinctively straightened his posture under the scrutiny. Draco Malfoy had emerged victorious in the duel. With the Serpent King's proclamation, Draco was appointed as the new prefect for the first-year students. Having completed his task, the Serpent King flicked his black robe and retreated to the dungeons. The upperclassmen prefects allocated the dormitories for the new little snakes before departing. Alone in his dormitory, Wen Zhiyu retrieved a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The excruciating pain in his wrist soon dissipated entirely, followed by a sensation of bones shifting and new growth emerging. Indeed, Western potions are truly remarkable, Wen Zhiyu silently acknowledged, albeit lamenting their bitterness. With the lingering taste of the potion still in his mouth, he brushed his teeth and took a shower. After emerging, he lay on his bed, deep in thought. After tossing and turning no less than 10 times, Wen Zhiyu sat up. No, he must vent this frustration. However, the perfect target for his ire had already made an appearance during the sorting ceremony that evening. Rising to his feet, Wen Zhiyu did not change his clothes. Instead, he quietly slipped out of his room clad in the bathrobe he had just donned. The realm of cultivation is steeped in ancient texts. Thus, the cultivation world of Huaxia has not kept pace with modernity as in Britain. At least in terms of attire and appearance, they still lean towards the traditional. The white bathrobe draped around Wen Zhiyu, who at 11 years of age stood around 160 centimeters tall, yet, having practiced martial arts from a young age. His physique was relatively slender, with a black sash tied tightly around his waist to prevent the robe from falling. This adornment, however, accentuated the boy's delicate waist in a striking manner. Where was he headed? The system provided an answer. System, are you planning to seek that hat? Wen Zhiyu corrected. To be precise, I intend to burn it. System, I doubt that is necessary. Wen Zhiyu replied, I do not require your opinion. Stepping beyond the confines of Slytherin, Wen Zhiyu swiftly spotted the figure of Nanyu awaiting him in the corridor. The boy, clad in dark robes and with black hair, leaned casually against the wall, cradling his ever-present Tang Dao, eyes closed in anticipation. Upon hearing footsteps, Nanyu opened his hauntingly blue eyes and, upon recognizing his awaited companion, straightened his posture and approached Wen Zhiyu. Young master. Glancing at the boy, Wen Zhiyu silently compared their heights, upon discovering he was a few centimeters taller. An inexplicable sense of joy surged within him as he led Nanyu towards the 8th floor. Having followed him for 4 years, Nanyu was well acquainted with his young master's peculiar whims and had grown accustomed to them. Strangely, Wen Zhiyu, who had previously been indifferent to height, became particularly conscious of it after visiting Diagon Alley, even indulging in a glass of milk daily in hopes of growth. Nanyu peered through the window at the foreboding night. Hogwarts shrouded in darkness, resembling a spider patiently waiting for its prey, silently lurking and biding its time. The item should be on the 8th floor. Setting down the divination plate, Wen Zhiyu led Nanyu back and forth through the corridor in search. Nanyu was unaware of what he sought, yet he did not inquire, merely remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After 3 thorough searches, Wen Zhiyu forcefully suppressed the urge to utilize an explosive rune to obliterate the place, reminding himself that such actions would reveal his presence, complicating his endeavors in the Western magical realm. Exhaling, he resolved to maintain his composure. During the 4th search, a new target for his frustration appeared before them. "Look what I've stumbled upon." A ghost suddenly shrieked in the corridor, his tone laced with delight and malice. "Behold, 2 little wizards out for a midnight stroll." Wen Zhiyu halted, staring at the ghost who was circling him and shouting with glee. "You're doomed. I shall inform Dumbledore. Your house will suffer a severe deduction of 100 points." The ghost, seemingly unsatisfied, continued, "I cannot discern your house from your attire, but it matters not. I shall seek out Snape to ensure you lose points." With that, the ghost drifted towards the dungeons. Wen Zhiyu's expression darkened upon hearing Snape's name, and as the ghost turned, he seized the wandering spirit with a firm grip. The ghost, clearly taken aback that someone could grasp him, displayed an expression of utter astonishment. "Where do you think you're going?" Wen Zhiyu uttered through gritted teeth. However, the poltergeist, in its ethereal state, remained oblivious to the man's peculiar demeanor, and upon hearing the inquiry, repeated his earlier words. "Let me go? I'm off to find Snape. I shall have him deduct points from you. 100 points. No, that is not enough. 200 points." At that moment, Nanyu truly wished to cover his mouth, and indeed, he did so. After applying a silencing charm to the poltergeist, the corridor fell into an eerie silence. "Young master, shall we continue searching?" Nanyu hesitated before posing the question. "Of course. Then, however, before we search, I believe I have discovered something far more entertaining." Nanyu felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, in the next moment, Wen Zhiyu produced a small black flag from his storage ring, adorned with intricate patterns of red and white that, against the dim moonlight, revealed wisps of black smoke swirling around it. Pressing his lips together, Nanyu took 2 steps back. With a swift motion, Wen Zhiyu crumpled the poltergeist into a ball and forcefully pressed it into the Emperor's banner, casting a downward glance to admire the ghost's expression of terror. Unable to scream due to the silencing charm, and jested, "I hope you can get along splendidly with them." Chapter 12. The Future of the Sorting Hat. Nanyu stroked his chin, refraining from offering any commentary. He believed that they should be unable to coexist harmoniously, for the souls within were far too numerous. Perhaps not enough to accommodate each spirit? Wen Zhiyu casually returned the flag, observing Nanyu, who was now a full 5 steps away, offering heartfelt reassurance. "Do not fear, they are quite docile and generally do not bite." "They can bite." Nanyu silently retreated 2 more steps. The young master had crafted numerous spirit artifacts of various kinds, and he himself bore many. However, the one that instilled the greatest dread and was utterly unacceptable to him was that pitch-black flag. No one knew what he had witnessed when he accompanied the young master during its creation. No one knew. Regrettably, the young master seemed particularly fond of that flag, rendering it impossible for him to destroy it, lest he provoke the young master's ire. He had found it, while Nanyu was lost in self-reflection. The remarkably skilled Wen Zhiyu had finally arrived at his desired destination before a painting. The Room of Requirement. Wen Zhiyu was familiar with this name. It had been mentioned by a roommate as a place to which one could make requests, and he had felt a twinge of anticipation at the prospect. After all, such a place, where one could summon anything desired, was a rarity in the realm of cultivation. As he watched Nanyu approach, Wen Zhiyu voiced his desire in his mind. "I wish for a room that holds the sorting hat." Subsequently, amidst Nanyu's astonished gaze, Wen Zhiyu pulled him through a luminous portal. "Now, let us turn our attention to our sorting hat." Ever since witnessing a horrifying scene during the sorting ceremony the previous evening, the sorting hat had been striving to communicate with Dumbledore. Alas, every utterance it attempted would automatically morph into vacuous language, such as, "Dumbledore, that lad is no good. You ought to send him to Azkaban." Transforming into, "Dumbledore, that lad is a good person. He ought to be in Slytherin." Taking a deep breath, the sorting hat was set upon a shelf by a rather exasperated Dumbledore, who responded with impatience. "Thank you, sorting hat, I understand. I will not allow him to change houses." Sorting hat, be obliterated. Lying limp on the shelf, The Sorting Hat endeavored to banish its errant thoughts, reminding itself that it was merely a hat designated for sorting young wizards into their respective houses. Regardless of the turmoil that might transpire in the magical world, it should not concern itself. It tried to forget the scene it had witnessed, comforting itself for several hours, preparing to muster the spirit for the next sorting ceremony. Then, raising its head, it came face to face with a pair of pale pink eyes. "Long time no see. Sorting Hat," Wen Zhiyu greeted with a bow. Good heavens. The moment the Sorting Hat laid eyes on Wen Zhiyu, it promptly shut its eyes once more, desperately convincing itself that perhaps it had been mistaken in opening them. How could it possibly encounter that terrifying individual again? It had already left the hall. Observing the Sorting Hat shut its eyes again, a pleased smile curled at the corners of Wen Zhiyu's mouth. He withdrew a talisman from his storage ring, contemplated for a moment, then returned it. In our homeland, there is a famous saying. The Sorting Hat, in despair, opened its eyes, gazing at the advancing Wen Zhiyu. It then stared in horror as he spoke words that felt like they were below freezing. "Let today's matters be resolved today. Grievances from today should not linger until tomorrow." Wen Zhiyu halted 5 steps away, declaring, "Thus, I have come to address my duties today, Sorting Hat." You, the Sorting Hat, wished it could sprout legs and flee, but alas, it was merely a hat, so it could only express its terror through its quivering in voice. "Please, do not come any closer." Ugh, how irritating. Wen Zhiyu formed a fire spell with his bare hands, and flames drifted languidly toward the Sorting Hat, then rapidly engulfed it the moment they made contact with its brim. Accompanied by the Sorting Hat's anguished cries, a pile of ashes fell to the ground, stirring up fine dust. After a brief inspection, finding no remnants of souls, Wen Zhiyu, somewhat disappointed, withdrew his hand that had grasped the flag and exited the room of requirement with Nanyu. The Sorting Hat was gone. As for how the next sorting ceremony would proceed, that was not a concern for him. He believed that solutions were always more numerous than difficulties, and Dumbledore would surely resolve this issue. With the troublesome matter resolved, Wen Zhiyu's spirits lifted considerably, and he bid farewell to Nanyu, returning to the Slytherin dormitory. "Nanyu, does that mean I am merely a pendant?" Early the next morning, Wen Zhiyu, suppressing his annoyance, switched off the specially designed alarm clock and groggily rose to wash and dress. By the time he was fully awake, he had already stepped beyond the confines of Slytherin and arrived at the dining hall, merely standing at the entrance. Wen Zhiyu's striking appearance immediately drew the attention of a considerable number of onlookers, regardless of gender. "You, over here, we are this way." Upon hearing the voice, he turned to see Hermione waving her hand in his direction. Wen Zhiyu held a favorable impression of Hermione, and not spotting Nanyu around, he approached without hesitation and took a seat at their long table. Seeing Wen Zhiyu arrive, Harry, who was eating nearby, thoughtfully fetched him a portion of breakfast. Accepting the meal, Wen Zhiyu smiled in gratitude and silently began to eat. Hermione was about to inquire further when Wen Zhiyu preemptively stated, "No talking while eating. No discussion while resting." "All right, stubborn representative of the Eastern nation." After declining the pumpkin juice offered by the savior twice, Wen Zhiyu finished his meal. "Have you seen Nanyu?" As soon as he finished eating, Hermione could no longer contain her curiosity. Wiping his mouth, Wen Zhiyu replied to the young witch, "No, I just got up." Noticing her expression, he added kindly, "There is no need to worry about him. He is quite reliable. After all, he is Nanyu." Regrettably, they were unaware that at that very moment, Nanyu was engaged in a silent standoff with Professor McGonagall in her office. "Mr. Nanyu, perhaps you should explain why you were wielding a half-meter-long sword and chopped down the door to the Hufflepuff common room?" Professor McGonagall looked at Nanyu, still clutching the long blade, with a headache. She attempted to advise him. "I believe that keeping a sword in the castle is rather dangerous. Why not leave it with me, and I will return it to you during the holidays?" The socially anxious Nanyu frowned and clutched the sword even tighter. On the other side, the 4 of them waited a while longer until Ron finished his meal and noticed that Nanyu had yet to arrive. Finally, Wen Zhiyu decided to seek out this suddenly tardy sword wielder. "Hey, have you heard? The door to Hufflepuff was chopped down by a new student." Not having even lifted himself from his seat, Wen Zhiyu quietly sat back down. Chapter 13, Potions Class 1. Wen Zhiyu began to piece together why Nanyu had not come to the hall for breakfast. Since becoming acquainted with Nanyu, he had consistently observed him practicing with his sword every morning without fail. Wen Zhiyu never doubted Nanyu's talent. When it came to swordsmanship, he was certain he could never surpass him. As for why he had not shown up for breakfast, perhaps he had been caught damaging public property during his training. Wen Zhiyu mused. Flipping through the class schedule, Wen Zhiyu discovered that the first lesson was Transfiguration with Little Guan, and soon he would find out the answer. Just as expected, when Nanyu entered the classroom and sat beside him, he brought with him exhilarating news. A week of detention? Wen Zhiyu chuckled. Nanyu tightened his grip on the tang knife, which Professor McGonagall had nearly confiscated, and found himself less socially anxious in the presence of Wen Zhiyu. In fact, witnessing the smile curling at the corners of his lips left him feeling somewhat wronged. "Young master, you seem to revel in my misfortune." "I do not." Wen Zhiyu hastily waved his hands, instinctively attempting to deflect the blame. Although he had to admit, ahem, it was rather gratifying to learn that Nanyu would be confined, especially since he himself was also facing a month of detention. Sometimes, seeing others in misfortune afforded him a sense of relief. After exchanging a few words with Nanyu, the classroom gradually filled up. With the arrival of the last student, the first lesson for the little wizards commenced. Under the watchful eyes of all the young witches and wizards, Professor McGonagall transformed from a cat back into her human form, introducing them to her enigmatic form. When Zhiyu listened intently, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon McGonagall's face, occasionally smiling in response to her self-directed commentary, effectively masking his demeanor as a well-behaved student. When Zhiyu had conducted some investigation into Professor McGonagall, concluding that she was a responsible head of Gryffindor House, if not for her lack of seniority. Perhaps she would have been the headmaster? He pondered this while returning a smile to McGonagall, who felt a sense of comfort at the sight of his expression, the lingering regret from the previous night dissipating. After all, he was still my student, wasn't he? The Transfiguration class concluded with the transformation of a matchstick into a needle. Wen Zhiyu, utilizing his acting skills along with an intricately carved silver needle, earned 10 points for Slytherin. The thought of the upcoming potions class with Professor Snape quickened his pace, even prompting him to hurry a bit more. Nanyu trailed behind, attempting to catch up, but ultimately resigned to heading off to his herbology class. "I hope my preparations will come in handy," Nanyu murmured, watching Wen Zhiyu's joyful figure disappear around the corner. Pushing open the door to the potions classroom, a flicker of dismay crossed Wen Zhiyu's smiling face. "Oh dear. All the seats are taken?" No young wizard dared to arrive late for Snape's class, resulting in nearly all the students rushing in immediately after their previous lesson. Since Gryffindor's classroom was relatively close to the potions room, the majority of the students present were clad in red and gold. The arrangement of the seats leaned heavily towards Gryffindor, as those sitting at the back were less likely to be seen by Professor Snape during class. While sitting at the front, although daunting under Snape's scrutinizing gaze, would facilitate potion making. This was due to Snape's tendency to wander in the middle of the classroom, glancing at the sea of Gryffindor students, when Zhiyu found himself wishing to chastise them for their folly. Yet, with no other option, he made his way to a seat in the middle. However, as he passed the first table, he could not suppress his malice and cast a subtle curse upon that position. This curse would not take a life, but it would ensure that the person seated there would perpetually encounter misfortune within its vicinity. "How dare they try to claim the spot I had my eye on?" he thought, slamming his potions book onto the desk, the remnants of his earlier good mood evaporating. "Are you all right?" Hermione rushed in and immediately spotted the Slytherin boy seated in the center. However, upon approaching, she noticed the unusual pallor of his face and cautiously inquired. When Zhiyu took a deep breath, trying to quell his irritation. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," he responded with a smile, gesturing to indicate there was space for her to sit. Seeing the smile on Wen Zhiyu's face, Hermione felt reassured and took her seat, placing her book on the table and engaging him in conversation. "Did Harry and the others not come with you?" It was then that Wen Zhiyu realized Hermione was alone, with Harry and Ron absent. "Yes, I think they are eager to experience the consequences of arriving late to class." Hermione tilted her head to glance at Wen Zhiyu. In the slightly noisy classroom, his short black hair and pale pink eyes were fixed upon hers, their gazes locking for a moment. The softness within his eyes and his cherubic features caused her to blush and shyly look away, her gaze then falling upon his earlobe. A modest black earring adorned his right earlobe, its simplicity contrasting strikingly with his fair complexion, which rendered it particularly captivating. Hermione found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her gaze, Wen Zhiyu withdrew his eyes, wondering if he had perhaps overstepped a boundary. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a small pouch from his storage ring and handed it to Hermione, seeking to divert her attention. Observing the sweet aroma emanating from the leather pouch, Hermione hesitated before asking, "What is this?" Wen Zhiyu reached into the pouch and extracted a piece of lightly yellow cake, intending to offer it to her. But suddenly recalling her gender, he redirected the treat into his own mouth. "Osmanthus cake, I brought it from home." Upon hearing this, Hermione took a bite, and her face lit up with delight. This is delicious, a bit sweet but not cloying. Sweet, yet not overwhelming," Wen Zhiyu smiled in agreement. Their actions in the classroom radiated warmth, tinged with an undercurrent of intimacy, at least as perceived by Harry, Ron, and Professor Snape, who had just entered. Inconsiderate oaf. Snape slammed his book down on the podium, the resounding noise silencing the classroom instantly. Harry and Ron quickly scurried to sit beside Hermione, heads bowed, refraining from uttering a word. Wen Zhiyu's previously buoyant mood was again diminished as he adjusted his position for Ron and Harry. Dreaded Gryffindors. Both Wen Zhiyu and Snape silently cursed in unison. Chapter 14, Potions Class 2. Open your books to page 7. Having scolded the class, Snape swiftly transitioned into teaching mode. The young wizards dared not make any unnecessary movements and promptly turned to the designated page. Upon opening his book, Wen Zhiyu noted the name of the potion, Scabbers Potion. Just as Snape had mentioned, the first potion described in the text was indeed Scabbers Potion. Wen Zhiyu examined the textbook, finding the steps clearly outlined, and recognized the ingredients. Bolstered by Professor Snape's instruction, he felt confident that he could successfully brew the potion. In stark contrast to Wen Zhiyu's eager anticipation, Harry and Ron wished they could bury their heads in their desks. Earlier, they had encountered Snape outside the classroom and had been penalized with a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor for being late, making them eager to remain unnoticed. Harry Potter. Unfortunately for him, the Savior's wish was not granted. Upon hearing his name, he rose with a face full of despair. Professor, he replied dutifully. Observing his demeanor, Snape's expression turned disdainful. If I were to add powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion, along with aconite and sleeping draught, what would I yield? Snape's gaze bore down on Harry. Harry stiffened, his mind racing. Alas, the Savior had not prepared for the potion's lesson and could not conjure an answer from his thoughts. After biting his lip, he replied, I don't know, Professor. Wen Zhiyu gritted his teeth. Why couldn't he answer? He would have surely performed better than Harry. It was evident that Hermione, standing beside him, shared the same sentiment. She raised her arm in an attempt to capture the attention of the Serpent King. However, the Serpent King's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon Harry. His eyes narrowed as he posed another question. So, if I require a piece of bezoar, where might I procure it? From the stomach of a goat. Wen Zhiyu nearly shouted, but Harry merely responded, I don't know, Professor. A child cannot be taught. Wen Zhiyu felt an urge to gnaw on his handkerchief. Perhaps due to the constant fluctuations of his expression, the Serpent King, initially poised to inquire further, caught sight of Wen Zhiyu's face, which resembled a painter's palette, and took an interest. Wen Zhiyu, the Serpent King proclaimed with an air of superiority. Wen Zhiyu immediately stood upright, his back as straight as a rod. I am here, Professor. Tell him where to find the bezoar. Professor Snape scrutinized Wen Zhiyu. In the stomach of a goat, Professor. Wen Zhiyu replied promptly. Upon hearing the satisfactory answer, Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating that Mr. Wen's mind had not yet been entirely clouded by the thickets of ignorance. In light of your response, Slytherin gains 5 points. The addition of points was trivial. What mattered was that he had engaged in conversation, and Wen Zhiyu's spirits soared, a smile spreading across his face. Alas, Harry was not so fortunate. The Serpent King's gaze returned to Harry, and it seemed our savior was not as omnipotent as rumored. If you were willing to share even a fragment of your fanciful thoughts with the textbook, you would learn that by adding the roots of daffodil to the essence of wormwood, along with the roots of valerian and a few drops of sleeping draught, one could concoct a potion that grants life or death. Harry lowered his head even further. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiyu happily took up his quill to jot down notes. The system could no longer contain itself. Host, can't you lend a hand? Wen Zhiyu scoffed at the system while continuing to take notes. What does it have to do with me? As Snape observed Wen Zhiyu completing his notes, the surrounding young wizards remained rigidly seated, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Why are you not recording any of this? Are you excessively confident in your brain, laden with ignorance? Upon receiving the venomous remarks, the young wizards hurriedly picked up their quills, scribbling notes in their books, unsure of where to write, but feigning the act of note-taking. After they finished, Snape finally commenced the lesson. He elaborated on the ingredients and techniques until he commanded, Now, open your cauldrons and follow the instructions provided to brew the Scabious potion. Observing the state of the young wizards, Snape added with a hint of irritation, You had better set down your wands, at least for the beginning. There is no need for you to wave them. The young wizards tensed, opening their cauldrons to collect their materials. Wen Zhiyu felt the weight of the materials in his hands and tightened his grip, feeling a surge of nervousness. Hey, let us partner up. You, Hermione eagerly approached him. Wen Zhiyu pondered for a moment before raising his hand to decline. I think it would be better if I worked alone. With that, he gathered his materials and books, retreating to a quieter corner. Although potion making and alchemy were not the same, Wen Zhiyu believed it wise to err on the side of caution. Undeterred by his rejection, Hermione teamed up with another Gryffindor nearby and began to process her materials. Snape descended from the podium, circling the classroom, and Gryffindor's points rapidly plummeted by 30. The heads of the young lions drooped in despair. As he passed by Wen Zhiyu, the usually frowning Serpent King momentarily relaxed his features, noting the fluidity of Wen Zhiyu's technique. Slytherin gains 5 points. Snape nodded in satisfaction before moving on to inspect the other young wizards. Taking a deep breath, Wen Zhiyu gazed at the materials in his hands, aware that he was nearing the final steps. He meticulously placed the ingredients into the cauldron, double-checking the technique. Then grasped his wand to begin stirring as the liquid within began to bubble gently. Immersed in concentration, the surrounding sounds faded into obscurity. Almost there, almost there. Wen Zhiyu felt a surge of excitement. His lips pressed together as his hands moved swiftly. For a moment, even Snape halted his rounds to glance in his direction. Suddenly, calamity struck. The cauldron emitted a peculiar tremor. Wen Zhiyu cursed inwardly, realizing he had no time to remedy the situation. In the next instant, the cauldron exploded with a resounding bang, liquid splattering everywhere. Ironclad protection. Snape swiftly cast a spell. In an instant, the classroom fell silent, all eyes turning toward Wen Zhiyu. Snape, his expression darkened, strode towards him, his previously relaxed brow now furrowed tightly. Yet, at that moment, Wen Zhiyu was consumed by despair and confusion. Why? Why on earth? Even if an alchemical explosion was to be expected, why did the potion also detonate? Throughout his life, he had attempted alchemy countless times, with enough exploded materials to fill several storerooms. Yet without fail, every concoction would inevitably explode at the moment of retrieval, even when others had helped him gather ingredients. He had once believed that perhaps he lacked talent for alchemy, but potions were akin to elixirs. Surely he could manage to brew something, if only to satisfy his yearning to become a potion master, if only for a moment of comfort. But why? Why did the potion also explode? What had he done wrong? Chapter 15, Confinement. After a class in which 3 cauldrons had exploded, Snape's countenance was so dark it could have dripped water. And the cause of this chaos, Wen Zhiyu, had lowered his head even lower than the heads of the Gryffindor cubs. Slytherin loses 10 points for your exploded cauldron. It was hard to imagine that the professor, usually inclined to award points to Slytherin, would utter such words of deduction this time. Wen Zhiyu ceased his efforts. He had no spare cauldrons left. The 2 cauldrons that had exploded earlier were merely backups purchased from Nanyu, as Wen Zhiyu had always been confident in his abilities and had only bought one. Observing the dejected Wen Zhiyu, Snape held back his frustration but refrained from delivering the final venomous remark to this young wizard, whose every step had been flawless until the catastrophic end. After much contemplation, he finally added, "I hope Mr. Wen Zhiyu can appear punctually in the cellar tonight at 8. My professor does not enjoy waiting." With the young wizard's assignments in hand, Snape exited the classroom, his black robes billowing behind him. As he turned, he delivered a sharp kick to Wen Zhiyu's shin before striding away. Hogwarts' schedule was not overly packed. After 2 consecutive morning classes, there were no more lessons in the afternoon. Following lunch in the Great Hall, Wen Zhiyu aimlessly wandered through the Hogwarts grounds, feeling utterly despondent. Passing by the Black Lake, a dangerous thought sprang forth in his mind. System, are there fish in this lake? There should be, considering its vastness. Wen Zhiyu nodded and began rummaging through his storage ring. What are you planning to do? The system inquired. I thought you could tell I'm looking to fish. Wen Zhiyu replied. Are you out of your mind? This is the Black Lake. The system protested. Wen Zhiyu hesitated. Are the fish in the Black Lake not edible? Well, I can't say for sure, the system admitted. Wen Zhiyu exhaled deeply. Regardless of whether they are edible or not, I'll fish them out first. If they can be eaten, great. And if not, I'll simply admire them. Perhaps my dormitory could use an ornamental fish. With that thought, Wen Zhiyu finally produced a fishing rod. After carefully comparing the positions back and forth, Wen Zhiyu skillfully hooked the bait and cast it with a perfect arc. Fishing requires patience, and a hunter is never short of it. He set up a stand to support his fishing rod and retrieved an unfinished book from his storage ring, settling down under a nearby tree to read with great interest. After a while, the system implored, please, I beg you, stop fishing. It could only watch as Wen Zhiyu's catches accumulated over a short span of time. The various mutated fish resembled grotesque forms, as if they had been subjected to nuclear contamination, including octopuses with over a dozen legs. These creatures were tossed into a bucket, intertwining with each other, some even engulfing the bodies of others. Gazing at the writhing mass within the bucket, the system felt a wave of nausea rising. In truth, Wen Zhiyu held a degree of fascination for these beings. However, to prevent the system from regurgitating its contents into his mind, he ultimately decided against the notion of casting his line any further. He returned the bucket to his storage ring, contemplating a grand feast of fish for Nanyu that evening. Once back in his dormitory, he sat cross-legged to meditate for a while. Upon sensing the state within him, a satisfied expression graced his face. Almost there. He waved his wand, conjuring a red numeral hovering in the air, 7:30. Wen Zhiyu arrived early at the cellar door, hesitating as he gazed at the serpentine lock coiling around it. He gently tapped it, pondering, perhaps I ought to mention that I am not a doorbell. Medusa, observing the young wizard before her, hissed threateningly, her forked tongue flickering. If you value your hands, you may wish to ignore my words. Forgive me. I have never seen such a beautiful serpent pattern, Wen Zhiyu replied candidly. Flattered by his compliment, Medusa's mood lightened considerably, and she brushed aside his earlier rudeness. Lifting her proud head to inquire, "Are you here for confinement?" "Indeed, beautiful miss," he replied. Being addressed as beautiful miss further pleased Medusa, prompting her to unlock the door while reminding him not to anger the headmaster and to conduct himself well. "I believe I shall, thank you." As a model student from his past life, Wen Zhiyu made sure to express his gratitude before stepping inside. Upon entering the cellar, a chilling draft enveloped him, the dim lighting casting an eerie atmosphere. Yet, he quickly adapted, realizing his own home was scarcely better. Snape regarded the young newcomer with his pale skin, short black hair, and distinctly refined features, reminiscent of East Asian heritage. The boy entered with curious, watery pink eyes, surveying his surroundings until they fell upon Snape, at which point a radiant smile broke across his face. "Good evening, Professor Snape. I have come for confinement." The tone of his voice sounded more like a casual inquiry about dinner than that of a confined student. Snape, setting aside his nonsensical paper, marked a heavy T across it. "The bucket of slugs on the floor constitutes your confinement task for today." Approaching the door, Snape gestured towards the bucket of slugs. Wen Zhiyu glanced into the bucket and felt his stomach churn at the sight of the slimy creatures, quickly raising a hand to cover his mouth. His expression contorted in disgust. "I cannot do it, Professor. I refuse to eat them. What is this nonsense filling your head, Severus?" Before he could receive a response, Wen Zhiyu's complexion paled further, his mental fortitude crumbling. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the Serpent King extended a hand of venomous aid. "Ah, I presume, mister. One would be more enlightened than to utter such foolishness," Snape remarked, gesturing to a nearby book containing operational guidelines. "You have 1 hour to handle this matter." Otherwise, he left the conclusion unspoken, yet Wen Zhiyu understood it would not bode well. Fortunately, learning from Snape that these creatures were not meant for consumption allowed Wen Zhiyu to suppress the nausea in his stomach and begin reviewing the handling procedures outlined in the book. "I understand, Professor." After perusing the material, he addressed Snape, simultaneously reaching for a pair of gloves resting nearby. The gloves were somewhat oversized, fitting loosely on his hands. Just as he was about to cast a resizing spell, Snape had already waved his wand, bestowing him with a charm. Wen Zhiyu's heart leapt in joy, his eyes meeting Snape's. "Thank you, Professor." Snape averted his gaze, wand in hand, ready to return to his paper. Damn it. Why does this boy always insist on looking into his eyes? The youth's delicate pink irises and fair complexion evoked an urge in Snape to perceive him as a pet rabbit. Once Snape departed, Wen Zhiyu approached the workbench. His spirits lifted as he began to process the slugs. The cellar held an almost oppressive silence, so much so that halfway through his task, he suddenly halted. It seemed he had become aware of his emotions. His expression darkened as he ceased his movements. He began to reflect upon himself. Joy. He recognized that his recent emotions were amiss. Before arriving in England, he would have confidently claimed that nothing could sway his feelings. Not even in the presence of his parents, where he felt little joy. Since his arrival in this world, aside from the initial year, the subsequent days weighed heavily upon him. At the age of 2, he began to learn spells and the inner workings of the magical sect. Until he became the heir, he was forbidden from leaving the ancestral hall, which had been transformed by the Grandmaster into a small room where he lived, ate, practiced, and slept. Devoid of family, friends, and apart from the iron automaton delivering his meals, he had only encountered the Grandmaster, who he ought to call father, in shadows. His existence went unnoticed until he turned 8. Chapter 16. Loss of Control. The isolation since childhood gradually eroded his once healthy mindset. Had it not been for the memories of his previous life, perhaps he would have succumbed to madness before the age of 8. He was not a good person, nor could he ever aspire to be one. Yet, he was striving to avoid becoming a villain in a world where killing was commonplace. The pure white rice paper slowly merged with ink, unable to redeem himself. In that moment of self-realization, a thought flashed through his mind. Kill him, he told himself. Wen Zhiyu, you cannot afford to show weakness. Such sentiments are unbecoming of an heir. Eliminate him, and you shall face no future repercussions. You will stand at the pinnacle, gazing down upon all life with disdain. Is this not what you desire? Yet, as these thoughts coursed through him, Wen Zhiyu suddenly felt a constriction in his chest. His grip tightened around the slug, until the soft creature ceased to live in his hand, shriveling under his hold. Discarding the remains, Wen Zhiyu continued processing the materials, quietly wrestling with himself in the darkness. After marking several nonsensical papers, Snape began to feel irritable, setting aside the remaining work. He waved his wand, checking the time, estimating that the boy should be nearing the end of his task. The silhouette of the youth flickered beneath the workbench, embraced by shadows, as an air of bitterness and the faint scent of blood lingered in the atmosphere. As Severus Snape pushed open the door to the potions chamber. The first sight that met his eyes was a disconcerting scene. What in the name of Merlin was that giant doing? Striding swiftly to Wen Zhiyu's side, Snape grasped the individual seated there and yanked him upright. The force of the movement caused Wen Zhiyu to stumble back a couple of steps before he regained his balance and lifted his eyes to meet Snape's gaze. Noticing the expression of the Serpent King, Wen Zhiyu hastily suppressed the remaining emotions and feigned innocence. "What is it, Professor? Did I err in some way?" Snape first glanced down into the barrel. The ingredients had been meticulously processed and were neatly arranged in boxes on the floor, with any surplus tucked away in the barrel. All that remained was to perform a final cleansing to complete the material preparation. Yet, a faint and lingering scent of blood in the air stirred an unsettling feeling within him. "What else have you done?" Snape demanded, crossing his arms and fixing his gaze upon the young wizard before him. "I finished the potion ingredients. I didn't do anything else," Wen Zhiyu replied, tilting his head in a deceptively obedient manner. "Did nothing else? I find that hard to believe." Snape's tone dripped with skepticism. "Perhaps you should familiarize yourself with the concepts of soul extraction or, shall we say, truth serums?" The threat was palpable. Wen Zhiyu averted his eyes, lowering his head and biting his lip, silenced by apprehension. Moments later, Snape noted the increasingly bowed head of the boy, and his irritation mounted. A sudden impulse surged within him to force a truth serum down this giant's throat. "What's the matter, Mr. Wen Zhiyu? Is the usually loquacious mouth of yours rendered mute by some potion this evening?" Snape's voice rose with a mocking lilt. Wen Zhiyu clenched his teeth and murmured, "Professor, I merely wished to see if I could extract his nerves with a knife." Snape snorted derisively, evidently unconvinced. He seized Wen Zhiyu's wrist, unyieldingly inspecting his hands. There, on the index finger of Wen Zhiyu's right hand, was a fine scratch, surrounded by dried blood. "What sort of mind leads you to believe that a slug possesses nerves that can be extracted with a knife?" Snape's tone was peculiar, almost incredulous. Retrieving a small vial of potion from the side, Snape tossed it to Wen Zhiyu before decisively ushering the small giant out of the cellar. "Return to your dormitory. Refrain from any unnecessary actions." With that, Snape expressionlessly shut the door. Clutching the potion, Wen Zhiyu traversed the dimly lit corridors of Hogwarts, the twilight casting shadows that obscured his expression. On his way, he encountered two sneaky young wizards peering curiously towards the cellar. Before he approached, he overheard their whispered conversation, and his demeanor immediately darkened. "We won't run into the old bat, will we? He'll deduct points from us." "No, he won't deduct points from Slytherin, as long as we are cautious enough," the two whispered conspiratorially. Furrowing his brow, Wen Zhiyu stowed the potion in his storage ring and stealthily approached the duo from behind. In the hushed corridor, the two young wizards had plotted their nocturnal escapade. Wen Zhiyu followed silently until they reached the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. Assessing his surroundings, he hesitated momentarily in preparing to cast a spell, seemingly considering the threads of magic within his wand. Instead, he retrieved a silver bell from his storage ring. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a clear, ringing chime echoed at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. The two young wizards jumped at the sound, instinctively turning to look. But as they turned, their pupils dilated, and their consciousness began to blur until, upon facing Wen Zhiyu, they appeared as puppets, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. Wen Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, pocketing the bell and casually casting a silencing charm aside. Approaching the two, he delivered a sharp kick to the chest of one, sending him crashing against a nearby tree trunk. This was the one who had called Snape the old bat. Of course, he did not spare the other. With a swift kick, he sent him tumbling beside his companion. A muffled groan escaped them as their bodies collided, and even in their unconscious state, the pain of their physical forms elicited soft whimpers. Still not enough. At this moment, a flicker of relief washed over Wen Zhiyu. Yet it was far from sufficient. Bathed in moonlight, he withdrew an axe from his storage ring, brandishing it ominously toward the arms of the two. A glimmer of madness and delight danced in his eyes, and a fleeting flash of crimson lit his gaze, rendering it almost predatory in the night. With a forceful swing, the axe came down, and as severed limbs sent blood splattering onto the assailant's hands and robes, the liquid trickled down his arm to pool in his palm. Wen Zhiyu raised a hand to wipe the blood that had splattered onto his face, a cruel smile curling his lips. The thick scent of blood filled his nostrils, and he inhaled deeply, feeling a slight relaxation in his demeanor. Another swing followed, this time claiming the other arm of his victims. Blood gushed from the wounds, and Wen Zhiyu allowed the droplets to cascade from his black robe to the ground, merging with the earth beneath. In the quiet expanse of the Forbidden Forest's edge, Wen Zhiyu surveyed the dismembered figures before him, his expression clouded, until he finally returned the axe to his storage ring and realized the gravity of his actions. A chill crept up his spine. The crimson hue in his eyes receded as the wind brushed past, lifting his hair slightly. casting a blood-stopping spell on the two. And once assured there was no trace left behind, he staggered back towards the Slytherin dormitory. Along the way, he became aware of the blood staining his clothing, prompting him to remove his outer robe and stow it in his storage ring, cleansing himself anew. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wen Zhiyu meticulously washed his body twice, finally leaning against the railing of the bathroom while standing before the mirror. Chapter 17, Flying Lessons. Had he loosened up? Wen Zhiyu raised a hand to touch the back of his neck, feeling a cylindrical metallic object nestled beneath his hair. Pushing aside his locks, the bathrobe slipped down to his elbows, revealing his fair upper body, the taut muscles glistening as a droplet of water trailed from his gentle brow down to his collarbone. Reluctantly sliding downwards, the droplet fell to his waist, finally resting just below the alluring curve of his hips. Notably, a series of 9 golden implants were symmetrically embedded along his spine, extending up to his neck. Rather than mere implants, they resembled 9 golden nails driven into his flesh, each deeply embedded within his body and bone, merging seamlessly with him. Wen Zhiyu brushed his fingers over the uppermost gold nail, attempting to shift it. But it would not budge, not loose. His hand paused, his gaze falling upon the blood that had yet to be fully washed away in the basin. His expression darkening as he donned his bathrobe and exited the bathroom, having stayed up far too late the previous night. Wen Zhiyu awoke just as class was about to commence. He hastily threw on a robe and rushed off to his lesson. Due to the pressing time, he even resorted to using an acceleration charm, the consequence of which was a violent collision with a tall figure around a corner. Ugh! Both emitted a pained gasp. Snape, having been struck in the abdomen, winced at the impact, glaring at the small giant who was now rubbing his bloodied forehead. Have you dropped your eyes on the ground to feed the giant? Why are you so strong? Wen Zhiyu, still dazed from the collision, looked up to see Snape before him and swiftly suppressed his irritation, quickly apologizing. I'm so sorry, Professor Snape. I'm running late. As Wen Zhiyu stood there, his eyes glistening with moisture, he hurriedly articulated his reasons. Severus Snape, preoccupied, had neither the time nor the inclination to engage with him. Though he did not yield his path, he chose not to confront him either. Realizing Snape's intent, Wen Zhiyu swiftly circumvented him and dashed towards the playground. The moment he departed, Snape raised a hand to rub the spot where he had been jostled, hissing through clenched teeth. Pondering the force behind such a collision, was someone attempting to cause harm? As he continued to massage the throbbing area, Snape made his way to the headmaster's office. That day's lesson was flying class, and upon his arrival, Madame Hooch was meticulously arranging the students into 2 lines. Wen Zhiyu obediently joined the Slytherin contingent. Rubbing his still painful forehead, he began to scrutinize the broomsticks lying on the ground, feeling a sense of trepidation at the thought of soaring through the air on one. Under Madame Hooch's guidance, everyone commenced their attempts to make the brooms ascend, as the air filled with the sound of up. Wen Zhiyu quickly spotted Draco and Harry, who succeeded almost immediately. However, Hermione, being a Muggle-born, lagged behind, and beside her, Ron, exerting too much force, was struck on the head by a broom that had taken off. Shaking his head, Wen Zhiyu decided to give it a try himself. Up, he exclaimed. Up, again, up, for the 3rd time, up, and finally, I advise you to fly into my hand immediately, otherwise, prepare for a thorough disassembly. Perhaps feeling that mere words could not convey his intent, Wen Zhiyu brandished his wand, poised to enact a radical reconstruction on the dilapidated broom. Madame Hooch, taken aback, rushed over, urgently imploring, No, 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 you cannot do that. You must use your will to persuade it, not threaten it. It will not comply under such coercion. Before she could finish her sentence, she watched in astonishment as the broom, after Wen Zhiyu concluded his command, soared into his grasp within mere moments. Madame Hooch. Well, at least everyone succeeded, she sighed, proceeding with the lesson. After imparting all necessary precautions and incantations, Madame Hooch instructed them to attempt flying independently. Wen Zhiyu examined his broom with a sense of bewilderment, questioning why Western wizards opted for such an ungraceful and unappealing mode of flight. Just as he was trying to comprehend how to mount it, a sudden cacophony erupted around him, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed something soaring into the sky. Neville, stop. Is that the boy who touched Toads on the train? Wen Zhiyu observed as the boy ascended, the broom shaking violently, before he lost his grip and plummeted. Wen Zhiyu thought, wow, he looks doomed. His calm tone betrayed a hint of schadenfreude, prompting the system to chime in. Quick, catch him. The task is within reach. Do not let him escape. To this, Wen Zhiyu remained unmoved, simply scoffing. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, a figure like a streak of light leapt forth from behind, catching the falling boy with effortless grace. The two landed safely beside the playground. Stabilizing the boy, Nanyu recited an incantation, and only then did Wen Zhiyu saunter over leisurely to join them. Young master, Merlin, Are you alright? Upon landing, Madame Hooch rushed over, inspecting Neville with great concern, only to discover that he bore nothing more than a few scrapes from his aerial struggle and a dislocated wrist. Supporting Neville, she thanked Nanyu and, after sternly admonishing the young wizards against flying unsupervised, escorted Neville to the infirmary. Young Master Yu. Nanyu regarded Wen Zhiyu with a hint of worry. Gryffindors had a penchant for interrupting others, and before he could articulate his thoughts, he found himself encircled by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Wow, Nanyu, how did you fly up just now? Were you standing on that blade? Ron exclaimed, reaching out to touch it, only to retract his hand at Nanyu's fierce glare. The system chimed in. He is too handsome. Mission accomplished. The system was evidently pleased, showering Wen Zhiyu's mind with praises for Nanyu. Observing Nanyu surrounded by the savior and the young lions, Wen Zhiyu smiled faintly and noticed a crystal ball on the ground. Come to me. Without the use of his wand, he claimed the crystal ball, examining it closely. The moment it came into contact with his hand, the sphere abruptly turned crimson. Furrowing his brows, Wen Zhiyu raised it to his eyes, intrigued by the faint red glow emanating from within. Hurry back, Harry. Hermione's voice rang out nearby, followed by another figure ascending into the air, Draco. What is happening here? Putting away the crystal ball, Wen Zhiyu's gaze shifted back to Nanyu, laden with curiosity. He said he wanted to see how high he could fly. Nanyu clarified, attempting to exonerate himself. I warned him, but how did Draco get up there? Wen Zhiyu recalled the platinum-haired boy, strikingly handsome. He said he wanted to compete. Ron huffed, raising his fist in indignation, clearly recalling the train incident. Chapter 18, The Villain. Just as Ron had predicted, the outcome of the competition was unmistakable, with both competitors accruing identical penalties. After flying class concluded, the group agreed to visit the infirmary to check on Neville. Wen Zhiyu tossed the crystal ball to Nanyu, signifying for him to return it to the toad boy. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they found Neville lying on a cot, his complexion pale. Neville, how are you feeling? Harry inquired anxiously, remembering that he had previously said it was merely a minor injury. Why did he now appear gravely ill? I'm fine, just saw something. Neville forced a faint smile. Hermione gently patted his hand, offering reassurances. Do not be afraid, Neville. Take your time. Flying is not that difficult. By the way, your memory ball. At her words, Nanyu handed over the memory ball. Neville gazed gratefully at the Hufflepuff who had saved him, his expression brightening considerably. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Professor Snape, his countenance dark and holding a vial of potion that emitted ominous smoke. The room fell silent, tension palpable as all eyes turned to him. I assume you are aware that this is the school infirmary, not your Gryffindor common room. Snape's voice was low and frigid. Approaching Neville's bed, he glanced at him but did not administer the potion. As confusion swept through everyone, he turned to the adjacent curtain-draped bed. Curiosity piqued. Everyone leaned in to see who lay behind the curtain, except for Neville. Snape lifted a corner of the curtain to pass the potion inside, but suddenly hesitated, remaining stationary. Oh, Merlin, thank goodness for you. Madame Pomfrey entered, taking the potion from Snape's hand and gently pulling back the curtain. As the curtain fully parted, they beheld a second-year wizard lying within, his arms shattered at the elbows, heavily bandaged, with blood seeping through. His vacant gaze suggested he had endured unimaginable suffering. Madame Pomfrey carefully administered the potion, softly comforting. Poor child, what have you endured? Observing the plight of the young wizard, Harry and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had come to comprehend the reasons behind Neville's distress. Severus, do you still possess any bone-replenishing potion? Madame Pomfrey gently laid the young wizard upon the bed and turned to Snape. His arm has been severed by some malevolent force. I suspect that dark sorcerers have infiltrated Hogwarts. Severed? Dark sorcerers? Harry and his friends grew even paler, including the nearby Wen Zhiyu. Well, he is merely feigning, he thought, clearly recognizing the person sprawled on the bed, with whom he had shared jovial and amicable exchanges the previous night. To be frank, he had felt a moment of panic upon realizing he had acted upon instinct, not out of malice, but because he had not intended to harm, yet found himself compelled to do so, as if some unseen force were directing his thoughts. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. The injuries before him, when compared to the techniques he had learned in Huaxia, were trivial. He had spared the boy's life more out of a sense of inconvenience than any moral obligation, for disposing of a corpse without destroying it is impossible, and obliterating a body without extinguishing the soul is incomplete. To annihilate the soul without a proper formation is unwise, and to form a circle without proper handling lacks prudence, while to handle without restoration is unethical. Thus, for the sake of his dwindling morality, he had allowed 2 lives to remain intact. The malevolent figure feigned shock, retreating a couple of steps alongside the other young Gryffindors. Having seen through the ruse, Nanyu mused silently. If it were magical harm, perhaps Wen Zhiyu would be less suspect. but physical injury could firmly implicate the young master. Nanyu quietly acknowledged the truth within himself. However, as Madame Pomfrey had indicated, the presence of dark wizards within Hogwarts was indeed a grave matter. Early that morning, amidst the screams of a Ravenclaw eagle preparing to attack others, Dumbledore discovered two unfortunate young wizards lying near the Forbidden Forest, bloodied and barely breathing. After swiftly transporting them to the infirmary, Dumbledore immediately summoned Snape to discuss the situation. The malevolent figure stroked his chin, eavesdropping on their conversation. "The bone-replenishing potion will be ready shortly," Snape remarked. His brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on the pale-faced Gryffindors. "And there's also a small Slytherin and a little Hufflepuff." The Slytherin looked even paler than before, likely frightened, akin to a startled rabbit. "You lot should return to your respective places instead of lingering here and affecting others." Snape began to usher them away. Yet, Neville had not yet departed, and Harry felt an urge to resist, for despite his trepidation, his youthful curiosity compelled him to hear the ensuing conversation. He had already consumed the potion. If his mind wasn't cluttered with nonsense, he should realize that his injuries were not severe. Snape's expression darkened, revealing his impatience. "Moreover, Mr. Wen Zhiyu should find something to eat in the Great Hall to prevent fainting before your poor old professor, thereby wasting his potion with such foolishness." The scolded figure flushed, embarrassed that his stomach's growl had been overheard. "Damn it, how humiliating in front of everyone. You, don't take any more. I can't eat anymore." Wen Zhiyu firmly restrained Nanyu, speaking earnestly. After Nanyu returned with a few lamb chops and pastries, Wen Zhiyu felt a wave of nausea towards Western cuisine. "I'm rather craving hot pot," he remarked after setting down his utensils. Nanyu nodded in agreement. Hot pot. Harry and the others immediately seized upon this unfamiliar term. Hermione leaned in closer after he finished his meal, eager to engage him in conversation. "Is it a dish from Huaxia? Is it tastier than chicken legs?" Ron always had an appetite for exploration in food. "Yes, I believe its flavor surpasses chicken legs by 100-fold. Having satisfied his hunger, Wen Zhiyu's spirits lifted, allowing him the energy to converse with his companions. After agreeing to take them out for hot pot once they acquired the ingredients, he returned to the dormitory to continue his training. As time passed, apart from a few exceptional incidents, Wen Zhiyu enjoyed a particularly comfortable existence. What constituted those exceptional incidents was likely the presence of dark wizards, which had resulted in stricter night patrols, preventing him from pursuing his intentions, specifically, the desire to exact retribution upon those students who had dared to insult Snape. With his plans thwarted, the pent-up frustration of the day needed an outlet. Thus, he set his sights on the ghosts who perpetually roamed Hogwarts. One by one, he dealt with them nearly every night, and within 2 weeks, the spectral population around Hogwarts dwindled drastically, as word spread, causing them to retreat into hiding. This, in turn, solidified Dumbledore's suspicions regarding the infiltration of dark wizards within the school. Chapter 19, Testing the Waters. After a full day of classes, Wen Zhiyu received a letter from the busy, sweet-toothed headmaster in the Great Hall. "Dear Mr. Wen Zhiyu, perhaps we require a face-to-face conversation. This would greatly aid our exchange of magical knowledge between East and West, would it not? Also, I have developed a fondness for pumpkin crystal candies lately. It would be delightful if you could come and sample some." The headmaster can no longer contain himself, Wen Zhiyu mused, igniting a crimson flame at his fingertips to incinerate the letter, casting a glance at Nanyu, who was eagerly devouring his meal. "Did you receive a letter?" Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Nanyu reluctantly set down his tart and straightened his posture, replying, "I have already been, my lord." He inquired about my recent studies. "And your response?" "I said nothing. You know I prefer not to converse with outsiders." "Very well. The headmaster's office. Snape, you suspect a young wizard?" Snape slammed his hands forcefully upon the table before Dumbledore. "Tell me, is every Slytherin your suspect? Even a mere student from Huaxia?" Dumbledore, with his hands clasped, shifted back slightly, attempting to distance himself from the venomous reach of the Serpent King. "Do not be upset, Severus. I have my reasons for suspicion." "Reasons? Huh?" Snape crossed his arms. What profound revelations has our esteemed headmaster gleaned from him? Reflecting on the boy, who remained silent while clutching a knife, Dumbledore fell silent, realizing that boy does not favor conversation. So he revealed nothing. "That is precisely why I must consult Mr. Wen Zhiyu." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Wen Zhiyu's voice resonated from the other side. "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I enter?" Snape swallowed his words, casting a fierce glare at Dumbledore, and performed a disillusionment charm upon himself. Recognizing Snape's actions, Dumbledore straightened his desk and called out to the visitor, "Of course, come in, my child." Upon entering the office, Wen Zhiyu quickly sensed the presence of two distinct breaths within the room. Yet, a diligent pretender would not easily alter their demeanor. So he feigned ignorance and walked directly to Dumbledore. "Let us sit and converse." Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring a sofa for Wen Zhiyu, along with a cup of honeyed water. Would you care for some honey water? Thank you, but I am not particularly fond of sweets, Wen Zhiyu replied with a smile, settling onto the sofa. Ah, children from the East generally do not have a taste for sweets. Perhaps you might try green tea instead? As the honey water vanished, Dumbledore kindly conjured a cup of green tea for the young wizard once more. Why didn't Zhiyu use the password to enter? Dumbledore inquired. Wen Zhiyu smiled. Perhaps entering uninvited is somewhat impolite. I prefer to knock. Ah, children from the East always excel in manners, Dumbledore remarked. It is only right, Wen Zhiyu replied, maintaining his composure. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, akin to casual banter. Wen Zhiyu believed he had done justice to his 2 decades of academic life when it came to dealing with teachers. Mr. Wen, it seems you have not brought your sword? The topic finally shifted. Wen Zhiyu took his time to respond, savoring a sip of the green tea, its rich aroma indicating it was likely Tiguanyin. Have you met Nanyu yet? Dumbledore asked. Upon hearing Nanyu's name, Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, yet he replied, yes. I have met him. He is quite a well-behaved child. Well, your assessment is accurate, Wen Zhiyu said, setting down his teacup and regarding the elderly man with a smile. Adopting the demeanor of a dutiful student, Dumbledore must have seen Nanyu's sword, or rather, his knife. Dumbledore nodded, recalling that the boy had always clutched a knife, refusing to let anyone touch it despite his attempts. I remember your letter stating that you would bring your swords to school, as they are to you what wands are to wizards, Dumbledore reminisced. Indeed, that is what I said. I have seen Mr. Nanyu's weapon, but I have yet to see yours. Dumbledore scrutinized the young wizard in black robes, his gaze landing on Wen Zhiyu's pale pink eyes. So, where is your sword? Dumbledore asked, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing his lingering suspicion. Wen Zhiyu thought to himself, it is only natural, in all of Hogwarts. There are few things capable of severing an arm, aside from spells, save for the 2 students from Huaxia who carry weapons. Nanyu's suspicions must have been cleared, otherwise the focus would not have shifted to him. After all, compared to Nanyu, who had kicked a classmate upon arrival and damaged the entrance gate, Wen Zhiyu's behavior had been rather unremarkable, and the sword he mentioned had never been on display. In light of Dumbledore's skepticism and the undeniable scrutiny from behind, Wen Zhiyu maintained his smile. Nanyu is carrying something on his back, he finally revealed. The headmaster should know what it is. Dumbledore regarded him, suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. You mean yes, my sword has always been with Nanyu, he declared, effectively stunning both individuals present in the office. Even Severus Snape was taken aback. According to this unusual statement, the sword's value should be equivalent to that of a wand. Yet why would this peculiar boy permit another to carry his wand, his sword, on his behalf? But why? What is the nature of your bond? Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Yet he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Snape's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Wen Zhiyu's silhouette. He recalled that, aside from the Western concept of a fiancé, in Huaxia, there exists a unique bond known as a childhood engagement. Could it be that these two? Absurd. Snape was tempted to thrust his wand into the boy's mind to discern what thoughts were nestled within, as he pondered how someone so young could already have predetermined their lifetime partnership. Wen Zhiyu felt a chill run down his spine under the weight of their scrutiny. Hearing Dumbledore's words, he knew the man was conjuring bizarre notions and promptly countered, he is my sword attendant. Sword attendant? Both Dumbledore and Snape expressed their confusion at this unfamiliar term simultaneously. It's akin to your concept of a well. I can't quite find the right analogy. Wen Zhiyu attempted to explain, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. All I can say is, he is a bodyguard given to me by my father. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot wield my sword myself. It must remain with him. A bodyguard? How intriguing, Dumbledore mused, a sense of inexplicable disappointment washing over him, though he concealed it well. So, you mean to say you have never touched your own sword? Not once since my enrollment. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore finally relaxed his brow and engaged in a few more inconsequential pleasantries with Wen Zhiyu, discussing Eastern magic and his life since coming to the West. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Wen Zhiyu let out a long sigh, shivering slightly. Chapter 20. The Three-Headed Dog. What are you up to? Not far from the headmaster's office, Wen Zhiyu spotted several young wizards peering around cautiously. Unfortunately, among them, he recognized Nanyu's face, thwarting his intentions. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Nanyu stiffly turned his head to see Wen Zhiyu approaching. Master, why you here? Harry exclaimed upon spotting Wen Zhiyu, his excitement palpable, only to be hastily silenced by Ron's hand over his mouth. Lower your voice. We're out for a nighttime stroll, Harry, Ron whispered urgently. Hearing this, Harry quickly nodded and lowered his voice, though he could hardly contain his joy. Why you here? Did you hear the news? What news? Wen Zhiyu raised an eyebrow at Harry. The duel. Draco challenged us to a duel in the trophy room. Harry's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As he approached the group, Harry made space for Wen Zhiyu, who questioned, "Has your relationship deteriorated to such an extent?" He recalled seeing the two of them dining together just yesterday. "Oh, not quite." Harry replied, surprisingly calm. "Do you remember our last flying lesson?" Wen Zhiyu nodded. "Well, Draco lost and was unhappy about it, so he challenged me to a spell duel. We've been preparing for weeks, and today is the day." Wen Zhiyu nodded again, piecing together the timeline, then turned his gaze back to Nanyu. "So, why are you here?" "They hired me to cast the disillusionment charm for them," Nanyu explained, pulling a lollipop from his robe and offering it to Wen Zhiyu. "Want one?" Wen Zhiyu facepalmed. Surely he wasn't lured into this by mere lollipops? "Are you all right?" Hermione inquired, inching closer. "I think I need a quick remedy for my heart." Wen Zhiyu replied with exasperation, pushing the lollipop back. He then cast the disillusionment charm on the group. "Let us go," and returned swiftly. He had always refrained from contradicting Nanyu's decisions. If they wished to go, so be it. It was no great matter. Nothing is trivial. Before long, Wen Zhiyu found himself being dragged down the corridor, frantically evading Filch's pursuit, regretting his earlier decision. "I must be insane for running with them. I should have just dealt with that wretched pursuer." Wen Zhiyu muttered to himself as he sprinted, his voice barely audible amidst the chaos. "Alohomora." Ron's voice rang out ahead. The moment the door swung open, Wen Zhiyu sensed an undeniable aura emanating from within, instantly wishing to halt them. "Wait. Don't." But before he could finish his warning, Harry yanked him into the room and slammed the door shut behind them. Darkness surged forth, and the unfamiliar atmosphere ensnared them like tendrils from the shadows. The instant Wen Zhiyu was engulfed by the darkness, he felt as though a shroud had been placed over his lungs. With much of the surrounding air suddenly rendered inaccessible, he struggled to breathe. "Damn it!" Wen Zhiyu raised his wand, intending to cast a Lumos charm to adjust his state. Yet, the ominous atmosphere in the room compelled him to halt his motion. He spun the wand in his hand, reversing his grip, and bit down on his own arm. As the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, he savored it. The familiar scent of iron slightly easing his tension. However, another presence in the room also detected this scent. "Has it left?" Hermione, crouched behind the door, listened as the footsteps outside grew fainter until they vanished, before addressing her companions. "We should go." The young wizards heard Wen Zhiyu's voice, devoid of any emotion. For the first time, Ron opened his mouth to inquire further, but Harry suddenly grasped his sleeve tightly. As Hermione cast Lumos, they clearly perceived their surroundings. They were not in a room as he had assumed, but rather in a corridor, specifically the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Before them loomed the eyes of a monstrous dog. This creature was so large that it filled the entire space from ceiling to floor, boasting 3 heads, each with malevolent, swirling eyes. 3 noses quivered in their direction, while 3 drooling mouths dripped thick saliva like sticky ropes from its yellowed fangs. The group's faces paled. Harry hurriedly reached for the doorknob, but, for reasons unknown, it was firmly fixed in place. Despite his efforts to push down on it, the knob would not budge. Ron hastily attempted several Alohomora spells, but this time the door remained obstinately shut. Was this a trap? The thought crossed Wen Zhiyu's mind almost instantaneously. Draco, beside him, gripped his wand tightly, regretting his choice to engage in a duel at such a late hour. "We are about to become its midnight snack," he mused. Nanyu remained unperturbed, even finding leisure to pop a lollipop into his mouth. Wen Zhiyu felt a pang of frustration. He was aware that Nanyu underestimated the 3-headed dog, but revealing their strength too early could jeopardize their operations in the Western magical community. "Nanyu, break the door," Wen Zhiyu commanded. Hearing the order, Nanyu skillfully shoved the others aside and drew his knife, prepared to breach the door. Protego. Almost instantaneously as Nanyu drew his knife, the 3-headed dog lunged at him. Without looking back, Wen Zhiyu quickly cast a shield charm, successfully drawing the creature's ire towards himself. He could not afford to use high-damage spells. Wen Zhiyu swiftly eliminated the 3 unforgivable curses and other dark magic from his mind, then prepared to counter the approaching 3-headed dog with Aqua Erupto. As the creature was drenched, Nanyu cut through the door. The young wizards poured out, and Hermione glanced back at Wen Zhiyu, who was locked in a standoff with the dog, hesitating whether to lend assistance. "Do not look back. Find Professor Snape," Wen Zhiyu urged, casting another spell to send the creature collapsing to the ground, though its effect seemed minimal. Nanyu, having breached the door, turned back, knife in hand, ready to strike the beast, only to be startled as a dark figure whizzed past him. Wen Zhiyu was struck aside by a paw from the 3-headed dog, crashing against the corridor's railing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "What?" Nanyu tightened his grip on the knife, preparing to eliminate the culprit, but suddenly felt a binding force on his foot and his hand stiffened. "Do not move. Do not do anything." A voice echoed in Nanyu's mind, and the pressure on his foot vanished. He abandoned his immediate foe and rushed towards Wen Zhiyu. "Young master." Someone had already helped Wen Zhiyu to his feet. Professor Snape. Hermione exclaimed in delight at the sight of him. Supported by one hand, Wen Zhiyu leaned weakly against Snape, his head hung low in the shadows. A subtle smirk of triumph playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 21. Unable to hear? After being cautioned by Wen Zhiyu not to seek vengeance, Nanyu, upon escorting Hermione and the others to the Gryffindor common room, remained perplexed. How could he, such a formidable young master, be knocked aside by that little mutt? Reflecting on the time when Zhiyu had subdued 3 trolls single-handedly during a mission, Nanyu even began to wonder if the 3-headed dog in the corridor was an ancient beast. Or perhaps, was the young master merely feigning weakness? Returning to the Hufflepuff common room, unable to resolve his thoughts, Nanyu decided to dismiss them. Relieved that his young master was unharmed and temporarily letting the dog off the hook. On the other side, Madame Pomfrey was questioning Snape with an expression of bewilderment tinged with urgency. What has happened to him? Snape frowned, remaining silent. Following his gaze, Wen Zhiyu sat upright on a hospital bed, a potion bottle beside him, half of his body covered by a blanket. His eyes blankly fixed on the 2 figures standing beside him. Do you feel anything amiss with your body? Madame Pomfrey inquired cautiously. Wen Zhiyu, listening to her English, fell into a state of confusion. Who could explain to him why he suddenly started speaking English? He raised a hand to touch his earlobe, where a cut was present, but the familiar device was missing. Where had his translator gone? Noticing Madame Pomfrey's anxious expression, Wen Zhiyu instinctively attempted to utter comforting words. However, when he opened his mouth, a rush of liquid surged forth, blood spilling from the corner of his lips, eliciting a sharp scream from Madame Pomfrey. Wen Zhiyu quickly closed his mouth, wiping the blood away. It appeared he had injured his internal organs. Snape's brow furrowed even deeper. He ignored Madame Pomfrey's shrieks and approached the bed, casting a diagnostic spell on Wen Zhiyu. After assessing his condition, he swept out of the infirmary, only to return shortly with a vial of potion, which he handed to Wen Zhiyu. Drink. Wen Zhiyu, for the first time understanding the words directed at him, took the potion obediently and gulped it down in one go. Ugh, it tasted like bile. Perhaps Mr. Wen Zhiyu could clarify why he was found in the corridor on the 4th floor in the dead of night. Snape glared at the boy whose features were twisted in distaste. What? What is he saying? Just as Wen Zhiyu processed the bitterness of the potion, he looked up to hear Snape delivering an extensive monologue in English, and aside from his name, he comprehended not a single word. Wen Zhiyu. System, come to life. Wen Zhiyu finally remembered his system and immediately called out. What's wrong, host? The system replied. What are you doing? I'm having a late-night snack, eating snail noodles. Want a bite? You're eating snail noodles in my head. I can't let myself starve, can I? The system responded, sounding somewhat aggrieved. After all, you haven't been taking on any missions. I can't get my hands on lobster or abalone. Wen Zhiyu gritted his teeth. Is that the main point? The system remarked. What emphasis could there be if you do not undertake tasks? Taking a deep breath, Wen Zhiyu chose not to engage with it for the time being. All right. Could you assist me in translating what the professor just said? He requested. The system fell silent for a considerable duration, and just as Wen Zhiyu was about to inquire again, it hesitantly responded. I am not certain. Can't you search it online? Wen Zhiyu asked. I lack the energy. I am unable to connect to the internet, the system replied. What about energy? He probed. You haven't completed any tasks. Where would the energy come from? The system countered. Didn't I complete one during the last flying lesson? Wen Zhiyu argued. The sound of the system slurping noodles ceased abruptly. Wen Zhiyu prompted. Loasafen is quite delectable. Are you truly not tempted to try it? The color rose in Wen Zhiyu's cheeks. You purchased Loasafen. The system giggled. Wen Zhiyu's indignation turned his neck crimson, while Madame Pomfrey grew increasingly anxious. Is your ear gnawed by that dog? Or has Mr. Wen Zhiyu been so frightened by a dog that he can no longer speak? Snape's face darkened ominously as he awaited an answer. Wen Zhiyu gazed at him in confusion, unable to comprehend a single word beyond his own name from the lengthy English tirade that ensued. Perhaps it would be better to feign muteness. He had long since abandoned hope of communicating normally with Westerners until he fashioned a new translator. All right, Severus, he must have been frightened, after all. He is merely a child, is he not? Madame Pomfrey interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. Is that so? A child who dares to challenge 3 dogs in the 4th floor corridor? Snape scoffed. With his objective clear, Wen Zhiyu began to search for something to write with. He retrieved a pen and paper from his storage ring, contemplated for a moment, inscribed a note, affixed a translation charm, and then presented it to Snape. Apologies, Professor Snape. It seems I cannot hear your words. As Snape beheld the note and the boy's wide, watery eyes, the reprimands he had prepared died on his lips. Goodness, Severus. He cannot hear. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed sharply once more. Perhaps it was unexpected that the issue following the 3-headed dog's attack lay not with the injury, but with the ear and perhaps the mouth as well. In any case, after much discussion, Snape and Madame Pomfrey failed to arrive at any conclusion. Ultimately, when Zhiyu was taken back to the cellar, Snape's cellar, "Remain here until you recover," he instructed, gazing at the elegantly flowing script on the note in his hand. A slight smile crept across Wen Zhiyu's face. He had not anticipated such a special privilege. It seemed he had no choice but to continue the charade. Chapter 22. The Cellar. "You will reside here." Snape led him to the doorway of a room, unlocking it to reveal a cluttered storage area he had cleaned himself. Wen Zhiyu listened to the incomprehensible English and glanced at the room Snape indicated, swiftly jotting down another note. "Must I live here?" Snape's brow twitched as he regarded the note in Wen Zhiyu's hand. There was only this one empty room, regardless of Mr. Wen Zhiyu's disdain. He had no other option but to stay here. Thus, was it right or wrong? Without a yes or no from Snape, Wen Zhiyu wrote again. "Professor Snape, am I to reside here?" "Troublesome giant," Snape muttered, misinterpreting Wen Zhiyu's note as a complaint about the room's untidiness. Conjuring a cleaning charm, he tidied the area and produced a bed and desk for him, then unceremoniously pushed him inside. With a thud, Snape slapped a note onto the door. "Stay here." Wen Zhiyu nodded vigorously. Watching Snape retreat into the potions classroom, he touched his nose, removed the note from the door, and tucked it into his storage ring. Muttering to himself about what was happening, he couldn't shake the feeling that the professor was upset. Indeed, he was, wasn't he? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wen Zhiyu's temple. Closing the door, he lay back on the bed, illuminating the dim room with a luminous pearl, rendering it less gloomy. He had been informed that he need not attend classes until he fully recovered, given that he could not comprehend what the professors were saying. In light of his condition, Madame Pomfrey was at a loss and could only place her hopes on the youngest potion master of the century, anticipating he might concoct a restorative potion to restore Wen Zhiyu's hearing. With no potion proving effective, Wen Zhiyu grimaced internally until he could create a new translator. He would have to rely on written communication. However, being confined to the cellar led to an unhealthy emotional buildup, particularly the following day when Wen Zhiyu fixated on Snape's hands as he brewed potions, dark thoughts surging uncontrollably within him. Those pale, delicately boned hands, how he longed to sever them and add them to his collection. Struggling to suppress such ghastly thoughts, he found his gaze glued to those hands. The intensity of his stare did not escape Snape, whose forehead twitched as he gritted his teeth to finish the potion and package it accordingly. "Mr. Wen, I presume you still wish to retain your eyes. You should attend to the potion ingredients instead of fixating on my hands," he admonished in a voice low and laced with venom. Wen Zhiyu tilted his head, failing to grasp the peculiar intonation of the foreign words. Observing the boy's bewildered expression, Snape felt as if he had struck a punch into cotton, suddenly deflated. Roughly pressing the boy's head down, Snape thrust a freshly brewed potion into his hands. "Drink." Again with that word, Wen Zhiyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him at its mere mention, a bitter taste rising involuntarily in his mouth, forcing down the urge to vomit. Wen Zhiyu hastily scribbled, "Professor, perhaps you should consider improving the potion's flavor?" Snape nearly laughed in irritation, the venom poised on his lips, gazing at the boy's teary, pitiful eyes, which were naturally pink. He showed no mercy as he seized the note and dismissed the suggestion. "Drink." Negotiation failed. With a grimace, Wen Zhiyu swallowed the potion in one go. Aside from the usual potion ingredient preparations, after spending several days in the cellar, Wen Zhiyu received his new assignment, assisting the Snake King in grading lower-year essays. Applying a solid T to an essay that barely rivaled a primary school composition from his past life, Wen Zhiyu felt a sense of nostalgia from his days of grading papers for teachers. However, these little wizards could not even master the simplest of introductions and conclusions. Their writing was a jumbled mess, with some blatantly copying from the textbook. Excess all around. He marked them with zeros. What a waste of his precious translation charms. Noticing the scores Wen Zhiyu was assigning, a rare flicker of approval crossed Snape's gaze, and he regarded the giant with noticeably more favor. In the course of these past few days, he has come to realize that this giant's talent is indeed remarkable, particularly in potion making, where he seems to grasp concepts almost instantaneously, exhibiting a technique that could only be described as flawless. However, the most critical issue remains. Every cauldron this giant utilizes seems to explode at the most inopportune moment, in the name of experimentation. The number of exploded cauldrons in the cellar has nearly equaled the total he has encountered since embarking on his potion studies. Shaking his head, Snape pushed aside thoughts of the cauldrons and began contemplating the giant's aptitude for charms. Yes, his charm skills are commendable as well. Despite being unable to speak these past few days, he has remarkably managed to comprehend several simple spells and cast them silently. As for transfiguration, it can be said that this child's proficiency has reached that of a 4th or 5th year wizard. He is indeed an exceptional wizard from the East. Snape retrieved a blank sheet of paper, dipped it in ink, and elegantly inscribed a passage in flowing script. Remember to take your potion after finishing. I shall step out to procure some items. As he gazed at the words on the parchment, a warm current coursed through Wen Zhiyu's heart. Look, look, the professor is speaking to him in such a gentle tone. This marks a significant advancement for humanity. In order to live up to the professor's trust, Wen Zhiyu immediately straightened his back, pinned a response, and with a single fist thumped resolutely against his chest as a show of determination. Professor, you may boldly proceed forward without worry. Snape, however, wondered what had come over this giant. As he watched Snape depart, Wen Zhiyu, filled with vigor, diligently completed the papers before him, even kindly awarding some of the passable essays an A. With time still on his side, he pinched his nose and downed the potion in one gulp, then rushed off to rinse his mouth. Upon returning to the office, Wen Zhiyu waited for quite some time without any sign of the professor's return. Bored beyond measure, he took out some parchment and began sketching, attempting to pass the time. He drew until 8 o'clock, then put away his tools, fixating his gaze on the door to the cellar. Why hasn't he returned yet? Should he venture out to check? The professor never forbade him from leaving, did he? It was merely a brief excursion. Perhaps the professor was already on his way back? Wen Zhiyu quickly solidified this resolve. To prevent Miss Medusa from discovering his absence, he returned to his room and closed the door. He then affixed a wall-passing charm and an invisibility charm upon himself, and with a bold demeanor, he exited the cellar. Chapter 23, The Cellar 2. As Wen Zhiyu, cloaked in invisibility and wielding a hefty axe, strode confidently through the corridors of Hogwarts, his eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly eager to catch a wandering young wizard and engage him in a friendly exchange reminiscent of a rogue's antics. Having spent so much time in the cellar, Wen Zhiyu had decided against donning the Hogwarts student uniform. After all, which student would willingly wear such constraints during their free time, even if the uniform was not unattractive? To stave off the chill, he had wrapped himself in a long coat, underneath which he wore a casual, comfortable burgundy shirt, adorned with a black tie embellished with a silver chain draped over his shoulder, all topped with a black trench coat. Aside from the axe slung over his shoulder, one might even consider him a refined rogue. In the darkness of the night, the expanse of Hogwarts was illuminated only by flickering candlelight. The ghosts that usually roamed the halls were nowhere to be seen. Wen Zhiyu carefully controlled his footsteps, ensuring silence as he glided through the corridors in place of the specters. Even during the reign of the Dark Lord, Gryffindor never lacked adventurous lions. Thus, even amidst the rampant rumors of rogue activities, Gryffindor's cubs could not suppress their insatiable curiosity. Turning a corner on the second floor, Wen Zhiyu found his quarry. Unbeknownst to Snape, returning to the cellar under the moonlight, Hogwarts was once again the scene of rogue escapades. After learning from Miss Medusa that Wen Zhiyu had remained in the cellar all day, Snape felt inexplicably relieved by the apparent ease of managing this giant. Entering the tidy potions room, he methodically organized the cauldrons and potion ingredients he had purchased, and as he noticed the lower-year essays neatly arranged on the desk, a subtle smile crept onto his face. Thus, the next day, Wen Zhiyu found himself marveling at the noticeably less bitter potion in his hand. Good heavens, what had he encountered? A potion crafted by the master potion maker, yet still bitter? Upon hearing this familiar word, Wen Zhiyu refrained from voicing any objections. Instead, he solemnly lifted the potion and took a slow sip. Once finished, he proceeded to handle the materials. Snape, ignoring his note, turned to the potions room. Although he still did not fully comprehend, Wen Zhiyu had become quite perceptive over the past few days and immediately understood what Snape wished him to do. Obediently preparing the potion ingredients, Wen Zhiyu began to observe the master potion maker at work. It must be said that the Serpent King is indeed the youngest master potion maker of this century. Setting aside the information he had uncovered, the fluidity and elegance with which this man concocted potions spoke volumes. The potion seemed to shimmer like starlight in his hands before merging into the cauldron, transforming into a magnificent elixir. Wen Zhiyu bit his lip, feeling a surge of desire. The moment he paused in his task, Snape noticed the giant standing nearby, watching intently. Assuming that being a Slytherin student, observing his potion-making techniques could impart valuable knowledge, Snape allowed him to stand within half a meter of his workspace. Yet, the glimmer of ambition in the giant's eyes compelled him to voice a reminder, only to remember that the giant could not hear, so he merely opened his mouth and, with a flick of his wand, inscribed a message in the air. Perhaps the exploded cauldrons were still insufficient to satisfy Mr. Wen Zhiyu, and he desires to blow up the poor potion professor's newly acquired cauldron as well. A string of elegant English script materialized in midair, slender yet infused with strength, rendering it a sight to behold. However, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on Wen Zhiyu's brow. How was he to translate this? No, he could not delay the translation device any longer. He resolved to stay up late that night to create it. Even if he were to fashion the device in a minute, the current predicament could not be altered. Confronted with Snape's expression and the magnificent English floating above, Wen Zhiyu devised the best solution: play dumb. What was he doing? Pretending not to see the words he had written? Very well, the potion's bitterness would be doubled tomorrow. Snape clenched his teeth, seething with anger. At this moment, Wen Zhiyu felt a tremor in his heart. He had never been so apprehensive even when facing the Dark Lord. Yet, there was no better course of action, was there? Speaking now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, Wen Zhiyu, with a bold smile, turned to Snape, hoping to elicit some sympathy from the Serpent King. Little did he know that upon seeing this smile, Snape perceived the giant as testing his patience and decided that all subsequent potions would be rendered even more bitter. Wen Zhiyu, feeling dejected, was sent back to his room, where he could only lean over his desk and begin crafting the translation device. Just as he finished, Snape, ready to resume potion making, was summoned to the headmaster's office by a call from Dumbledore's Phoenix. You had better have a good reason. Snape arrived in the headmaster's office through the fireplace, immediately lowering his voice as he cast a glance at Dumbledore, who sat with his hands clasped. Severus, temper your fervor. You are still quite young, Dumbledore remarked, a hint of resignation in his tone, yet he found it arduous to speak harshly to the man before him. If our illustrious headmaster did not require his pitiful potions master to toil through the night concocting that wretched tooth-strengthening potion, perhaps I might. The long-suffering Serpent King, unable to unleash his venom upon the behemoth in the cellar, finally let loose his frustration in Dumbledore's presence. Let us discuss matters of substance, Dumbledore suggested, redirecting the conversation. Is Mr. Wen still in the cellar? Dumbledore inquired, focusing on Snape. Raising an eyebrow, Snape replied, You still harbor doubts about him? Dumbledore blinked, and Snape let out a cold huff. He has remained in the cellar. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent, sitting back in his chair, fingers intertwined beneath his chin, his azure eyes appearing particularly shadowed. Yesterday, another young wizard was attacked, Dumbledore stated calmly. I suspect. He paused appropriately, and Snape's expression darkened considerably. Perhaps he has prepared something. Dumbledore continued, his tone unusually grave. As for Harry, I will keep a watchful eye on him, Snape interjected. Regarding Mr. Wen, you brought this upon yourself. Do you expect others to watch over him? Snape retorted, unwilling to indulge Dumbledore. Were it not for the circumstances, he would hardly spare Potter a glance. Oh, very well, Dumbledore replied, a trace of disappointment evident in his voice. Chapter 24, Good Night. Wen Zhiyu was engrossed in inscribing runes upon a new pair of earrings with a carving knife, his steady hands delicately holding a black earring no larger than a fingernail. Just a little more, just a little more. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow, his entire focus channeled into the intricate design he was about to complete. Suddenly, a loud bang from a slamming door and the tremor of the table caused the runes to shift 2 millimeters to the side, and, in the widening of Wen Zhiyu's eyes, they emitted a faint glow, flickering twice before succumbing to darkness. The carving knife clattered onto the table, and as his senses abruptly returned, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, his vision dimming. The first failure in 11 years of rune crafting ignited a simmering rage within him. His eyes clouded with fury. Wen Zhiyu uncontrollably drew a dagger and flung the door open, only to regain clarity upon seeing a figure in black robes. Professor? The dagger was quickly sheathed as he leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the tightly lipped figure of the obviously irate Serpent King. Return to your room, the Serpent King commanded icily. Clearly, the recently failed endeavor rendered Wen Zhiyu unable to comprehend the command, and observing the furious expression on Snape's face, he began to reflect on his recent actions. Perhaps recognizing that Wen Zhiyu did not understand, Snape snorted dismissively and turned to leave, but in the next moment, he felt his robe being tugged. The wand slipped from his sleeve and fell into his hand. Turning back, he found Wen Zhiyu clutching his robe with an expression of desperate appeal, his pale pink eyes wide and unblinking. You, Snape intended to shake off this clingy student. But before he could voice his thoughts, he saw Wen Zhiyu swiftly scrawling on a piece of paper. With little time for formalities, Wen Zhiyu sensed Snape's impatience. Soon enough, a note was held aloft. What is wrong with you? Snape glanced at the note, finding amusement in the student's antics. He pushed away the hand gripping his robe and averted his gaze, mocking, how astonishing that Mr. Wen still finds time to inquire about his overburdened potions professor. I don't understand. With his hand released, Wen Zhiyu had more space to write. Professor, are you angry? Huh. I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to ignore what you wrote. Please don't be angry, all right? After contemplating, Wen Zhiyu concluded that the issue stemmed from the afternoon. Snape observed the boy's increasingly rapid handwriting and graceful strokes. His curiosity piqued. Thus, he remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wen Zhiyu, nervously gripping his pen. Wen Zhiyu hesitated before penning an explanation. I apologize, Professor. Your writing this afternoon was in the air, and I couldn't have fixed the rune paper. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. You didn't understand? So you can hear? Snape was genuinely taken aback, the absurdity of the situation eliciting a begrudging chuckle from him. In the cellar, two figures stood facing one another, one scowling and grinding his teeth, the other gazing up, feeling the chill of the moment. Snape was no fool. He had noticed over the past few days that whenever he spoke, the giant would glance his way. Albeit with an expression so bewildered he had assumed the creature was merely overly sensitive, rather than realizing it could comprehend. Now, having read the note, Snape understood. This giant had likely been unable to comprehend their words from the outset, opting instead to convey his inability to hear through confusion. Does Mr. When consider your poor potions professor to be a mindless creature to be trifled with? Snape's anger intensified. Or was it that watching his potions professor toil day and night refining potions merely fed Wen Zhiyu's repulsive desire for vengeance? I don't understand. However, the tone laced with ire caused Wen Zhiyu's complexion to pale. Noting his ashen face, Snape felt an unexpected softness in his heart. Recognizing that the boy truly was in a state of incomprehension, Snape thought to himself, these children were indeed troublesome, just like Potter. Return to your room, Snape commanded, his robes billowing as he turned to leave. Without a moment to think, Wen Zhiyu acted impulsively, stepping forward to embrace Snape around the waist. What are you doing? Snape exclaimed, feeling the warmth radiating from the boy's body, his expression shifting to a mix of shock and annoyance as he attempted to pry the boy off. Damn, why does this giant have such strength? Even as he tried to pull Wen Zhiyu away, the boy clung on, leaving red marks on Snape's waist. Wen Zhiyu, having initiated the embrace, felt he had crossed a line, but, now that it was done, retreating would only reveal his discomfort. He resolved to push on, conjuring two tears and raising his gaze to meet Snape's, his large, tear-brimmed pink eyes exuding profound innocence. Please don't be angry, Professor. Seeing the boy's nearly transparent expression of desire for forgiveness, Snape found himself at a loss for words, eventually managing to croak out, not angry. Wen Zhiyu, still unable to comprehend, continued to gaze at him. Snape withdrew a piece of paper from his inner pocket, swiftly inscribing something upon it before affixing it to the boy's forehead. Wen Zhiyu, feeling warmth, loosened one hand, peeled the note from his face, and upon reading the words, he immediately released Snape's waist with a joyful exclamation. Good night, Professor. He then scampered back to his room, not forgetting to close the door behind him. As the constraints of the embrace faded, Snape smoothed out the creases formed during the hug. His ears, previously tinged with a hint of crimson, gradually returned to their normal hue, and he unconsciously repeated the words he had just heard. He too had not comprehended them. They must have been in Chinese. Shoving aside the now useless translator, when Zhiyu laid the note, he clutched flat upon the table, reading each word meticulously. I am not angry with you. Go back to sleep. The professor is not angry. He even wished him good night. He had heard it when closing the door. It was spoken in Chinese. When Zhiyu conveniently disregarded the term professor from Snape's utterance, climbing onto his bed and reading the note repeatedly. Chapter 25, Birthday. Reaching out to take the bag from the other's grasp, when Zhiyu tugged, but it remained steadfast. Nanyu gripped the bag tightly, a hint of resentment in his gaze. Are you going to cook? When Zhiyu exerted himself, pulling the bag into his embrace. As expected of you, my most trusted sword-bearer. Nanyu withdrew his hand, staring at the new earrings adorning Wen Zhiyu's ears. I want to eat too. Next time, for sure, Wen Zhiyu replied dismissively. Nanyu pressed his lips together, aware of the insincerity, yet at least the other was willing to feign interest, was he not? After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a red box from his storage ring and handed it over. Wen Zhiyu, understanding the implication, accepted the box, a birthday gift? Nanyu nodded, then produced two black boxes and offered them as well. Wen Zhiyu accepted them, noting that Nanyu wished to keep his gifts distinct from others. They were delivered this morning. I took them since you were absent from the hall. Nanyu's expression remained unchanged, as if discussing an ordinary matter. When do you plan to return to class? The mention of this displeased Wen Zhiyu. Although he had initially come to Hogwarts with an intention to infiltrate the enemy camp, after attending classes for a while, he found the Western magical curriculum rather tedious. More importantly, returning to class would mean he could only see Nanyu during potions. And compared to the daily encounters he currently enjoyed, he felt that before possessing something, a mere glance could suffice. But once he had it, he was no longer satisfied with just a fleeting observation. Reflecting on the expression of the Serpent King from yesterday, Wen Zhiyu sighed. Soon. Pleased with the answer, Nanyu departed. Wen Zhiyu couldn't fathom why Westerners prepared ingredients in such an unpalatable manner, just as he couldn't understand why his alchemy would explode. Entering the small world he had created within the storage ring, Wen Zhiyu meticulously washed and arranged the ingredients brought by Nanyu on the kitchen counter. This small realm was a space carved out from a piece of spatial stone, not large, only encompassing about 500 square meters. He had crafted a 2-story wooden cottage within it, complete with a small yard, and had even brought in some soil to cultivate vegetables. No Chinese person could resist the allure of consuming homegrown vegetables at any time. So the very first task upon establishing this space was to cultivate a patch of land for planting. However, most of the vegetables were still immature, necessitating non-use borrowing of ingredients from the Hogwarts kitchen. Wen Zhiyu possessed exceptional culinary skills, perhaps due to having consumed too many unpleasant dishes since arriving in this world. He had honed his cooking abilities to be as proficient as his talisman crafting. After a flurry of preparation, igniting the fire, tossing ingredients, reducing sauces, he exited the small world bearing 3 dishes and a soup, arriving at the cellar. There were stir-fried meat, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour ribs, and a bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. Thoughtfully, he set the table with cutlery and chopsticks for 2, serving rice and awaiting the return of the Serpent King for lunch. As anticipated, Snape, after class, did not head directly to the hall, but returned to the cellar first. Carrying a box of clinking potions, Medusa, perceptive as ever, opened the cellar door without awaiting Snape's command. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted from the cellar, filling Snape's nostrils. What has that troll been doing in the cellar? Contemplating something, Snape's expression darkened as he forcefully pushed the door open, striding inside. Poor Medusa was knocked about, hissing in disarray. Hearing the familiar sound of the door, Wen Zhiyu sprang up from the sofa, scattering the talisman paper he held across the floor. I presume your hands are not akin to your ears. Perhaps you might consider a different option. Snape placed the potion box on his desk, yet his gaze was drawn to the 3 dishes and soup set upon the dining table. He wished to inquire where such obviously unattainable dishes had originated, but alas, someone else spoke first. A paper was thrust onto the desk, accompanied by a pair of hopeful eyes. Professor, would you do me the honor of tasting the dishes I prepared? Just as he was about to decline, an overwhelming aroma surged into his nostrils, causing his mouth to water. Hastily closing his mouth to suppress the urge to speak, Snape suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Yet noticing Snape's hesitation, Wen Zhiyu seized the moment, presenting a pre-prepared note. It's my birthday today. Would you please oblige, Professor? Birthday? Snape's expression stiffened momentarily. The words of refusal caught in his throat, and he discreetly swallowed. After washing his hands, Snape slowly seated himself at the table, observing the cutlery before him and the chopsticks in front of Wen Zhiyu, remaining silent. One wielded a fork, the other chopsticks, and thus they consumed their meal in their respective manners. In truth, Wen Zhiyu had wished to serve Snape some dishes, but after consideration, he abandoned the thought, fearing the potion master might upend the table. The portions were substantial, yet neither had eaten breakfast, and with one still growing. It wasn't long before the 3 dishes and bowl of soup were entirely consumed. After clearing the table, Snape cleared his throat, intending to return to revising his thesis. Taking a couple of steps, he seemed to recall something, pursed his lips, and glanced at Wen Zhiyu, who was tidying up, reluctantly saying, "Come with me for a moment." Upon hearing this, Wen Zhiyu turned to him. Snape fished out a piece of paper from his robes, scribbled a note with his quill, and tossed it to Wen Zhiyu. "Keep up." Hastily stowing away his belongings in the ring, Wen Zhiyu adjusted his attire and followed. Snape, his black robe billowing, strode ahead, while Wen Zhiyu hurried to keep pace, and those who might have greeted him quickly retreated upon seeing the Serpent King. As they traversed the corridor, the crowd thinned, and Snape's strides lengthened, compelling Wen Zhiyu to jog to keep up. When they finally halted and he discerned their surroundings, Wen Zhiyu realized they had arrived at the Forbidden Forest. Murder and disposal of bodies? The first thought that crossed Wen Zhiyu's mind was this. He raised his gaze to the foreboding entrance, where a patch of untidy grass caught his attention. This was the place where the last incident occurred. Why had the professor brought him here? Was his cooking really that unpalatable? Or perhaps it was simply not to his taste? Did he intend to eliminate him to prevent future troubles? As his mind wandered in confusion, his feet instinctively followed behind Snape. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, Snape noticeably slowed his pace, meandering through the trees. Wen Zhiyu trailed behind, occasionally getting struck in the face by branches he had not anticipated. Chapter 26, Birthday 2. After enduring numerous trials, Wen Zhiyu finally arrived at the Serpent King's herb garden. Snape dedicated himself year-round to the study of potions, spending an immeasurable amount of galleons on ingredients, opting to cultivate some simpler herbs himself. The herb garden lay at the mid-periphery of the Forbidden Forest, a place devoid of mischievous lions or large beasts, safeguarded by a series of confounding enchantments set by Snape, preventing ordinary animals from intruding. Having never ventured into the heart of the Forbidden Forest before, everything here was a marvel to Wen Zhiyu. Even while gathering herbs under Snape's direction, his eyes wandered curiously around. Upon reaching the apothecary, Snape's demeanor relaxed considerably. After instructing Wen Zhiyu on the herbs to collect, he busied himself nurturing several newly planted specimens nearby. The Forbidden Forest was inherently dangerous, yet Snape seemed particularly fond of its atmosphere, be it the environment or the very essence of the place. What was that giant doing? Snape released the herb he had been supporting and stealthily approached Wen Zhiyu from behind. Crouched on the ground, Wen Zhiyu quietly retrieved a blank talisman and pricked his right index finger with a silver needle, blood oozing eagerly from the tiny wound. Snape observed as he hastily scrawled symbols onto the talisman, ultimately producing a rather chaotic design. Just as he was about to press it against his forehead, a voice interrupted him. "Mr. Wen, are you planning to blow up your poor, elderly professor's herb garden?" Startled, Wen Zhiyu's hand trembled, causing the talisman to flutter to the ground, the still wet blood staining the earth and the talisman alike. Grimacing, he turned to face the displeased Serpent King, and with a sudden surge of survival instinct, he hastily offered an explanation. "Professor, have you ever seen a unicorn?" Snape paused, momentarily taken aback by Wen Zhiyu's unexpected question. But the next instant, the chill in the air around him intensified. "Mr. Wen certainly has a knack for diverting topics," he remarked coldly. "That is not what I meant, Professor," Wen Zhiyu insisted, raising the talisman once more. Snape crossed his arms, awaiting further elaboration. "I simply wish to use a spirit resonance talisman to detect if there are any traces of unicorns nearby, as I have never seen one." Wen Zhiyu awaited a response in silence, but unexpectedly, Snape raised his hand and tapped his forehead, eliciting a sharp, muffled grunt from him. Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Humph. Unicorns are sacred creatures that typically inhabit the inner confines of the Forbidden Forest, and they are exceedingly wary of human wizards, especially those like me, a wicked Death Eater." Though Snape did not articulate his final thoughts, Wen Zhiyu could sense a sudden shift in his mood. Just as he prepared to write further inquiries, he was abruptly tapped on the forehead again. "Gather your herbs. I expect you to read upon your return." Snape dismissed him with a flick of his sleeve, continuing to tend to the plants. Observing Snape's retreating figure, Wen Zhiyu rubbed his forehead, refraining from disturbing him. Did the professor dislike unicorns? That seemed improbable. After all, such creatures, brimming with fine potion ingredients, should surely appeal to him. Or perhaps, had the professor never encountered one, and mentioning it brought him disappointment? It wasn't until he had finished collecting the herbs and followed Snape back to the cellar that Wen Zhiyu reached a conclusion. The professor liked unicorns, but had never seen one, which made him unhappy. With this realization, Wen Zhiyu turned his attention back to Snape, who was now engrossed in brewing potions. The cauldron before him contained a concoction that had been simmering for quite some time. Today's herb gathering was merely the final step. Wen Zhiyu dared not interrupt, even stepping back several paces, fearful that his presence might cause the cauldron to explode. The bubbling green liquid gradually transformed as it stirred. Initially, it bore hints of blue, then shifted to purple, silver, and finally melded into a golden hue. With keen intuition, Wen Zhiyu offered a potion vial, into which Snape poured the completed potion without a drop wasted, filling 2 bottles in total. He placed one in his own potion cabinet and handed the other to Wen Zhiyu. Wen Zhiyu suddenly straightened, his eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement. "For me?" This time, without waiting for him to express it in words, Snape discerned the unspoken query written across his face. "What? Are you unimpressed with the potion brewed by your elderly professor?" Snape scoffed, feigning to reclaim the vial. After all, Mr. Wen could easily produce various special talismans, so he likely did not lack for this vial of Felix Felicis. Felix Felicis. Wen Zhiyu hastily accepted the potion, shaking it before his eyes. The liquid within shimmered like golden sand, each movement seeming to set the starlight within the transparent vial aglow. "This is Felix Felicis." Recalling his research, he knew it to be an exceedingly difficult potion to brew. Though he could not assess its quality, how could a master potion maker's work be anything less than exquisite? Disregarding all previous precious items received, Wen Zhiyu decided that this was indeed the finest birthday gift he had ever received. South corner? The faithful disciples? Noticing Wen Zhiyu's seemingly unimpressed expression, Snape waved his hand, ushering him out of the potion room while he remained to continue brewing other potions. Upon returning to his room, Wen Zhiyu placed the potion in a white jade box. To prevent any damage, he even found a lockbox within his storage ring to secure the box inside. Good things must be preserved with care. Just as he had secured the items, the magical energy in the room began to warp spontaneously. The cellar, being Snape's domain, immediately attracted the Serpent King's attention. Without time to react, Snape abandoned the brewing potion, grabbing his wand and rushing toward the storage room. Upon opening the door, he was met with a pair of pale golden, slit pupils. Wen Zhiyu, witnessing Snape burst through the door, was about to explain when he was abruptly pulled back. Snugly shielded behind Snape. "Who are you?" Snape's voice was low and filled with caution as he gazed at the water mirror floating in the air, which reflected a strikingly handsome man with long black hair and golden eyes. Notably, the man's irises were not the round pupils typical of humans. Instead, they were vertical, resembling the eyes of a beast prowling in the night, exuding an aura of danger. To infiltrate Hogwarts defenses and appear in a teacher's cellar through a water mirror was a feat achieved by few in the British wizarding world. Moreover, this man bore the features of a foreigner. "Pardon the intrusion, sir. There is no need for alarm. I merely wish to speak with my son." The figure surveyed the man guarding his son, noticing his black hair and eyes, even the black robe he wore, suggesting a peculiar affinity for the color black. Chapter 27. Leaving the cellar. "Son?" Snape arched an eyebrow slightly, yet his wand remained pointed at the water mirror, showing no inclination to retract it. Observing the man before him, whose appearance could not be described as identical, but rather utterly unrelated, he found it incredulous that this individual claimed to be Wen Zhiyu's father. What sort of father was he? Surely he bore a closer resemblance. Perhaps sensing the dissonance in his expression, the esteemed Dark Lord offered no explanation. Instead, his gaze flickered to Wen Zhiyu. Wen Zhiyu tugged at Snape's sleeve, saying, "Professor, this is my father." Snape's countenance darkened, and upon hearing the explanation, he did not even bother to ponder why this giant had suddenly begun to speak. He brusquely pushed the man away, effectively shutting himself out. Wen Zhiyu bit his lip, withdrawing his gaze. The professor was upset? "Happy birthday," he murmured. Turning his attention back, he added impatiently, "I do not believe I am particularly happy at the moment, father." Noticing his irritation, the Dark Lord seemed unfazed, even somewhat amused. "Then I shall rest easy. Is this all you wish to convey to me? You know, were it not for your mother, I would not be here, squandering my time with you." Wen Zhiyu raised a hand, interrupting the unproductive dialogue. He intended to apologize to the professor, but had no time to engage in a verbal spar with his estranged father. "You may get to the point directly. Smart. Just as I would expect from Aya's child." The mention of his wife inexplicably lifted the Dark Lord's spirits, and he lost interest in arguing with this wayward son. "I sent someone to England and took care of a few tasks. You should make the arrangements." "Not many wizards in England," Wen Zhiyu remarked noncommittally. "You intend to take on this order? A grand edifice is erected brick by brick, is it not?" After this exchange, both fell into silence. "As you wish," Wen Zhiyu replied reluctantly. As he disconnected from the water mirror, the Dark Lord cast a furtive glance at the closed door, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. "Wen Luo, do not always feign a demure and charming demeanor. Perhaps he does not fancy that sort? Mind your own business." A quarter of an hour later, Wen Zhiyu ranted about the meddlesome old man who had banished him from the cellar. Were it not for him, perhaps he would still be joyfully inscribing runes in the depths. Clutching his unfinished lower-grade essay, Wen Zhiyu trudged towards the Slytherin dormitory, glancing back intermittently, hoping someone might call him back. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Snape had deliberately expelled Wen Zhiyu along with the unfinished essay from the previous night. This was his misguided form of self-deception, convincing himself he did not hear the punishment. Narrowing his eyes, Snape recalled the man he had seen in the cluttered room's water mirror. The man was handsome, yet bore no resemblance to Wen Zhiyu, particularly in his eyes, which made Snape feel an urge to cast an Avada Kedavra. Yet, the fact remained that Wen Zhiyu claimed this man was his father. Could this child be adopted? He mused, contemplating Wen Zhiyu's youthful visage and his delicate pink eyes, wondering if perhaps the man had taken the child in. His thoughts scattered quickly, and by the time Snape realized the direction of his musings, he was already considering what it might be like to raise such a child. A tremor coursed through his hand as he swiftly cast a mental barrier upon himself. Perhaps he ought not to delve into the familial matters of others. As Snape entered the potions classroom, Wen Zhiyu, benefiting from his tall stature and striking appearance, managed to carry any attire with grace. For instance, he currently donned a flowing black robe that resembled a nightgown. Harry swore that if he were to wear such a robe that reached his calves, it would be indistinguishable from a burlap sack. "Have you lost your marbles?" Nanyu remarked as he picked up his chopsticks. Hermione glanced at the meal, declaring, "That is my intestine. Your meat is underneath." "Oh, Merlin, my meat is overcooked," Ron lamented, biting into a piece of meat just fished from the pot. Harry withdrew his gaze, joining the fray. On a nearby rocking chair, Wen Zhiyu lounged lazily, his eyes unfocused as he stared at the branches overhead. After being expelled, he had hastily revised his essay and returned it to the cellar, only to be met with rejection. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Harry, Ron, and Nanyu already waiting there with pots and pans in hand. To avoid saturating his room with the lingering aroma of hot pot, Wen Zhiyu led them to a small world and personally prepared a dual-flavor hot pot. As he watched his companions eat heartily, he absently touched the translator device on his ear and sighed deeply. "Hey, you, what's wrong with you?" Hermione asked, struggling to wield her chopsticks effectively, resorting to using her fists to grasp them instead. You'll understand when you reach my age, Wen Zhiyu replied, shaking his head and sipping tea. Hermione's intestine fell into her bowl. 12 years old. Nanyu snickered quietly, regaining composure before Wen Zhiyu noticed. I suspect he has been berated harshly by the old bat during this time, Ron said, poking at the beef in the pot and spearing a piece with his fork, only to have it knocked from his hand by a leaf thrown by Wen Zhiyu. You should refer to him as Professor Snape, Ron, Wen Zhiyu said, his tone firm. Ron nodded earnestly. Has anything happened recently? Wen Zhiyu reclined back in his chair, having isolated himself in the cellar for days, rendering him almost oblivious to the outside world. I think. Nanyu began calmly, but was interrupted by Harry. Hey, listen, you. The day before yesterday, another young wizard was attacked by a villain, Harry exclaimed, laying down his bowl and gesturing animatedly. He looked just like the one we saw in the infirmary last time. Both arms were severed, and there was blood everywhere. When Zhiyu showed little interest in the news, he was well aware of the young wizard's appearance. After all, it was his own handiwork. And also Harry. He has been selected to participate in this year's Quidditch tournament, Hermione interjected. After a moment's thought, she prepared to add, as a seeker, you'll come to watch me play, right? Harry eagerly approached, while Hermione wisely fell silent. Perhaps, when Zhiyu replied, his gaze distant, evidently not focused on the conversation. The professor is angry. What should I do? When Zhiyu mused, mentally rummaging through his storage ring, pushing aside a multitude of magical artifacts to reveal several large boxes of white jade, ignoring the artifacts he had shoved to the ground. When Zhiyu began searching through the boxes, 2nd grade Jiang grass. No good. 3rd grade hibiscus flower. Too useless. 1st tier monster beast inner Dan. Why do I have this in my box? Casually tossing the inner Dan aside, when Zhiyu continued his search. Eventually, he opened a box and gazed upon the neatly arranged 7 pieces of Tiansang leaves, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he took them out. Chapter 28. Halloween. With the spread of dark wizards and villains, Halloween arrived. For Wen Zhiyu, who was celebrating his first holiday in the Western world, he inquired about opinions from Nanyu and Harry in the Great Hall. Halloween is just around the corner. I heard that you need to dress up as something terrifying for the occasion, Wen Zhiyu said enthusiastically. What should I dress up as? While Harry and Hermione pondered, Nanyu could hardly contain himself and suggested, Young master, just be yourself. The dark wizard who infiltrated Hogwarts has emerged as the most terrifying figure of late, and you, my young master, need not even feign concern. It is evident that this particular villain does not perceive the gravity of his actions and even seeks the opinions of others. What about a vampire? Your eye color is quite fitting, suggested Hermione. No, Harry interjected, expressing his own view. I believe a demon would suit you better, especially with a pair of horns. Perhaps that is the case, thought Wen Zhiyu, listening to their opinions. Yet he found them somewhat untrustworthy and did not intend to adopt them. Or perhaps you could try being a mummy. Ron burst out. No, the 3 vehemently rejected. Yet, Nanyu felt that he should simply be himself. On Halloween day, the trio observed Wen Zhiyu, clad in a yellow robe and wielding talismans and a peachwood sword, and fell into a collective silence. Rather than joining them, he preferred to contain them. This was Wen Zhiyu's explanation. Unfortunately, this Halloween, someone was determined to ruin his celebration. While dining, a figure wrapped in a headscarf stumbled in from outside. Wen Zhiyu recognized this individual as a professor from the school, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. What was his name again? Quirrell? Western names always seem rather peculiar. A troll. There's a troll in the dungeons, you should know. The professor exclaimed, and as if completing some NPC-mandated task, he collapsed to the floor and fell asleep. As the noise and screams began to rise in the Great Hall, Wen Zhiyu glanced at his half-finished meal, unsure whether to put down his cutlery or continue eating. What? Are we really going to cancel Halloween over this? Where's the holiday spirit? Silence. All heads of houses, take your students back to the common rooms immediately, Dumbledore declared, setting down his own cutlery and taking charge of the situation. Noticing Snape's stern expression, Wen Zhiyu reluctantly put down his utensils, while Draco swiftly assisted the older prefect in organizing the Slytherin students. Even the not yet fully formed Draco managed to stand out among the crowd. Wen Zhiyu, disinterested in getting involved, shrugged off his yellow robe and followed the Slytherin line. After just a few steps, he suddenly realized the shadowy figure had vanished. The professor's table was empty save for Dumbledore, who continued to direct the discipline of the gathering. Where's the professor? Wen Zhiyu scanned the crowd, failing to locate Snape, or even the trio of saviors. Instead, he spotted Nanyu in the Hufflepuff ranks, munching on a biscuit. As he passed Quirrell, Wen Zhiyu, with a displeased expression, discreetly sprinkled some itching powder on his back. Nanyu, have you seen Harry? Turning away from the Slytherin line, Wen Zhiyu pulled Nanyu into a classroom, intending to inquire about Snape, but the words shifted to the saviors. Nanyu nodded, gripping his sword and leading Wen Zhiyu towards the restroom. Upon entering, they heard a cacophony of crashing objects, accompanied by Hermione's shrill scream. Are they playing something so thrilling? Wen Zhiyu quickened his pace toward the commotion. Inside the girls' restroom, Hermione was dodging the club of a troll, while Harry stood nearby, wielding his wand to cast spells. Unfortunately, Harry's current spells were insufficient to harm this evidently adult troll. Several spells only served to enrage it further, causing it to swing its club with increased ferocity. Just as it seemed Hermione's head was about to collide with the club in a deadly encounter, Wen Zhiyu kindly tossed out a talisman. Heaven and Earth unite. All methods are unobstructed. Break. The talisman exploded midair, staggering the troll back a few steps and leaving its club splintered in half. Hurry. Hermione seized the opportunity to scramble to Wen Zhiyu's side. He glanced at her, noting she bore no visible injuries, and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" "I don't know. It just appeared here all of a sudden," Hermione replied, wand at the ready, eyeing the recovering troll cautiously. Nanyu, wanting to draw his sword, hesitated at Wen Zhiyu's earlier advice and instead retrieved his wand, which he had scarcely used outside of classes. Accio. Nanyu cast his first spell, targeting Harry's clothing. The fabric tugged at Harry, successfully catching him as he flew over. Ron hurried over as well. The troll, regaining its balance, pounded its club against the nearby sink in a fit of rage. Utterly impotent fury, Wen Zhiyu commented. Nanyu wanted to retort, but the troll was already charging at them, forcing him to raise his wand and cast a protective charm over his companions. The club struck the shield, sending the troll staggering back once more. Wen Zhiyu instructed Nanyu to drag the troublesome creature away, standing alone at the doorway with a freshly drawn talisman. Eagerly eyeing the experimental subject before him, the troll steadied itself again, brandishing its club, determined to eliminate this persistent human. All methods of the universe, thunder hangs high. Thunder technique, obliterate. With a talisman cast, Wen Zhiyu swiftly recited the incantation. Dark clouds, laced with lightning, formed above the troll, and moments later, bolts of thunder descended, striking the creature. The high-density lightning scorched the troll, yet Wen Zhiyu could still see its chest rising and falling. Without hesitation, he cast another lightning talisman, this time ensuring the troll was finally lifeless, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. By the time the professors arrived, they found 5 young wizards clustered around the blackened remains of the troll, engaged in discussion about the recent battle. Upon raising his gaze, Wen Zhiyu noticed Snape, following Dumbledore, appearing at the doorway with a grim expression, moving somewhat slowly. Wen Zhiyu's attention shifted, and he caught sight of the bloodied wound on Snape's leg beneath his dark robe. Well, Wen Zhiyu's gaze remained fixated on the wound, recognizing it as the result of a bite from the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor. Yet, given the professor's formidable strength, how could he have been bitten by a mere dog? Harry and the others had been watching Wen Zhiyu, and they too noticed Snape's injury. Snape appeared irate, swiftly flicking his robe to conceal the wound. Chapter 29, Halloween Candies. Nanyu, sensing the young master's low spirits, gently tugged Hermione's sleeve, as he was not particularly adept at explaining. Under Nanyu's cue, Hermione recounted the events that had transpired, concluding with an apology to Professor McGonagall. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, we shouldn't have left the hall without permission." Observing Hermione's bowed head, McGonagall felt relieved that the young wizards were unharmed, and her gaze toward Wen Zhiyu grew increasingly approving. "By Merlin's beard, why is this child a Slytherin? Look at the courage he displayed for his friends. This is truly a Gryffindor spirit." "I'm glad you're all safe, children," McGonagall said, kindly patting Hermione's back. "But for leaving the hall without permission, I must deduct 5 points." As she shifted her focus, McGonagall turned her gentle gaze toward Wen Zhiyu. "Of course, my dear child. For your bravery, I shall award 10 points each to Slytherin and Hufflepuff," Snape uttered with a cold snort, refraining from unleashing his venom upon Wen Zhiyu. If only for the sake of granting Slytherin points. The situation was swiftly handled, yet Wen Zhiyu's gaze remained fixated on Snape. The weight of that monstrous stare made Snape feel exceedingly uncomfortable, and upon seeing the matter nearly resolved, he instinctively prepared to leave alongside Flitwick. Yet, Wen Zhiyu could not allow him to navigate the return to the dungeons alone, particularly with his injured leg. However, he was acutely aware that suggesting he assist Snape would likely earn him a few sharp blows from the professor. With a quick flick of thought, Wen Zhiyu allowed himself to slump against Nanyu, an unexpected maneuver that immediately captured the attention of the Serpent King. However, due to the injury on his leg, Professor McGonagall was quicker to support Wen Zhiyu. "My goodness, what has happened to you, child?" he heard as he leaned against Nanyu, raising a hand feebly to cover his nose, looking pale and fragile, his voice barely a whisper. "It's nothing. It has nothing to do with Professor Quirrell. It's just that I cannot tolerate the scent here," Wen Zhiyu managed to say weakly. Nearby, Quirrell, trembling as he processed the scene, felt the collective silent condemnation directed at him from everyone present. He scratched at his back, which was inexplicably itchy today, striving to maintain an appearance of normalcy. Upon uttering his words, Wen Zhiyu timidly lifted his gaze to meet Snape's, hesitating before continuing. I recall that Professor Snape possesses potions that can soothe the nerves. If it's too much trouble, it's not necessary. I can manage alone for a couple of days. Severus. Before Snape could respond, McGonagall's imploring gaze had already fixated on him. Come along. Snape led the way, while Wen Zhiyu declined Nanyu's offer of support, feigning a slight wobble as he followed Snape closely. As they traversed the corridor and stepped out of the sight of others, they approached the staircase leading to the dungeons. Most students at Hogwarts had already returned to their common rooms, leaving the path deserted. Under the flickering candlelight, Wen Zhiyu subtly inched closer to Snape. Just as Snape was about to descend the stairs, Wen Zhiyu reached out to steady him. Professor, the stairs are treacherous. Let me assist you. Without waiting for Snape's reply, he forced a strained smile, embodying his current state of weakness. Observing the pale yet determined smile of the youth before him, Snape felt a fleeting moment of distraction. He quickly averted his gaze, shifting a portion of his weight onto the boy, who then helped him descend the staircase step by step. Upon returning to the dungeons, Wen Zhiyu guided Snape to a sofa, then, at the Serpent King's command, ventured into the potions room to retrieve 2 small vials. Identifying their contents, Wen Zhiyu placed one vial on the table and approached Snape with the other, half squatting as he intended to administer the potion. If your foolish mind hasn't been clouded by that wretched scent, you should know that I am not so weak as to require assistance with my own potions. Snape's cold gaze fell upon Wen Zhiyu's hand, poised to lift the hem of his robe, his tone laced with menace. His words caused Wen Zhiyu to pause momentarily, but only for a heartbeat. The next moment, he lifted the robe's hem, his fingers brushing against Snape's skin. The warmth of his touch sent a jolt through Snape, who instinctively considered kicking this audacious creature away. Ignoring Snape's stiffening form, Wen Zhiyu carefully wiped the blood around the wound with a handkerchief, gently applying the potion before tenderly wrapping it in bandages. All done. Having treated the injury, Wen Zhiyu concealed the crimson hue in his eyes, turning away from Snape to grab the potion from the table. Upon opening it, a faint medicinal aroma wafted into the air. I trust the impertinent Mr. Wen understands that this potion is not for oral consumption, Snape remarked, tugging at his robe to cover the wound securely once more. Turning his head, he took a slight whiff from the vial. The subtle scent was not overpowering, but rather eased his tension somewhat. Wen Zhiyu raised his eyebrows in surprise, a glimmer of joy shining in his eyes. Thank you, Professor, he said, though he had no intention of drinking it. Return to your dormitory. Observing the boy's series of actions and expressions, Snape was inexplicably stirred, prompting him to push the youth towards the exit of the dungeons. Yet, Wen Zhiyu did not leave immediately. He stood opposite Snape on the sofa, glancing down at his yellow robes, suddenly feeling a flush spread across his ears as a thought crossed his mind. The youth's hesitation did not escape Snape's notice, and as he observed the growing flush upon Wen Zhiyu's cheeks, Snape found himself intrigued by what the boy might be contemplating. No longer in a hurry to dismiss him, he remained silent, facing the boy. That is. Wen Zhiyu straightened his posture, gripping his robes tightly, his face slowly reddening under Snape's gaze, his ears nearly aflame. Snape regarded the rare sight of the blushing youth before him, watching as he tentatively extended a pale hand toward him. No trick-or-treating without candy. Snape's expression froze in surprise. Wen Zhiyu's hand, suspended in the air, trembled awkwardly, and he wished he could find a crevice in the dungeons to hide himself forever. Oh dear God, why must Western holiday greetings be so awkward? If only I could utter a simple Happy New Year and ask for a red envelope, it would be a million times better. Having committed to the awkwardness, Wen Zhiyu felt too embarrassed to withdraw his hand, so he simply held it aloft before Snape, his head bowed in shame. Humph. Upon hearing the familiar cold snort, Wen Zhiyu felt as if a great weight had been lifted, especially when he sensed something being placed into his hand, prompting him to look up and meet Snape's gaze. Snape had not anticipated such boldness from this creature, nor did he expect the audacity to request candy from him. Fortunately, when he visited Dumbledore earlier, he had firmly taken a bag of sweets from the table, and now he placed a handful of candy from his pocket into the boy's palm before standing up to usher the astonished youth out of the dungeons. How dare he ask for sweets? This was the first time since he began at Hogwarts that he encountered a creature with such daring audacity. Chapter 30, Quidditch. Wen Zhiyu felt that Snape's attention toward Harry Potter was somewhat excessive. This scrutiny extended beyond simply calling on him during class to answer questions, accompanied by the usual biting remarks. Even during their daily encounters, Harry seemed to lose points for Gryffindor nearly every time. Moreover, Wen Zhiyu had observed that the professor appeared particularly captivated by Harry's eyes, hastily averting his gaze whenever their eyes met. only to succumb to the compulsion to look again. This realization left Wen Zhiyu feeling quite displeased, even stirring a desire to gouge out Harry's eyes whenever he glanced in his direction. Have you noticed? Are you familiar with Quidditch? Unbeknownst to him, Malfoy continued to discuss with Wen Zhiyu. I've heard of it, Wen Zhiyu replied, scanning the Quidditch pitch in hopes of spotting the individual he sought. Trust me, it's the coolest sport in the world. I love it, Malfoy insisted. As Malfoy's words hung unfinished in the air, Wen Zhiyu's gaze was drawn to a shadow in the audience, his eyes softening as they fell upon Malfoy. It's time for you to change into your robes, Draco, Wen Zhiyu remarked, gesturing towards the Gryffindor team, where Harry was already dressed. Draco glanced over. Catching sight of Harry laughing and conversing with a Gryffindor nearby, his expression darkening momentarily. I suppose so, he replied. After a swift farewell to Draco, Wen Zhiyu made his way towards Snape, underestimating his popularity. In an effort to blend in, he wore a smile almost every day, charming every student he encountered, regardless of their house. Compared to the ever-smiling Wen Zhiyu, all the little witches and wizards who had seen the two Chinese students unanimously believed that perhaps the stoic Nanyu, with his sword always at hand, was more fitting for Slytherin. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. In the brief walk to the stands, Wen Zhiyu found himself surrounded by no fewer than 20 classmates, engaging in conversation multiple times. By the time he finally navigated through the crowd to Snape's side, the Quidditch match was on the verge of commencing. Professor, he said, adjusting his slightly disheveled collar as he took a seat next to Snape. There was still a moment before the match began, yet the young witches and wizards were nearly filling the seats. The presence of the potions master caused several spots around him to remain vacant, even causing a few students who had intended to greet Wen Zhiyu to retract their hands upon seeing Snape. You are quite popular, Mr. Wen, Snape remarked nonchalantly. If you choose to view it that way, I cannot dispute it, Wen Zhiyu replied, dismissing the comment. Snape, uninterested in further engaging with the audacious Gryffindor, redirected his gaze to the Quidditch pitch. Following his line of sight, Wen Zhiyu saw Harry. May I sit here? A late-arriving Quirrell asked, eyeing the empty seat beside Wen Zhiyu. Without a flicker of emotion, Wen Zhiyu turned to him and replied, I'm afraid, Professor Quirrell, this seat is taken. Quirrell hesitated, glancing at the vacant spot. But Wen Zhiyu then produced a wooden puppet, placing it precisely on the adjacent seat. I apologize, my puppet has a particular fondness for Quidditch. I believe the professor would not wish to impose. Very well, Quirrell conceded, retreating to sit behind Snape. Wen Zhiyu raised his hand, and instantly, he and Snape were surrounded by puppets occupying the seats in front, beside, and behind them. I do apologize for the abundance of puppets, Professor Quirrell won't mind. Will he? Under Wen Zhiyu's slightly frosty gaze, Quirrell bit his lip and took a seat a little farther away, with an undesired individual now dismissed. Wen Zhiyu's expression softened slightly as he turned his attention back to Snape. Seated next to him, Snape seemed to have made a particular effort with his appearance today, his shoulder-length hair cascading smoothly down either side. Wen Zhiyu observed the unfamiliar black robe adorning Snape, surmising it must be new. For Harry? For that Potter? Wen Zhiyu clenched his jaw, striving to maintain a facade of calmness, yet his eyes remained fixated on Snape's newly donned outer robe, noting the subtle patterns etched into the fabric. Slytherin, 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 Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. As both teams ascended into the air, the audience erupted with fervor, the excitement palpable. Until Madame Hooch officiated the commencement of the match. Let the match begin. With that proclamation, the Quaffle and the Golden Snitch were released simultaneously, the red and green teams springing into motion, darting across the Quidditch pitch. Wen Zhiyu silently observed the game, occasionally glancing at Snape. Harry deftly evaded a bludger aimed his way, gripping his broom tightly as he focused intently on locating the elusive Golden Snitch. Draco, too, was on the lookout, though he frequently stole glances towards Harry, gradually drawing closer to him. Suddenly, Harry's eyes brightened, and he pressed down on his broom to surge forward, but mid-air, his broom began to jolt violently, threatening to dislodge him. My goodness, what is happening to him? Ron was the first to notice Harry's predicament, having been watching him intently throughout the match. Snape, too, caught sight of Harry's distress, muttering a curse under his breath before swiftly casting a counter-curse on Harry's broom. Wen Zhiyu shifted his focus away from the pitch, concentrating intently on Snape as he uttered the counter-curse. It was evident that he was genuinely concerned for Harry. Malice crept into Wen Zhiyu's heart, and his thoughts began to spiral. Meanwhile, Harry's plight had captured the attention of the entire stadium. Hermione was scanning the area with her binoculars, finally fixing her gaze on Snape's lips as he cast spells. She had not noticed Wen Zhiyu, who was observing Snape with a sidelong glance. It's Snape, Hermione exclaimed, lowering her binoculars. He is casting a spell on Harry's broom. Ron looked over. but the distance and chaos of the scene rendered it impossible for him to see anything. What should we do? I have an idea, Hermione declared, hurrying towards Snape with her wand in hand. She maneuvered beneath the seats in the stands, inching closer to Snape's position, her wand poised for action. With fervor, she whispered incantations, directing them towards Snape's robes. However, the next moment, she witnessed a scene that made her wish for immediate obliteration. Her spell was intercepted by another black wand, firmly catching it mid-air. Through the gaps between the seats, Hermione met the gaze of a pair of red, emotionless eyes. The owner of those eyes wore a stoic expression, yet Hermione felt as though her limbs were ensnared, unable to move even a fraction. She had never encountered this side of Wen Zhiyu before. He resembled a harbinger of death, his gaze directed at her imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, rendering her limbs rigid with a painful stiffness. Yet, in the next instant, Wen Zhiyu smiled. Through the cracks, he offered a faint smile to Hermione hidden beneath the seats, his wand spinning gracefully in his hand as Hermione's spell was deflected in another direction, towards Quirrell. Chapter 31, Christmas. Quirrell was engrossed in casting spells on Harry's broom, utterly oblivious to the incoming spell. The incantation ignited Quirrell's turban, and only upon feeling the heat behind him did he snap back to reality amidst the crowd's screams. Hastily shielding his head, he extinguished the flames on his turban, but it was left tattered and singed, forcing Quirrell to cover his head with both hands as he hurriedly exited the stands. TSK, why didn't it burn him to a crisp? Wen Zhiyu mused, casting a glance beneath the seats where Hermione had vanished, likely having retreated. On the pitch, Harry managed to steady his broom at the last moment, capturing the golden snitch hovering beside Draco, earning Gryffindor an additional 150 points and securing their victory. Snape swept out of the stands, his gaze silencing Wen Zhiyu's impulse to follow. As Wen Zhiyu approached the pitch, he witnessed Harry presenting the captured golden snitch to Draco. "This is for you, Draco," Harry beamed, handing the snitch to the Slytherin before adding, "Thank you for helping me steady my broom." Draco's ears flushed crimson as he seized the golden snitch, yet his lips clung stubbornly to the haughty airs of Malfoy. "This should rightfully belong to me." Ron, fuming beside him, exclaimed, "Harry, look at him." Harry, however, remained unfazed, his attention drawn to the approaching Wen Zhiyu. "Hey, we're over here." Wen Zhiyu approached the group, causing Hermione to instinctively retreat a couple of steps, her eyes betraying a hint of fear and hesitation. Harry cast a quizzical glance at her. Hermione clenched her fists, recalling Wen Zhiyu's previous demeanor, and concluded that she might have misjudged him. Upon glancing again at Wen Zhiyu's smile, she released a sigh of relief. "What's the matter?" Wen Zhiyu inquired, directing his gaze at Hermione. "Just now, Professor Snape was casting a spell on Harry's broom, and I thought," Hermione began, inadvertently explaining her earlier reaction to Wen Zhiyu. "Professor Snape? Old bat, why?" Ron blurted out, but hastily corrected himself upon noticing the subtle change in Wen Zhiyu's expression. Just as Hermione was about to voice her discovery, Wen Zhiyu raised a hand to halt her words. "It wasn't the professor," he stated. "It was Quirrell." "Are you certain?" "Indeed. I burned his turban, and then Harry's broom returned to normal." Wen Zhiyu elucidated to the children, "I was right beside the professor. He was reciting a counter-curse for Harry." Clearly, they seemed far more inclined to believe that Snape was the one casting a malevolent spell rather than a protective one. Sensing their thoughts, Wen Zhiyu's gaze turned stern, yet he maintained a smile. "The professor is quite kind. You are simply too biased." An eerie silence enveloped the group. "Professor Snape, kind? Biased? Has Wen Zhiyu been berated into folly by him?" They had not witnessed Snape showing any leniency towards his subordinates either. Months of detention were punishment enough. Indeed, Wen Zhiyu's detention had escalated from a month to the end of the term, a consequence of the 20-plus cauldrons that had exploded during his potions class. "Perhaps we could have a celebratory feast," Nanyu suggested as he emerged from the side, having just navigated through the crowd and noticing the unusual atmosphere. The mention of food broke the silence, prompting everyone to enthusiastically launch into a lively discussion about their orders. "Wen Zhiyu, it's not your cooking, is it?" The Quidditch match had ignited a fervor in Harry, and now, almost every young wizard, save for Slytherins, approached him with cheerful greetings. The anticipation for Christmas was palpable among the young wizards. Departing from the Slytherin area, Wen Zhiyu raised his hand to catch the snowflakes drifting into the corridor. The snowflakes melted upon contact with his palm, ultimately transforming into droplets of water that he wiped clean with a handkerchief. Upon entering the Great Hall, it had been festively adorned, with a Christmas tree at the center, embellished with various decorations. Above the hall hung the banners of the four houses, and even the table linens had been changed to red. Skillfully navigating to the junction of Slytherin and Gryffindor, Wen Zhiyu took a seat just as Harry and Draco arrived, with even the usually slow Nanyu arriving quite early. "Hey, you, good morning," Harry greeted Wen Zhiyu. Engrossed in his breakfast, Wen Zhiyu merely nodded in acknowledgement without replying. Having spent considerable time with him, they were well aware of his habit of eating in silence, and thus, they grew accustomed to his mannerisms. Once everyone had finished their breakfast, they finally began to converse. Hermione was the first to mention her plans to return home for Christmas. Draco, unsurprisingly, intended to spend the holiday at home as well. Ron expressed his intent to stay at school, with Harry agreeing. Nanyu would defer to Wen Zhiyu's decision, prompting all eyes to turn towards him. I will be leaving school. Wen Zhiyu declared. Are you returning to Huaxia? Hermione's eyes sparkled with interest. She had a particular fondness for that mysterious eastern land. Wen Zhiyu shook his head. Not quite. I have matters to attend to that would be restricted within the school. Upon hearing this, Hermione refrained from probing further, recognizing it could be intrusive. With the primary questions addressed, the subsequent conversation lacked substance. They exchanged a few remarks about class-related issues and recent happenings before waving goodbye to pursue their individual endeavors. This time, Nanyu did not depart. He followed Wen Zhiyu, wandering the campus alongside him. Have you made contact? Wen Zhiyu inquired. Yes, they are already waiting at the manor. Nanyu replied. Once we leave Hogwarts, we can set them in motion. Understood. As Wen Zhiyu admired the snowy landscape, he instructed Nanyu. How many do I need to deal with? 3. I've investigated their itineraries, Nanyu informed. Handing Wen Zhiyu a piece of parchment inscribed with 3 names and their corresponding times and locations. Wen Zhiyu glanced at it briefly before stowing it away in his storage ring, contemplating a serious question. Would the professor bestow upon him a Christmas gift? He had heard that there existed a tradition in the West of exchanging gifts, where friends ought to receive presents from one another. Would he receive one? Or would Harry receive a gift from the professor? Pressing his lips together, the mere thought of Wen Zhiyu left him feeling irritable. Chapter 32. Gifts. The weather in England is notoriously capricious, whether it be spring, summer, or autumn. Yet, at least during those few days of Christmas, it remains most agreeable. Embracing the flurry of falling snowflakes, Wen Zhiyu departed Hogwarts with Nanyu, heading directly towards the manor. The manor had been acquired by the faithful following divine orders. While perhaps smaller than Malfoy Manor, its decorations had been refurbished to exhibit a more Huaxia-inspired flair. Passing through the main hall, they reached the back room amidst the sporadic sounds of worship from a few scattered devotees. The manor had been divided into 4 sections: the front hall for reception, the main hall for ceremonies, and the back room and side hall for rest and training. The manor was surrounded by numerous rose bushes for these winter-blooming plants. The perceptive devotees ensured they remained vibrant even in the cold season. After changing into different attire, Wen Zhiyu emerged transformed into a tall, imposing figure. Having ingested an age potion, the potion only proportionally enhanced the original owner's appearance. Thus, while Wen Zhiyu's visage had not changed much, it radiated a greater maturity and resolve. Unbothered by the facade, Wen Zhiyu casually tied his long hair, now reaching his waist, into a sleek ponytail with a hairband. Dressed in a dark, intricately embroidered robe, he adorned his waist with several strings of copper coins tied with red ribbons, which jingled melodiously with his movements. Judging the weather, Wen Zhiyu added a fur cloak and grasped a long whip before making his way to the main hall. That morning, he had received a gift from the professor. When the owl delivered the package, he generously rewarded it with a handful of beef jerky. Afterwards, he perused the accompanying letter, wherein his professor subtly urged him not to neglect his studies even in the festive spirit. Inside the parcel lay a bottle of impeccably crafted healing potion, the emerald green liquid shimmering as he shook it in the sunlight. Ultimately satisfied, he returned it to his storage ring. Specific news indicated that the savior had not received the gift sent by the professor, which completely lifted the spirits of Wen Zhiyu, who was already feeling somewhat disgruntled. He felt an unusual joy today. If the professor had also received his gift, would it bring him happiness as well? Of course, Snape had received gifts too. However, unlike Wen Zhiyu, his presents were delivered directly by an owl to the dungeon, where a pile of gift boxes and packages lay on a corner table, haphazardly stacked by the Serpent King. It was only after Snape finished grading papers that he recalled there were still items awaiting his attention. Upon scrutinizing the gifts, he eliminated those that posed a danger or were mere pranks, and placed the acceptable ones on his desk, discarding the rest into the trash. The first gift was from McGonagall, consisting of several herbs. The second was from Dumbledore, also comprising herbs. The third, herbs. The fourth, herbs. And the fifth, more herbs. Snape had to concede that his esteemed reputation as a master of potions led to an overwhelming number of potion ingredients each year, with the occasional book on potion making. After categorizing the herbs, Snape turned his attention to the remaining 2 packages, one green and the other black. The green one was from Malfoy, who typically refrained from sending herbs. Upon opening it, he discovered a silver watch, likely a recent novelty from the Muggle world, adorned with unique engravings. Snape examined it closely. confirming it was an alchemical product. He had no intention of wearing it. He placed the watch in a cabinet, his gaze shifting to the final package. Why had he retained it? Snape pondered, perhaps because it was the only parcel not delivered by an owl. This package had arrived via an eagle, or more accurately, a hawk. When Snape first spotted it, he nearly cast a spell in reflex, but the eagle merely deposited the gift and flapped away without further ado. Snape cast several inspection charms on the gift, still feeling uneasy, and kept his distance as he used magic to unwrap it. No abnormalities? Just an ordinary gift? Cautiously, Snape approached, wand still at the ready. Inside the package, he found a fabric pouch. After casting additional detection spells and confirming its safety, he picked up the pouch for a closer inspection. The silk felt exquisitely smooth to the touch, as soft as a cloud. Its design was intricate and elegant, with silver threads outlining its edges and beautiful embroidery on both sides. Every detail seemingly reflecting the creator's meticulous care. Under the light, the dark blue silk shimmered with a captivating sheen, reminiscent of pearls in the deep sea. As Snape traced the patterns on the pouch, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of tea fragrance. He sniffed again, ultimately determining that the aroma emanated from within the pouch. However, the opening was sealed, evidently not meant to be opened. Flipping it over, Snape noticed a segment of embroidered text on the back, and after careful scrutiny, he confirmed it was not English. Upon lifting the pouch, he discovered a piece of stationery beneath it and picked it up to read. Wen Zhiyu? At the sight of the name, Snape recalled the visage of the giant. He continued reading. A sachet, he noted from the letter S explanation. Sniffing the sachet, he indeed detected a hint of medicinal aroma amidst the tea scent. Wen Zhiyu wrote that carrying the sachet could ward off the cold and promote warmth, soothe the mind, and prevent insect bites. It sounded promising. As Snape examined the sachet in his hand, he recognized several familiar herbs known for their calming and warming properties. Yet there were a few scents he could not identify, particularly the one tinged with tea fragrance. Perhaps it was a Chinese herb. Unable to discern it, Snape resolved to inquire directly with the giant during his confinement, unwilling to waste time researching it. Disregarding the letter S mention of the sachet's protective properties, Snape casually tucked it into his pocket and turned back to resume brewing potions, the words inscribed on the sachet slipping from his mind. Chapter 33, The Night. What did you say? Dumbledore's desk reverberated with a resounding thud from the potion's master's hand, sending a few drops of honey water splattering across the surface. Dumbledore silently retrieved a handkerchief to clean the mess and then looked up at the potion's master, speaking in a gentle tone. You heard correctly, Severus, Dumbledore said, frowning. The three-headed dog was attacked, and by the time I arrived, it had already lost one of its heads. In an instant, Snape's countenance darkened, as if he were about to shed tears of despair. So, the three-headed dog was injured to such an extent that it could no longer guard the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had summoned him for more than just an update. What is your take on this, Severus? Dumbledore habitually folded his hands. What is my take? When has our esteemed headmaster ever cared about the opinion of a potions master? Snape crossed his arms, his demeanor radiating a chilling intensity. Perhaps we should select a new guardian, Dumbledore remarked, unfazed by Snape's sarcasm, accustomed as he was to the potions master's tone. You already know that. So why feign ignorance? Severus, what do you think? Snape glared at Dumbledore, noting his calm and unperturbed demeanor, and, infuriated, he stormed out of the headmaster's office, gathering his belongings as he retreated to Spinner's End. For the duration of the Christmas season, he wished to avoid this bothersome old bee. The Manor, Inkwan, was the name Wen Zhiyu had given to the new organization in England. If he had used a name from the East, many of his Chinese compatriots in England would likely have to leave in droves. These were all potential future benefactors, and he could not bear to let them slip from his grasp. The main hall was exquisitely decorated. Upon entering, the pungent scent of blood enveloped Wen Zhiyu, imparting a warmth akin to returning home. Unlike an ordinary hall, the main chamber was divided into two sections, the front for the congregants, who donned black robes and wore masks, standing above a vast rectangular pool of blood instead of a floor. Every 5 meters along the pool's edge stood a black flag, entwined with dark mist that occasionally weaved through the crowd. This was the custom of the cult of the Divine Nether. The assembly hall would not host the weak, while the strong had long mastered the art of levitation. At the pool's end, there was a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-high staircase leading to the rear section of the main hall. This area was obscured by a large curtain, allowing only vague silhouettes to be seen, rendering their faces indiscernible. In the cavernous main hall, the congregants stood quietly above the blood pool, their toes occasionally splashing the liquid and sending ripples across the surface. The dimly lit interior relied on flickering flames for illumination, and at the high end of the hall, a figure sat in a chair. Though appearing youthful, their crimson eyes exuded an abyssal allure. Among the congregants were some recently recruited Western wizards, most of whom were currently relying on levitation charms to support their bodies. Except for a few exceptionally powerful wizards, the majority began to break into a cold sweat. As Wen Zhiyu listened to the report from the officiant below, he suddenly realized that the overall environment in England was quite promising. Isn't it? Just for killing a dozen or so people, they've been blacklisted by the entire righteous faction? The sound echoed ominously. Upon hearing the commotion from the platform, the reporting steward suddenly trembled and collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Young master, please temper your wrath. What did I just say that displeased you?" Wen Zhiyu, momentarily pulled back to reality by his actions, sighed and urged him to continue. The steward, quaking in fear, dared not rise and proceeded to report the recent developments from his prostrate position. After a considerable duration, as several Western wizards were on the verge of losing their composure, Wen Zhiyu finally waved his hand, signaling for everyone to depart. How pitiable that so-called Voldemort is, he mused. With such a pristine background, he would be suspected of being an undercover agent for the righteous faction in the academy, yet here in Britain, he is met with cries for his demise. However, it is said that he possesses formidable strength. Nanyu interjected, perhaps he simply abhors taking lives. Indeed, who would wish to kill without cause? Of course, we do not act without reason, Wen Zhiyu clarified. There are those who pay for our services, which we term as altruism, in exchange of goods for services rendered. Nanyu remained silent. Glancing at the time, Wen Zhiyu noted that it was nearing afternoon, and lingering any longer would soon plunge them into darkness. The night was perfectly suited for executing their tasks. In Nocturne Alley, Severus Snape, clad in his flowing black robes, strode purposefully along the narrow path, with the envious gazes of fellow dark-cloaked figures cast greedily upon him. Today had been exceedingly dreadful. He had returned to Spinner's Inn with the intention of immersing himself in potion-making, but to his dismay, he found himself lacking a crucial ingredient for the 2 potions he sought to create. This ingredient was rare. After depleting his stock, he had not had the chance to procure more, only realizing this oversight when he prepared to brew. Reluctant to abandon the preparations, he lamented the late hour, knowing that the supply shops in Diagon Alley would likely be closed to him, and he had no desire to rise early to navigate the throngs of shoppers there. After some contemplation, he opted to venture into Nocturne Alley for his purchase, confident that his prowess would deter any foolish dark wizards from confronting him. Alas, fate often defies expectation, and today he encountered a few dim-witted dark wizards who sought to challenge him. Snape scoffed, refusing to look back as he deliberately led them into an alleyway. Upon entering, he heard a cacophony of voices behind him and swiftly cast a protective charm around himself, unleashing a spell that sent one dark wizard hurtling against the wall. The remaining 3 quickly brandished their wands, unleashing a barrage of dark magic towards him. But the Master of Potions deftly countered each attack, even managing to repel a few assailants. Truly, he was a professor of exceptional skill. Wen Zhiyu, concealed behind the wall, felt the night breeze tousle his high ponytail, giving him the appearance of soft feathers. Adorned in a mask that obscured his visage save for his crimson eyes, he exuded an aura of danger and allure amidst the shadows. Snape, choosing not to obliterate the fallen dark wizards, observed them clumsily rising to their feet and, with a disdainful huff, turned to leave. Wen Zhiyu narrowed his eyes, disapproving of Snape's decision. Yet, considering the man's esteemed position as a professor, he reluctantly resolved to lend assistance. Chapter 34, The Madman. Snape was indeed aware of being watched. During his skirmish with the dark wizards, he had sensed an unsettling gaze fixed upon him, stirring discomfort within. Thus, he refrained from delivering the final curse to the defeated wizards and instead sought to exit the constricted alley, where spells could not be properly cast. In the darkness, he heard a cry of pain from one of the fallen dark wizards, accompanied by a light footfall. Tensing, Snape gripped his wand tightly and, as the footsteps came to a halt, turned to confront the newcomer. "Who are you?" The tip of his birch wand shimmered with an elusive green glow. The killing curse aimed squarely at a figure clad in a peculiar long black robe, masked to conceal their features, with long black hair tied in a high ponytail. In the next moment, a body was tossed at his feet. Wen Zhiyu retracted his whip, a pleased expression gracing his features as he regarded the professor. Both of them clad in black attire. Despite the uniformity of their garments, this did not diminish his delight. "Couple's attire," he remarked, having consumed an aging potion. Wen Zhiyu now stood nearly at eye level with Snape, a mere few centimeters taller, which enhanced his buoyant mood. "A greeting gift," he announced. Snape frowned, perplexed by the other's intentions. "What greeting gift? Those dark wizards? What do you desire?" "I possess nothing of yours," he replied, though he felt certain that he bore no items of interest. Could it be the potions he had just purchased? A fleeting glance led him to dismiss this notion. He concluded that the fabric of the man's attire was far more costly than all his potions combined. In Nocturne Alley, what motive could there be beyond mere monetary gain? Wen Zhiyu reveled in the current dynamic, appreciating that he no longer needed to address the man as professor as he had in school. Perhaps he could afford to be more familiar. I wish to know your name, he proposed. Snape scoffed. Disclose your intentions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee when my spell may be unleashed. A blatant threat, Wen Zhiyu cast a glance at the fallen dark wizard, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Considering his options, he drew a dagger and, before Snape's eyes, gently grazed it across the wizard's throat, releasing a beautiful spray of crimson that flowed forth. Gathering the dark wizard's essence into a vial, he tucked it away. Snape's expression shifted. After completing the act, Wen Zhiyu retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands, meeting Snape's gaze once more. As you can see, this fellow is my target. Continuing, he added, and you, sir, have aided me, so I feel compelled to repay your kindness. Snape's countenance darkened, elevating the perceived threat level of this enigmatic figure clad in black. Observing his actions, Snape began to entertain the notion that perhaps this individual did not intend to harm him. However, years of espionage had ingrained a sense of vigilance that he could not easily dismiss. He yearned to distance himself from this unflinching killer. Wen Zhiyu shook his head, insisting, "We value reciprocity. If I do not do something to repay you, I shall be plagued by guilt." Guilt? Did he even possess such a sentiment? Snape shot a wordless glance at the prostrate dark wizard, even catching sight of the other three wizards sprawled in a pool of their own blood. Wen Zhiyu pressed on. "Sir?" With a flick of his sleeve, Snape sheathed his wand but kept it firmly in hand, remaining silent as he turned to depart. Wen Zhiyu hurried to follow, maintaining a safe distance, wary of provoking Snape to unleash a curse upon him. Though unafraid, he knew that countering such a spell would require considerable effort. Sensing the movement of the man trailing behind him, Snape's wand emitted a greenish glow once more, ready to confront this individual who incessantly claimed he wished to repay him. Fortunately, the man refrained from any excessive actions, maintaining a safe distance that allowed Snape to retaliate if necessary. "My name is Sanchi. May I ask what yours is?" "Sir?" Wen Zhiyu still hoped to seize this opportunity, whimsically fabricating a name for himself. Silence. Snape regretted his words as they left his mouth. Accustomed to hurling insults at Hogwarts, he nearly forgot that this person was not one of the dim-witted trolls from school. The wand in his hand glowed again. Yet the man did not seem offended. Instead, he complied with Snape's demand, quietly following him without uttering a word. Strangely obedient. Initially, Snape had no intention of returning home, especially with a potential murderer at his side, if this man discovered his address. However, just as he contemplated seeking refuge elsewhere at the corner, he was suddenly halted by a tug on his robe. With a fierce jerk, Snape shook off the grasp and aimed his wand at Wen Zhiyu. "I merely wish to inform you that you are headed the wrong way," Wen Zhiyu explained, taking a couple of steps back and pointing towards Spider Alley. Snape was left incredulous. "Do you know who I am?" He was aware that this man knew he lived in Spider Alley, yet he still claimed ignorance of his name. Wen Zhiyu realized that he might never learn Snape's name directly, so he decided to lay his cards on the table. "Well, as you might expect, I'm the youngest master of potions in all of Britain. Surely no one would be unfamiliar with me." Wen Zhiyu sighed. "But what I truly desire is for you to tell me your name. Alas, this small wish of mine seems to be too much to ask. Severus, you wound me." He feigned injury, placing a hand upon his heart. "Do not utter my name," Snape warned, demanding to know what his intentions were. To make a friend. This man was utterly insane, spouting nothing but falsehoods. Snape, filled with resentment, gathered magic at the tip of his wand, issuing an ultimatum: "Leave this place, or I shall show you no mercy." Observing the professor's excessively dark expression, Wen Zhiyu realized he had indeed pressed too far today. "Very well," he replied, reattaching his whip to his waist, and with a light leap, he ascended to the nearby rooftop, turning back to Snape to utter his final words, "Until tomorrow." Chapter 35. The Whispering Spring. Thus, on the following day and the one after, Snape stood with his wand, watching the silhouette of the man perched upon the eaves across from his home, his expression rather grim. "Good evening, Severus." Wen Zhiyu relished in the ability to call the Serpent King by his name, hastily completing his tasks to come and loiter, tossing a vial of red liquid towards Snape. Wen Zhiyu settled upon the eaves. The liquid was caught by a levitation charm, and Snape uncapped it to take a whiff, confirming it was not human blood, but rather high-quality dragon blood. Observing the man still clad in black, unchanged from his appearance 2 days prior, with his mask firmly in place, he was wiping a cloth in his hands. "Murder and theft?" Snape flung the bottle aside, disgusted. "What are you throwing it away for?" Wen Zhiyu laughed, knowing full well what Snape was thinking. "I specifically bought this for you from the shop. There was no need for that." With a smile in his eyes, Wen Zhiyu recognized Snape's lingering wariness towards him, as he was naturally cautious of everyone. An idea struck him. He removed his whip and leaped down to Snape's window. Snape instantly raised his wand, aiming it at his throat. Yet, the man remained unfazed, even raising his hands before him. His wrists were loosely bound with the whip, coiling around his fair and muscular arms, presented to Snape. Well then, if I bind myself, you should feel at ease, no? You. Snape stepped back 2 paces. And Wen Zhiyu seized the opportunity to vault over the windowsill. Unfortunately, just as he was about to succeed, he was struck by a spell. Crucio. Feeling the pain in his chest, blood seeped from the wound onto his clothing. He could have dodged, but in a display of defeat, he simply sat against the wall by the window, facing Snape. The Cruciatus curse was unlike any other spell. Without a counter curse, the wound would hardly heal. Snape's expression darkened. He could not fathom why this person sought to approach him. Help me brew a potion, Master of Potions. Wen Zhiyu leaned against the windowsill, stating his purpose. The wounds on your body are beyond the efficacy of ordinary potions. I am not referring to my injuries. Wen Zhiyu untied his wrist, producing a pouch from within his robes and tossing it to the Master of Potions, disregarding the blood staining his hands. Snape caught it with a levitation charm and then cast several detection spells before opening it to inspect the contents. Inside were several rare potion ingredients, nearly priceless. What does this mean? Snape raised the pouch in question. Upon seeing Snape's actions, the smile in Wen Zhiyu's eyes deepened. A deposit, he explained. I need you to create a potion that can counteract memory erasure. This serves as my advance. This individual was quite generous. Whether it was the dragon blood from earlier or the ingredients this time, each item was an irresistible offer for the Master of Potions. Anything you desire, I can procure for you. Wen Zhiyu pressed on. To seek his assistance with a potion, he had even gone so far as to provoke him? What sort of creature was this? Snape could not comprehend. In truth, Wen Zhiyu had initially intended to visit him, but seeing Snape's impenetrable demeanor, he had to resort to bargaining to gradually break the ice. Mainly, he would soon return to Hogwarts for classes, reverting to the guise of a child who would call Snape professor, so it would be most beneficial to bridge the gap tonight. I shall accept the deposit. Once it is ready, I will notify you. How can I reach you? Snape recognized the merit in this profitable transaction, yet suddenly realized he did not know how to contact the other party. The Whispering Spring, Wen Zhiyu offered a business card. Once the message reaches here, I shall naturally come to find you. Snape did not take it. Wen Zhiyu was left with no choice but to place it on the table, clutching his chest. Wen Zhiyu prepared to bid farewell. Should you require any materials, do send me a letter. You. Snape wanted to suggest that he could lift the curse, but in the blink of an eye, Wen Zhiyu had vanished from the window. He rushed over, scanning the area, but found no trace of him. Only a black metal business card left on the table. Picking up the card, Snape discovered it was still stained with a few drops of fresh blood, likely from the moment of its retrieval. The card bore a simple name and address, along with a rather peculiar tagline. If you have enemies, seek the Whispering Spring, and it shall guide you to the underworld. Fair dealings, both parties satisfied. What on earth was this? On the first day back at school, Wen Zhiyu was pulled aside by Harry to share a secret. Look, this is the mirror, Harry explained, pointing to a slightly antiquated mirror. What did you see in it? Wen Zhiyu leaned in closer for a better look, even raising his hand to touch it, before turning to Harry with a puzzled expression. Are you certain this is a mirror? Harry glanced up, affirming he was in the right place, and that the scene reflected in the mirror indeed resembled what he had seen the previous night, nodding intently. With a furrowed brow, Wen Zhiyu peered once more into the so-called mirror. It was a void of blackness, utterly devoid of light. Before him, the mirror displayed an impenetrable darkness, rendering both his and Harry's reflections non-existent. Thus, he had not initially believed it to be a mirror. Upon closer inspection, beneath the flickering light, he noticed a segment of time-worn text etched above the mirror, Eris. As Wen Zhiyu pronounced the name, a beam of light suddenly pierced through from behind, casting a gray shadow amidst the mirror's darkness. Look what I've discovered. Night Wanderers? Snape approached, wand in hand, its tip glowing with a flickering luminescence. The wand's light illuminated the faces of the 2 young wizards, and upon seeing those pale pink eyes, Snape momentarily faltered before unleashing a sharp reprimand upon them. It was not until Wen Zhiyu lowered his head, tears brimming in his eyes and lips tightly pressed together, that Snape abruptly ceased his tirade and led the 2 young wizards away, deducting 20 points from Gryffindor in passing. Wen Zhiyu received an additional month of detention. Chapter 36. The Art of Magic. Recently, Harry found himself under the stringent supervision of Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. With every spare moment outside of classes and meals consumed by rigorous practice, Draco, unwilling to fall behind, also requested extra training, rendering him absent from sight. The study group in the library dwindled to a mere trio as Ron had opted out of studying. I found it. I found it. Hermione suddenly exclaimed, only to be silenced by the librarian's disapproving glare. prompting her to lower her voice in disappointment. Wen Zhiyu and Nanyu leaned in closer, and Hermione immediately pointed to a passage in the book, declaring, Nicholas Flamel, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. What stone? Ron inquired. The other three shot him an exasperated glance, refraining from elaborating. Nicholas Flamel was a friend of Professor Dumbledore. I am certain the Philosopher's Stone was entrusted to Dumbledore for safekeeping, Hermione posited confidently. So, is that the object the three-headed dog is guarding? Ron interjected hastily. This is none of our concern, Wen Zhiyu replied, leaning back in his chair to continue reading. Nanyu also returned to her seat, perusing the recipe she had borrowed from Wen Zhiyu. Hermione, in agreement, remained curious but chose not to involve herself further, returning to her book. Ron glanced around aimlessly before scratching his head and eventually resting his head on the table, succumbing to sleep. Wen Zhiyu had initially no intention of attending the upcoming Quidditch match, but upon learning that Snape would be the host, he hesitated before deciding to go. Nanyu remarked, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still heading into their domain. Wen Zhiyu waved his hand dismissively. I relished the challenge. This time, the Quidditch match unfolded without incident, save for Gryffindor's continual deductions of points, which seemed only fitting, considering they had been caught by the professor. Wen Zhiyu thought with a hint of schadenfreude. Once again, it was Harry who caught the golden snitch. One could not deny Harry's remarkable talent for flying, if he mastered broomstick flight. After the match, Wen Zhiyu returned to his dormitory, as all classes had concluded in the morning, and with the afternoon free of lessons and detention scheduled for the evening, he dedicated the time to his cultivation. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Wen Zhiyu adeptly began practicing his techniques, his spiritual energy circulating slowly within him. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, today the energy felt like a wild stallion, uncontrollable and rampaging. His brow furrowed in concentration as he attempted to suppress it, but to no avail. As the energy surged more violently, his eyes began to glow red. Could it be? This overwhelming force was too formidable to master. Without hesitation, Wen Zhiyu formed a hand seal, channeling a burst of blue light into his body, temporarily quelling the chaotic energy. He retrieved a vial of crimson liquid, gauged the time, and swallowed it in one swift motion before discarding the bottle and rapidly resuming his circulation. In the dungeons, as twilight descended, Snape concluded a series of tasks related to the Quidditch pitch and returned, muttering curses under his breath. If it weren't for the last incident, I would never have agreed to officiate. Damn Gryffindor lions, damn Quidditch, damn brooms. Medusa timidly closed the door behind him, silently praying for Wen Zhiyu, who was about to face detention that night. The headmaster's expression was particularly grim today. Snape, lacking the inclination to grade papers, headed straight for the potions classroom. Typically, he managed the potions lab himself, but since Wen Zhiyu's enrollment, he had been the one to tidy up after him. Although Wen Zhiyu's potions often ended in disaster, he excelled in every other aspect far beyond the students of Slytherin, especially in handling potion ingredients. The potions lab was impeccably organized under Wen Zhiyu's care, with ingredients arranged correctly and some special materials even thoughtfully labeled with symbols for temperature control. Thus, upon entering the potions lab, Snape felt his mood lift slightly, and he began preparing potions with the ingredients he casually gathered. As time passed in the potion brewing, Snape eventually realized it was already 7:50. Why hasn't he that giant yet arrived? Accustomed to Wen Zhiyu's promptness, the Serpent King frowned at the still quiet entrance. Had he been too indulgent recently? Snape placed the potion in the cabinet and proceeded to his office, where he began grading papers, though his attention kept drifting towards the door. He was eager to see if that giant dared to be late, even by a second. In the night, a swift figure raced down the corridor, Wen Zhiyu having applied acceleration charms to both his legs. Unable to use apparition within Hogwarts, he relied solely on the charms to reach the dungeons. In a rush, Wen Zhiyu finally arrived at the dungeon entrance at the very last minute. Medusa, fond of this charming young wizard, noted the time and, without requiring him to utter the password, hastily opened the door for him. Be cautious, the headmaster is in a rather foul mood today. Wen Zhiyu nodded appreciatively, grateful for her warning. I apologize, Professor, for my tardiness. Upon entering, he immediately accepted responsibility, preemptively blocking Snape's opportunity to scold him. Oh, that won't pose a challenge for the Serpent King, will it? Our Mr. Wen Zhiyu has arrived just in the nick of time, Snape remarked, slowly flipping through the pages with a single hand. Upon seeing the content below, he marked a heavy T with his quill. I'm sorry, Professor. I had a few matters to attend to this afternoon, which caused a delay. Wen Zhiyu seated himself beside the desk, instinctively picking up a low-year student's paper. Observing his adeptness, Snape kept his head down, deliberately elongating his tone, his deep, smooth sarcasm palpable. I hope, Mr. Wen Zhiyu possesses a brain slightly less muddled than that of a Gryffindor lion, and can pay better attention to the time next time. He glanced up, reminding him that he still needed to serve detention in the dungeons. "I will," Wen Zhiyu replied. After a few moments of reproach, the two commenced the task of grading papers in the cellar. In an instant, the previously hushed atmosphere of the cellar was filled solely with the soft rustle of quills gliding across parchment. The rare comfort of the ambience caused the Medusa on the door to grow drowsy, her eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. As they graded the papers, Wen Zhiyu found himself yearning to inch closer to Snape, curious whether his gift had been accepted or if it had already been discarded. Noticing the warmth encroaching upon him, Snape raised an eyebrow and placed his quill against Wen Zhiyu's forehead, offering a gruff warning. "If you do not wish to find yourself tossed into a cauldron to brew potions, return to your designated position." Chapter 37, Fragments of the Soul. As he drew nearer, the scent he desired wafted through the air, prompting a satisfied smile to grace his lips. The feather of the quill brushed against his forehead, causing a slight itch, compelling Wen Zhiyu to retreat to his previous position and scratch it. The professor was adorned with a sachet of fragrance. In a buoyant mood, Wen Zhiyu awarded Anato the paper beneath his hand and continued to peruse the next one. As the pages turned, Snape set down his quill, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Wen Zhiyu's hands diligently marking the papers. His hands were long and elegant, with distinct knuckles, pleasing to the eye, devoid of any excess flesh, and on his index finger rested a ring. Suddenly fixating on the ring adorning Wen Zhiyu's hand, Snape's expression deepened, before he averted his gaze to resume his work. In the ensuing period, Wen Zhiyu scurried between classes, the dormitory, and the cellar, his storage ring overflowing with empty vials. Yet, amidst his frantic busyness, he was dragged by Harry and the others into various escapades, first to witness Hagrid's dragon, and later on a nocturnal excursion through the castle, only to be caught by Filch, resulting in a deduction of points. Thus, today, Wen Zhiyu firmly declined another invitation to visit Hagrid's hut to see the dragon. Harry displayed disappointment. Over time, he had come to regard Wen Zhiyu as a member of their crew. Even the typically taciturn Nanyu had grown accustomed to their nightly adventures. Wen Zhiyu placed a finger over Nanyo's mouth, silencing any disparaging remarks. Eventually, the trio donned their invisibility cloak and crept toward Hagrid's hut, glancing back reluctantly. Observing their departure, Wen Zhiyu returned to the dormitory with light steps. Today, Snape had informed him that he need not serve detention. Although uncertain of the reason, he decided to seize this opportunity to pursue something he had long wished to do. A unicorn. He recalled the professor's expression from their last encounter, and thus resolved to venture into the Forbidden Forest, hoping for a stroke of luck. Bringing one back would be ideal. If not, he would resort to trickery. And if that failed, he would simply seize one, binding it if necessary. After consuming an aging potion, Wen Zhiyu draped his black robe over himself, donned a mask, and set off toward the Forbidden Forest. This time, devoid of Snape's guidance and the surprise of snapping branches ahead, Wen Zhiyu walked with a steadiness that allowed him to pause and collect the remnants of wild animals scattered on the ground. The Forbidden Forest remained Hogwarts territory. Unwilling to alarm any lurking creatures, he refrained from using his spirit tools, relying instead on a spirit guide talisman to navigate. Under the eerie night, the forest felt particularly foreboding, with the moonlight filtering through layers of leaves barely illuminating his path. Gathering his spiritual energy around his eyes granted him the clarity to perceive his surroundings. In the profound silence, with each step deeper into the forest, Wen Zhiyu felt his heart racing, accompanied by a chilling sensation in his limbs, as a wave of fear enveloped him, as if seeking to drag the solitary intruder into an abyss. Casually dispatching a squirrel that scurried atop the branches, the scent of blood eased Wen Zhiyu's tension. He dabbed a cloth in the animal's blood, wrapping it up to carry as he ventured further into the depths. As he walked, the spirit guide talisman in his hand suddenly ignited, prompting him to take cover behind a large tree, fanning the dust to peek at the unfolding scene ahead. Behind the colossal tree, a figure cloaked in black was pointing a wand at a half-kneeling creature. Wen Zhiyu's eyes widened in recognition. It was a unicorn. After a prolonged search, he felt his efforts were rewarded. This unicorn appeared to be an adult. Its silvery mane and the prominent horn on its forehead spoke volumes of its valuable essence. However, the unicorn's condition seemed dire as it knelt, a small pool of blood visible on the ground nearby. "Who has injured my gift?" Wen Zhiyu instinctively glanced at the figure in black, his expression darkening. Unbeknownst to him, two young wizards were cautiously observing the scene from the side. Harry and Draco were visibly shaken. What kind of day was this? They had not seen the dragon nor the werewolf, but instead encountered a dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest. "We need to signal for help, a red signal," Draco whispered urgently to Harry. Harry pressed his palms to his forehead, the sudden onset of pain obstructing his ability to comprehend Draco's words. Just as he gathered his wits to respond, a shadow approached the dark-robed figure. Wen Zhiyu's arrival immediately drew the attention of the cloaked man with a mere turn. A green curse was unleashed in his direction. The killing curse. Draco and Harry gasped, covering their mouths in terror. Faced with the rapidly approaching spell, Wen Zhiyu concentrated his spiritual energy into his left hand, forming a transparent shield. The intricate array at its center whirled rapidly, devouring the green light. Before the opponent could react, Wen Zhiyu's whip lashed out, striking the black-robed figure and sending the wand flying from his grasp. Accelerating towards him, Wen Zhiyu delivered a powerful punch, sending the cloaked man crashing several meters against a tree. You dare to touch what is mine? Lowering his gaze, Wen Zhiyu retrieved the trembling unicorn from the ground and stored it within his ring before striding toward the black-robed figure. The wandless quarrel, oh no, Voldemort. Struggling to rise from the ground, Voldemort was filled with rage, yet only sought to escape this place. Just as he intended to flee, for chains, each as thick as a man's arm, erupted from the earth, ensnaring his limbs tightly, rendering him immobile. What in the world is this? Voldemort thrashed violently. But the more he struggled, the tighter the chains constricted, to the point where he could feel his limbs nearing fracture. When Zhiyu approached him, sensing that this being bore two souls, one was already deceased, while the other was presently controlling this body. A rare find. Intrigued, Wen Zhiyu had never before encountered such an intriguing phenomenon within the Western magical realm. A fragment of a fractured soul? Had the master severed it himself? Or had another done so? Wen Zhiyu paid little mind to the origins of this soul fragment. His current intent was to transfer the soul residing within this body into the Imperial flag, hopeful for unforeseen rewards. Acting on impulse, Wen Zhiyu swiftly drew a dagger and sliced open the back of the black-robed figure's hood, revealing a distorted visage. Draco and Harry, witnessing this spectacle, felt their legs weaken in fear, unable to fathom how this person's face was situated at the back of his head. How does he even navigate the world? Wen Zhiyu, fully aware of the two young wizards concealed behind him, couldn't help but roll his eyes upon realizing their identities. He had known all along that Harry and his companions were no ordinary troublemakers. However, now that he has consumed the aging serum and donned a mask, no one could recognize him except for Nanyu, who was present in person. Wen Zhiyu, with a delightful demeanor, picked up a dagger and traced it across the visage of the man before him. He needed to carry out a slow and torturous punishment to ensure that the resentment of his soul, once separated, would not dissipate. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Zhiyu plunged the dagger into one of the man's eyes, blood gushing forth instantly, but Wen Zhiyu used his spiritual power to shield his body, allowing the blood to flow down the man's face. Damn it, let me go? How dare you treat me this way? I will kill you. Voldemort now occupied the same body as Chilo, and he could feel every ounce of pain that Chilo experienced, especially since it was his own eye that had been stabbed. Wen Zhiyu curled his lip in disdain, contemplating severing the tongue that still uttered words. He had no fondness for noisy toys. Just as the dagger was about to reach the man's mouth, a sudden flash of white light dazzled his eyes. Instantly, Wen Zhiyu redirected the dagger, narrowly blocking a flurry of arrows that came hurtling towards him. He could not afford to die. Chapter 38. End of Confinement. The Great Hall. Indeed, we truly encountered the Dark Wizard last night, Draco exclaimed, tugging at Wen Zhiyu's robe as he recounted the events of the previous night alongside Harry. Ah, yes, yes, Wen Zhiyu replied, his tone habitual and dismissive. He even harmed a unicorn. Harry chimed in from the side. Harry, do not speak of such matters in the Great Hall, Hermione admonished, exasperation evident in her voice. Harry valued Hermione's opinion, but Draco was undeterred, continuing the discussion. Later, we encountered another figure in a dark cloak. Draco lowered his voice for effect. He beat that dark wizard and took the unicorn. Unable to contain himself, Harry interjected, and the two of them, amid Hermione's increasingly fierce glare, recounted the night's events in detail to Wen Zhiyu. They ultimately concluded, perhaps they intend to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Wen Zhiyu? How did the conversation shift to this? Glancing at the class schedule and the time, Wen Zhiyu sincerely suggested to the two, perhaps you should seize the moment to study, as examinations are imminent. As the end of term approached, akin to the situation in Huaxiao, all subjects' examinations followed one after another. Except for potions. He was indifferent to the scores of the other courses. Nonetheless, correspondingly, all his other subjects yielded satisfactory grades, earning him 6 OS. Following the potions examination, however, Mr. Wen Zhiyu was met with a harsh A from the impassive Professor Snape, justified by his handling techniques. This familiar scene evoked memories of his father mockingly critiquing his alchemical skills back home. Back then, he could retort, yet before Snape, he felt neither the courage nor the desire to do so. A loud bang erupted from a cauldron at the back. Snape halted, angrily brushing past Wen Zhiyu. Mr. Longbatten, did your mind not inform you that you must process the materials before tossing them into the cauldron? Listening to Snape's scolding, Wen Zhiyu clutched the potions book resting on the podium as he made his way back to the dormitory. Since last Sunday, he had refrained from consuming dragon's blood. After achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation, his blood requirements were not high, and now all he needed to do was wait. Wait for what? Wait for death. Indeed. After perfecting his technique, all that remained was to await demise. The technique was called Dihuanju, a family legacy of the One clan from the Divine Realm sect, capable of cleansing a person's meridians and allowing spiritual power to merge seamlessly with the body. Wen Zhiyu had been practicing this technique since he learned to read, and recently, he had finally transitioned from mastery to perfection. This was several years ahead of the master. He remembered his father telling him that he had attained perfection at the age of 15 and then triggered the cleansing conditions at 20, ultimately taking 3 years to complete his rebirth. The cleansing condition required all the blood, spiritual power, and life force to be siphoned from his body, followed by a requisite external condition to achieve the final rebirth after death. 5 years. When Zhiyu scoffed, he believed he could accomplish it in 3. The last examination of the following day was History of Magic, and once completed, they could leave the school. Thus, tonight marked the final confinement of the semester. After tending to the unicorn, Wen Zhiyu made his way to the cellar. Oh, by the way, the unicorn was placed in his small world and, after a period of recovery, had begun to stealthily nibble on his plants. Upon reaching the cellar door, before Wen Zhiyu could raise his hand to knock, the door swung open, revealing Medusa. Congratulations, little wizard. Today is the last confinement. Medusa hissed, her tongue flickering. I believe so, but it should not be the final one. Wen Zhiyu replied with a smile, stepping into the cellar. Upon his entrance, Snape did not lift his head, engrossed in grading papers with fervor. He needed to finish these nonsensical, mindless essays swiftly so he could return to Spinner's End and relish the hard-earned leisure time. Moreover, Snape suddenly pondered whether, after returning to Spinner's End and without the anti-apparition charm of Hogwarts, that tall, long-haired individual would come looking for him again. His potions were still unfinished. Go inside and process the materials on the table. Wen Zhiyu obediently walked towards the potions room, immediately spotting the ingredients laid out on the table. And he rolled up his sleeves, commencing the processing. Halfway through, Snape entered after finishing the papers, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Wen Zhiyu's progress with satisfaction. He picked up a clean cauldron from the side and began brewing. As Snape accelerated the addition of the 4th potion ingredient, Wen Zhiyu sensed something was amiss. This combination was unfamiliar to him. He had not seen it in any books. Was he concocting a new potion? The cauldron on the table emitted steam, and Snape intermittently tossed in the pre-processed materials. As the steam rose, Wen Zhiyu instinctively sidestepped, only to bump into something, rubbing his head where he had collided. Wen Zhiyu hurried back to his position, desperately avoiding the Snake King's predatory gaze. I initially thought Mr. Wen Zhiyu would not be like those dim-witted lions with grass growing in their brains, but it appears I have overestimated. The Snake King's venom, though delayed, had arrived. Wen Zhiyu pursed his lips and, after enduring a few reprimands, decided to change the subject. Professor, are you crafting a new potion? Snape shot him a surprised glance. Why do you think that? The sequence of materials you have added does not match any potion formula I am familiar with. I have examined many recipes. Wen Zhiyu did not conceal his thoughts. The giant seemed to possess some insight. With the desire to nurture talent, Snape began to guide Wen Zhiyu through the process, albeit without allowing him to touch the cauldron. He explained each step, almost dissecting it for him. Since it was a new potion, Wen Zhiyu offered several suggestions, which they incorporated into their experiments, documenting their findings. After several trials, Wen Zhiyu finally understood what potion this was. It turned out Professor Snape was brewing the potion he had requested last time. Wen Zhiyu sighed, realizing that in the end, he would still have to handle his own matters. Snape, stirring the potion in the cauldron, glanced at Wen Zhiyu, who was sighing with his head down, and impatiently instructed. Fetch the white fresh root. Wen Zhiyu hurriedly located it and handed it over. Where are you going for the holidays? Wen Zhiyu was taken aback by the unexpected inquiry from his headmaster, clearly not anticipating such a question. What is wrong with staying in the UK, Professor? As Snape stirred the potion, he cast a glance at Wen Zhiyu, offering a tacit invitation to write to him should any issues arise, albeit limited to matters concerning potions. For Snape, aside from the occasional potion explosion, the boy possessed an astonishing aptitude for potion making, even if he remained baffled by the fact that, despite executing every step correctly, explosions still occurred. Nevertheless, this did not impede Wen Zhiyu from earning points for Slytherin and other subjects, which brought Snape a sense of satisfaction. Students as diligent as Wen Zhiyu were a rare find. Snape let out a slight hum, acknowledging the new Chinese wizard in Slytherin with newfound respect. He indeed belonged in Slytherin. Chapter 39, The Fate of the House Cup. After completing his final examination in the history of potions, Wen Zhiyu did not linger but promptly approached Dumbledore to explain his situation, departing Hogwarts that very afternoon, propelled by the winds of urgency, to meet someone. Meanwhile, Yu, left behind as a contingency, found the desserts on the table rather unappetizing. Hufflepuff's table was adjacent to Gryffindor's, with Slytherin behind them. Harry and Ron tugged at his robes, inquiring about Wen Zhiyu's sudden disappearance, as he vanished right after the exams, leaving them no time to share in the joy of completion. Hermione, though silent, bore a questioning look in her eyes. Among those present, only Draco, the Slytherin prefect, was aware of the reason. Observing Yu's despondent demeanor, he lifted his chin with a hint of arrogance and imparted what he knew. Yu has left early. He submitted a request to the headmaster for his departure. Why? Isn't he going to witness the awarding of the House Cup? Ron, bewildered, felt it was essential for everyone to partake in such a significant event. Moreover, they had matters they wished to discuss with Wen Zhiyu. Draco smirked once more, perhaps aware that the outcome of the House Cup was already a foregone conclusion. Slytherin would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Ron and Draco began to bicker again over this issue, while Harry endeavored to mediate. The commotion behind them did not disturb Yu, as the reduced tension in his robes kindled a slight appetite, allowing him to tackle the food before him. We plow the fields at noon, with sweat dripping into the soil. With a solid foundation from his Chinese education, Yu polished off his meal with remarkable efficiency. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the voices of the three behind him quieted down as all the young wizards focused intently on him. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore began with exuberance. Another year has passed, and the opening remarks felt somewhat convoluted to Yu, reminiscent of the Elder's proclamations in his home. After an elaborate introduction, Dumbledore finally addressed the crux of everyone's concern. Now, as I am aware, we must first conduct the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. Ravenclaw with 426 points. And Slytherin with 442 points. Upon hearing this, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by enthusiastic foot-stomping. Even Professor Snape discreetly curved his lips into a faint smile. However, before they could revel for long, Dumbledore's next words brought a sudden halt to their jubilation. I still have some points to distribute, he stated. First, Mr. Ron Weasley, for winning the most spectacular game of chess in Hogwarts history, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Draco's expression soured. Second, Ms. Hermione Granger, for her calm and rational analysis during the trials, I award Gryffindor another 50 points. Snape's countenance darkened further. Lastly, Mr. Harry Potter, for demonstrating remarkable bravery and exceptional courage, I award Gryffindor 60 points. Yu's expression shifted slightly. The hall fell silent before erupting into a cacophony of noise, as Gryffindor's score matched that of Slytherin's. Dumbledore raised a hand, declaring, "Courage comes in many forms, and standing firm in front of friends also requires great bravery. Therefore, I shall award." A loud bang interrupted Dumbledore's speech, accompanied by the sound of objects colliding. The sudden commotion drew the attention of everyone in the hall to its source. The culprit was Yu, who had risen and forcefully slammed the knife he had been holding onto the table, causing cups to topple and roll to the floor. Harry and Ron beside him instinctively swallowed hard. Dumbledore regarded the reclusive Chinese student, pausing his discourse to inquire, "Is there an issue, Mr. Yu?" Under the gaze of the assembly, Yu felt a surge of social anxiety, wishing he could obliterate everyone in the hall rather than endure such scrutiny. Yet, he had no choice. The young master had commanded it, and he must comply. He shook his head, coolly uttering, "There is no issue." Dumbledore fell silent, while Snape scrutinized the boy who had been shadowing Wen Zhiyu, raising an eyebrow in confusion at his intentions. Well, Dumbledore attempted to coax Yu to sit down and continue his speech. However, Yu disregarded him, maintaining his gaze forward as he articulated his second statement since standing. The young master's decree. The hall instantly fell silent, many captivated by the oppressive weight of his words. Dumbledore sensed the tension, subtly adjusting his stiff posture. Eager to hear more, Yu's demeanor remained unchanged, yet Dumbledore could perceive his unyielding resolve. Perhaps Mr. Draco, who passed the trials alongside Mr. Potter, and the 21 crates of potion materials generously provided by Madame Pomfrey from the hospital wing, could earn Slytherin a modicum of points. Dumbledore began to feel a headache brewing. He could not fathom why this student, upon rising, had rendered him dizzy with just 2 sentences. "You, a Hufflepuff student, stand to demand points for Slytherin?" However, recalling the surplus potion materials from the infirmary and Madame Pomfrey's insistence on gratitude, Dumbledore pursed his lips, uncertain of how to respond. After hearing Yu's proclamation, a smirk of derision crept onto Snape's lips as he appraised Dumbledore from head to toe. "Oh, let's see how you will show favoritism now." not receiving an immediate response. Nan Yu's glare shifted back to Dumbledore, the displeasure in his eyes almost palpable. This was a task entrusted to him by the young master. And should the man before him refuse to cooperate, he tightened his grip on the knife's hilt, the communication stone firmly clasped in his palm. Though he did not believe he could defeat this man or any of the professors at the table, it mattered little. Their sect, Shenming, was accustomed to overwhelming their opponents in numbers. Ultimately, Dumbledore relented. He had no choice but to award points, for the actions taken indeed warranted recognition. Very well. I shall award points for the same bravery. Though it feels peculiar to ascribe the term to a Slytherin, Dumbledore hesitated, yet he had no alternative but to continue his remarks. I bestow upon Mr. Draco, who bravely aids his companions, an additional 50 points for Slytherin. The previous scores had accumulated considerably, and a sudden decrement would inevitably invite accusations of favoritism towards him as the headmaster. However, the proceedings are far from over. Meeting South's gaze, Dumbledore continued, furthermore, for Mr. Wen's generous assistance in the medical wing, I must award him 150 points. South settled down with satisfaction. Chapter 40, Nurmengard. In a dark tower in Austria. An elderly man with white hair faced a sharply dressed young man with dark hair. The inconspicuous glint of his heterochromatic eyes subtly revealed his identity. Guest, state your purpose, Grindelwald said, scrutinizing the uninvited man with evident displeasure. Were it not for the object the man had presented, he would not have tolerated his presence for even a moment longer. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, masked, obscuring his features, save for a pair of eyes that met Grindelwald's. Do not be hasty. Can you play chess? Grindelwald was on the verge of declining. Yet the man before him had already conjured a complete chess set, meticulously arranged upon the table. Or perhaps, Grindelwald found himself at a loss for words. Managing a wry smile, given the item you provided, I shall refrain from taking your life. Please, perhaps we could engage in a conversation, one urged. Observing that his opponent had no interest in chess. In this foreign land, he lamented the long absence of a worthy adversary. He recalled having read that this notorious Dark Lord of Europe possessed knowledge of Chinese culture, and likely had some familiarity with Go. I hold great admiration for your past endeavors, one remarked, pausing to gauge Grindelwald's reaction before continuing, having resided in Nurmengard for so long. Do you still keep abreast of the current state of the magical world? Wen's choice of words, resided instead of imprisoned, was deliberate. Grindelwald tightened his grip on the object in his hand, maintaining his composure. Oh? Has China begun to involve itself in the affairs of the magical realm? From the moment he laid eyes on this man, Grindelwald discerned that his motivations were not solely tied to his attire and the object he had brought, but were conveyed through his demeanor, which exuded a unique blend of Eastern elegance and casual grace. It has been a while. Perhaps the magical world should embrace some change. Should it not? Wen did not address the obvious topic presented by Grindelwald, but instead posed another inquiry. Perhaps so, Grindelwald was compelled to concede, acknowledging that the magical community had remained insular for too long. Do you recall your declaration from years past? Upon mentioning this, Grindelwald's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Despite his confinement in Nurmengard for so many years, he would never forget the reasons behind it. This individual before him had casually invoked memories of the past. What were his intentions? Are you intrigued by this? The long-buried convictions of Grindelwald were stirred anew, and he pondered that if the man responded affirmatively, he might reluctantly share tales of his visionary aspirations. No, Wen interjected, picking up a white stone from the table. I was contemplating a potential transaction. A transaction? Grindelwald suddenly lost interest in the conversation and reclined on the sofa, prepared to dismiss his guest once more. Yet this time, Wen remained silent, instead handing him a note, indicating for him to read. Hesitantly accepting the note, Grindelwald marveled at his own newfound patience. However, upon reading its contents, he crumpled it in a fit of anger. What do you mean by this? Wen, holding a black stone, did not meet his gaze but instead placed it on the chessboard, then gestured, shall we play a game? As the night deepened, the chess match within the tower reached a state of impasse. Grindelwald held a stone, unable to make a decisive move. Damn it. Why do the Chinese insist on discussing matters while playing chess, weaving their intentions into the game? He found himself torn between contemplating the pitfalls in Wen's proposition and the possibility of losing the match, his mind in disarray. What do you think? Grindelwald's eyes remained fixed on the game, yet he pondered whether Wen was referring to the proposal or the chess match. He opened his mouth to offer a non-committal response. If I recall correctly, China has consistently supported the confidentiality of wizards. Why seek me out now? Having chosen his position, Grindelwald placed a black stone. Almost immediately, a slender hand reached into the box, retrieving a smooth, cool white stone, and the young man smiled. I believe this does not contradict your stance. With a stone placed, the game spiraled into a deeper vortex. Grindelwald, disinterested in the chess match, bluntly posed the most pressing question, "What do you intend to do?" Wen smiled as he watched Grindelwald toss the black stone into the box, humorously retrieving another black stone and placing it in a corner of the board, before casually laying down a white stone. "My intelligence indicates there is a second Dark Lord in England. That one, the fellow who was defeated by a baby?" Grindelwald scoffed. "Yet he is quite useful, is he not?" Grindelwald suddenly comprehended Wen's insinuation. "Are you suggesting that you wish to employ him to execute your plan?" Wen ambiguously nodded. "But he is dead. Yet no one believes that, do they?" Grindelwald's expression soured, but Wen continued. "If they did, why does that individual at Hogwarts tirelessly strive to nurture a savior? What assurance do you have of controlling him?" "I possess no assurance." Wen's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, "Nor do I require it. I desire him to create as much chaos in the magical world as possible." On the chessboard, the black and white stones intermingled. Wen raised his gaze to meet Grindelwald's eyes, his crimson irises glinting with an inscrutable intensity. "For the one who commands the pieces excels at turning the tide in a disordered game. You." Grindelwald regarded the man before him, feeling an inexplicable sense that this individual might surpass even the second Dark Lord, momentarily at a loss for words to describe him. Though no answer was given, Wen understood that the man before him had begun to waver. Thus, with elongated fingers, he placed a white stone, then offered a black stone to the elder. Grindelwald observed the proffered piece, slowly lifting his hand to accept it, then, under Wen's unwavering gaze, casually placed it on the board. Yet neither bowed their heads. Both rose in unison, their hands clasped together. Then, for the greater good. Chapter 41, The Invitation. Upon returning to the manor, Wen learned from South's report that the house cup had, as expected, been claimed by Slytherin. He could almost envision the jubilant scene of Slytherin celebrating, yet regrettably, he had been preoccupied earlier in the day and could not be present. Otherwise, he might have received a smile from the professor. Having missed out today, he resolved to seek him out personally tomorrow. The thought of approaching the professor in his adult form filled Wen with anticipation, for some Western potions proved remarkably effective. Dragging his body, now returned to its original state, Wen succumbed to a deep slumber. Alas, the heavens did not favor us. I had initially planned to seek out the professor the following day, yet he remained ensnared in a whirlwind of responsibilities for a fortnight. The framework in England was barely established, and the disciples from the East found it inconvenient to move about freely, compelling him to commence the search for local personnel. The entrenched notions of Western nobility proved to be a hindrance. When it came to sensitive information, he had to abandon the straightforward methods of confiscation and extermination, opting instead for a more diplomatic approach. Host a banquet? Nanyu could hardly believe his ears. He cast a glance at Wen Zhiyu, who had not consumed any age-enhancing elixirs, and then at himself, incredulous. He inquired once more, "Us? Host a banquet? Here?" As if in response to his words, a thick black mist swept across the blood pool below, wafting the acrid scent of blood into the air. Wen Zhiyu had just concluded a meeting with the disciples. The efficacy of the age-enhancing potion had waned, and he set his mask down upon the armrest beside him, one hand shielding his eyes while the other rested on his knee. "Yes, Hu Chuan's reputation has been established. What we need now is to deepen their impression." Wen Zhiyu explained generously to Nanyu. "So, should I specify on the invitation that it is a banquet of treachery?" Nanyu scoffed. His concern was not for himself, but rather he doubted that those so-called nobles would even dare to enter. Wen Zhiyu was evidently considering this as well. He merely wished to leave a lasting impression, not to be hunted down by the righteous of the West. "I shall seal this hall temporarily until the banquet concludes." With that, Wen Zhiyu flashed a weary smile at Nanyu, as if to say, "Help the exhausted young master before he collapses. Go deliver the invitations from the study." Mid-sentence, he suddenly remembered something, paused, and added, "The one at the bottom left, I shall deliver myself." With that, he staggered away, mask in hand, heading towards the bedroom. He needed to catch up on some sleep. In Spidertail Alley, Snape had just sent off a letter when he sensed the magic surrounding the house was disturbed. He promptly drew the wand concealed in his sleeve and pointed it in the direction of the disturbance. "Long time no see, Severus." The man he pointed at remained clad in black robes, a mask obscuring his features, while an owl flitted past him, picking up speed. He was still perched on the eaves of the neighboring house. "You seem to enjoy climbing onto other people's roofs," Snape taunted. Wen Zhiyu remained unfazed, even jesting. "If you would allow me entry into your abode, I could simply come to your side next time." "Humph," Snape scoffed, making his stance clear. Wen Zhiyu settled himself on the eaves. He hadn't slept much today and had simply been unable to resist the urge to meet someone. Hurrying to change clothes before arriving, watching Snape set down his wand, though still not relinquishing it, he could see that there had been significant progress. However, Snape pondered that if this individual maintained his distance, he wouldn't wish to waste time simply watching him. There were potions that required completion. Ah, potions. Snape hesitated, slowly lifting his gaze. Your potions are not yet completed. I shall write to you once they are done. The implication was clear. Do not approach until they are ready. Wen Zhiyu succinctly replied, of course. I have not set a deadline. You may take your time. So, Snape set aside the materials he was working on to meet Wen Zhiyu's gaze. Did you come today for a specific purpose? Remembering his intent for the visit, Wen Zhiyu hesitated to speak, fearing another rejection. Instead, he drew an invitation from his pocket, enveloped in spiritual energy, and let it float over. Snape raised his hand to catch it, glancing at the invitation. An invitation? He sneered, I want to be attending. Wen Zhiyu nodded. But don't be so hasty in your refusal. He gestured towards the invitation. Why not open it and take a look? After a moment's hesitation, Snape opened the invitation, skimming through its contents until an unexpected signature caught his eye at the end. An auction? Snape set the invitation down, regarding the man seated on the eaves with newfound seriousness. Do you truly believe I would be interested in this so-called auction? Wen Zhiyu shook his head, asserting confidently. Not necessarily the auction itself, but this time there will be an Eastern spiritual plant, which, to my knowledge, has yet to appear in England. Are you truly uninterested? A brand new spiritual essence represents what? The potential for entirely new potions. And a master potion maker would undoubtedly find this intriguing. Wen Zhiyu's plan was not yet fully formed. But Snape's second outright refusal came swiftly, as if striking a blow. Not interested, I will not attend. Wen Zhiyu nearly stumbled off the eaves, incredulous at what he had just heard. You say I will not go. Snape abruptly shut the window, followed by a mocking remark. If you enjoy climbing on roofs, perhaps you should let the cool breeze wake your mind. Wen Zhiyu, he could enjoy the cool breeze, but he did not wish to endure the harsh winds of the northwest. After some deliberation, Wen Zhiyu placed a bag at Snape's window before returning to the manor. Once the shadow had vanished, Snape slowly reopened the window, using his wand to levitate the bag onto the table. The manor was more rigorously guarded at night. Yet for someone accustomed to arranging defenses, it was of little consequence. He entered the room without obstruction, his gaze immediately landing on the letter upon the table. Indeed, he not only had to act as a courier, but also had to masquerade as a diligent student during the holiday. After shedding his outer robe, Wen Zhiyu first indulged in a thorough wash in the bathroom before donning a robe and sitting at his desk. The letter was from Snape. And if all went as anticipated, it should indeed have been delivered by the owl he had just brushed past. Opening the letter, the familiar ornate script piqued Wen Zhiyu's interest to continue reading. The professor truly lived up to the title of Master Potion Maker. Over the past fortnight, he had intermittently sent letters with convoluted inquiries about potions, and while each of Snape's replies contained some digression, the explanations were remarkably lucid. For instance, this passage, if Mr. Wen Zhiyu were to peruse Potion Handling Volume 2, he would not be asking the foolish question of whether adding moonstone to a mandrake solution would cause an explosion. Perhaps it is not the materials that are faulty, but rather your mind, which is overgrown with reeds. Has your final score not already revealed the correct answer to you? Look at that. How beautifully he scolded. Taking up a nearby sheet of stationery, Wen Zhiyu grasped a pen and began composing a reply, beginning with to my esteemed potion professor, and then meticulously detailing his errors and corrections, followed by new inquiries. The letter spanned 3 sheets of paper, yet he did not intend to send it immediately. He was not foolish enough to bombard Snape with incessant questions. It would be counterproductive. Thus, he planned to wait a day or two, which would imply that he had genuinely conducted experiments and formulated new questions. However, he swore to the several boxes of exploded cauldrons in the adjacent potion room that he had indeed followed the Master Potion Maker's guidance. It was merely that explosions were unavoidable. Chapter 42, Upside Down Alley. Following the previous banquet, after sending out the invitations, Wen Zhiyu felt a twinge of regret. Although he had familiarized himself with the protocols of Western banquets, it was only after dispatching the invitations that he suddenly recognized a crucial distinction. Western banquets, it seemed, were unlike those in the East. While there were indeed singing and dancing elements in the East, they primarily involved others performing for their enjoyment. But the West was different. They danced themselves. They danced themselves. Did they not ponder what they were professing, rather than indulging in the art of dance? Wen Zhiyu would much prefer to demonstrate the macabre skill of dismemberment in front of everyone. The mere thought of himself twirling in the dance floor sends shivers down his spine. Most importantly, he lacks the ability to dance. With a neutral expression, Wen Zhiyu glanced at Nanyu, who was indulging in snacks beside him, and his headache intensified. The system suggested, why not seek someone to teach you? Wen Zhiyu paused, retorting, if you hadn't spoken, I would have thought you were dead. The system, hands on its hips, replied, why must your words be so ungracious? I'm merely recharged. Without the luxury of time for idle conversation, Wen Zhiyu resumed his work, processing the official documents submitted by the followers. What a Malfoy! I've noticed you seem rather chummy with that golden-haired little bundle. the system remarked. Perhaps he could instruct you in Western dance. Wen Zhiyu squinted in displeasure, envisioning the scene of dancing hand in hand with Draco, which sent a wave of discomfort through him. Get lost, he snapped. What about the savior? The system inquired. Are you certain he can dance? Wen Zhiyu questioned. All right, then perhaps you might consider Professor Snape, the system suggested. Pausing mid-sentence, Wen Zhiyu's mind unwittingly conjured an image of himself dancing with the professor, and he abruptly slammed the brakes on that thought. With a darkened expression, Wen Zhiyu shot back. Do you wish for my demise? The system, feeling guilty, whistled nervously, realizing it had merely intended to tease. After much contemplation, it dawned on Wen Zhiyu that among all his acquaintances, few possessed the ability to teach dance. But wait, why must he learn to dance at all? Trapped in a dead end, a sudden epiphany illuminated Wen Zhiyu's mind, bringing forth clarity. It was his banquet. Why should he conform to their expectations? Hearing the commotion, Nanyu looked up from the snacks, puzzled as to whom he was conversing with. Thus, Wen Zhiyu resolutely established the dance segment for the banquet. After completing weeks of administrative tasks, he finally had a moment to attend to his own affairs. Nanyu was busy coordinating the banquet arrangements, and early in the morning, Wen Zhiyu made his way to Nocturne Alley. Wandering through Nocturne Alley, his destination was a cauldron shop. His recent cauldrons had been exploding far too swiftly, leaving him short-handed. He decided to place an order for a sufficient quantity for the upcoming semester. Upon exiting, the proprietor closed up shop after sending off the deity of wealth, heading off to fulfill other orders. Ever since the establishment of Yuquan in the British wizarding community, Wen Zhiyu had more galleons than he could spend unless he whimsically purchased several estates. Standing at the mouth of the dim and dilapidated alley, after much deliberation, he ventured inside with his wand in hand. This time, he hadn't consumed an aging potion, hadn't dressed up, nor even donned a mask. He simply walked into Nocturne Alley in his everyday attire. He was awaiting an opportunity, or rather, he was providing someone else with an opportunity. As he stepped inside, a shadow lurking around a corner observed Wen Zhiyu's entrance into Nocturne Alley, directing a piece of enchanted parchment to relay a message. Understood. Keep a close watch at the exit. I'll lead the others in. The communication was whispered, barely audible to the cloaked figure. The figure displayed a complex expression, lips quivering, managing only to utter a cautionary, be careful. Nocturne Alley was the territory of dark wizards, and Wen Zhiyu was well aware of this fact, given his frequent dealings there every few nights. As he walked, passers-by donned oversized black robes, tightly enveloping themselves within, making Wen Zhiyu's presence stand out like a splash of white paint on a black canvas, instantly attracting nearly everyone's attention. However, due to his conspicuousness, no one dared to act immediately, instead opting to observe. Recently, too many dark wizards had met their demise in Nocturne Alley, and it remained unclear whether they had offended someone. Upon death, their souls appeared to have vanished, their blood nearly entirely drained, leaving behind a gruesome sight. To draw attention while simultaneously clearing himself of suspicion, Wen Zhiyu planned to purchase items from the largest shop in the area. Yet, he did not anticipate that the moment he stepped inside, he would encounter someone he had hoped to see, but not at this moment. Hastily retracting his foot, Wen Zhiyu contemplated performing an instantaneous vanishing act, but as he turned, a hand yanked at his collar from behind. Mr. Wen, pray tell your unfortunate old professor, what brings you to this wretched place? Severus Snape was nearly driven to madness by the audacity of this brash creature. He had come to this magical shop to procure a seed not sold outside, and upon turning around with it in hand, he found the rabbit poised to flee at the entrance. Realizing the nature of their surroundings, Snape hastily approached, gripping the collar of Wen Zhiyu and bombarding him with inquiries. Wen Zhiyu stumbled, colliding against Snape, their height discrepancy evident. Without having consumed an aging potion, he had to tilt his head to meet Snape's menacing gaze. With his collar being yanked, Wen Zhiyu struggled for breath, yet dared not resist forcefully, instead raising his hands to loosen the collar. Professor. It's rather difficult to speak with my collar being pulled, Wen Zhiyu stammered, loosening a few buttons, his tone laced with an appeasing undertone. I'm not quite sure how I ended up here. Snape immediately discerned the falsehood in his words. Not certain how you arrived? Not aware you were entering the shop? Not conscious that upon seeing me, you turned to flee? Their current position conveyed a misleading impression. Several dark-cloaked wizards outside exchanged glances and began to converge towards them. Snape raised his gaze, glaring at the approaching wizards, effectively warding them off, his frustration palpable as he steadied Wen Zhiyu and grasped his wrist, leading him away. As they moved further from the shop, Wen Zhiyu's heart sank deeper with each step. Typically, he would yearn to walk alongside the professor, but this situation was entirely different. Outside, there could well be an ambush waiting. If the professor remained by his side, exposure would be the least of his concerns. What if someone were to inadvertently strike? Regret washed over him for not allowing Nanyu to accompany him. Professor, wait, Just a moment, Professor. Snape's pace was alarmingly swift, the fabric of his robe billowing in the wind as he moved. Wen Zhiyu realized he could not continue this way, so he began to resist, attempting to reclaim his hand from Snape's grasp. Sensing the commotion beside him, Snape impatiently tugged harder, finally pulling Wen Zhiyu into a narrow alley, pressing him against the wall. His expression dark as he awaited an explanation. Wen Zhiyu found himself at a loss for words. The priority was now to figure out how to send Snape away. But how could he accomplish that? In that moment, one stood before the other, one towering over the youth whose height barely reached his chest, while the other hung his head, straining to devise a plan. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with Snape's darkening expression suffocating the air between them. Snape glowered at the boy. A minor wizard, entering Nocturne Alley without any guise, would undoubtedly attract a multitude of malicious gazes. He shuddered to imagine the consequences. No matter how capable he was, the sheer number of dark wizards in this area, coupled with the prevalence of dark magic, meant that if he didn't happen to encounter the right person, he could easily meet an untimely end. Typically, he presented a compliant demeanor, yet during holidays would charge headfirst into such places, all alone. What are you dawdling for? Explain to me why you are here. Severus's tone grew more intense, yet the person before him remained with their head bowed, enveloped in silence. Speak. What to do? Wen Zhiyu racked his brains, desperately trying to devise a solution that would satisfy both parties. Observing the boy tremble slightly at his outburst, Severus inexplicably felt some of his ire dissipate. The fondness he usually held for Wen Zhiyu lingered faintly in his heart, causing him to unconsciously reflect on the veracity of the boy's earlier words. Could it truly have been an accident? Professor, Wen Zhiyu still could not conjure a plan. But he thought that if he remained silent any longer, the goodwill he had painstakingly built up might be squandered. His thoughts wavered indecisively. Honesty was out of the question. Yet a single lie would require a web of deceit to conceal it, and he did not wish to become a mere purveyor of falsehoods. My hand hurts. After much contemplation, he decided to shift the topic. Forgive him. He simply could not find any excuse. After a prolonged wait, he finally uttered a phrase that resembled a plea, causing Severus to be both angered and amused, prompting him to dismiss his previous, ill-timed thoughts. Just as he was about to deliver a cutting remark, he recalled the boy's struggles when he had held him firmly, and his gaze instinctively drifted to the slender wrist before him. The boy's wrist was delicate, with well-defined knuckles, and the pale skin bore a chaotic array of scratches that were impossible to overlook. Had he truly been so heavy-handed? Never mind, he would inquire later. Once they were out of this predicament, Severus made a conscious effort to avert his gaze from the boy's wrist and resolved to lead him away. Suddenly, a flash of cold light flickered. Simultaneously, Wen Zhiyu, having leapt past Severus's sleeve, unleashed a short arrow, knocking the hidden weapon aimed at them to the ground. Severus reacted instantly, pulling Wen Zhiyu behind him, forming an ironclad barrier to shield them both. At the alley's entrance, numerous dark figures rushed in, weapons in hand, their blades glinting ominously. Without delay, they charged toward the pair. Severus gripped his wand tightly, casting a flurry of spells. A few assailants were sent flying by his incantations, but they swiftly regained their footing and surged forward once more. Recognizing their intent, Severus no longer held back. His next spell was a dual flash of red and green light. Caught off guard, some fell to the ground, incapacitated, prompting the others to take the situation more seriously. Suddenly, several thick roots erupted from the ground, aiming directly at them. Severus swiftly maneuvered, pulling Wen Zhiyu to safety while casting a shattering spell. After several rounds of confrontation, the adversaries, sensing their disadvantage, fixed their gazes intensely on Wen Zhiyu, gritting their teeth and instructing the remaining members to form a formation. In rapid succession, several retreated, chanting incantations, and a golden light coalesced around them, ensnaring the two. Detonate. Don't let him escape. The leader shouted at one of the cloaked figures, who understood immediately. A red orb appeared in the black-clad man's hand, which he hurled toward Wen Zhiyu. In that moment, Wen Zhiyu could no longer afford to concern himself with exposure. If that thing detonated, he and the professor would emerge from it severely injured, if not worse. He darted away from the Serpent King's grasp, who widened his eyes in an attempt to reclaim him, but Wen Zhiyu was too swift, already several paces ahead. With one hand forming a seal and the other clutching a talisman, he leapt and enveloped the orb with the paper, securing it in his grasp as he landed. Deliberately distancing himself from Severus, a muffled explosion echoed, and Wen Zhiyu felt a sharp pain in his palm. Instantly, he channeled his energy to mend the wound, shaking his hand before delivering a punch that shattered the wall of golden light. As the barrier crumbled, the blade of an attacker surged forth, but Wen Zhiyu skillfully sidestepped, landing a punch to the assailant's abdomen and deftly drawing a dagger to parry the incoming blade. Both combatants exhibited remarkable agility. their blades clashing in a flurry that left no openings for either to exploit until a spell broke the stalemate. Shatter. Severus seized the opportunity to push the adversary back, while Wen Zhiyu delivered a kick that sent the opponent flying. Phew. Wen Zhiyu rubbed his slightly numbed wrist. The foe before him remained undeterred, but was hindered by the binding spells that prevented them from casting further. In truth, Wen Zhiyu did not intend to let them escape. However, he did not wish to tarnish the goodwill he had so meticulously cultivated, opting instead to engage in straightforward combat without excessive use of spells. Severus stepped forward again, pulling Wen Zhiyu behind him, his wand pointed menacingly at the assailants, the green light flickering at its tip. Retreat. With that command, the cloaked figures scattered, even taking the fallen bodies with them as they fled. Professor, you, just as Wen Zhiyu intended to express concern for Severus's well-being, he was suddenly seized by the collar and hastily pulled out of the alleyway. Not until they reached the outskirts of the overturned alley did Severus finally use apparition to transport them. They materialized in the first floor of Severus's home in Spinner's End. Upon landing, Wen Zhiyu was unceremoniously thrown onto the sofa by the furious potions master. Cough, cough. Having been dragged by the collar and then experienced the disorienting sensation of apparition, Wen Zhiyu felt as though the world was spinning, and something lodged in his throat made him uncomfortable. Chapter 44. Administering the potion. When the potions master emerged, holding a vial of potion he had prepared, Wen Zhiyu had just managed to cough out the obstruction in his throat. However, following the violent fit, as calm returned and blood flowed back to his brain, his face flushed a bright red. Ignoring the boy's crimson cheeks, Severus sharply thrust the potion toward him, saying, "I believe you do not require my prompting." They were close, one tall and the other short. Before Severus could react, Wen Zhiyu impulsively threw his arms around him, causing Severus to stumble slightly, nearly toppling both of them off the sofa. Regaining his balance swiftly, Severus felt his anger surge. Let go. Wen Zhiyu did not relent. Instead, he clung tighter, pressing himself against Severus. One stood, the other sat. Wen Zhiyu had just enough reach to encircle Severus's waist, burying his face in the professor's side, unwilling to meet his gaze. Professor, I'm so glad you're here. Wen Zhiyu understood that had he not acted foolishly, he might have evaded this interrogation. However, the day's events had truly taken him by surprise, and he could only strive to grant himself a moment of contemplation. Humph. Severus's anger turned to irony. The accumulated rage from their encounter in the alley and the attack surged forth once more, overshadowing the potion in his hand. The potion's master resorted to old tactics, attempting to wrench the boy away by his collar. Yet, in his haste, his fingers brushed against a cool metallic object, the unexpected sensation causing him to pause. Wen Zhiyu, unaware, was drawn closer to Severus, the scent of potions emanating from the professor infiltrating his nostrils. Typically averse to bitter tastes, he found himself inexplicably compelled to lean in closer, the fragrance of the potion intensifying, mingled with a hint of familiar tea. The weariness of prolonged exertion suddenly crashed down upon him, and the warmth radiating from Severus made Wen Zhiyu feel drowsy. Severus, registering the sensation in his hand, instinctively reached to touch the spot where he had felt the cool metal, confirming it was indeed a necklace. His first thought was this explanation, but his anger flared anew. Unable to extricate the boy, the Serpent King began to spew venom. Let go. Do not make me repeat myself. Once again, there was no response. Severus Snape's expression darkened as he reached for his wand, only to suddenly realize that the power at his waist seemed diminished compared to before. He attempted to push the boy away gently, and the young lad, who had been clinging tightly to him, was suddenly sent sprawling onto the sofa with the force of his push. Snape tried to catch him, but failed, silently retracting his hand. The boy's state was highly peculiar. He could hardly believe that anyone could still be asleep under such circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Snape directed his wand towards the person on the sofa and cast a diagnostic spell. To his surprise, the spell indicated that the boy was unconscious. The feedback from the spell baffled Snape, prompting him to lean down for a closer inspection. It appeared that the boy had indeed succumbed to a deep unconsciousness, even to the point of being in a comatose state. Snape raised his hand to adjust the boy's disheveled collar. The earlier situation had been exceedingly perilous. Snape had watched as the boy wielded a dagger against an adult armed with a long knife, and it was impossible not to feel anxious. After all, he was a student, and Snape could not bear to see him in danger before his very eyes. Moreover, this student was exceptionally talented. With a soft sigh, Snape set the potion aside and began to examine the boy's hands. He had heard the explosion and witnessed the boy's frantic gestures. It was likely that the stone had detonated in his grasp. Lifting the boy's wrist, Snape was gentle, only to reveal a gruesome sight in the boy's palm. The earlier explosion had been mostly mitigated by a protective talisman, and the residual magical energy had provided some defense, yet it had not been enough to prevent the blast. leaving the boy's hand nearly mangled. He summoned his magical energy to heal the injury, but it was only sufficient for the boy to wield a weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been so beleaguered during the confrontation. Snape lifted the boy from the sofa and carried him into the bedroom. He returned to the living room to fetch the potion before entering the bedroom to tend to the boy's wounds. The boy's magical energy was nearly depleted, so Snape administered a restorative potion to him and took one for himself, finally finishing the task at hand. Just as he intended to turn and find a place to rest, he was suddenly reminded of the metallic sensation he had felt earlier. When he had adjusted the boy's collar, he had not noticed any necklace. What could it be if not a necklace? The boy's background had been disclosed to him by Dumbledore, who had described him as an ordinary young wizard from China. How naive of Dumbledore to think that he, like himself, was filled with sugary nonsense and incapable of rational thought. Those individuals, despite appearing in the alley of miscreants, had their sights set squarely on this boy. It was evident they had come for him. A 12-year-old wizard, hunted down to a dark alley during the holidays, unless he had committed some heinous crime. It could only be due to his family and lineage. Too many questions remained unanswered, and as Snape realized what he was doing, his hand had once again brushed against the boy's collar. Hurriedly retracting his hand as if burned, Snape suppressed his burgeoning curiosity and left the bedroom. The door clicked shut behind him, and as his footsteps faded into the distance, the boy on the bed opened his eyes with a sense of relief. He exhaled the breath he had been holding tightly in his chest, not daring to sit up hastily, uncertain whether the professor would hear any sounds from the bedroom. After all, he was intensely vigilant. To deceive, he had reversed his energy flow, effectively rendering himself unconscious. Fortunately, his technique had reached a level of perfection, allowing the reversed energy to return to its natural state without further assistance. Otherwise, he might have truly remained unconscious for days. The potion he had consumed had only lightly replenished his magical energy, and he slowly moved his hand to touch the dragon crystal at the back of his neck. Relieved to find it undisturbed, he had noticed the professor's actions coinciding perfectly with his awakening, realizing that Snape had indeed noticed the crystal. The dragon crystal. 9 of them were affixed along his spine, each sealing a vein of magical energy, suppressing a life force. On the day he became the heir, they had been sealed in place by his father and the elders of the sect. The Wen family had upheld their legacy for over 70 generations, each one a pillar of the dark arts until the 52nd generation when the Wen family ascended to the throne of the sect, gaining renown through a singular battle. Contrary to the tales told in folklore, Wen family offspring were not born with exceptional strength, nor did they possess any extraordinary spiritual roots. In fact, the lineage was frail, and due to the nature of their practices, new infants were exceedingly prone to mortality. He was no exception. Chapter 45, Host. Since his birth and until his entry into the abyss, a full 8 years had passed, and apart from his parents, no one within the sect knew of his existence. Had he not survived the abyss, he too might have been forever buried among the bones in the eternal night. The dark arts sect had no need for a frail heir, nor for a successor who could not command the followers. They required a figure to whom they could look up, yet could not surpass, a mountain that loomed over them. Only then would the sect echo with a single voice, and they would heed that voice alone. To navigate through darkness, one could not merely be a light, for a light could extinguish for myriad reasons, leaving one vulnerable to the encroaching shadows. One must first immerse themselves in the dark, struggle within it, and unleash their potential from it. One must embody a darkness deeper than the dark itself, more malevolent than malevolence, to rise above the wretched and subdue the darkness with even crueler means. Such was the realm he had inhabited for 11 years. Withdrawing his hand beneath the covers, Wen Zhiyu closed his eyes, the faint scent of herbs wafting from the pillow easing his taut nerves. He was not entirely certain of his feelings towards the professor. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered the concept of love. It was an unfamiliar term to him. Thus, when he first laid eyes on Snape, the emotions that blossomed within him were attributed to mere desire. He was irresistibly drawn to the professor, yearning to converse with him, wishing for his happiness, and desiring to shield him from harm. When Zhiyu found himself in rare moments of introspection, he wished for the professor to be his possession, akin to the soul banner. Yet when he truly contemplated this, a wave of reluctance washed over him. This feeling resembled the struggle of finding a dandelion amidst the grass. He longed to grasp it in his hand, yet feared that reaching out would ruin its beauty. He hesitated, faltered, and remained stagnant. A dreamless night passed. When Wen Zhiyu finally emerged from the bedroom, mentally rehearsing his lines, he immediately spotted Snape seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Good morning, Professor," he greeted. Snape raised an eyebrow, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features upon noticing the change in the boy's attire. Responding with a curt, taking a deep breath, Wen Zhiyu prepared to articulate his rehearsed sentiments with fervor, only to be interrupted by Snape's next words. Breakfast is on the table. I trust you do not require assistance. Pardon? Wen Zhiyu opened his eyes, thinking he had misheard. Wasn't he supposed to inquire about the events of yesterday? What? Mr. Wen, are you still but a helpless infant awaiting someone to feed you? Or do you perhaps disdain the humble fare prepared by your potions professor? Snape narrowed his eyes, exuding a threat that suggested he might toss Wen Zhiyu into a cauldron to brew potions if he dared to respond. Realizing the implication, Wen Zhiyu promptly fell silent and began to eat breakfast. As he nibbled on the sandwich before him, he boldly speculated that it was likely a pre-packaged meal brought back by the professor, yet he dared not voice this thought, choosing instead to finish his breakfast in small bites. After finishing their meal, Wen Zhiyu sat on the sofa opposite Severus Snape, engaging in a direct confrontation with the potions master, having recited the carefully prepared script from the previous night. Wen blinked and fixed his gaze on the enigmatic figure before him. Are you implying that those individuals were sent by your adversaries? Snape, with a smirk that danced on the edge of humor, continued. And you? Did you find yourself compelled to enter Nocturne Alley in an attempt to evade your pursuers? Indeed. Professor, Wen replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding emphatically. Where are you currently residing? At present, I have no place to call home, Wen answered candidly. Snape furrowed his brow, halting the turning of the pages in his book. Observing this, Wen lowered his head, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance, as he recounted, since the holiday began. It feels as though I've been followed. Yesterday, when I ventured to Diagon Alley to purchase a cauldron, I sensed something amiss and sought refuge, only to inadvertently find myself in Nocturne Alley. Fortunately, I encountered you, Professor. However, I no longer dare return to my residence. Who knows if someone might be lying in wait? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, yet he refrained from embellishing his tale excessively, sharing a blend of truths and half-truths regarding his recent circumstances. What about that Hufflepuff? Has he returned home? Snape inquired. He has, Wen instinctively replied, arranging a vague itinerary for Nanyu. So, your family has left you here alone in England, Snape observed, his dark, captivating eyes scrutinizing the youth before him, searching for any signs of deceit. Unable to meet Snape's gaze, Wen feigned innocence, lowering his head and averting his eyes, his voice subdued. Yes. My father said I should learn to face adversity on my own. Indeed, the esteemed lord did utter such words, Snape mused, contemplating the veracity of Wen's claims. A flicker of guilt pricked Wen's conscience, but it quickly dissipated. Snape found himself at a loss for words, yet inwardly berated the man he had encountered in the cellar. Convinced that he bore no resemblance to Wen's biological father, how could a parent utter such words? What did it mean for a 12-year-old child to confront the dangers of a foreign land alone? Regardless of his capabilities, he remained but a child. Unaware that his words had diminished the reputation of the esteemed lord, Wen pondered why the professor remained silent. Was it possible that he had not shared enough? As he observed the student before him, head bowed and dejected, Snape was reminded of his own childhood. Abandoned by Tobias and Eileen, he had relied solely on himself for survival, the concept of family alien to him. Yet he too had yearned for someone to extend a helping hand. The burden of solitude weighed heavily on him. Snape felt a slight wavering within, Wen resolved to speak again, but if that failed, he would abandon his plan. If there is no place to stay, then I shall remain here. Wen's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily forgetting his pretense of grievance, his eyes sparkling as they met Snape's hesitant gaze. Snape clenched his jaw, quickly averting his gaze from the boy's fervent expression, adding, If you can endure handling potion ingredients daily, then so be it. Absolutely, Wen exclaimed, springing from the sofa, astonished by how seamlessly things were unfolding. Extra. Nanyu's Diary, 1, 1991, Month X, Day X. I paid little heed to today's weather. This morning, the young master gifted me a box of snacks, instructing me to remain indoors and avoid wandering, as he intended to explore the British wizarding world. Why not take me along? I wished to accompany him, but the snacks in my hands held me back, so I quietly followed the elder five without protest. 1991, Month X, Day X. Presumably a sunny day. A relatively shorter man approached me, introducing himself as Flitwick, claiming he would take me to acquire school supplies. Very well, the young master indicated for me to go, so I complied. Trailing behind Professor Flitwick, I lost track of what we purchased, but I sensed that the items from Diagon Alley were rather unpalatable. On a side note, while buying a cauldron, I acquired 2 extras, as it seemed akin to alchemy, and I thought it prudent to prepare for the young master. Furthermore, that professor insisted on taking me to purchase a stick, meticulously selecting one. Had it not been for the young master's request, I would have surely snapped it in two. 1991, date unspecified. I feign a lack of concern regarding the date. Today, we commenced our schooling at what I believe is called Hogwarts, a boarding school, it seems. Although I have not been placed in the same class as the young master. The food in this class is quite plentiful, albeit not as delectable as what the young master prepares. 1991 incredible. This seemingly sturdy door succumbed to the slightest gust of wind. I swear, I was merely engaging in my regular morning exercises. That Professor McGonagall deducted my points and ordered me to detention. Fortunately, the first class was with the young master. Though he appeared somewhat distracted, perhaps worried about the upcoming potions lesson, I hope the cauldron I prepared for him proves useful. 1991. Has the young master skipped breakfast today? Surely he isn't secretly indulging without me? I resolved to confront him about this. Upon reaching the courtyard, I noticed something falling from the sky. Was that the toad boy? Ah well, I suppose I should save him, for he did offer me a small biscuit this morning. How troublesome. Had I known saving someone would require consolation, I would have reconsidered. That beside him must be the young master's handiwork, quite symmetrical. 1991. Today, the bearded headmaster summoned me to his office. What could he possibly want? I certainly haven't damaged any Hufflepuff property recently. He even attempted to touch my knife. Fuming, I stormed out of the office, intent on reporting to the young master. 1991. It seems the young master was also called to the office. Harry approached me, claiming he wished to duel Draco. Is that what I think it is? But the young master forbids me from fighting. In my moment of hesitation, Ron offered me a lollipop, saying all I needed to do was cast a disarming charm, which sounded quite simple, so I agreed. Oh dear, I encountered the young master. While I failed to comprehend why he was knocked aside by a dog, I resolved to avenge him, only to be intercepted. What are you pretending for, young master? Your act is rather transparent. 1991. The young master messaged me, stating he had lost his translator. I offered him mine, but he declined, saying I wouldn't understand. Not understand? Understand what? 1991. Month X, Day X. Clear skies. Today is the young master's birthday, yet he sent me early this morning to gather some ingredients. Judging the time, I headed to the kitchen and casually grabbed some biscuits. The gift has been delivered. Hooray! Fortune favors the diligent. The young master has been expelled. He finally has time to prepare a hot pot for us. Extra, graduation photos. 1. Hey, listen, Draco, you can't bring snakes to school. Harry, having finally squeezed off the train, hurried forward to stop Draco, who was stealthily tucking Weasel into his sleeve. Shut it, Potter. Shaking off Harry's grasp, Draco quickened his pace, unwilling to engage in conversation. After being shaken off, Harry remained undeterred, trailing 2 paces behind Draco, incessantly attempting to reason with him. Hogwarts prohibits snakes on campus. Professor Snape will surely catch you. I think you ought to worry about your OWL's potion scores. They will draw your godfather's attention far more than my snake, Draco scoffed. Mentioning this caused Harry to lose interest in the snake in his hands. Who would have thought the OWL's potion exam would be so challenging? The mere thought that the professor might discover it soon made him want to flee on his broom. As he spoke, Harry lifted his Nimbus 2000. Draco shot a disdainful glance at the broom. Yes, you insist on bringing your beat-up broom. Upon hearing his broom described as beat up, Harry quickly defended. It's not beat up. I can still catch a few golden snitches with it. Draco turned his head, refusing to look at him, yet his words were unrelenting. It's outdated. You might want to consider a new broom. Those are much faster. Harry shook his head. No, it's different. This was the first broom Professor McGonagall gifted me. It holds sentimental value. Draco quickened his pace, forcing Harry to jog a few steps to keep up, only to have Draco's sarcasm splash across his face. Indeed, nothing compares to it. I should have known. When I return, I shall burn the one I gifted you. Now understanding, Harry concealed the broom behind his back, drawing closer to Draco, scrutinizing the expression on his face. Oh, Draco, are you feeling jealous? Shut up. Draco, caught off guard, retorted angrily. Just discard those nonsensical thoughts from your mind. Observing the tips of the platinum-haired boy's ears rapidly flush crimson, Harry adjusted his glasses, sharing a knowing look. Draco, noticing Harry's expression, kicked his foot and swiftly walked away. The pair arrived at the Quidditch pitch, where a considerable number of upperclassmen had already gathered. The school's teachers, rarely assembled at such times, were scattered throughout, engaged in lively conversation with the students. Upon spotting Harry, Ron immediately waved, and soon they regrouped, only for Ron to get into a heated argument with Draco within moments. Hermione, uninterested in the squabble, pulled Harry aside, who was trying to mediate. Have you received a reply? Are they coming or not? Harry's gaze remained fixed on the arguing duo, yet he answered Hermione, not yet. But I'm certain they wouldn't miss the graduation photo. He then dashed back to intervene. After considerable effort, he finally separated the two, at which point Draco let out a cold huff and shot Harry a fierce glare before striding directly toward the Slytherin area. Harry resigned himself to the likelihood of sleeping on the sofa that night. On the Quidditch pitch, the most serene and elegant presence was undoubtedly that of Slytherin. Though their numbers were few, with some still confined in the new Azkaban, those who remained were the elite. Draco instantly spotted Snape seated at the front of Slytherin, engrossed in a book. However, before he could approach, he was seized by the collar. "Head boy, have you received a reply?" It was Baddock, who leaned in closer to Draco. "We've all written to you, but you know his country is too far away." Draco pulled away his collar. "Yes? His country is too distant, so regrettably, I have not received a response either." However, he gestured for Baddock to look ahead. "Perhaps the headmaster can provide you with an answer." Seeing Snape's back, Baddock shuddered, a mixture of refusal and confusion in his tone. "I wouldn't dare. I can't fathom why you is so close to the headmaster. I wouldn't even dare to meet his gaze. If you possessed half his grades, perhaps you could stroll right under the headmaster's nose," Draco teased. "And he has only studied for 2 years. I've been at it much longer," Baddock conceded. "Perhaps that's why he can teach defense against the dark arts, while I'm destined to return home to inherit the family business." "His family business is far larger than yours," Draco mocked. "Baddock, can we not engage in a proper conversation?" Ignoring Baddock's defensive outburst, Draco stealthily approached Snape, switching to a chair behind him. Snape heard the commotion but paid him no mind, continuing to sift through the text of the elementary Chinese guide. "Headmaster, will you come?" Draco dared not refer to him as godfather within the school, so he weakly addressed him as headmaster. Snape continued to read, unperturbed. "I assumed your mouth was meant to be useful." Draco hesitated, reluctantly stating the truth, but he only replied to your letter. Snape, expressionless, continued to flip through the book, offering no response. Draco silently fidgeted. Knowing he was not like Wen Zhiyu, he could not repeatedly charge forward without consequence, or he would face the headmaster's wrath. Apologies for my tardiness. Chapter 46. The Letter. After tirelessly managing the banquet arrangements, Nan received a letter one morning, forcing him to return home. "Nanyu?" The hall had been fully decorated. With only some cumbersome goods still en route, the actors and musicians were already in training. "Is there anything else, my lord?" The steward perused the notes in hand, counting any details he might have missed. After burning the letter he had read, Nan sighed. The steward held his breath. "It's nothing," Nan replied nonchalantly, then waved off the steward. "Just don't let anything go awry." "Yes, my lord." In Spidertail Alley. The thought of not having to return to the manor for late-night work over the next month made Wen Zhiyu quicken his pace as he handled the materials. He had been assigned a guest room on the second floor, separated from the professor's bedroom by a storage room. Though small, its proximity to the professor was satisfactory. Whistling a little tune, Wen meticulously organized the materials, then began tidying the potions room, disposing of trash, securing bottles, and cleaning the crucible. "Cease your actions, Mr. Wen Zhiyu." Snape levitated the crucible aside, his tone displeased. "I've told you numerous times, do not touch my crucible." Frustrated that he could not accomplish what he intended, Wen lethargically took the cloth and exited the potions room. "I understand, Professor." Upon reaching the door, he washed the cloth thoroughly and began to inscribe protective runes around the house. He could remain here, but if no confidentiality measures were taken, those people would inevitably find him. Relying solely on the professor's confusion spell was insufficient. He needed a more secure approach. Although excessive spell use was prohibited in England, external items like runes and talismans, as long as they left no trace, would not attract scrutiny from the authorities back in China. After drawing several, Wen still felt their power too weak and their defenses inadequate. Which one should he draw? He languidly sat at the door, deep in thought. "Wen Zhiyu." A call from the Serpent King echoed from within. "Oh, coming." Wen Zhiyu immediately abandoned all thoughts and pushed the door open to seek the source. That night, upon receiving a letter delivered by an owl, Wen's heart sank, nearly choking him. Gazing at the ring filled to the brim with white paper, Wen slammed his fist onto the desk, only to be met with a splash of venom from the adjacent Serpent King. Shrinking his head, Wen retrieved the neatly stacked white paper from the ring, which occupied half the desk's surface. Wen Zhiyu pondered for a few moments, then raised his left hand, channeling his spiritual energy to manifest the letters one by one. He then perused, incinerated, and replied to each correspondence. As the stars twinkled faintly in the night sky, he finally laid eyes on the last letter. The word saint within the missive evoked an unexpected smile from Wen Zhiyu. He took up a sheet of paper and composed a lengthy response in elegant Chinese characters. Thoughtfully, he affixed a translation talisman and finally completed all his correspondence. Retiring to bed for the night, he was irked and resolved to assign more tasks to the inhabitants of the manor. Meanwhile, in the south corner, a figure named Chiu was in ambush when a tickle in his nose betrayed his presence. As he noticed his target swiftly retreating, Chiu clicked his tongue in annoyance and pursued with his blade drawn. Capturing the individual, he remained mindful of the young master's instructions and refrained from lethal force, opting instead to render the person unconscious and drag them back to the manor. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon the floor, creating a bright patch of light. Master Wen rose early, having plucked some vegetables from his small world to accompany the meat he had in the refrigerator, setting about making dumplings. The seasonings available in the professor's home were quite scant, bordering on rudimentary, but he had brought his own. After some effort, he produced a batch of fresh, nutritious dumplings. Considering that Westerners were unaccustomed to soup, Wen Zhiyu thoughtfully fashioned them into steamed dumplings and prepared a dipping sauce on the side. Before he could call anyone, a figure descended the stairs with great haste, followed by a smooth, melodious voice. I thought Mr. Wen Zhiyu would recall where this is, or perhaps he intended to dismantle the humble abode of the potion professor. As Wen Zhiyu arranged the dishes, he realized that his morning activities had disturbed the other, and he promptly offered an apology. I apologize, Professor. I prepared breakfast and may have made a bit of noise. Severus Snape descended the stairs, and upon entering the living room, he beheld Wen Zhiyu standing by the dining table, alongside 2 platters of food that should not have graced his menu. Shall we have breakfast, Professor? Wen Zhiyu kindly pulled out a chair for him. After a moment's hesitation, Snape reminded himself that this was his home, and thus, he had no reason to feel awkward. Convincing himself to take a seat, he had previously discovered that the culinary skills of this little giant were quite commendable, and the dishes were to his liking. He considered it as rent for his temporary lodging. The two dined in silence, the only sounds being the crisp clinking of cutlery. Halfway through the meal, Snape glanced at the elegant figure opposite him, who was deftly dipping the dumplings, and suddenly recalled the sounds he had heard the previous night. What were you doing last night? He inquired. When Zhiyu's movements came to a halt, why was he being questioned during breakfast? He silently placed the dumpling back on the plate, contemplating whether to respond. Snape also set down his fork. Wen Zhiyu felt a surge of anxiety, as an inexplicable weight, reminiscent of traditional Chinese education, pressed heavily upon his chest, compelling him to speak, yet rendering him speechless. Noticing the sudden shift in Wen Zhiyu's expression, Snape recalled that this giant rarely spoke during meals. In fact, he never did. Regardless of how noisy Harry and the others were, he remained methodical in his eating. And here, it seemed, was a display of noble etiquette. The Western world appeared less stringent in this regard, leaving Snape curious about the customs of the East. Finish your meal before answering, he concluded, returning to his food. It was a letter. After much internal conflict, Wen Zhiyu acquiesced. Very well, an occasional exception is harmless. Snape, surprised by the response, lifted his gaze to capture the expression of compromise on Wen Zhiyu's face. What letter? From Nanyu, regarding some matters to attend to. Wen Zhiyu replied candidly. Oh, Snape nodded, choosing not to press further, but inwardly chastising the man he had encountered in the cellar. What sort of person would cast someone aside and then demand further actions? Do not conduct business late at night, Snape cautioned. Mindful that potion ingredients required his attention and late-night tasks might disrupt his rest, Wen Zhiyu, not harboring such intentions, felt warmth at the professor's concern and resolved to prepare a varied breakfast for him each day henceforth. Indeed, he believed that today's breakfast had pleased the professor, hence the generous display of care. I shall do so, Professor. After finishing their meal, Wen Zhiyu thoughtfully assigned 10,086 tasks to the manor's residents before entrusting the letter to an owl, descending the stairs to cultivate goodwill in the potion room. Chapter 47, The Banquet. Boom. Get out. Wen Zhiyu complied immediately, taking care to roll away far enough so the professor wouldn't think he had not heeded the command, specifically choosing to retreat to the second floor and casting a protective charm over his room. Returning to his desk, Wen Zhiyu racked his brain, perplexed as to why he possessed an inherent tendency for chaos. Having resided in Spider-Tail Alley for over half a month, engaging in cooking, spell work, husbandry, potion handling, and defense against the dark arts, he had not disappointed the professor in any regard, except for that blasted cauldron. Clang, clang, clang. Interrupted. Wen Zhiyu glanced irritably towards the source of the noise and then opened the window, pulling in a black eagle. If this isn't of utmost importance, then tomorrow this day shall be your last. As he seized the letter, the black eagle struggled to escape, only to stagger and perch on the eaves of a neighboring house. Upon opening the missive, he discovered Nanyu inquiring when he would return to host the banquet. A banquet? The mention of it, after several weeks' absence, stirred memories within Wen Zhiyu. Oh, right. He had sent an invitation to the professor. The event was indeed scheduled for that very evening. Grasping his wand, Wen Zhiyu glanced at the time. It was still early, just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Surely the professor would attend? He resolved to visit the manor after the professor departed, ensuring he returned to his room before the professor's return. Even if the professor chose not to attend, he could easily employ soundproofing spells in his room, allowing for a brief excursion before returning. Pleased with his planning, Wen Zhiyu began composing a response, clearly outlining the points to be noted for the evening. The black eagle swiftly took the letter and flapped its wings as it departed the neighborhood. However, that evening, as he donned his attire, Wen Zhiyu felt utterly defeated. Professor, may I abstain from attending? He pleaded, a pained expression on his face as he sought to resist. If Mr. Wen Zhiyu wishes for his professor to return to find nothing but a corpse. Snape stood at the door, scrutinizing Wen Zhiyu. He was to attend a banquet that evening, a prospect he was loath to embrace. Yet he could not deny the allure of the magical flora mentioned by the other person. Moreover, he was reluctant to leave this giant alone at home. The defenses and secrecy of Spidertail Alley were insufficient, and his presence allowed him to remain vigilant. Once he departed, who could say whether those individuals might discover this place? Thus, the most prudent course of action was to have this giant accompany him for the time being. Regaining his composure, Snape raised his wand to perform apparition when he heard Wen Zhiyu speak. "Professor, if you do not mind," he began, a blush creeping onto his face that deepened to his ears before he could finish his thought. "You may call me Wen Luo." Snape, caught off guard, recalled the first time he had heard this name, during the duel for the position of prefect when this giant had uttered it. Since then, everyone had addressed him as Wen Zhiyu, and naturally, Snape had followed suit. Even if he were to change his name, why does this giant creature appear so bashful? Severus Snape found himself at a loss for words at the term he had conjured in his mind. Not hearing a response, Wen Zhiyu shyly lifted his gaze. His cheeks flushed with anticipation as he looked up at the potions master. Feeling the heat of those expectant eyes upon him, Snape tightened his grip on his wand, hesitating before finally acquiescing. "Then, please grasp my hand, Wen Luo." "Certainly, Professor," Wen Zhiyu replied with exuberance. Snape's disapparition proved successful, and upon their arrival, Wen Zhiyu immediately recognized the familiar path. Thank heavens they were not directly transported to the entrance. "Keep up," Snape instructed, his demeanor unfaltering as he strode ahead. Wen Zhiyu maintained his pace, trailing a few steps behind, his hands tucked into his pockets, feeling the communication charm nearly spark with urgency. Closer, closer. Under the cloak of night, the estate, an exquisite blend of Eastern and Western elements, appeared even more mysterious and dignified. The ancient Chinese eaves intertwined with Western spires created a unique tapestry illuminated by the moonlight. At the entrance of the estate, several guards clad in black armor and masks stood resolutely like iron towers, their shadows elongated in the moonlight, adding an air of solemnity and authority. This imposing sight caused Snape to furrow his brow, and he slowed his pace, continuing only when Wen Zhiyu approached. At that moment, the stationed acolytes were bracing themselves for tonight's banquet, as a procession of elegantly attired Westerners entered through the doorway, remaining motionless, until one acolyte blinked, unable to believe his eyes, and discreetly nudged the person beside him. The other acolyte shifted slightly, only to be poked again. "What is it?" he whispered. The first acolyte lowered his voice, gesturing towards the outside. "Look over there, that one." The second acolyte furrowed his brow and looked over. "Is that the young master?" he questioned dismissively, his gaze falling upon the approaching figure, preparing to scold his companion for failing to recognize the young master. Yet, before he could utter a word, he spotted a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to their master. "Goodness, it really is the young master. Stand at attention." Recognizing the arrival, the two quickly adjusted their stances and immediately relayed the information to their fellow sentinels, causing the previously relaxed group to straighten up at once. Finally in contact with the right person, Wen Zhiyu felt a weight lift from his heart. Upon noticing the guards at the entrance standing erect, yet casting furtive glances in his direction, his spirits soared. Thankfully, they were not alone on the road. While the two walked at a leisurely pace, others arrived in small carriages, guided by servants into the estate. Closer, ever closer. Wen Zhiyu sensed Snape's body tense, indicating his discomfort in the presence of a crowd. Yet, he too felt unease, ever vigilant for the possibility of someone unexpectedly revealing his secret. Snape finally reached the entrance, only to feel a sudden chill, glancing back at Wen Zhiyu to signal him not to lag behind. Wen Zhiyu nodded, and, upon entering the estate with Snape, released the silencing and binding spells that had restrained the guards at the door. After presenting their invitation, they were escorted by a servant to the banquet hall, where Wen Zhiyu noted the unfamiliar face, likely a new recruit to assist in the estate. Upon entering, they were met with a vibrant assembly of men and women clad in an array of elegant attire, laughter and clinking glasses filling the air. Snape, unaccustomed to mingling, chose instead to guide Wen Zhiyu to a secluded corner, awaiting the commencement of the auction phase, which suited Wen Zhiyu perfectly. Chapter 48. The banquet commences. The formidable aura of the basilisk was palpable, even outside of Hogwarts, as few could withstand the chilling atmosphere that enveloped the gathering. Snape, with Wen Zhiyu by his side, waited in a corner, concerned that the little giant might draw attention with his chatter. He reached for a plate of pudding to stifle his companion's voice. Accepting the pudding, Wen Zhiyu squinted with delight as he sat beside Snape, savoring the rare treat from the basilisk's bounty. In the midst of the festivity, familiar and unfamiliar faces mingled, glasses raised in leisurely conversation. "You've come as well?" I heard this event is quite well attended, though most seem to be pure-blood wizards, one remarked. Indeed. I've heard the estate's owner is of Chinese descent. The invitation bore the signature of Yuquan. Perhaps he is looking to expand his ventures. The two lowered their voices, conspiratorially. Have you heard of Yuquan? It seems the recent murders involving dark wizards are linked to them. I've heard, not long ago. Representatives from the Ministry of Magic came to negotiate, yet for reasons unknown, they left empty-handed. Though they spoke in hushed tones, their conversation soon attracted the attention of two acquaintances who leaned in to listen. Wen Zhiyu munched on the cookies offered by the headmaster. Oblivious to the content of their discussion, even finding time to reach for the nearby beverages. You are not permitted to drink, Snape admonished, his hand firmly pressing down on Wen Zhiyu's reaching arm, his tone carrying an edge of warning. Mr. Wenluo, I trust you haven't forgotten your age. I have no desire to drag a drunken lad home. Mention of alcohol darkened Snape's expression further, as he regarded Wen Zhiyu with increasing displeasure. Hearing the professor's words, Wen Zhiyu discreetly withdrew his hand, continuing to munch on the cookies, his gaze conveying his promise to behave and not indulge. Snape, unconvinced, shifted the drinks aside and handed him a glass of juice, returning to his previous contemplation of potion analysis. Positioned in the corner, near the window, the moonlight and ambient light graced the two figures. From Wen Zhiyu's perspective, the soft yellow glow illuminated Snape's face, highlighting his sharp features and gentle gaze. His meticulously styled hair framing his visage. Unlike the usual imposing presence of the basilisk, in this lively atmosphere, the professor appeared as a unique splash of color, exuding a profound sense of peace and warmth. Wen Zhiyu watched, his heart racing once more in quiet trepidation, unnoticed by those around him. In the back room, sir? Are you suggesting that I attend in the young master's stead? The steward clutched his chest, wishing desperately that the man before him was jesting. Southey remained impassive. Do you have an issue? None at all. The steward bowed his head, feeling both compelled to obey and unsettled by the task ahead. The young master instructed that you merely follow his customary approach. I am ill-suited for such appearances, the steward replied, recalling their usual interactions with growing unease. Indeed, the two in the corner waited and waited, yet the master did not make his entrance. Snape, darkly contemplative, silently vowed that if he were to attend the next banquet on time, he would personally hand the cauldron to this giant creature. In the next instant, the banquet hall fell silent, and the two instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance, following the eyes of the crowd. A man clad in a suit, his ponytail elegantly secured, entered. Though masked, his tall, graceful figure exuded an air of authority, the golden filigree pendant at his collar cradling a striking blue gem. His sparse adornments only served to amplify the pressure he emanated upon entry, his crimson eyes coldly surveying the assembly. A fleeting wave of murderous intent washed over the room, only to dissipate in an instant. The entire gathering fell silent as he strode directly toward the foremost position of the banquet. With a graceful turn, he settled into the seat of honor, leaning back slightly, legs crossed, and hands delicately resting on the armrests, his fingertips tapping lightly, exuding an air of unhurried composure. Commence, he uttered, his voice solemn and frigid, devoid of any trace of emotion. As his words faded, the servants began guiding the guests to their seats with alacrity. Severus Snape and Wen Zhiyu were ushered to the forefront. This sudden arrangement not only darkened Severus's expression, but also cast a shadow over Wen Zhiyu's countenance. This had been an arrangement for him and the professor to sit at the closest proximity, allowing him to gaze at the professor from the seat of honor. What a predicament this was. Unlike him, the steward at the head table appeared restless, especially upon witnessing the expression of his young master. A feeling of despair washing over him. Woe is me. As the guests settled, the stage was swiftly prepared at the entrance, and the atmosphere of the banquet began to swell with the arrival of song and dance. Typically, the person at the head of the table need not utter many words. Yet the steward, unwilling to meet his young master's gaze, patted his leg in an effort to calm himself. He initiated a casual conversation with others, desperately attempting to distance himself from the piercing glare of his young master. Severus, seated beside the head of the table, cast several sidelong glances at the man, and upon noticing the latter's deliberate avoidance of eye contact, his previously furrowed brow tightened further. There was an unmistakable sense that this individual was unlike anyone he had encountered before. Realizing Severus's gaze was fixed on the head table, Wen Zhiyu's expression darkened even more. Unable to endure it any longer, he gently tugged at the professor's sleeve, hoping to draw his attention back. Severus, feeling the tug at his sleeve, lowered his gaze to the small giant beside him, his expression questioning. When are we leaving? The boy mumbled, his head lowered, inching closer to Severus. In an effort to convey his intent, Wen Zhiyu subtly brushed against Severus's exposed skin, transferring the chill of his hand. Afraid? Severus attributed the coolness from Wen Zhiyu's hand to the oppressive presence of the individual at the head table. Glancing at the nobles who continued their revelry with song and dance, Severus calculated the time before rising and motioning for Wen Zhiyu to accompany him outside for some fresh air. The steward was engaged in conversation with others when he caught sight of the two departing, turning just in time to see his young master in a vulnerable posture. Chapter 49, Lucius. The night was serene, the inky sky adorned with countless twinkling stars, infusing the tranquil evening with a touch of vibrancy. Wen Zhiyu relished the solitude shared with the professor, engaging in a discourse about the recent challenges he faced with spells. Having escaped the cacophony, Severus's demeanor relaxed slightly, providing thoughtful responses to the inquiries of the small giant. For a moment, the light-hearted atmosphere created a barrier between them and the mingling guests behind. Lucius, having concluded his conversation with the individual beside him, glanced up to see his friend in the corner engrossed in discussion with a youth of moderate stature, piquing his curiosity. When did Severus become so tolerant of children? Unable to resist the pull of curiosity, Lucius approached the two. Severus, I never expected to encounter you here. The unexpected voice interrupted their dialogue, prompting Wen Zhiyu to immediately scowl and turn to face the newcomer alongside Severus. Lucius, momentarily taken aback by their dark expressions, halted a few paces away. If your eyes are functioning properly, then you have not erred. Lucius, adept in social nuances and familiar with this junior's temperament, paid no heed to the implications in his words, yet his gaze fell upon Wen Zhiyu. And who might this young gentleman be? Wen Zhiyu yearned to leap up and behead the golden-haired man who had disturbed his private moment with the professor, but with the professor present, he could only suppress the malice bubbling within. Before he could compose himself, Severus interjected on his behalf. My student. Lucius raised an eyebrow, recalling Draco's mention of a Mr. Wen Zhiyu. I've heard of you from young Draco. Draco had eagerly recounted tales of his summer, saying that this student not only befriended the boy who lived, but also made 2 Chinese friends. Among them, Wen Zhiyu's name surfaced most frequently. Their interaction was not particularly close, yet according to Draco, this Wen Zhiyu maintained a strong rapport with their headmaster and excelled academically, earning Severus's highest regard. Now it seemed evident that Severus valued him greatly. Greetings, I am Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. Lucius extended his hand. For a Slytherin never missed an opportunity to befriend a genius, nor would he. My apologies, sir, I have a phobia of germs. Lucius's outstretched hand froze midair. In the next instant, Wen Zhiyu found himself forcibly ducked down by Severus. Retracting his hand, Severus adopted a stern expression. What of your manners, Wen Luo? It's quite all right. Children can be like this. Draco is too, Lucius replied, retracting his hand and resuming his conversation with his friend. Observing their interaction, Wen Zhiyu's irritation grew stronger. Had the professor not been present, he would have dragged this man to the blood pool for a 3-day soak. As time ticked by, just as Wen Zhiyu felt his pocket might rip from clenching it so tightly, a voice finally announced the impending commencement of the auction. Severus and Lucius simultaneously paused their conversation, with Lucius stepping into the hall first. Severus glanced at the boy who seemed preoccupied with the floor, uttering a prompt to follow before entering as well. Upon their arrival, the previous stage had been dismantled, replaced with a broad set of steps and a display platform. All present were seated, their eyes fixated on the item concealed beneath a red cloth on the display. Severus led Wen Zhiyu back to their seats. As everyone settled, a non-masked figure clad in black robes ascended the stage. No amplification was necessary. His voice, imbued with magical energy, resonated throughout the hall. Welcome to the Fountain of Shadows. We shall now commence the auction segment of this gathering. Without superfluous words, he got straight to the point. The first item up for bid was a protective talisman from the Eastern realms, akin to a Western alchemical artifact. Such items were already rare, and this one, marked as a Chinese spiritual artifact, sparked a flurry of bids, ultimately selling for 34,000 galleons. The initial items served merely as a warm-up, with the quality of the offerings escalating as the auction progressed. At one point, Severus bid 50,000 galleons for the spirit plant mentioned by Wen Zhiyu previously, and upon realizing that no further herbal items would be auctioned, he departed the banquet with Wen Zhiyu. Understanding the nature of the subsequent items, Wen Zhiyu felt no regret and naturally followed the potion's master. As he left, several attendees exhaled in relief, particularly the steward at the head table, whose previously rigid demeanor relaxed immediately after Wen Zhiyu's departure. The atmosphere surrounding the forthcoming auction items shifted into something peculiar. Severus Snape's thoughts were rather straightforward. Earlier, he had encountered a peculiar herb, one he had never seen before, yet it radiated a considerable amount of magical energy, making it worthy of investigation. Thus, he had no intention of squandering time at a tedious auction. Instead, he deemed it far more prudent to return and delve into the study of the newly acquired herb. The two of them continued to utilize apparition to return to Spinner's End. Upon entering, Snape made a beeline for the potions classroom, while Wen Zhiyu changed his attire and joined in to lend a hand. The potion lab here bore little distinction from that of the dungeon, to preserve certain herbal properties. A temperature-regulating charm had been cast, rendering the space somewhat frigid. Upon entering, Snape had already begun his examination of the herb, not bothering to turn at the sound of the door, merely raising his hand to signal for tools to be handed over. Wen Zhiyu, displaying great perceptiveness, promptly disinfected and presented the items, then stood by to observe. Snape preferred solitude while researching potions, yet after a semester of recent companionship, Wen Zhiyu's evident aptitude for potion-making made him less averse to having this particular individual by his side, provided he did not interfere with Snape's cauldron. Wen Zhiyu relished the moments of solitude with his professor. Even if Snape remained silent and averted his gaze, it sufficed for him. Thus, he willingly assisted energetically, taking notes. Draco Malfoy, however, would never receive such favor. Should he dare to enter the potions classroom, Snape would undoubtedly expel him. A slight smile crept upon his lips, revealing a mix of joy and pride. In the ensuing half-month, the two nearly resided within the potions lab, only managing to thoroughly investigate the herb's properties 2 days before the commencement of the new term. At the dining table, Snape finished his porridge, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and uttered his first words of the day. He had carved out time to visit Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley? Wen Zhiyu, who was tidying up the dishes, momentarily registered the statement before realizing that the professor intended to accompany him to procure supplies for the upcoming semester. His face brightened with delight. "All right, Professor, I'm ready whenever you are." Of course, they did not set off immediately. The potion that had been left unfinished from the previous night still simmered, and as Wen Zhiyu cleaned up, Snape promptly retreated to the potions lab. It wasn't until after they had finished lunch that they finally departed. Unlike the previous occasion when Professor McGonagall had escorted him, this time, the Dark Lord directly transported him via apparition to Diagon Alley. Having missed an opportunity previously, he had been contemplating since that last visit whether concealing the trash bin at the entrance to Diagon Alley would affect their ability to locate it accurately. "I believe you can find the books you need on your own," Snape remarked, handing him the list of required texts for the second semester. Wen Zhiyu wanted to protest, but hesitated. "Yes, I can," he asserted, stepping into Flourish and Blots. With the school year rapidly approaching, Flourish and Blots was abuzz with activity. And not wishing to be jostled, Wen Zhiyu chose a less crowded area to dispatch several of his puppets. The puppets, living up to expectations, immediately made their way to a corner, using their strength to nearly hurl several individuals aside. "Who is that? Don't push. I've lost my shoe. What is this thing?" My books. My books. Just purchased. Move aside quietly. This thing is spikes. My backside." Before long, the diligent puppets had cleared a slightly wider path for their master. Snape, arms crossed, observed the commotion without any intention of intervening. Upon entering, Wen Zhiyu spotted a rather peculiar individual. To put it mildly, he could swear on his next month's snacks from Southview that he had never encountered a more eccentric person, boasting even more than Draco. Apologies to Draco. Not wishing to sully his vision, Wen Zhiyu closed his eyes and began using his magical energy to query the multitude of books, then cast a few summoning charms. "I'll take these. How much?" he demanded briskly. Exiting the bookstore, Snape immediately led him away to a different location, appearing equally disinclined to linger in the scene. "Well then," Wen Zhiyu said, glancing back to toss a small surprise. The cauldron he had ordered previously remained unused, and both of them inadvertently skipped that part of the process, returning to Spinner's End after purchasing some potion ingredients. In the following 2 days, Snape refrained from allowing him into the potions lab, instead instructing him to preview the textbooks in his room. After finishing Guide to Transfiguration, Wen Zhiyu felt intrigued and resolved to experiment once they returned to school. Unlike the previous term, on the first day of school, Wen Zhiyu did not rush to catch the Hogwarts Express. Instead, he traveled with the Dark Lord via the Flu network from Spinner's End to the dungeon. After being denied entry into the Great Hall, Wen Zhiyu set off on the path of the new semester alone. Upon entering the Great Hall, it was not overly crowded. Wen Zhiyu quickly found a seat closest to the professor's table and took out a book to read while waiting. Before long, wizards from various year groups began to filter in, and Draco spotted the boy seated at the front of Slytherin. He hurried over and plopped down beside him. "Hey, you, why didn't you take the Hogwarts Express?" Draco began to chatter incessantly. "I sent you so many letters over the break, but you never replied. My father said he saw you with the headmaster. Did the headmaster confiscate your letters?" And during my summer, for the first time, Wen Zhiyu found this platinum-haired boy to be quite noisy, rubbing his throbbing temples as he kindly offered an explanation. "Sorry, Draco, I had a signal blocker on, so the owls couldn't find me." Indeed, there were many who wished for his demise back in Huaxia. with both the light and dark factions offering substantial bounties. Apart from the black eagle he raised and the headmaster's owl, few could pinpoint his location. Upon receiving this explanation, Draco showed no signs of halting his barrage of questions, preparing to speak further when suddenly, a figure in black robes swept past them. This silenced not only Draco but the entire hall. Snape strode purposefully to the professor's table, his expression frigid, prompting Professor McGonagall to inch away slightly. "Severus, what's the matter?" Professor McGonagall inquired kindly. "You should ask that old fool." Snape shot a piercing glance at a lion below who appeared ready to speak, then smirked sarcastically. "No need to ask. Perhaps he will find you shortly." As if on cue, the next moment, Professor McGonagall was summoned from the hall by Dumbledore's phoenix. Wen Zhiyu's expression shifted subtly, his gaze inadvertently falling on Snape's tightly furrowed brow. Is he angry? Is it Dumbledore again? Why is he everywhere? As the older students gradually entered, the new first years, guided by Professor McGonagall, made their way into the hall. Similar to the previous year's young wizards, this year's cohort was captivated by the hall's grandeur, eliciting murmurs and whispers among them. Draco admired the curious demeanor of the first years, completely forgetting that he had once been one of them. Wen Zhiyu, however, remained disinterested, his focus persistently on Snape's emotional state until Snape shot him a sharp glare, prompting him to redirect his attention to Professor McGonagall, who was preparing to speak. As before, she produced the sorting hat. The sorting hat? Wen Zhiyu squinted to observe, nearly suppressing a laugh before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. It seemed he had come to understand why the professor was displeased. Watching the sorting hat in Professor McGonagall's grasp, Wen Zhiyu's gaze faltered, just at a glance. The sorting hat before him was undoubtedly not the same as last semester's. Aside from its identical appearance, it lacked the very essence he had encountered previously. Was this some contrivance devised by Dumbledore to create a mere facsimile, visually similar yet devoid of any genuine function? Dumbledore must have been quite perturbed. Who could have imagined that when he went to retrieve the sorting hat today, he was met only with a pile of gray dust? It was utterly inconceivable, and he even ventured in and out several times, ultimately failing to uncover the cause with the use of the reversal charm. This could only indicate that the sorting hat had long since departed from this world. But who could be responsible? Had Voldemort, in his madness, taken it upon himself to assault the sorting hat? Utterly deranged. It was simply beyond reason. Subsequently, he summoned the potion's master to discuss the matter, only to be met with the expected sardonic remarks. Eventually, amidst McGonagall's exclamations, they settled on a compromise. Chapter 51, A Special Sorting Ceremony. This year's sorting was entirely unlike any before, a fact noted by all the upperclassmen. The new batch of young wizards, upon donning the sorting hat, not only failed to hear their house declared immediately, but Professor McGonagall would also pose several questions of varying significance. Only after the young wizards responded did the sorting hat finally announce their houses. It was exceedingly peculiar. "Why is this year's sorting ceremony different from ours?" Draco inquired, discreetly applauding while glancing at the person beside him. Wen Zhiyu averted his gaze, pondering if the headmaster had finally resolved to reform the eternally unchanging school regulations. Yet, something felt amiss. The hat hadn't sung this time? Draco was about to articulate further. "Enough of that, Draco, this is not your concern." Wen Zhiyu lifted his eyes to scan the Gryffindor table. "Why don't you tell me why Harry and the others are absent from the hall?" At the mention of this, Draco's displeasure was evident, causing his interest in the sorting ceremony to wane. Indeed, who knows where they have gone? Perhaps they missed the train. He mused, recalling how he had waited endlessly on the train today without seeing anyone. "Hey, do you think they might be expelled?" Suddenly recalling the school rules, Draco seized Wen Zhiyu's robe, gently prying Draco's hand away. Wen Zhiyu reclaimed his robe and resumed warming himself. "That simply won't do," the platinum-haired boy exclaimed, his volume escalating, only to be met with an irate glare from the Serpent King at the professor's table, which promptly deflated his spirits, forcing him to continue his conversation with Wen Zhiyu in hushed tones. Though he certainly harbored no fondness for that Weasley, Harry could be considered a friend, and he was not inclined to see his companion drop out in their second year. "I must write to my father," Draco declared, becoming busy with his task. Unlike him, Professor McGonagall was also quite occupied, and her busyness was tinged with a hint of perspiration. She had conferred with Dumbledore. The destruction of the sorting hat must remain undisclosed. Hence they had conjured a counterfeit, one that served merely for ornamental purposes. The true sorting was to be conducted by McGonagall herself, being the deputy headmistress. She was well acquainted with the backgrounds of the young wizards, and her amiable nature allowed her to ask a few questions during the sorting, thus avoiding significant complications. However, troubles would diminish, not vanish. For instance, before her stood a young girl, and upon her arrival, McGonagall had already discerned which house she belonged to. Yet in the spirit of fairness, she proceeded to pose a few queries. "Miss Weasley, What would you do when confronted by an adversary? The girl replied, I believe I would make mincemeat of him. McGonagall, raising an eyebrow, continued, well then, if you had 2 chairs but there were 3 of you, what would you do? The girl responded, I think 1 chair would suffice. There's no need for 2. McGonagall pressed on, but what if those 2 individuals were your brothers? The girl brandished her fist. In that case, I wouldn't even need a chair. After mentally chastising herself numerous times, Professor McGonagall was still reluctant to place this child in Gryffindor. However, her desperate glance toward Dumbledore conveyed her dilemma. Dumbledore, understanding her plight, subtly waved his wand beneath the table. Gryffindor, proclaimed the counterfeit sorting hat. McGonagall. The girl exhaled in relief. I knew I belonged to Gryffindor. With that, she strode confidently toward the Gryffindor table, which erupted in enthusiastic applause, led by the twin brothers. As one young wizard after another ascended and descended, McGonagall's fatigue became increasingly apparent, and Wen Zhiyu even spotted a face of Eastern descent among them. Ultimately, they completed this much-anticipated process. Draco had just finished composing his letter. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore announced the semester's arrangements. Now, gather around, young wizards. I shall now present the important notices for the new semester. First, let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Lockhart, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts this term. As Dumbledore introduced him, a blond man seated next to Snape rose to present himself. Snape and Wen Zhiyu simultaneously scowled. Good heavens, in my eagerness to observe the professors, I completely overlooked this individual. However, the man did not appear particularly impressive. Snape caught a whiff of an unpleasant scent wafting through the air, if he recalled correctly. It was the smell of the glamour potion. His suspicions were confirmed. Lockhart had consumed 2 vials of the potion prior to his arrival, as he had inexplicably begun breaking out in pimples 2 days ago, particularly on his face. He had tried numerous remedies to no avail, and, in an effort to preserve his image, opted for the glamour potion to present himself in a favorable light. To this, Mr. Wen Zhiyu, who had generously provided the potion, remarked that no repayment was necessary. It was simply his obligation, whether it was due to the sight of someone he disliked or some other reason. The professor did not remain until the end and left the hall prematurely, with his desired company absent. Wen Zhiyu too had no intention of lingering in the great hall and, in turn, departed with Draco, who was preparing to seek out an owl. Young master, Nanyu had been waiting outside and promptly relayed the news he had acquired. The Savior and Ron missed the train and opted to fly to school. Nanyu recounted the incident in detail, noting that they likely lacked a license and consequently collided with the Whomping Willow. Wen Zhiyu gestured for him to continue. Ron's wand was broken, and the Savior appears to be in a bad way. He was struck several times by the willow and subsequently taken to the headmaster's office. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhiyu halted, and Draco, beside him, paused as well, gripping his letter and inquiring, "What's wrong?" Wen Zhiyu frowned. "How do you know all this?" "I saw it," Nanyu answered honestly. "Where did you see this?" A sense of foreboding washed over Wen Zhiyu. Next to them, Nanyu replied nonchalantly, "What?" Draco, having grasped the situation, hesitated before asking, "So why weren't you taken to the office?" Although he did not voice the question, it was plainly etched on his face. Nanyu, holding his sword, responded as if it were obvious, "Because I ran fast." Wen Zhiyu facepalmed. He had suspected as much. Chapter 52, Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Although Nanyu was not caught on the spot, he was still apprehended by Dumbledore, who imposed confinement and an essay upon him, in addition to deducting 50 points from Hufflepuff. Last night was utterly dreadful, far worse than falling into a barrel filled with slugs. Ron stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth, incessantly lamenting the misadventures of the previous night. The Hufflepuff youth, rarely in agreement, chimed in, exclaiming that the return spell was as wondrous as moonflowers blooming in a desert. It was almost unbelievable that he had stumbled so spectacularly. Hermione, book in hand, expressed her exasperation at the behavior of Harry and the others, rolling her eyes to convey her disapproval. Wen Zhiyu elegantly wiped his mouth, his gaze settling on Nanyu, remarking that moonflowers could not possibly thrive in a desert, clearly identifying the reason behind Nanyu's poor performance in herbology. "Pray tell, Nanyu, what were you doing during class?" He had long wished to inquire, especially after glancing at Nanyu's report card from last semester. It was utterly confounding that, as a Chinese student, he had received a P in herbology. I know. Hermione eagerly raised her hand. Wen Zhiyu arched an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. He asked Professor Sprout which herbs were edible, and even inquired this morning if venomous tentacula could be eaten raw or tossed into pasta for stir-fry. Hermione spoke rapidly, mercilessly exposing Nanyu, and after receiving the results, he simply stood there and fell asleep. "Nanyu, I just feel there's no need to waste time on impractical matters." Wen Zhiyu once again facepalmed, declining to partake in the discussion. As lunch concluded, Nanyu narrowly escaped a fate worse than death to attend his afternoon classes. while Harry and the others headed to defense against the dark arts with Wen Zhiyu and Draco. As they departed, Hermione made sure to grab her copy of A Journey with Vampires. To be honest, Wen Zhiyu had no desire to encounter that flamboyant peacock, but he had to play the part of a normal student. The first step towards normalcy was attending class punctually, yet he longed to skip it, especially upon seeing that blonde man repeatedly introducing himself while clutching his own book. He silently prayed he wouldn't find himself wandering the halls at night. Wen Zhiyu ground his teeth quietly. "Hey, what are you saying?" Hermione handed him the paper she had received, urging him to write quickly as the professor would collect them shortly. Resigned, Wen Zhiyu took the paper, glanced at it, and then, unable to contain himself, began to doodle furiously. 1. What is Lockhart's favorite color? Answer: blind people won't see other colors. 2. What are Lockhart's secret ambitions? Answer: I see you look like a burden. 3. What is Lockhart's greatest achievement? Answer: fortuitously becoming my defense against the dark arts professor. 4. When is Lockhart's birthday? Answer: irrelevant, but perhaps I could know your day of mourning. Holding the answer sheet, Hermione hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent, ultimately pressing it at the bottom before submitting it. After collecting the papers, Lockhart began to read, muttering to himself in disbelief that no one knew his favorite color. Upon seeing one of the papers, his expression shifted through a spectrum of colors. Hermione felt a surge of anxiety for Wen Zhiyu. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Lockhart managed to regain his composure, crumpling the paper into a ball and placing it on the podium. Well then, let us return to the matter at hand. He then retrieved an object covered in black cloth from beneath the podium, and Wen Zhiyu recognized it immediately, rolling his eyes in disdain. Lockhart unveiled an ugly blue pixie and opened the cage. In an instant, the pixie began to dart around the classroom, setting off a cacophony of screams and crashing noises. Lockhart attempted to assure everyone not to panic, only to have several pixies snatch away his wand, causing him to quickly dive under a desk. Wen Zhiyu took a deep breath, puzzled as to why he had come to this absurd defense against the dark arts class. Hermione also stood up, casting spells to fend off the pixies surrounding her, while Ron swatted at the air as one bit his ear. Draco, meanwhile, was dragged under the desk by Harry, both hurling curses at Lockhart. With a flourish, Wen Zhiyu produced a talisman, and a blue shield materialized within a 5-meter radius around him, enveloping Hermione as well. The pixies collided with the shield but failed to breach it, promptly redirecting their mischief towards others. Observing that a crowd was gathering around their sanctuary, Wen Zhiyu could no longer remain there. Exiting the protective barrier, he tightened his grip on his wand, murmuring an incantation. A crimson beam shot forth from the tip, splitting into dozens of glowing orbs mid-air, all hurtling towards the frantically flitting pixies. When the light made contact, the pixies momentarily stiffened, before their bodies rapidly transformed into pink petals that scattered everywhere. In an instant, the classroom was awash in a shower of petals, prompting gasps from the gathering young witches and wizards. To account for the situation, Wen Zhiyu thoughtfully altered the blood rain to petals. Otherwise, he would have had to return to China with a rather unsightly package. "Ah, well done, my student," Lockhart exclaimed, emerging from beneath the desk and scampering over to Wen Zhiyu. "A Slytherin student, then. 10 points to Slytherin." As Lockhart reached out to pat him on the shoulder, Wen Zhiyu deftly sidestepped. "I apologize, Professor, but please refrain from speaking to me. I have a cleanliness obsession." Wen Zhiyu recoiled several paces, fearing that Lockhart's intellect might inadvertently rub off on him. The bell rang, and without a moment's hesitation, Wen Zhiyu hurriedly exited. Lockhart awkwardly withdrew his outstretched arm, turning to the remaining students in the classroom to explain that he had merely been trying to challenge them. The young witches and wizards scattered. Even days later, Lockhart's presence lingered in the dungeons. "I heard you spoke ill of the professor," Snape said, pouring powder into the cauldron before placing the measuring bottle aside. Wen Zhiyu nearly dropped the materials he was handling, almost collapsing under the weight of this accusation. "How can you say that? I simply prefer cleanliness." "Humph," Snape scoffed, choosing not to pursue the topic further, clearly unwilling to delve into it. Passing the ingredients to the potions master, Wen Zhiyu began to process the withered mandrake nearby. It truly grew in a rather random manner. Diligently donning gloves, he carefully extracted the necessary parts, stacking the leaves neatly in preparation to place them into a jar. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and as he turned around, he found himself locking gazes with the potions master, who had been too late to avert his eyes. The flickering candlelight in the dungeon danced in the depths of Wen Zhiyu's eyes, reminiscent of fluttering butterflies. Snape averted his gaze, continuing to stir the potion in the cauldron with an air of nonchalance. "Professor?" Wen Zhiyu inched closer, holding the leaves. Snape remained focused on the potion, lazily remarking, "Your professor's ears are not deaf." With a smile in his eyes, Wen Zhiyu tactfully conveyed, "I recently perused Advanced Transfiguration," receiving a mere hum from Snape. Wen Zhiyu continued, "The inner workings of animagi seem quite intriguing." Snape responded with another uninterested hum, and Wen Zhiyu, grappling with his internal conflict, pressed on, "So, might I acquire some mandrake leaves from the professor? If it were merely the leaves, Wen Zhiyu wouldn't necessarily need to obtain them from the professor. However, the texts caution that the study of animagus transformation is exceedingly perilous, best undertaken with a mentor's guidance. After much contemplation, it became evident that the professor was the most reliable choice. Following his guidance, Severus Snape's potion brewing techniques finally exhibited a shift. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth, a faint smirk gracing his lips, and slowly uttered the word wall. What a sagacious decision. Perhaps Mr. Wenlu still recalls that he is merely in his second year. While Wen Zhiyu remained non-committal regarding his transfiguration skills, it was undeniable that he had already reached the threshold required to pursue the study of animagus transformation, had he not? Snape lowered his gaze upon the young boy, unable to dismiss his evident talent, yet acknowledging that he was still quite youthful. "Professor, what is your opinion?" Snape's response was a cold scoff. This was a clear rejection. Yet Wen Zhiyu, undeterred, persisted in his attempts, ultimately gaining the Serpent King's approval by promising to undertake the final steps under the professor's supervision. Upon receiving affirmation, Wen Zhiyu excitedly returned to his position, swiftly placing the mandrake leaves into the jar. Naturally, he did not forget to reserve a few for himself. The inaugural step in mastering animagus transformation necessitated that he retain the mandrake leaves in his mouth for an entire month, without swallowing. Should the leaves leave his mouth, he would have to commence anew. Choosing a full moon for this endeavor, Wen Zhiyu solemnly placed the leaves beneath his tongue and began his studies. To ensure progress, he spoke minimally and refrained from engaging in excessive activities, so as to avoid inadvertently swallowing the leaves. During this period, Harry was subjected to relentless scrutiny. Indeed, it was intense. That sixth-year student, Oliver Wood, seemed to appear at every opportunity, unwaveringly dragging Harry to the Quidditch pitch. Wen Zhiyu witnessed this while traversing the corridor after leaving the headmaster's office. The Gryffindor team darted about the Quidditch field, undeterred by the rain. However, this bore no consequence for him. After attending the morning herbology class, Wen Zhiyu visited the headmaster's office to request a half-day leave, as he needed to return to the manor. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wen Zhiyu changed his attire and proceeded to the school's main entrance, only producing a talisman once he felt free of the oppressive atmosphere. The talisman ascended into the air, distorting the surrounding atmosphere, and within mere seconds, a towering black vortex materialized before him. As he stepped inside, the vortex constricted violently the moment he fully entered, causing the displaced air to stir the severed grass blades on the ground, which fluttered momentarily before settling again. Behind the door, Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, stroking his beard, as if merely taking a leisurely stroll, and ambled away. Upon stepping through the rift, the manor's steward awaited him at the entrance, bowing formally before trailing behind Wen Zhiyu toward the side hall. The use of the soul extraction and veritaserum had yielded 5 fatalities, whilst 3 others had proven too obstinate to extract any valuable information. The steward hurriedly reported on the progress. Wen Zhiyu maintained his pace, inquiring whether torture had been employed. The steward shook his head, explaining that Lord Nanyu had instructed that these 3 individuals should be interrogated personally, hence no torture was administered. Reaching the side hall, the black-robed guards promptly opened the door, revealing a staircase leading down to the basement. Without pause, Wen Zhiyu descended. The dampness of the rain mingled with the scent of dried blood, saturating the dungeon, which was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering oil lamps on either side. A gust of wind extinguished 2 of the lamps as he approached the interrogation chamber, where he promptly seated himself on a chair. Immediately, the acolytes dragged forward 3 individuals whose heads were shrouded in black cloth. As the cloth was torn away, 3 distinct faces, marred by bruises, revealed themselves. The moment the 3 regained their sight and beheld the boy seated before them, their expressions contorted, and they opened their mouths to curse him, yet found themselves unable to utter a word, resorting only to silent gestures of disdain. "If I possess the capability, I shall come forth, you wretched cultist." Their feeble attempts at resistance only served to highlight their predicament, as they ultimately failed to articulate any of the key phrases, resorting instead to grimaces of animosity and dissatisfaction. Wen Zhiyu was quite pleased with his newly devised incantation. "My time is limited. Which of you shall speak?" No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of futile threats erupted once more. With a wave of his hand, Wen Zhiyu summoned an acolyte who forcefully hoisted one individual up. This man was then thrust against a crucifix, where several acolytes bound his limbs tightly with chains. Subsequently, an acolyte presented a black box. Upon opening it, a myriad of torturous implements were arrayed before them. The man's complexion turned ashen, yet he continued to vociferate defiantly. The acolytes, unrelenting, selected nails to pin his hands and feet, followed by severing fingers, branding him, and ultimately sealing his mouth before commencing a slow dismemberment with a bone saw. The once brazen demeanor of the other two began to wane, their lips turning pale, as beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. Still unwilling to speak? Wen Zhiyu inquired, growing somewhat impatient. He had only taken a half-day leave and needed to study potions with the professor in the evening, leaving him little time to squander on these individuals. Speak. How did you come to know my whereabouts? Who sent you to your doom? These three were the very assailants from the last ambush in Nocturne Alley. Several had perished during the capture, and others had met their end through the soul extraction process, leaving only these three, who stubbornly held their ground. Two of them were evidently trained, trembling yet insisting that he should not expect any information from them. Wen Zhiyu's gaze darkened, and with a sigh, he reached for his ring. It emitted a faint glow, and soon, two antennae emerged from the back of his pale hand, followed by the emergence of a centipede's head, its antennae quivering delicately in the air. The centipede's elongated body was adorned with a reddish-brown exoskeleton, and as it appeared, it swiftly navigated between Wen Zhiyu's fingers, seemingly reliant on its master for sustenance. Chapter 54, The Beginning. The appearance of the centipede caused the surrounding acolytes to gasp in shock. The steward subtly stepped back, apprehensive that the creature might leap onto him. While he was unafraid of ordinary centipedes, this particular specimen was cultivated by the cult leader's wife over decades, and a mere touch of its venom could spell doom. Moreover, it feasted on brain matter, a thought that sent chills down one's spine. Amidst their watchful gazes, Wen Zhiyu rose and approached the two, squatting down before them. His movements were deliberate, as he gently caressed the centipede's segments, bringing it close to one man's face. Do you recognize this? As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu softly brought the centipede to the man's ear. Upon contact, the centipede swiftly crawled onto the man's visage, traversing his face and hair, producing a rustling sound. The commotion caused the man's facial muscles to twitch, cold sweat cascading from his hairline, dampening his cheeks. Observing the man's state, Wen Zhiyu patted his shoulder with satisfaction and leaned in closely, enunciating, "Have you ever experienced the sensation of having your brain devoured? I can grant you that. I will speak." The man's gaze darted away from the mangled remains on the execution rack, the incessant stimuli pressing relentlessly on his nerves. Upon receiving a response, Wen Zhiyu suddenly chuckled softly, returning to his chair, one hand resting against his mouth, his eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. "What a pity. I find myself disinclined to hear your words now." The sudden action caused the man to open his eyes wide, as if he had realized the intentions of his assailant, and he began to struggle violently. "No," I said. "Please. Before he could finish his plea, the man let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes bulging with blood vessels, before he collapsed face first onto the ground. The centipede completed its task, wriggling out from the other ear and swiftly crawling towards the only other living convict nearby. In the Slytherin dungeon, Snape had never imagined that he would become so fastidious one day. He speared a small piece of steak, but upon bringing it to his lips, he found himself unable to continue. Ultimately, the irritable Serpent King summoned the house elf to clear away the dinner. After consuming Chinese cuisine throughout the summer, the Western fare at Hogwarts had become increasingly unpalatable for him. Fortunately, there were some pastries and snacks left over from Wen Zhiyu's usual cooking in the dungeon, which allowed the Serpent King to begrudgingly satiate his hunger before picking up his papers to grade. Perhaps he should instruct the house elf to learn how to prepare Chinese dishes. As the moonlight filled the dungeon, Wen Zhiyu entered and immediately spotted the professor, his face set in a stern expression as he graded papers. The day's tensions dissipated in that moment, and he cheerfully took a seat beside the Serpent King, grabbing his own lower year paper. Snape regarded the familiar young man with an impassive expression. "You took the afternoon off," he remarked. Wen Zhiyu continued to work diligently, yet obediently replied, "Yes, Professor. I had some relatives visit and needed to fetch a few things." Observing the boy's industrious demeanor, Snape felt a surge of irritation. Perhaps he still remembered Wen Luo's rather disheveled state over the summer. "Of course, Professor, but I was only out for a short while. Professor Dumbledore even escorted me part of the way." He didn't think for a moment that Snape was unaware of the old man's tendency to shadow him. Upon realizing that Dumbledore's ruse had been exposed, Snape inwardly scoffed, maintaining a stoic facade while emitting a cold snort and resuming his grading. Within the dungeon, the two were engrossed in their papers, each score lower than the last. Medusa leaned against the doorframe, attempting to evade the oddly tense atmosphere. Uncertain if Snape's silence stemmed from his irritation over Wen Zhiyu's unauthorized absence from school, the Serpent King remained mute, even as the confinement period extended. Once a stack of papers was graded, Wen Zhiyu glanced at the dwindling time, wearing a look of helplessness. "Professor, could you escort me back to the dormitory?" Although he was unafraid of wandering at night, He was a diligent student who never violated school rules under the professor's watch. Absolutely not. The Serpent King refused, even adding fuel to the fire in hopes that Wen Luo would not incur points from his house for night wandering. Faced with the professor's dark humor, Wen Zhiyu was reluctantly compelled to leave the dungeon and commence his nighttime stroll. The dungeon was not far from the Slytherin dormitory, yet Wen Zhiyu walked slowly, sensing that the professor had no intention of accompanying him. Well, it seems the professor is genuinely upset. Wen Zhiyu quickened his pace, preparing to return and wash up before bed. Oh dear, let us see who this is. A long unseen ghost appeared in the corridor, exclaiming, "A little serpent out for a nighttime adventure?" After the holiday last semester, the fear of dark wizards gradually faded with time, and many ghosts began to re-emerge, indulging in their old pastimes, playing tricks on young witches and wizards. Yet it was evident that today, the ghost was not targeting the right individual. Oh dear, let us see who this is. Wen Zhiyu halted, echoing the ghost's words. A solitary ghost, is it? Before the ghost could retort, he swiftly executed a series of actions, grabbing, taking, stuffing, completing his task before departing. However, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly felt a pang in his chest, instinctively clutching it. Soon after, an intense pain radiated from his chest, as if countless needles were piercing every inch of his flesh. The boy let out a soft groan, and as the agony subsided, he swayed slightly before steadying himself and heading towards the dormitory. Upon returning, he had no time for personal care, raising his hand to cast a silencing charm in the room before sitting cross-legged to assess his physical condition. Channeling his spiritual energy in a circuit, he searched thoroughly but found nothing amiss. The youth opened his eyes, reluctantly raising a hand to conjure a water mirror. "Can you not see the time?" The voice of the master resounded from the water mirror, laced with irritation, accompanied by a dark, shadowy image. "Little fish, is that you? Come let your mother see." In the next moment, ripples began to rise in the mirror, revealing a woman. The woman was stunning, her features exquisite, with hair like dark clouds and cheeks resembling dew-kissed peach blossoms. Her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, blooming like 1,000 flowers. Compared to the master beside her, her beauty seemed to pale slightly, yet one greeted with warmth while the other bore a chilling countenance. Upon seeing the woman, Wen Zhiyu's expression shifted, and he smiled. "Good evening, mother." "Oh dear, little fish, you've lost weight. Don't run around outside. Come back, and I'll prepare delicious food for you." The woman pushed the man beside her aside and leaned closer to the water mirror. Wen Zhiyu's expression stiffened, and recalling her cooking suddenly filled him with an overwhelming desire never to return home. "Enough, Aya." The master gently pulled the woman into his embrace, his gaze falling on Wen Zhiyu, words dripping with derision. "He does indeed appear to be unwell." As his words faded, the master raised his left hand slightly, and a red thread began to slowly emerge from the water mirror. Wen Zhiyu likewise raised a hand, allowing the thread to wrap around his arm. Receiving the feedback, the master retracted the thread, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his golden eyes. "You are indeed a commendable heir," he remarked. Wen Zhiyu remained silent, awaiting the results of the investigation. The master was not one for breathless ramblings. He directly articulated the probing results. "Wen Luo, your cleansing has begun." Chapter 55, The Art of Language. As expected, just as the master had stated, for several consecutive days, Wen Zhiyu occasionally felt piercing pain. Fortunately, the episodes were brief, and he quickly recovered. His condition did not escape Wen Yu's notice. He straightforwardly confronted Wen Zhiyu while also taking precautionary measures for any potential future occurrences. That morning, Wen Zhiyu arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast as usual, but did not hurry to leave. Instead, he took a box of biscuits and sat nearby to eat. The Serpent King also graced the Great Hall with his presence for breakfast, a rare occurrence. So Wen Zhiyu was determined not to squander this opportunity to spend time with the professor. Snape, his expression as impassive as ever, sliced into the steak before him. The days spent focused on potion research had drastically reduced his meal times, and this morning, he had even woken up hungry. Beside him sat Dumbledore, who had nearly finished his meal but deliberately slowed his pace upon seeing Snape, munching on a pudding scattered across his plate, accompanied by a cup of pumpkin juice laden with multiple servings of sugar. At the table, as Wen Zhiyu observed his professor eat, he was interrupted by a black-haired boy from China. "Senior, I heard you are also from China." The boy, brimming with excitement, took a seat directly opposite Wen Zhiyu, unable to contain his enthusiasm upon finding a fellow compatriot. At the table, the gazes of Snape and Dumbledore were drawn to the scene, with Dumbledore observing the interaction between the two young boys from China with evident satisfaction. Before Wen Zhiyu could respond, the boy introduced himself once more. "I am Song Chu. I hail from the Xiantian sect, where I study sound cultivation." "And you, senior?" Wen Zhiyu fell silent for a moment, uncertain whether to continue the conversation with the individual before him. Noticing his silence, Ron kindly took over the dialogue. He doesn't speak much during meals. His name is Wen Zhiyu, and he is also from China. Suddenly, with a startled exclamation, the boy leapt from his seat as if scalded. Snape furrowed his brow, while Dumbledore sipped his pumpkin juice, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Moments later, they witnessed the boy's complexion drain of color as he trembled, clutching his fork in disbelief. No, it can't be from Yujo, can it? Wen Zhiyu lifted his gaze, casting an irked glance at the boy, who nodded in confirmation. Almost instantaneously, the youth discarded his fork and bolted outside, shouting, "I'm dropping out. I want to withdraw." Master, Ron, Snape, and Dumbledore were unfazed by this display, while Wen Zhiyu continued to munch on his biscuits, unperturbed by the commotion. The boy's outburst garnered considerable attention in the hall, as several young wizards recognized him as a new arrival who had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Wen Zhiyu paid little mind to the boy's antics. If he possessed even a modicum of sense, he would not have so brazenly proclaimed the reason for his withdrawal. Moreover, his actions conveniently attracted the attention of a certain individual. His previous encounter with the talisman had not sufficed for an investigation into himself, and this incident provided a timely opportunity. Why is he running? Ron, too distracted by the unfolding drama to enjoy his chicken leg, lamented Harry's absence, feeling stifled without anyone to share gossip with. Who knows? After finishing his biscuits, Wen Zhiyu decided to take his leave, lest he be subjected to the piercing gaze of the Serpent King. Perhaps it was merely a matter of acclimatization. After the first class concluded, Wen Zhiyu received an invitation to Dumbledore's office. Upon arriving, he knocked lightly on the door and entered only after receiving permission. Oh, the familiar scene and faces. Why was the professor lurking nearby again? He had no objection to their simultaneous inquiries. "You are ever so polite. Would you care for a cup of honey water?" Dumbledore transformed a cup into a sofa. After sitting down, Wen Zhiyu chose not to respond, but offered a courteous smile instead. "Very well," Dumbledore sighed, presenting a cup of green tea. "I believe young people should indulge in something sweet. Is there a matter for which the headmaster called me?" Wen Zhiyu had no intention of drinking the tea. Recalling Dumbledore's earlier transformation of the cup, forced to broach the subject, Dumbledore popped a piece of candy into his mouth, opting for a more roundabout approach. "Mr. Song Chu, the first-year wizard we encountered this morning in the hall. Do you recall him? The one with black hair?" Wen Zhiyu feigned ignorance. "Indeed, that is him. And what connection do I have with him?" Dumbledore blinked, his gaze sweeping over Snape behind Wen Zhiyu before settling on the youth. "It appears that after leaving the hall, Mr. Song Chu submitted a request to withdraw from school without even attending his first class." "Ah, and so?" Dumbledore paused, finally honing in on the crux of the matter. "Given the circumstances in the hall, perhaps you might know the reason, Mr. Wen?" Wen Zhiyu retorted, "I cannot say. Headmaster, perhaps you should inquire directly with him." Following this, Wen Zhiyu demonstrated the captivating allure of the Chinese language, leaving Dumbledore in a state of discontent as he exited the headmaster's office. "Severus, I truly ought to explore the art of the Chinese language," Dumbledore lamented, having already experienced a similar encounter with another young wizard that morning. That boy had rambled extensively about his desire to withdraw, ultimately sneaking away without consent. "Is it true that Hogwarts defenses cannot deter students from China?" Dumbledore mused, his eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly perplexed. The potion's master offered no response, either in disdain for Dumbledore's discomposure or in disapproval of being so easily swayed by a child. He shrugged off his black robes and disappeared from the headmaster's office cloaked in a disillusionment charm. Upon exiting the office, Wen Zhiyu did not stray far. Dumbledore would be unable to uncover any information about him. Thus his subsequent actions would be under close scrutiny. Summoning a black eagle, Wen Zhiyu inserted a note into the message tube, softly instructing, "Go, deliver this letter. Dumbledore, it is time to meet an old friend." As Halloween approached, the New Year's celebration arrived. This time, Wen Zhiyu refrained from donning his customary robe, recalling the embarrassment of his previous escapade in the cellar while dressed in yellow. He had nearly stumbled upon an old Beijing courtyard. After consulting with a group of friends, Wen Zhiyu selected a vampire costume that was far less mortifying. Clad in a black suit adorned with minimal silver chains and a burgundy tie, he was forcibly adorned with black devil horns by Hermione. To ensure authenticity, he even lengthened his 2 canine teeth with magic, with small blood bags tucked into the pocket of his suit jacket. Mission accomplished. Draco affixed the final touches. The vampire version of Wen Zhiyu made a striking entrance. He sincerely hoped this Halloween would pass without incident. Hermione, clearly recalling the previous year's mishap, silently wished to Merlin for a smooth celebration. Harry nodded, expressing, "Yes, I truly hope we can enjoy a normal holiday at school." He might have been a bit jinxed, as something always seemed to go awry during festivities. "But we must also attend Nick's 500th birthday celebration," Ron remarked while scribbling his potion's homework. They had recently received an invitation from the nearly headless Nick and had promised to attend. Indeed, Harry said, suddenly perking up. By the way, do you want to join us, you? Although Nick had not explicitly invited the others, Harry felt certain that Nick would not mind. Wen Zhiyu waved his hand, declining the invitation. I already have plans. Perhaps you could ask Nanyu. Nanyu also shook his head, unwilling to attend. Thus, at 7 o'clock, they split into two groups, one following Wen Zhiyu to the Great Hall and the other accompanying Harry to the lower classrooms. Draco, disinterested in joining Harry and the others, preferred to spend his Halloween in the Great Hall, away from the nauseating ghost. The hall was still sparsely populated, and Wen Zhiyu remained seated at the very front of the Slytherin table, a position unchallenged by anyone. Reluctantly, Draco joined him, and the two engaged in a lackluster conversation. Meanwhile, Nanyu mingled with a group of badgers, indulging heartily in the feast. Severus Snape arrived punctually, making a beeline for the staff table, where the irritating Lockhart sat beside him. Wen Zhiyu's piercing gaze seemed to render the blond man nearly mute. Ever since the incident with the house elf, Lockhart had sensed that this young boy harbored an aversion towards him, preferring instead to gravitate towards the brooding figure of Snape. Severus, how do you manage to interact with your students? Lockhart inquired, his question laden with confusion, met only by a disdainful huff from the potion's master. Snape, expressionless and disinterested, continued to consume his dinner, unwilling to entertain the fool. Lockhart, ever self-absorbed, persisted with an array of questions in a futile attempt to elicit a response. Wen Zhiyu silently noted down the countless irritating remarks. Growing weary of the incessant inquiries, Snape finished his meal and departed from the banquet, with Wen Zhiyu following suit. At the entrance to the dungeons, they encountered one another. Snape, observing Wen Zhiyu's attire, was involuntarily reminded of the yellow robes he had worn last semester. Teasingly remarked, Mr. Wen, are you stalking your potions professor in hopes of acquiring some sweets? The teased boy fell silent, his face flushing a deep crimson. Aye. Wen Zhiyu felt a wave of frustration as heat crept up his neck. Was his intention that obvious? Snape's gaze drifted from the boy's flushed cheeks to the blood bag adorning his chest. A vampire? Do such creatures exist in your culture? Snape's inquiry allowed Wen Zhiyu to momentarily escape his embarrassment, and he obediently replied, It's hard to say. Eastern and Western cultures differ. We don't refer to them as vampires. What do you call them? Zombies. Snape found amusement in watching the boy, whose eyes darted around yet avoided his own, and he dismissed any concern regarding vampires or zombies. Turning to push open the door to the dungeons. Come in. Wen Zhiyu hastily cooled his flushed face with magic and followed him inside. Upon entering the dungeons, Snape ignited the fireplace with his wand, gesturing for Wen Zhiyu to take a seat on the sofa before retreating to his bedroom. Wen Zhiyu, however, remained standing, seizing the opportunity to explore the unfamiliar bookshelves. The shelves were densely packed with volumes, predominantly on potions and spells, revealing the professor's evident passion for potion making. Halfway through his exploration, Snape emerged, prompting Wen Zhiyu to straighten up, attempting to conceal his prior curiosity. Snape pretended not to notice. Extend your hand. Wen Zhiyu complied, only for a bag of candies to materialize in his palm. His eyes sparkled with disbelief as he gazed at Snape, joy nearly bursting forth from within. Snape, caught off guard by the boy's exuberance, hurriedly averted his gaze, attempting to mask his discomfort with a half-hearted, It's not for you. Thank you. Severus, I'm truly overjoyed. Wen Zhiyu exclaimed, astonished that the professor had actually prepared sweets for him, an unprecedented gesture. He even addressed Snape by his first name. Snape, taken aback by the boy's familiarity, initially intended to correct him, but found himself unable to voice his disapproval upon witnessing the sheer delight on Wen Zhiyu's face. Let it be a first and last occasion. He silently admonished himself. Chapter 56, Petrification. The potion's master bore a grudge. This was the conclusion Wen Zhiyu reached after a week of being compelled to increase his workload. After reviewing a letter, Wen Zhiyu incinerated it and reached for a quill. Just as he lifted a strawberry-flavored lollipop, it was placed into his palm. Glancing at the treat, he met Nanyu's gaze, and upon seeing the hint of confusion in his eyes, he couldn't help but smile wryly before popping the candy into his mouth. The sweetness awakened his taste buds, alleviating the fatigue of the day, and he opened his hand again. Pass me the quill. Oh, the boy replied, turning to search for it. They spent several hours in the library, nearly completing their correspondence before finally departing for the Great Hall. Nanyu had been persistently shadowing him, impervious to all attempts at persuasion. Even when Wen Zhiyu returned from the dungeons, Nanyu awaited him around the corner. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, they had barely settled in when someone tugged at Wen Zhiyu's sleeve. You finally made it. Draco, carrying a plate, prepared to sit beside him. Nanyu swiftly intervened, taking the seat first. Draco, Hufflepuff's table is over there, Draco kindly reminded. Nanyu nodded, continuing to help himself to the food nearby. Reluctantly, Draco settled next to Nanyu. Have you heard about last night? Draco began to gossip, eager to share. What happened last night? Wen Zhiyu decided to listen before eating. It was crucial for him to be meticulous as he neared the end of his first stage of animagus training. It was the cat. Filch's cat was petrified last night. Draco spoke without lowering his voice, indicating that many were already privy to the incident. Wen Zhiyu nodded, having heard a bit himself. Encouraged by his response, Draco continued, additionally, the place where Lori was hung was covered with red blood, scrawled with threatening messages. Oh, that sounds like a child's prank. It mentioned the heir of Slytherin, Draco added, eagerly divulging all he knew, finishing with, how cool is that? When Zhiyu finally understood why the professor had left abruptly the previous evening, estimating that Draco had shared enough, he began to eat his dinner, forgiving him for the somewhat unpalatable Western cuisine, as he had prepared some provisions. After the meal, when Zhiyu halted Nanyu's attempt to escort him back to the dungeons. You need to review your herbology knowledge. I'm merely going to the dungeons. There's no need for you to follow. I will, Nanyu replied, though he had no intention of leaving immediately. Draco exchanged glances, intrigued by their standoff. That's an order, unless you wish to accompany the second elder for some additional lessons. When Zhiyu rarely resorted to threats, Nanyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his grip on the knife tightening and then loosening, but, seeing his expression, Wen Zhiyu couldn't bring himself to continue the threat and merely patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, your young master won't perish in that corner. At that moment, Wen Zhiyu spoke with certainty, yet he would soon find himself regretting those words. As they reached the door to the dungeons, before he could even raise his hand to knock, Medusa observed the boy pause abruptly, then swiftly cover his mouth and turn to leave. Hey, where are you going? Medusa's motion to open the door faltered as she watched the boy stumble a few steps before collapsing against the wall, kneeling in the corner. Wen Zhiyu was feeling far from well. Today's cleansing was particularly intense compared to his usual state. A surge of potent spiritual energy surged from his heart, causing his limbs to weaken and rendering him unable to stop himself from collapsing to the ground. He noticed a feedback sensation in his throat. His expression momentarily froze as he withdrew his hand, the mottled bloodstains on his fingertips revealing the dire state of his body. Yet it was not over. The moment his hand was removed, an uncontrollable gush of sweet crimson surged forth from his throat. Blood erupted violently, splattering against the wall opposite him, and the boy's complexion turned as pale as parchment. Realizing his current predicament, Wen Zhiyu leaned against the wall, preparing to depart before the situation became difficult to explain. However, as he began to rise along the wall, an abrupt collapse of spiritual energy engulfed him, sending a wave of dizziness through his mind. His vision darkened, and he fell straight to the floor. Just before closing his eyes, Wen Zhiyu vehemently berated himself for his actions in the hall. In the basement, Severus Snape was brewing the potion needed to counteract petrification, while the mandrake, having been processed, lay discarded nearby. The entire potions room was steeped in a stifling atmosphere. Bang! Bang bang! The incessant knocking from outside the door grew increasingly louder, yet Snape chose to disregard it momentarily, focusing instead on filtering his potion and gradually pouring it into a vial. As the knocking escalated towards a forceful assault on the door, Snape's expression darkened. He grasped his wand and prepared to confront an unruly giant. The moment he pushed open the potions room door, Medusa's voice reached him first. Headmaster, quickly come see. That boy has collapsed at the door. That boy. Snape took a second to process that she was referring to Wen Zhiyu, and upon hearing the words collapsed at the door, the Serpent King strode forward with a grim expression, flinging open the door to reveal a cloaked figure sprawled around the corner of the corridor. Wen Luo. He hurried to the boy's side, righting him, only to be struck by the sight of blood, causing his pupils to constrict. He swiftly cast several diagnostic spells on the boy. The spells indicated that everything was normal. Yet Snape's demeanor remained as dark as murky water. He lifted the boy from the ground and headed straight for the infirmary. Along the way, he checked on the boy's condition multiple times. Cradled in his arms, Wen Zhiyu lay with closed eyes and shallow breaths. Unusually quiet for the boy who typically sought his company and engaged him in conversation. Dried blood still stained Wen Zhiyu's lips and chin, his chest rising and falling slowly. Snape had lost faith in the spell's feedback. He hastened towards the infirmary, disregarding Madame Pomfrey's astonished gaze as he placed the boy on a bed. Severus, what has happened to him? Madame Pomfrey, having seen the boy brought in by Snape on multiple occasions, noted that each time the situation grew increasingly dire. As she inquired, she cast a diagnostic spell on the boy, receiving the same results as Snape. Oh, I can hardly believe it. She retrieved several vials of potion, indicating for Snape to assist in propping the boy up for medication. Snape bent down to support him. After several potions were administered, the boy still showed no signs of improvement, prompting Madame Pomfrey to frown and tighten her lips. Snape's expression mirrored her concern. Chapter 57, Time. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang. Wake up. Wake up. Wen Zhiyu felt something pecking at his brain, preventing him from finding comfort in sleep. The system continued to shout, "Wake up, host. Don't sleep. If you sleep any longer, you might lose your breath." Oh dear, he had merely been visiting the neighboring room for a casual chat, when suddenly, the alarm in the system's space blared, yanking him back. Upon his return, he was met with a dire situation. His unfortunate host appeared on the brink of death. "I beg you, don't sleep. It's my first time looking for a job this year. You cannot afford to be in trouble," thanks to the system's incessant wailing. Wen Zhiyu's disoriented mind gradually reassembled amidst the escalating cries. He opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling, ruling out the dormitory and the basement as possible locations. Then, Nan Yu's head appeared before him. "You said it wouldn't happen." Nan Yu's expression seemed strange, and his tone was indifferent. At that moment, when Zhiyu finally grasped his surroundings, he was in the infirmary. As memories flooded back, the reality of his previous words struck him unexpectedly. "Well, it seems our Mr. When Luo has decided to open his precious eyes." When Zhiyu exchanged glances with Nan Yu, understanding his implication as Nan Yu stepped aside, clutching his sword. Snape had arrived with Madame Pomfrey, both holding potions. In response to Snape's venomous gaze, Madame Pomfrey shot him an admonishing look. "Do not speak like that, Severus. You care for him deeply." Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, when Zhiyu noticed Snape's expression stiffen for a moment before he continued, "I thought you were aware. I am merely fulfilling my duties as headmaster." Madame Pomfrey chose not to argue further. She approached the bedside, administering a potion. "Child, you will feel much better after this." When Zhiyu took the potion, noticing the two small letters SS on the vial, upon drinking it, he felt as though 8 large rats had perished in his mouth, exerting every ounce of willpower to prevent his features from contorting. The professor's concoction was indeed extraordinary. Snape's gaze swept over Nan Yu, then circled back to Wen Zhiyu, ultimately landing on Madame Pomfrey. What exactly is wrong with him? Surprisingly, Madame Pomfrey began as she took the empty vial. "In my assessment, the child does not appear to be injured or ill. He seems to simply be weak." "Weak?" Snape replied in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that this boy, who single-handedly faced a 3-headed dog, is weak?" "That's why it's so peculiar," Madame Pomfrey admitted, encountering this situation for the first time. She had ruled out injuries, magic, curses, and a series of ailments, ultimately arriving at the diagnosis of mere frailty. "Oh, dear child, you must take better care of yourself. Avoid staying up late. Eat on time, and ensure you rest," Madame Pomfrey advised. "All right, I understand, madam," Wen Zhiyu replied, though his gaze remained fixed on Snape. It was rare to encounter such an obedient young wizard, and Madame Pomfrey intended to impart further words of wisdom. But it was evident that the other young wizards in the infirmary were not as compliant as Wen Zhiyu. She was compelled to attend to other matters, taking the young badger with her, while Nan Yu was reluctantly ushered away, as he was not keen on facing the second elder. With the disturbances gone, Wen Zhiyu turned his attention back to Snape, recalling that he was initially meant to be confined to the basement. Shall we return to the basement?" Wen Zhiyu ventured to inquire. "Perhaps you should remember how to tell time. Otherwise, I might suspect your brain was expelled alongside the blood at the basement door." The very thought of the scene he had witnessed ignited Snape's ire. If he had not been mistaken, the direction in which the boy had collapsed suggested he had been attempting to leave the confines of the basement. Therefore, this incident of blood loss might not have been accidental. Otherwise, how could he have reacted in time to flee from the door? So, when did this begin? The dual-faced spy's investigative prowess was remarkably astute. Even without legitimacy, he could deduce a great deal from a single incident. From the ring, he drew forth the wand. And upon seeing the time, Wen Zhiyu felt a wave of despondency wash over him. How long had it been? At the sound of Snape's inquiry, Wen Zhiyu instinctively began to reveal the time he had just glimpsed, yet as his gaze fell upon the Serpent King's cold demeanor, he suddenly sensed that the question might not pertain to that. Thus, he feigned ignorance. "What do you mean by how long?" "Time." The pretense did not escape the keen eyes of the Serpent King, who, with a glance, discerned Wen Zhiyu's reluctance to divulge the truth. Snape's expression darkened slightly, yet he refrained from probing further. After all, he was merely the head of the house. What right did he have? "You know the answer to your own question." With that, the Serpent King turned to leave, but a voice called out from behind him. "Professor." Snape halted, tilting his head slightly, prepared to hear whatever foolishness this creature might utter to deceive him. "It's not that I am unwilling to tell you. It's just that it's a long story." For reasons unknown, as he watched the professor's retreating figure, an inexplicable emotion stirred within him, compelling him to lay everything bare. "A long story," Snape scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Your language is indeed succinct." Cloaked in shadows, he vanished swiftly around the corner. "He is still angry." Wen Zhiyu rubbed his temples. forcing a wry smile of resignation. Chapter 58, The Curse. Recently, the mood of the potions master had soured considerably, a sentiment palpable among every young witch and wizard at Hogwarts. In the past, while attending potions class, they often faced reprimands, but they believed they had grown accustomed to it, especially after Harry Potter's arrival at the school, which had somewhat alleviated their pressures. However, of late, even Harry Potter could not withstand the onslaught of Snape's relentless ire. Following each lesson, no student emerged from the potions classroom unscathed by the master's scorn. This state of affairs persisted for a full fortnight. Draco lay on his bed, listlessly lamenting the day's events to his companions. You wouldn't believe it. The headmaster even deducted points from me. We've had far more points deducted than you, Hermione retorted, clutching a thick tome of exercises. But I am a Slytherin. The headmaster would never have deducted points from Slytherin before. Draco's exclamation caught Ron's attention, who was rummaging for snacks. What is up with Professor Snape lately? Ron inquired, finally uncovering a box of pudding. Harry snatched a small piece of pudding from Ron's hand, his gaze drifting towards Wen Zhiyu on the sofa. I think perhaps we could ask. His glance was met with eager acceptance from the group. You, who spends so much time with the headmaster. Do you know what's been troubling him lately? Draco bounded from his bed to join Wen Zhiyu on the sofa. Wen Zhiyu paused in his page-turning. He indeed knew, but dared not speak. A week prior, the professor had expelled him from the cellar, citing the end of his confinement. This could not continue. Wen Zhiyu closed the book and surveyed the room. Nanyu continued to search for snacks, while Ron and Harry divided the pudding, and Hermione worked on her exercises. Only he and Draco sat on the sofa. Recently, their visits to this small space had increased dramatically. Hermione had questions to ask, Nanyu and Ron merely sought food. And Harry was attempting to evade Wood's relentless demands. Draco's motives, however, remained a mystery. All right, you all stay here. I have to step out for a moment. Wen Zhiyu returned the book to the shelf, preparing to leave. Are you going to find the headmaster? Draco queried. Harry and Ron's eyes brightened, their gazes fixed intently on the departing youth. Wen Zhiyu sighed in exasperation. Do you all wish to have points deducted? Amidst the grateful looks, Wen Zhiyu transported himself away from the small space. At the door of the cellar, Wen Zhiyu paced back and forth, hesitating over how to articulate his thoughts. Medusa, vexed by the swaying figure before her, could no longer contain herself. Are you coming in or not? Your fidgeting is making my head spin. Wen Zhiyu halted, exhaling deeply as he confided in Medusa, but I don't know how to say it. Then perhaps you should return and come back when you've figured it out? Medusa regarded him with disdain. The potion's master desired an explanation, which filled Wen Zhiyu with a sense of despair. No, I cannot wait any longer. Tomorrow and tomorrow. There are countless tomorrows. Wen Zhiyu steeled himself with a resolute rationale. Primarily, the professor had been avoiding him, even during classes, refusing to approach his side. He could no longer endure it. Miss Medusa, please open the door for me. Wen Zhiyu made his decision. Upon hearing his determination, Medusa straightened her posture, hissing as she flicked her tongue, only to refuse him. Please state the password. The password? Wen Zhiyu fell silent, realizing he had never utilized a password before. No password. No entry. Medusa smirked, reveling in his predicament. What to do? Wen Zhiyu spent a fleeting moment in turmoil, then grasped his wand, making a decisive choice. I apologize, Miss Medusa, but Petrificus totalis. You, Medusa gasped in astonishment as Wen Zhiyu pushed the door open. Almost instantly upon entering, Wen Zhiyu felt a piercing gaze fixate upon him. Look who it is, daring to intrude upon the headmaster's office. Mr. Wen Zhiyu has finally decided to take action against the school rules? The Serpent King's frosty voice, accompanied by a long-forgotten familiarity, washed over him. Gathering his composure, Wen Zhiyu squeezed out a few tears, lifting his gaze to meet the Serpent King's. I was wrong, Professor. The cellar was dimly lit, with only Snape's workspace illuminated, casting an oppressive aura upon him. It was the first time Wen Zhiyu had used such a term to describe someone other than his parents. Snape cast a fleeting glance his way, seemingly oblivious to the glimmer of tears in his eyes, before lowering his head to continue grading papers. Leave. The dismissal was clear. Wen Zhiyu feigned ignorance, taking 2 steps forward. Professor, please don't be angry. I was wrong. I can explain. Explain? What is there to explain? I am merely your potions master. What right do I have to hear your explanations? Snape's words were quick and wrapped in coldness, leaving Wen Zhiyu feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden pang of pain gripped his heart, his lungs constricted, and he coughed involuntarily. Hearing the sound, Snape paused his pen, then returned to his task as though unfazed. Leave. Another order to depart. Having received 2 such commands, Wen Zhiyu dared not linger any longer, fearing that the third would involve the professor physically ejecting him by the scruff of his neck. Professor, it's like this. Wiping his mouth, Wen Zhiyu hastily began to articulate the words he had meticulously organized, substituting the unspeakable with less preposterous terms to make the explanation more palatable. My ancestors, due to certain events, have placed a peculiar curse upon all newborns, one that does not directly lead to death, but, once triggered, incessantly drains the life force of the bearer. Snape paused his writing, casting a dark look at the youth who was earnestly explaining from a distance. I am unsure when I triggered it. It shouldn't have been long ago. The curse manifests over a period of 1 to 5 years. My father experienced it for 5 years. During the curse's duration, the bearer's physical condition may deteriorate, their magical abilities become unstable, but the risk of immediate death is minimal. Beyond that, I do not know. My father never elaborated. With a single breath, Wen Zhiyu recited his prepared speech, only to feel an odd sensation in his mouth. He promptly fell silent, awaiting the judgment of the Serpent King. A curse? Severus Snape furrowed his brow as he regarded the youth. In truth, it was not a curse, but rather the nature of the technique could not be disclosed. Thus, Wen Zhiyu was compelled to substitute it with a term more palatable to a Western audience. No immediate risk of death? Snape seized upon the crux of his words, articulating his concern that there remained a risk of mortality. Wen Zhiyu had not anticipated this particular aspect would catch Snape's attention. Was not the focus supposed to be on the curse? Wen Zhiyu intended to navigate the conversation more subtly, but the Serpent King interrupted him with a precise query. Is it, or is it not? Snape's gaze was fixed upon his eyes, shattering Wen Zhiyu's desire to downplay the matter. It is. He capitulated, unwilling to deceive the professor any longer. Chapter 59, The Curse 2. The atmosphere in the cellar began to grow oppressive. Snape's countenance darkened further upon hearing the response. A string of inquiries led him to the grim realization that, if left unchecked, this youth might not have long to live. Damn it, that man truly cannot be relied upon. The esteemed leader was once again subjected to a thorough beratement by the master of potions in his mind. Come here, Snape's voice rumbled low. Wen Zhiyu found it hard to believe his ears. What did the professor just say? Seeing the boy still standing there in a daze, Snape derided. Are your ears still functioning? Or has the curse infiltrated your barren mind? Now comprehending Snape's words, Wen Zhiyu quickly straightened his attire and approached the usual spot for paper revisions. Previously distant and shrouded in dim light, he had merely coughed a couple of times without concern. Now, standing in the light, Snape discerned that there were traces of blood at the corner of the boy's mouth, likely unnoticed by him. Coughing up blood? This revelation made even the typically composed double agent's fingers tremble slightly. The second cabinet on the left side of the potion room. Fourth shelf from the bottom. Retrieve it yourself. Wen Zhiyu recalled his strong memory, particularly after cultivating a special technique. He remembered that the location housed a blood-replenishing potion. Nodding, he strode directly to the potion room, ensuring that the Serpent King could not see him before quickly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Just as he suspected, the white handkerchief was stained with vivid crimson. No wonder he had felt something amiss in his mouth earlier. It turned out he had coughed up blood. Since the last instance of vomiting blood, these recent episodes had often been accompanied by varying amounts of blood loss. Sometimes it emerged from his mouth, other times from his nose, and on one occasion, he had awoken to find blood streaming from his eyes while gazing into a mirror. Had the esteemed leader experienced something similar? He often felt that one day, he might frighten a young wizard with a sudden outpouring of blood from all his orifices. After retrieving the potion, Wen Zhiyu downed it in one gulp, eyes closed. The taste remained as intolerable as ever. Once he had tidied up the vial, he returned to his previous position, where Snape had resumed his task of grading papers. As soon as Wen Zhiyu drew near, Snape halted, raising his wand to inquire. Where's the curse? He wished to ascertain the nature of the curse to facilitate his research on a potential remedy. Wen Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment, but he quickly composed himself and turned away from Snape, brushing aside his hair. Snape quietly observed the boy's actions until he spotted a metallic object at the nape of his neck, causing his eyes to narrow as he stood to inspect it closely. This cylindrical piece of metal bore a resemblance to a nail, wider at one end and tapering at the other. The broader end showcased an oval the size of a fingernail, while the narrower end was approximately the thickness of half a pinky finger, with one end embedded in flesh. It was the kind of sight that sent shivers down one's spine. There were 9 such nails in total. When Zhiyu felt the warm breath of the Serpent King against his neck, his composure momentarily stiffening as he attempted to focus. 9. Snape's expression had not improved all day. When Zhiyu fell silent for a moment, sighed, and began to remove his outer black robe, placing it aside as he started to unbutton his shirt. The Serpent King stood a distance away, observing as the youth shed his shirt, revealing a vertical row of nails embedded in his back. When Zhiyu had only removed his shirt for a brief moment, upon confirming Snape had seen, he hastily pulled it back on, fastening the buttons with great care before donning his black robe once more. Snape's brow knitted tightly, He had never encountered such a form of curse. And based on Wen Zhiyu's disclosures, it appeared to originate from the east. Once dressed, Wen Zhiyu turned back to continue speaking with Snape about the curse, stating it could not be dispelled, but the impact was not severe. Merely a slight adjustment was necessary to endure it. He had divulged enough information for the day. If he uttered anything further, he genuinely feared the professor might unleash his wand upon him to eliminate any future threats. Snape remained silent, his face dark as he sat down, picking up his pen to continue grading papers. When Zhiyu felt a sense of helplessness, the situation had far exceeded his expectations. But at least he had not been expelled. With this thought, he too took a seat, retrieving a pen to assist the professor in grading lower-year papers. Once again, the cellar was filled only with the sound of scratching pens. Midway through the grading, Snape took the remaining half of the papers, rose, and donned an outer robe before glancing at Wen Zhiyu, who remained seated, staring at him in a daze. "Do you need me to remind you of the time?" Wen Zhiyu glanced at the clock, realizing that the confinement period had ended. Tidying the desk, he looked at Snape, who was preparing to leave with him. And it dawned on him that the professor intended to escort him back to the dormitory. Snape's gaze swept past the petrified Medusa at the cellar door. 1 month of confinement. Wen Zhiyu nodded, offering no rebuttal. Perhaps it was due to Wen Zhiyu's physical state, but Snape's pace today was unusually slow, allowing Wen Zhiyu to keep up effortlessly. The two, one tall and one small, walked quietly through the empty corridor, soon arriving at the Slytherin dormitory area. Upon delivering Wen Zhiyu to the door, Snape produced a potion bottle and handed it to him, a potion for him to drink in the morning. Accepting it with decorum, Wen Zhiyu flashed a smile at the professor. Watching as Snape strode away, his black robes billowing with an imposing presence, to an onlooker, it might have seemed as though the professor were preparing to engage in a duel with someone. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Incident at the Quidditch Field. The new season of Quidditch was about to commence. Upon receiving this news, Wen Zhiyu was in the midst of stuffing new mandrake leaves into his mouth. After he had vomited blood last time, he had lost the leaves, interrupting his animagus training. A few days prior, he had been embroiled in a cold war with the professor, leaving him disinclined to continue the endeavor. Now that he had finally reconciled, he was eager to resume his studies. For heaven's sake, I must see this. This time it was not Harry, but Draco. Unlike before, the referees for this match were Madame Hooch and Professor Snape. Although Snape was their head of house and would not deliberately penalize them, his mere presence was already quite intimidating. The entire Slytherin house was well aware of the relationship between Snape and Wen Zhiyu, and Draco hoped that the headmaster would show some leniency towards their psychological well-being during the match. "I will be there." Although he was not attending to watch Quidditch, Wen Zhiyu silently assured himself, "On the day of the Quidditch match, hear my whistle." Madame Hooch announced, 3, 2, 1. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement as 14 players soared into the sky. The moment Harry ascended, he squinted his eyes, scanning for the elusive golden snitch. In a flurry of red and green, players darted about, colliding in a spectacular display, while the black bludgers were nearly sending sparks flying as they were struck by the players' bats. Before long, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, with the Slytherin team momentarily taking the lead. Wen Zhiyu reached out a hand to gauge the rainfall, thoughtfully casting a protective charm over Snape, who hovered in the air. With a scowl etched upon his face, Snape clung to his broom. Since that incident with Potter's broom losing control and nearly plummeting him to his demise, he had requested to serve as the referee for the Quidditch match. However, he harbored a profound disdain for the sport and an even greater aversion to the wretched broomstick. With the rain now falling, Snape's gaze flitted across the field, vigilant against any underhanded tactics that might increase his workload. Yet, just as swiftly, the rain ceased. Observing the players still navigating the field, Snape looked up in confusion at the sky, only to notice a light blue, oval-shaped magical shield hovering above him, seemingly conjured from nowhere. His eyes swept toward the stands, landing on Wen Zhiyu, who smiled back at him. So it was this giant? Shifting his focus back to the game, he noted an unexpected development. The Gryffindor players had descended to the ground, clustered together in animated discussion, with Harry's gestures particularly exaggerated. Irritated, Snape felt an urge to deliver a sharp reprimand to each of them. Fortunately, their deliberation was brief, and soon the match resumed. Thwarting Snape's intentions. Regrettably, it wasn't long before everyone on the field sensed something amiss with the bludgers. Snape's eyes darted between the players and the audience, attempting to pinpoint the individual manipulating the balls. Unlike him, Harry was desperately evading the relentless pursuit of the bludgers, while Draco, realizing the anomaly, attempted to assist him, only to be swiftly forced away by a screaming bludger. Snape's anxiety grew, his focus sharpening as he scanned for any suspicious characters within his line of sight. Unbeknownst to him, the absence of interference allowed several more bludgers to join the fray, now indiscriminately targeting all players. Aside from Draco, who narrowly escaped a few close calls. Several others suffered varying degrees of injury, leaving Madame Hooch in a state of alarm as she rushed to their aid. Observing Snape's darkening expression, Wen Zhiyu furrowed his brow, reluctantly instructing Nanyu to assist the injured. Nanyu complied, drawing his Tang Dao and sending it flying onto the field with precision. With a resounding metallic clash, it intercepted a bludger that was about to collide with a player, then vibrated before continuing to confront another. Nanyu's incantations shifted as he deftly commanded the Tang Dao to shield against the incoming balls. Meanwhile, when Zhiyu's gaze remained fixed on Snape, his expression grave. It was true that the professor detested Harry, yet he also harbored genuine concern for him. But why? Snape, noticing the Tang Dao's activity on the field, instinctively glanced toward the stands. Upon locking eyes with Wen Zhiyu, he quickly turned away, then caught sight of a diminutive figure lurking in the corner. Found you. Raising his wand, Snape almost instantaneously cast a spell toward the shadowy form. Just as the spell was about to strike its target, a deafening explosion rang in Snape's ears, prompting him to jerk his broom to the left. When he turned back, he found the black bludger had been cleaved in two, its vitality extinguished as it plummeted from the sky. Following this, a black longsword sliced through the air, careening toward the audience before vanishing into the scabbard on Nanyu's back. Sensing the movement of the scabbard behind him, Nanyu deftly caught the fallen Harry midair. Glancing sideways at the young master, "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine," Wen Zhiyu replied, steadying his magical energy and swallowing the remnants of a sweetened potion. Forcing a smile towards the professor, who had been watching him intently. Since the cleansing began, he had refrained from exerting too much magical power. A slight flicker of magic was usually sufficient for handling classes and examinations, but controlling a sword required him to rely solely on his spiritual energy. Typically, the cleansing process gradually consumed the host's life and magical power, where each exertion of energy could accelerate the cleansing. It could even disrupt the painstakingly established framework of cultivation within him, leading to potential failure of the cleansing process. The consequence of failure was singular, death, with no possibility of rebirth. In midair, Snape caught the glimpse of Wen Zhiyu's smile, his expression softening slightly before he shifted his gaze toward the gathering crowd below the Quidditch pitch. He pressed his lips together and steered his broom downward. Chapter 61. The Patronus Charm, Young Master. Nanyu supported Wen Zhiyu back to the dormitory, his expression grim as he gently laid him on the bed, immediately rummaging through his storage ring for supplies. From a pile of potions, he retrieved a white vial, hastily dispensing several black pills into Wen Zhiyu's mouth. These pills, crafted by the sixth elder, dissolved instantly, their effects manifesting rapidly. Wen Zhiyu remained with his eyes closed for a moment. "We should return now." Standing at the bedside, Nanyu kept a watchful eye on Wen Zhiyu's condition. "Just a moment longer," Wen Zhiyu replied, tilting his head. "The affairs can be entrusted to the fifth elder." Anticipating his reluctance, Nanyu assured him that the elder would be more than willing to assist. Wen Zhiyu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes again before finally stating that some matters could not be delegated to others. Nanyu wished to persuade him further, yet understood the difficulty of altering his mind, ultimately tightening his grip on the blade in his hand. "Go then, and do not forget your task." Feeling a resurgence of pain, Wen Zhiyu sought to dismiss Nanyu. He feigned composure, even as Nanyu repeatedly glanced back, unable to see through his facade. It was only when the door clicked shut that Wen Zhiyu curled up, clutching his chest. As twilight descended, after escorting all the injured to the hospital wing and scolding them thoroughly, Snape began his descent into the dungeons, having resolved the affairs of the Quidditch pitch. Before leaving, he replaced the bone regeneration potion with a more potent version, hoping to instill a sense of fear in those giants and lessen his workload. Yet, the further he ventured into the dungeons, the more the events of the Quidditch pitch replayed in his mind. The errant bludgers, the rain shield, the shadowy figure, and that fleeting expression on the boy's face. It was the first time he had witnessed such a look from the youth. Curiosity, confusion, and an inexplicable hint of possessiveness. Damn it, what was he thinking? The more he pondered, the more absurd his thoughts became, until he abruptly regained composure, his eyes vacant as he continued down into the depths. Upon entering the dungeon, Snape first glanced at his desk before realizing that there was still time. With a stoic expression, he entered the potion's chamber. Setting a cauldron in place, he summoned the prepared ingredients, which floated gracefully in the air with a flick of his wand. Following the precise order, Snape began to brew the bone regeneration potion. This particular potion was relatively simple for him. He could even allow his mind to wander to other thoughts while brewing. For instance, that black sword from earlier. Though it was merely a fleeting encounter, and he could not fully discern its form, he was close enough to distinctly sense the aura emanating from the sword as it sliced through the air beside him. First came a chill, A penetrating cold that seeped into his very bones. Suspended in midair, he momentarily stiffened at the instant the dark blade passed. Following that was an ominous energy radiating from the sword, a presence he had felt before in another individual, yet none so heavy as this. Reflecting on this, Snape instinctively increased the vigor of his stirring, for it was a murderous intent, sharp and unyielding. But why? Was this sword truly his? Contemplating the words spoken by the boy in the headmaster's office, Snape closed his eyes briefly, raising his hand to add another ingredient to the cauldron. It was his. He had claimed it was. His sword had always belonged to that Hufflepuff. When Wen Zhiyu entered, he did not find the professor in his office. Instinctively, he glanced towards the potions room, and, upon noticing the light spilling through the crack of the door, he approached slowly. Professor? Wen Zhiyu pushed the door open and immediately spotted the distracted potions master, who was on the verge of emptying an entire vial of powder into the mixture. Quickly, Wen Zhiyu cast a spell to avert disaster. He was uncertain whether this counted as participating in the potion making. Concerned about the brew, Wen Zhiyu glanced at Snape, who returned to awareness at the sound of his voice. With a grim expression, Snape set the bottle aside, his mind no longer on the potion. The two of them worked in tandem, one brewing while the other assisted, and soon the potion was completed and stored away. However, Snape had no intention of brewing another batch and halted Wen Zhiyu's attempt to tidy the leftover ingredients, inquiring with a tone that bore a hint of authority. Can you perform the Patronus charm? Wen Zhiyu was puzzled by the professor's question, but answered honestly that he could not. Immediately regretting his inquiry, Snape thought, what am I doing? Asking a second-year wizard about the Patronus charm? Yet, the thought of that sword made it impossible for him to act as if he had never seen the boy before, so he said, I shall teach you. Wen Zhiyu understood the implication, his gaze towards Snape tinged with an inexplicable significance. Nevertheless, he did not refuse, nodding and producing his wand. Snape led him back to the office, retrieving his own wand to demonstrate, but hesitated, opting instead to first impart some foundational knowledge to the boy. Wen Zhiyu listened intently, momentarily stunned upon hearing that the charm required the caster's fondest memories. He tightened his grip on his wand, realizing that Snape must have harbored suspicions about him after witnessing that sword. A chill ran down his spine. Do you understand? Snape's voice brought the boy back from his reverie. I do, he replied. Snape nodded in satisfaction and instructed him to give it a try. Slowly and with great effort, Wen Zhiyu raised his wand, but hesitated before uttering the incantation. He did not expect to conjure a Patronus, nor did Snape. Thus, when a faint light flickered at the tip of the wand before fading away, Snape exhibited no change in demeanor, merely stating, yes, continue practicing. With that, he returned to the potions room and closed the door behind him. Wen Zhiyu remained in place, watching as the professor shut the door, his brow furrowing. He glanced at the wand in his hand and then at the closed door, letting out a sigh before lifting his wand to repeat the earlier steps. Expecto Patronum. Time slipped away as Wen Zhiyu practiced. It was his first encounter with such difficulties in casting a spell, no matter what he did, even employing his magical energy. He could not summon a Patronus. Once again, the white light faded from his wand's tip just as Snape emerged from the potions room. He handed Wen Zhiyu 2 vials of potion and ushered him out of the cellar, accompanying him toward the Slytherin dormitory. Wen Zhiyu followed silently until they reached the entrance to the dormitory, at which point Snape spoke, 1 vial for morning, 1 for evening. So, he had been brewing potions for him? Wen Zhiyu's spirits lifted at this revelation. Thank you, Professor. Snape offered no response, turning to meld into the shadows, his black robes billowing as he disappeared at the corridor's end. Chapter 62. The Christmas of the second term. Following the recent Quidditch match, Harry had lain in the infirmary for quite some time, not due to the bludger, but rather because, after being saved by Southview, he had been sabotaged. The perpetrator was Lockhart, who, disregarding the objections of those around him, cast a peculiar spell on Harry, causing his bones to vanish. Consequently, he had to endure Professor Snape's notoriously vile bone regrowth potion. I just want to die? Harry gazed blankly at the ceiling, once more savoring that indescribable taste. I truly do not understand why Professor Snape insists on making potions so. Wen Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I find it rather acceptable. Harry was at a loss for words, reluctant to converse with this individual. His gaze shifted to Ron, seeking affirmation. Ron nodded vigorously. What are your plans for Christmas this year? Hermione inquired as she finished packing her essay. Are you two going home? Wen Zhiyu shook his head. I will be staying at school this year. Southview pursed his lips, managing to squeeze out, I will return. Indeed. He had been sent back to the manor by the young master to handle matters. Harry and Ron also decided to remain at school, intending to invite the equally homebound Wen Zhiyu to join them for the feast, only to be met with rejection. How could he waste such a splendid occasion on trivial matters? Wen Zhiyu resolved to spend his Christmas in the cellar. As they exited the infirmary and walked a short distance, The wind and snow outside halted them in their tracks. Look, I slept through to the snow. Harry leaned over the corridor's railing, with Ron mimicking him, both eagerly admiring the falling snowflakes. Draco, however, was far more concerned with appearances, distancing himself from the railing alongside the equally image-conscious Hermione, though it was evident that the snow had captured most of their attention. Southview had no interest in such frivolities. He bid farewell to Wen Zhiyu and quickly made his way outside the school. Wen Zhiyu did not join the four in their snow watching and, after exchanging pleasantries, returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Upon arriving, Wen Zhiyu first set about addressing the pile of newly arrived letters on his desk. After reading through each one, he penned brief replies and sent them off with Black Hawk. Following his correspondence, Wen Zhiyu treated himself to a warm bath, changed his clothes, and even donned an additional coat. The recent drop in temperature had affected his physical resilience, and he had started to feel a bit cold. Taking out an item from his cabinet, Wen Zhiyu held it in his palm, feeling the exquisite quality of the mutton-fat jade, which was warm to the touch and of exceptional quality. He smiled, placing the jade in a box to keep it close, then set out with determination towards the cellar. After having petrified Medusa, it had been a long while since she had acknowledged him. After much coaxing and offering of gifts, her demeanor had recently improved slightly. Presenting his Christmas gift, Wen Zhiyu was granted entry into the cellar. This year, he had grown significantly taller than the last, and although he was still not of age, he towered over many of his peers. You are not in detention today. The voice of the Serpent King resonated from the desk. Wen Zhiyu appraised the professor's attire, which remained as consistently somber as ever in black. The arrival of Christmas had not prompted the Serpent King to alter his sartorial style, nor did it seem he held any regard for the festive occasion. Noticing the scrutiny in his gaze, Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could utter a word of derision, Wen Zhiyu cheerfully announced his purpose. I have come to present you with a Christmas gift, perhaps due to his physical condition. His voice was rather soft and tinged with a hint of frailty, further softened by an underlying mirth that rendered it somewhat delicate. The Serpent King found this gentle tone to be somewhat disconcerting. He raised his hand and cast a temperature-regulating charm upon Wen Zhiyu, then gestured for him to place the gift aside. Following his indication, Wen Zhiyu observed a pile of gift boxes in the corner, varying in size and color. He was reluctant for his own gift to be lost among them, rendering it altogether unremarkable. With a blink, he softened his tone further, saying, "But I wish to present it to you personally." With that, he took a few steps forward to the spot where he typically graded papers. Having claimed it as his domain, the potions master, who had taught for many years, was taken aback by the audacity of this student. His cold demeanor could intimidate other young wizards, but it had no effect on Wen Zhiyu. If your tongue remains intact, I trust you can articulate your thoughts, Snape threatened, setting down his quill with deliberate emphasis. Unfazed, Wen Zhiyu retrieved a box from his robes, his anticipation palpable as he extended it towards the potions master. Please, open it. Snape hesitated to accept, but the object was already in his grasp, leaving him at an impasse. It was merely a Christmas gift from a student, after all. Convincing himself, he reluctantly accepted the box, unfastened its clasp, and opened it. The box was neither heavy nor large, containing an item merely the size of half a palm. Inside lay a piece of white jade, glimmering faintly, smooth to the touch, with a lifelike dragon motif intricately carved upon its surface, each scale distinct and clear. An Eastern dragon. Snape's gaze flicked over it briefly, instantly discerning its considerable value, and he instinctively wished to return it. Wen Zhiyu, clearly anticipating this reaction, interjected before Snape could speak, earnestly declaring, to return a gift once given would be a tremendous dishonor in our culture. It is the kind of disgrace that resonates for 30 years, like a river flowing east and then west. His eyes seemed to convey unspoken words directly to the potions master. Snape's hand stilled mid-motion. Seizing the moment, Wen Zhiyu explained, I carved this myself. The dragon is a sacred creature in our culture, and this jade pendant symbolizes peace. He tightened his grip over his heart, summoning courage. I also inscribed a protective array upon it. Stepping closer to the Serpent King, he pointed to the dragon's eye on the pendant and continued. The array contains a fragment of my essence, capable of shielding the bearer from harm a few times. Professor, you must keep it with you. The youth's proximity prompted Snape to retreat slightly, creating distance, before he expressionlessly placed the jade pendant into his pocket. What kind of audacity led Mr. Wen Luo to believe that your potions master is so weak as to require a shield? Better safe than sorry, the boy replied with a smile, his eyes twinkling as though filled with stars. Chapter 63, The Half-Blood Prince. After presenting the gift, Wen Zhiyu's eyes sparkled as he gazed expectantly at the Serpent King, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting, seemingly awaiting something in return. Having spent considerable time with Wen Zhiyu, Snape could easily discern his subtle anticipation for a gift of his own. After some contemplation, Snape deemed that gifting a potion might be inappropriate, despite having initially intended to do so. What would you like? The potion's master inquired, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. Anything? Wen Zhiyu asked, his eyes alight with hope. Snape raised an eyebrow in mockery. If you wish to avoid being thrown out, then choose freely. The young man's ears drooped momentarily before he glanced toward the professor's bookshelf. May I request a book? Snape frowned. A book? Wen Zhiyu nodded eagerly. I would like a book annotated by you, so I can study it thoroughly. Even in requesting a gift, Wen Zhiyu sought to reinforce his image as a diligent learner. Very well, Snape replied curtly. Upon receiving permission, the boy's ears perked up once more, and he eagerly dashed to search the bookshelf. Observing the boy's uncharacteristic behavior, Snape, for once, refrained from reprimanding him for his audacity, instead adjusting his chair and returning to his desk. After a considerable search, Wen Zhiyu finally located a book filled with numerous annotations. It was more accurately described as a set of notes than a traditional book. He flipped through the pages, momentarily captivated by the familiar script within. What a treasure, he thought, wrestling with the notion that the professor would likely never part with such a valuable item. Biting his lip in contemplation, he pondered how to navigate this impasse. Snape had been watching him since he began his search, and as Wen Zhiyu stood there, holding the book, he could no longer contain himself. If you found it, bring it here, he commanded. Wen Zhiyu gingerly approached the desk with the notes in hand. Snape's gaze fell upon the pages, and upon recognizing the handwriting, his expression shifted. This one is unacceptable. Why not? Wen Zhiyu implored, attempting to awaken the professor's sense of fairness. There is no reason, Snape replied, unmoved, reaching for the book. Wen Zhiyu dodged back, feigning distress as he pleaded, Please, Professor, it is merely a book. Snape's expression remained impassive as he reached for the notes again. Wen Zhiyu relented but attempted to negotiate. May I at least read it in the cellar? The two engaged in a silent standoff. Finally, after a moment's contemplation, Snape withdrew his hand and conceded, Very well. Wen Zhiyu celebrated his victory. During the Christmas season, he had already completed grading the lower year students' papers a few days prior, and with no new submissions yet. Snape was now focused on the upper year papers. Wishing not to disturb the Serpent King's work, Wen Zhiyu settled on the sofa with the notes. The notes were black and quite thick. Upon opening the first page, Wen Zhiyu was greeted by the professor's elegantly stylized handwriting. This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince. The translation provided was Half-Blood Prince. Is this the pen name of his house head? Stealing a glance at Snape, he quickly averted his gaze and continued reading. The more he delved into the notes, the greater his astonishment grew. The world of cultivation was not devoid of prodigies. Ancient texts and original methodologies emerged incessantly. Even if this compilation were to be placed in Huaxia, it would hold a significant position among self-created techniques. In Huaxia, original methods required centuries or even millennia to develop, whereas in Britain, the magical community had not existed for long, and spells and potions were scarce. Moreover, the professor was only 32 years old this year. The notes contained a plethora of self-created spells and refined potions, densely packed within. Wen Zhiyu's heart surged with emotion, yet his demeanor remained composed. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a particular self-created spell, Shadowless Divine Peak. Wen Zhiyu murmured softly to himself, recalling how he had witnessed the professor employ this particular spell, even casting it upon him. To be honest, it had been rather painful. Upon returning home, he discovered that he was unable to heal from it, and he had to resort to consuming the exquisite elixir provided by Elder Six to barely endure the aftermath. Yet again, it proved to be a remarkable item. Wen Zhiyu extracted several sheets of talisman paper, intending to inscribe this spell upon them, so that when the time came, he could cast one at every encounter, and a handful at a multitude. Snape noticed his activity and regarded him with surprise as he observed the young man retrieving the yellow paper, followed by a brush with which he began to scribble. Was there a section in Snape's notes that instructed one on how to draw talismans? Each occupied their own pursuits until the afternoon, when Wen Zhiyu could no longer remain still. He ventured to the Hogwarts kitchen, returned with a plate of dumplings to the cellar. Snape had partaken in Wen Zhiyu's dumplings more than once and did not refuse, promptly joining him for dinner. After the meal, Wen Zhiyu proposed a stroll, to which Snape acquiesced. Though reluctant to move, he welcomed the chance to breathe fresh air. Aware of Snape's aversion to crowded places, Wen Zhiyu chose a narrow path, leading them to the Black Lake. Under the night sky, the dark surface of the lake absorbed the moonlight directed towards it, while the snowbanks along the shore embraced the moonlight, reflecting a glow that was more striking than the night itself. Upon reaching the edge of the Black Lake, Wen Zhiyu wrapped his robes tighter around himself, crouched down, and picked up a flat stone to skip across the water's surface. Snape stood quietly beside him, watching as the lake rippled in response to the stone's impact. Professor, does this lake not resemble a colossal cauldron for potions? Wen Zhiyu jested with a smile. Snape scoffed softly. I find it more akin to the nonsensical symbols on your yellow paper. They exchanged a few words in light-hearted banter. Wen Zhiyu, with an air of mystery, retrieved a piece of talisman paper from his pocket. Professor, allow me to show you something fascinating. With that, he infused the talisman with magical energy and cast it into the sky. In the next moment, a dazzling array of fireworks erupted from the talisman, displaying enchanting shapes, the vibrant colors illuminating their faces. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the boy as he hurled talisman after talisman into the sky. As the fireworks subsided, Wen Zhiyu clapped his hands and stood up, inching closer to Snape, creating the appearance of standing side by side. In our homeland, it is customary to light fireworks during festivals. Snape regarded the spirited youth before him, the corners of his mouth subtly curving upward. Indeed. Chapter 64, Nightmare After Christmas. The matter of the heir of Slytherin escalated, particularly during the dueling club hosted by Lockhart, where Harry had spoken Parseltongue to the snake conjured by Draco. This incident drew the attention of nearly everyone at Hogwarts, even leading Dumbledore to summon Harry for a conversation in his office. Consequently, after enduring Quidditch practice, Harry retreated once more into his small world. Wen Zhiyu, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt perpetually drowsy that day and decided to recline on the armchair, closing his eyes for a moment of rest. When Harry and Ron arrived, they found Nonyu in an adjacent space, wielding a knife, while Hermione busily worked on a newly acquired workbook. The group possessed the teleportation tokens provided by Wen Zhiyu, permitting them to enter the small world whenever Nonyu or Wen Zhiyu were present. This was Wen Zhiyu's precaution to prevent them from sneaking into the Slytherin dormitory. Relaxing with his eyes closed, Wen Zhiyu hazily overheard snippets of conversation about a diary, a golden girl, and mushrooms. In the girls' restroom, a golden girl was found writing in a diary while eating mushrooms. Wen Zhiyu stirred slightly awake. Supporting himself on the armrest, he unsteadily stood up and approached the group, inquiring, "What are you all up to?" They turned to him. Wen Zhiyu glanced at the iron pot among them, which was in disarray with various ingredients, and he even spotted mushrooms within. Nonyu was the first to report to his master. "We are making hot pot." Hermione kindly explained, "We saw you sleeping soundly, so we didn't want to disturb you." Harry and Ron nodded, clearing a space for Wen Zhiyu. Feeling overwhelmed, Wen Zhiyu struggled to recall when he had stored mushrooms in the small world and simply asked, "Where did you get the mushrooms?" Ron replied that they were brought by Nonyu. Turning his gaze to Nonyu, who nodded and recounted, "I picked them up along the path in the Forbidden Forest." "Are those edible?" Wen Zhiyu exclaimed, exasperated. He raised his wand and tidied up the peculiar assortment in the pot, seating himself beside them to guide their preparations anew. Awakening from a nap to find himself entangled in 4 lives, Wen Zhiyu felt utterly drained. "What were you just discussing?" He recalled hearing something about a diary. Harry produced a new pot. "Oh, right. We found a strange diary in the library restroom." Ron added that he had encountered a ghost while fetching ingredients. "We plan to investigate that diary," Hermione chimed in, bringing over some seasonings. The group busily prepared a new hot pot while explaining everything to Wen Zhiyu, and midway through, Harry suggested, "We should invite Draco." Ron interjected, "He wouldn't join us in the investigation." Harry clarified, "I meant for the hot pot." In the end, apart from Wen Zhiyu, the remaining 5 devoured the hot pot entirely. On Tuesday afternoon, with no classes, Wen Zhiyu returned to the dormitory first, quickly washing up to dispel any lingering odors before collapsing onto his bed in deep slumber. In the liminal space between dreams and wakefulness, he seemed to see the professor. The professor in his dream bore a resemblance to the present one, yet appeared somewhat haggard, with a complexion paler than usual, still clad in his dark robes. Traversing through the night. "Severus, please." It was Dumbledore. The old man's voice sounded faint. Wen Zhiyu had no time to dwell on this, for he saw the professor raising his wand. The tip emitted a flash of green light, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, everything went dark. Fragments of images replaying in his mind, leaving him only able to hear the professor's voice, but unable to see any visuals. His heart felt as though gripped by a great hand, rendering him breathless, the disjointed sounds echoing in his dream, causing a throbbing headache. Wen Zhiyu struggled to awaken, yet his entire body was enveloped in a sensation of weightlessness, and he could not move a single fingertip. In the nightmare, the boy furrowed his brows tightly, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. In the cellar, Snape waited in vain for the delinquent to arrive, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Fine, fine, they dare not show up for detention." The paper he had been revising no longer warranted further edits, and he sharply marked AT and tossed it aside, grasping his wand to commence his night patrol. After apprehending 2 unfortunate souls wandering the night, Snape grew increasingly uneasy, setting aside the fact that Wen Zhiyu had never been late for detention, always arriving ahead of time. There was also the recent occasion when he had permitted the boy to peruse his notes. Lately, Wen Zhiyu had been diving into the cellar immediately after classes. Glancing at the schedule, Snape noted that the second-year Slytherin did not have any classes that afternoon, which should have meant he could be found in the cellar. Why was there still no news? Snape's footsteps hesitated in his patrol as he surveyed the area yet to be covered, tightening his grip on his wand as he pivoted toward the Slytherin dormitory. Wen Zhiyu's dormitory lay at the end of the corridor, and Snape, observing the firmly shut door, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, suddenly seized by an urge to leave. After much hesitation, Snape raised his hand and knocked on the door. The ogre within had better open it promptly. He must not be kept waiting for a second knock. There was no response. Maintaining his composure, Snape knocked again, twice, thrice, and then a fourth time, until the door creaked open. His patience wearing thin, he brandished his wand and forcefully breached the door. As it swung ajar, a wave of metallic scent assaulted him. Snape furrowed his brow and promptly illuminated the room, his gaze sweeping across it, finally resting upon the bed nestled in the corner. Stepping closer, the disarray upon the bed became starkly apparent. Snape's pupils dilated in alarm as he hastened to the bedside, reaching out to assist the figure. However, as he approached, the youth suddenly succumbed to a fit of coughing, tilting his head back, blood spilling from his lips. The sounds emanating from his throat compelling Snape to act swiftly. He supported the youth by the wrist, gently tilting him, his brow furrowed as he called out, "Wen Luo." The boy, lost in a nightmare, remained oblivious, his face devoid of color. Snape cast a diagnostic spell, yet the results echoed only weakness. Frustrated, he set aside his wand and retrieved 2 vials of green potion, uncorking them with haste to administer them. In the next moment, however, the Serpent King paused, producing a handkerchief to dab away the blood at the boy's mouth before proceeding to feed him the potion. To facilitate this, he had initially intended to grip the boy's face, but with the slightest movement, the youth resumed coughing blood. Left with no alternative, Snape cradled the boy's head in one hand while tilting the potion bottle to his lips. The green liquid flowed forth, trickling into the boy's mouth, and ultimately dribbling onto Snape's dark robes. After administering both vials, the boy's complexion appeared even more pallid, perhaps due to the bitterness of the potion. His expression contorted in evident agony. Snape felt a pang of guilt, yet was drawn to the boy's tightly furrowed brow, contemplating his condition. Chapter 65, Dragon Crystal. Was he trapped in a nightmare? The boy lay in bed, presumably having succumbed to unconsciousness during sleep, his brow knit in distress as if tormented by horrific dreams. When Zhiyu awakened, Snape gently patted the boy's face, but he coughed up more blood, prompting Snape to refrain from further movement, instead calling out in desperation, attempting to sever the boy's ties to the nightmare. Wen Zhiyu, wake up. If you do not rouse, you shall not have the chance to read again. Get out of the cellar. Whether it was Snape's words that penetrated the boy's subconscious or not, Wen Zhiyu suddenly froze, sensing fragments of his dream rapidly disintegrating. A flicker of light emerging before him. The boy's tightly knit brow began to relax as he slowly opened his eyes under the influence of the Serpent King's potion. Professor. Snape observed the boy awaken, his expression a tapestry of complexity. It was evident that the boy had a profound affection for that book. Upon regaining consciousness, Wen Zhiyu immediately recognized his predicament. He was in the professor's embrace. Before he could feel a sense of embarrassment, a sharp pain pierced his heart, compelling him to instinctively grasp Snape's dark robes. "Professor, help me." Snape struggled to comprehend the words. Wen Zhiyu's ears were filled with a deafening roar, rendering the professor's voice indistinct. Time was of the essence, and he repeated urgently, "Help me, dragon crystal, remove it. Remove the topmost dragon crystal." Listening closely to the boy's muddled utterances, Snape's expression grew grave. Wen Zhiyu's condition was deteriorating, his body trembling as he appeared on the verge of another nightmare. Dragon crystal? Was it the row of spikes embedded in his back? As this thought crossed his mind, Snape's fingers brushed against the boy's neck, encountering a cool, oval metal cap. Remove it? Snape's lips moved, yet no words escaped. He discerned the boy could no longer hear him. But must he truly extract it? That day, he had seen clearly that the spike had pierced flesh, and there was a possibility it was anchored to bone. If he were to pull it out, he shuddered at the thought of whether the boy could withstand it. The lack of action from Snape prompted Wen Zhiyu to tighten his grip on the dark robe, silently urging him to proceed, rather than directly pulling out the spike. Snape first retrieved some hemostatic potions and bandages from his belongings. Contemplating further, he also placed 2 vials of painkillers at the bedside. Once prepared, Snape adjusted the boy's position, allowing him to rest upon his legs, parting the hair at the nape of his neck, his fingers delicately grasping the upper portion of the dragon crystal. It must be done in one swift motion. After years of brewing potions, this was the first time his hand trembled slightly. "I'm going to do it," he murmured. Administering a precautionary measure to the boy, Snape exerted force, yanking the spike out with a sudden jerk. With a splatter, blood erupted forth, and Snape, standing closest, was inevitably splattered across his face. There was no time for curses. He quickly pressed the bandage to the wound, discarding the spike on the floor, and hastily poured pain relief potion over the injury. The bandage absorbed the blood, yet it continued to seep through, dripping from his fingers. Snape moved with urgency, pouring the hemostatic potion over the wound before tossing aside the empty vial and casting a healing charm. After a flurry of actions, the bleeding began to subside. But at that moment, as Snape relaxed ever so slightly, he suddenly realized he could no longer feel the boy's heartbeat. The air in the dormitory thickened, and Snape's trembling hand pressed against the wound as he leaned down, straining to hear the boy's breath. There was nothing. The room echoed only with his own inhalations. The thoughts crowding his mind were unsettling, and he remained frozen in disbelief. In his moment of paralysis, Snape failed to notice that the blood, which had previously ceased, began to flow once more, this time carrying a hint of golden luminescence. The golden glimmers mingled with the blood as they dripped onto the sheets, sinking into the mattress. Wen Zhiyu's previously unfocused eyes rapidly regained clarity, and the heart that had ceased its rhythm began to beat once again. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his heart reviving resonated clearly within the stillness of the dormitory, pulling Snape back to reality. He looked down in disbelief. As he heard the boy's heartbeat return, the tension in his nerves released. Noticing that the wound continued to bleed, Snape cast 2 more healing spells before patiently awaiting the effects. The corridors, once devoid of patrolling staff, were now occupied by a few young wizards. Harry stowed away the invisibility cloak and entered the restricted section alongside Ron and Hermione. "It's truly unbelievable," Ron remarked, glancing back at the empty corridor. "Professor Snape hasn't been out on patrol tonight." "Be quiet, Ron," Hermione insisted, forcibly redirecting his gaze. "You should be grateful we didn't encounter Professor Snape. Hurry, we need to find that book. Come on," Harry urged, and the two hastened to follow. Morning sunlight filtered through the water's surface, casting reflections as various bizarre creatures swam in the black lake. Gradually, Wen Zhiyu became aware that he was indeed sleeping in the cellar room. Feeling drowsy, Wen Zhiyu noticed a slight ache at the back of his neck. His hand instinctively reached for the several layers of bandages wrapped around it, and memories of yesterday came flooding back. Slowly sitting up, he caught sight of his wand resting beside the pillow. He picked it up and gave it a gentle wave, the crimson hourglass reminding him that he had already missed his first class. The first class. Potion class. With a sudden jolt, Wen Zhiyu sprang from his bed, disregarding the pain that surged through his body as he hurriedly searched for his coat on the nearby shelf, fastening the buttons as he dashed toward the door. However, he was abruptly halted by a pair of piercing eyes. The professor. Missing the professor's potion class left Wen Zhiyu feeling somewhat apprehensive, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, standing at the threshold of his bedroom. Severus Snape had just returned from the potion class and, upon opening the cellar door, immediately spotted the disheveled boy ready to bolt, only to freeze upon seeing him. Lifting his hand, he cast 2 diagnostic spells on the youth, receiving the same feedback, still frail. With a stern expression, Snape carried his briefcase into the potion room, returning shortly with a vial of potion from the left cupboard. "Drink." Wen Zhiyu obediently accepted the potion, mentally preparing himself before pouring it into his mouth. How peculiar. Sweet. Unconvinced, he tilted the vial for another taste. Indeed, it was sweet. Smacking his lips in surprise, he swallowed the potion, which he could hardly believe was crafted by a master of potions. Suddenly, he felt considerably lighter. Observing the boy consuming the potion, Snape's demeanor softened slightly, though he did not acknowledge the boy's grateful smile as he strode directly to his desk. Wen Zhiyu leaned closer, intending to explain his absence from detention, but was struck speechless by the next words from the Serpent King. "From today onward, you will reside in the cellar." Chapter 66. Meeting at the tower. Moonlight cascaded like water onto the ancient stone bricks, rendering the tower even more desolate in the stillness of the night. Beneath the tower, the star-speckled sky harmonized with the nocturnal chorus of summer insects and distant frogs, yet the elderly figure remained stagnant. In his mind, a battle raged, and Albus Dumbledore closed his eyes, ultimately deciding to turn away. Just as he raised his wand to depart, a familiar, aged voice echoed from behind. "Leaving again?" Gellert Grindelwald, shrouded in the night, silently observed the silhouette before him. "Are you truly leaving, as you did before, with such resolution?" Dumbledore hesitated, raising and lowering his wand, finally stiffly turning to meet the gaze of those 2 mismatched eyes. "Long time no see, Gellert," he heard himself say. They stood in stark contrast, one tall and the other short, Dumbledore casting his glance toward Grindelwald on the steps, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his peripheral vision. Grindelwald's gaze never wavered from Dumbledore, and upon witnessing his turn, A wave of unjust grievance surged within him. Indeed, it has been a long time, Grindelwald said, his eyes locked onto Dumbledore's azure orbs, each word laden with years of yearning. 40 years, Albus. 564 months, 17,155 days. Truly, it has been a long time. Grindelwald's words pierced Dumbledore's heart, yet the greatest white wizard of the century quickly regained control over his tumultuous emotions. He cut straight to the chase. How did you come to know that child? Unable to investigate Wen Zhiyu's situation, the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix had provided records indicating the boy's ordinary upbringing. But Dumbledore was acutely aware that this could not possibly be the truth. Thus, after engaging in conversation with Wen Zhiyu, he intercepted the Black Eagle delivering the boy's message. Little did he expect that the one sending the message would be Grindelwald himself. What connection could there be between them? Grindelwald did not answer. Instead, he smiled and turned to walk toward the room within the tower. Dumbledore followed at a measured pace. Although Grindelwald had been confined to the tower, he possessed the ability to escape, and the ever-capable man knew precisely how to capture Dumbledore's attention. Seated on the sofa, Grindelwald thoughtfully offered Dumbledore his favorite honey water before leisurely responding to the earlier inquiry. I do not know whom you are referring to, Albus. Since entering, Dumbledore had avoided his gaze, and the honey water on the table failed to compel him to lift his head. You are aware of the boy from Huaxia with the surname Wen, Dumbledore said, his tone somber. Grindelwald sighed. I do not know any child of that surname from Huaxia. After repeated evasions, Dumbledore finally raised his eyes to meet him. Just that one glance made him want to look away again. In the dim light of the room, he could see the true visage of the man before him, a stark contrast to the image he had held in his mind. The words of inquiry lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. The once great wizard, who had stood at the pinnacle of power, now bore the marks of time. His hair, once dark, was now streaked with gray, and his body, weathered by the years, had bent under the weight of existence. The ravages of time had etched solitude onto his face, while the depths of his eyes revealed a tinge of sorrow. This was a far cry from the Gellert he remembered, and the cause of it all was him. Another silence enveloped them, and it took Dumbledore a long moment to reclaim his voice, suppressing the emotional tide surging within him to change the subject. What is the recent unrest among the saints about? Since intercepting the letter, Dumbledore had begun investigating Grindelwald's movements, only to discover that the Dark Lord, who had seemingly remained passive in Nurmengard, had begun to summon his former disciples. This revelation compelled him to suppress thoughts of never encountering Grindelwald again as he hurried to the tower. Grindelwald, aware that his actions would not satisfy Dumbledore, decided to be forthright. I've arranged a retirement home for my old friends. The Ministry should not interfere with this, should they? But the place you have chosen is inappropriate. Grindelwald remained unfazed. What is wrong with it? The terms they offer are quite reasonable. Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Grindelwald's eyes, seeking a flaw. You are placing them in the Whispering Springs? What terms have they offered you? Certainly far more favorable than those provided by the Ministry, Grindelwald said, his gaze unwavering. Thinking of the Ministry, Dumbledore's expression soured. It was evident he understood that the current Ministry had devolved into a dismal state. Do not repeat past mistakes. With that, Dumbledore turned to the door, poised to leave. Grindelwald sighed, clenched his fists, yet did not impede him. It was only at the moment Dumbledore closed the door that Grindelwald's voice reached his ears. My decisions have never been wrong. Chapter 67. The Chamber, Part 1. Wen Zhiyu had been confined to the cellar for reasons unknown, and Harry and Ron, daunted by the prospect of facing the Serpent King's venom, could only intercept Wen Zhiyu after class one day as he made his way to the cellar. Wen Zhiyu's condition appeared less than optimal. His complexion was somewhat pallid. Ron speculated that he might have been forced to stay up late by Snape to prepare ingredients. Are you all right? Wen Zhiyu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine. What brings you here? Recently, an overwhelming series of events has unfolded, with several students falling victim to petrification. Albus Dumbledore's whereabouts remain a mystery, and even Hermione was petrified in the library just a few days prior. He dispatched Non-Yu to investigate, and the conclusion drawn was that the situation posed no mortal danger, prompting him to refrain from further intervention. Consequently, he dedicated his efforts to assisting the professors in concocting a potion to reverse the petrification. Over the course of 2 years, despite Severus Snape's persistent malice, Harry's subconscious has been subtly influenced by Wen Zhiyu's words. It is because I hold you in esteem that I am willing to chastise and strike you. If I were to look down upon you, I would not concern myself with your existence. At this juncture, the merits of traditional education are surprisingly pronounced. Harry has succumbed to this influence. We require your assistance. Harry pressed a crumpled note into Wen Zhiyu's hand, which we had discovered from Hermione. Wen Zhiyu took the note with a hint of disdain, scanning it rapidly before his interest was piqued. A basilisk. An unfamiliar term, it could serve as a fascinating pet. Ron nodded in agreement. We suspect that Hermione and the others were not afflicted by a petrification curse, but rather by the basilisk's gaze. We intend to inform Professor McGonagall. Harry articulated their plan, but Ron interrupted. You know our credibility is rather low. Yet you are different, he replied. All the young witches and wizards could sense that Professor McGonagall held a particular fondness for Wen Zhiyu, having expressed on more than one occasion her desire to transfer him to Gryffindor, although this was met with a frosty refusal from Professor Snape. Wen Zhiyu had no intention of acquiescing, as he planned to persuade the two to accompany him in capturing the basilisk. All students promptly returned to their respective dormitories, and all teachers made their way to the staff lounge. Please act immediately. The ruse had not yet commenced when Professor McGonagall's voice echoed from down the corridor. Harry whirled around to glare at Ron. Is something amiss? At this moment? What shall we do? Ron asked in horror. Return to the dormitory? Harry and Wen Zhiyu both rejected this suggestion. Wen Zhiyu affixed an invisibility cloak to himself and handed one to each of them. We shall proceed to the staff lounge. They began to navigate against the tide of people toward the lounge, and upon their arrival, they found a number of teachers already gathered. The three crouched in a corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. When they learned that Ginny had been taken into the Chamber of Secrets, Ron's complexion turned as pale as Wen Zhiyu's, but fortunately, Harry caught him, preventing him from making a sound. Wen Zhiyu's gaze remained fixed on Snape's furrowed brow, particularly as Gilderoy Lockhart entered, which further soured Snape's expression. The other teachers were not to be outdone, each contributing to the pressure that compelled Lockhart to flee in a panic. Snape's demeanor improved slightly as he suddenly recalled the boy in the dungeon, unsure whether he had returned to the dormitory or remained there. After a lengthy discussion, the teachers departed, each attending to their respective tasks. Harry and Ron initially contemplated returning to assess the situation, but Wen Zhiyu stopped them, leading them directly to Lockhart's office. He intended to seize the opportunity while the professor was preoccupied with relaying information to swiftly capture the basilisk. The trio hastened to the defense against the dark arts office, precisely intercepting Lockhart as he prepared to flee. Wen Zhiyu refrained from intervening as Harry single-handedly sent Lockhart's wand flying, compelling him to accompany them to the Chamber of Secrets. After a series of actions, the four successfully entered the pitch-black tunnel, with Lockhart leading the way as they trod upon the damp ground, exploring further. The darkness of the tunnel was overwhelming, and Wen Zhiyu felt discomfort upon entry, promptly producing a smaller luminescent pearl for Ron to hold aloft. Ron twisted the pearl in his hands, his eyes sparkling with wonder. If you like it, consider it a gift, Wen Zhiyu generously offered, as he possessed an abundance of such items, aiming to enhance goodwill among those close to the Savior, thereby facilitating future plans. Ron was elated, unable to part with the gift. The group continued deeper until the light from the pearl illuminated a massive serpent's skin, vibrant in its emerald hue. Harry and Ron were captivated by this sight, while Lockhart seemed restless. Noticing his movements, Wen Zhiyu crossed his arms with a knowing smile, eager to observe the foolishness that might ensue. Seizing the moment while the two ahead were distracted, Lockhart collided with Ron, who clutched the pearl tightly, resulting in Lockhart retrieving his wand. In a flurry of mishaps, Lockhart was ultimately struck by Ron's broken wand, sending him sprawling backwards. Wen Zhiyu could not suppress his laughter. At times, he genuinely wished to inquire of Dumbledore from whence he sourced these peculiar individuals, each more confounding than the last. Hey, you, were you just standing there observing? Harry, wand in hand, looked at Wen Zhiyu with exasperation. I am but a patient, Wen Zhiyu explained. Harry and Ron, having emerged from the debris of their scuffle, found their entry blocked by a pile of rubble. Ultimately, they unanimously decided that Ron should remain behind to clear the stones while the other two continued onward to seek a new exit. Ron, observing Wen Zhiyu's pallid visage, could not bring himself to suggest leaving a patient behind to move stones. Thus, Harry and Wen Zhiyu pressed forward along the passageway. The two discovered a door, which Harry opened using parcel tongue, revealing a red-haired girl lying on the ground. Wen Zhiyu recognized her as the first-year witch who boasted of being able to knock two people out with a single bench. Ginny, Harry exclaimed as he rushed over to lift her. Ginny, please don't die. Wen Zhiyu suddenly questioned the intelligence of this savior and prepared to check the girl's condition when he halted, his gaze drawn to another figure. A tall boy with black hair leaned against a stone pillar, watching Harry with piercing eyes. Harry seemed to sense the presence as well, turning to meet the boy's gaze, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror. Tom Riddle. Chapter 68, The Chamber of Secrets, Part 2. Wen Zhiyu was increasingly concerned about the savior's intellect, pondering whether his plans would be abruptly halted due to such a savior. This conclusion materialized after hearing Harry converse with the tall boy, who introduced himself as Tom Riddle. Harry implored, "You must help me, Tom. We need to get Ginny out." Wen Zhiyu began to consider the possibility of a different savior. As their dialogue unfolded, Harry eventually recognized that this self-proclaimed Tom Riddle was none other than Voldemort. His mind froze. Following this revelation, Harry became agitated, engaging in a debate about the merits of great wizards, providing examples one after another. Wen Zhiyu pondered, "Why are you two still discussing this?" The two at the center of the incident were oblivious to Wen Zhiyu's presence. Harry was deliberately drawing attention to himself, attempting to divert Voldemort's focus away from Wen Zhiyu. Meanwhile, Voldemort, having become incensed by Harry's words, raised his wand menacingly at him. Harry retreated hastily, colliding with the dark chamber's wall, and shortly thereafter, a colossal object crashed onto the stone floor, causing the entire chamber to tremble. "Kill him." Harry, mindful of Wen Zhiyu's position, turned to evade in the opposite direction, only to stumble and fall flat on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Wen Zhiyu suppressed the impulse to unleash an Avada. He retrieved a talisman, preparing to assist this supposed savior. Suddenly, a large red bird swooped in from outside, clutching a slender sword in its talons and dropping it near Harry, before darting towards the basilisk. "Oh no, the snake I had my eye on." Without delay, Wen Zhiyu hurled a talisman to ensnare both the bird and the basilisk, deliberately keeping the two creatures at a distance from each other. Once accomplished, he clapped his hands together and exhaled in relief, grateful that his snake had not been marred by the bird's presence. At this point, Voldemort's gaze was inevitably drawn to him. "What have you done?" Voldemort clearly struggled to believe that someone could so easily restrain the basilisk. "As you can see, I have safeguarded my new pet." Wen Zhiyu was disinclined to engage in conversation, though he found the essence of this man intriguing. Having missed out on the one in the Forbidden Forest, he was not inclined to let this one slip away. With determination, Wen Zhiyu promptly began to prepare his tools: chains, daggers, bone saws, torture devices, and most importantly, the Emperor of Humanity. Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted Wen Zhiyu's preparations, causing him to turn around. He witnessed the once arrogant Voldemort now contorted and struggling, flailing his arms while emitting anguished cries, before vanishing entirely. Wen Zhiyu paused, clutching the flag. Harry crawled up from beside the basilisk, brandishing the diary that had been punctured by the creature's fangs, seeking to claim credit for the victory. Wen Zhiyu was nearly exasperated to the point of fury with this individual, and he stepped forward to knock him unconscious with a brick, before casting a sleeping charm on Ginny, who lay on the ground. His actions were somewhat extreme. Wen Zhiyu cleared his throat twice, wiping the blood from his lips with a handkerchief, and approached the large bird. Fawkes had been ensnared by the talisman upon entering. Witnessing Wen Zhiyu knock Harry unconscious and then cast a spell on Ginny, remembering Dumbledore's caution to keep his distance from this young man, Fawkes felt an instinctive urge to retreat, curling up his wings. Fortunately, Wen Zhiyu had no immediate intention of harming it. However, the bird had witnessed everything and could not simply be allowed to depart. Concentrating his energy, a plume of crimson mist rose from his hand as he directed it towards Fawkes. The mist swiftly transformed into a vine the size of a fist, binding the phoenix entirely. Fawkes, now suspended, chirped indignantly as it struggled against its restraints. Soon, it fell silent, as if succumbing to slumber. After cleansing his memories, Wen Zhiyu found himself unsteady on his feet. He leaned against a nearby stone pillar for a moment before seizing the tattered diary from Harry's grasp. The item he desired was still within his reach. He held a keen interest in the man who had fractured his own soul, feeling an inexplicable certainty that this would prove useful. What of death? Wen Zhiyu smirked as he patted the dilapidated diary, channeling his energy to levitate the book into the air before spitting blood that stained the ground crimson. With trembling hands, he raised them slightly, tilting his head back, blood vessels prominent in his eyes. As he channeled his spirit, he flicked his wrist, and a soft pink glow enveloped the worn diary, gradually seeping into its pages. The youth's hoarse voice resonated. "Soul, return." Meanwhile, Harry, clutching his head, sat up from the ground and glanced around, memories flooding back. Did we defeat Voldemort? He shook Ginny beside him, urging her to awaken, then searched for Wen Zhiyu's figure, ultimately finding him near a stone pillar. Just as he roused Ginny, Harry hurried to Wen Zhiyu's side. The young man's condition appeared dire. His pallor had worsened, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Harry recalled that Wen Zhiyu had been struck by the basilisk and worried about potential injuries. Ginny, still a little unsteady, stood up, tearfully explaining her actions to Harry, who comforted her while gently shaking Wen Zhiyu to awaken him. Wen Zhiyu managed to open his eyes, but his limbs felt weak and unresponsive, prompting Harry to hoist him onto his back and carry him outside. The young man was taller than Harry, making it cumbersome to carry him. Ultimately, they had to support one another with one of Wen Zhiyu's arms draped over Harry's shoulder. Together, they made their way out, passing through the Chamber of Secrets. Harry called out for Ron as they walked. Upon seeing the trio, Ron was particularly excited, especially upon spotting Ginny, and then he noticed Fawkes trailing behind. We need to get out first, Harry suggested. Ron nodded and joined in supporting Wen Zhiyu, and the four of them proceeded towards the entrance. Throughout the journey, Wen Zhiyu remained in a daze. The excessive use of his energy had rendered him exceptionally weak. Just as a sharp cry jolted him back to reality, they found themselves in Professor McGonagall's office. Unlike Mrs. Weasley, who was overjoyed to see Ginny, McGonagall's attention immediately fell upon Wen Zhiyu. Her expression changed dramatically as she assisted Harry and the others in seating Wen Zhiyu on the sofa. Dumbledore was also present in the office. Harry eagerly produced the silver sword from his waist and began recounting the tale of their journey. However, his recollection had been altered by Wen Zhiyu. After encountering Voldemort, he had been knocked unconscious by the basilisk, leading to Harry being saved by Fawkes, who then injured the basilisk with the silver sword, ultimately resulting in Voldemort's demise at the hands of the basilisk's venom and the creature's subsequent obliteration. This was a narrative he crafted while spitting blood. Chapter 69, Good Night 2. Dumbledore, after grasping the general situation, regrettably noted that his substitute professor, Lockhart, seemed to. Well, I think. Dumbledore was preparing to arrange something further when the door swung open violently, and Lucius Malfoy strode in, followed closely by Severus Snape, clad in black robes. Upon entering, Lucius immediately confronted Dumbledore with forceful questions. Snape, noticing Wen Zhiyu slumped on the sofa, quickly approached and cast several diagnostic spells on the youth. Why wasn't he returned to the dungeon? Snape's expression darkened. After notifying others, he had rushed to the dungeon only to find it empty. In his frustration, he had even visited the Slytherin dormitory, finding no trace of anyone. Eventually, while searching for people, he encountered Lucius and decided to inquire with McGonagall about the situation. Now, he found himself faced with the precariously positioned young man. Snape's gaze swept contemptuously over everyone in the room, especially Dumbledore. Can't anyone see that this boy is in dire straits? Can no one think to administer a potion? Producing 2 vials from his robes, Snape pinched Wen Zhiyu's face and forced the potions down his throat. Throughout this ordeal, Professor McGonagall attempted to intervene, knowing just how unpleasant Snape's potions could be. Yet, the young man did not utter a sound as he swallowed both vials. In that moment, everyone in the office, except Mrs. Weasley, cast admiring glances at Wen Zhiyu. After consuming the potions, Wen Zhiyu felt a bit better, at least no longer requiring support to walk. However, gazing at the sullen-faced potions master, he ultimately could not bring himself to voice that it was due to Harry and his band of bumbling companions that he had been unable to return to the cellar in a timely manner. Parting his lips, the young man muttered an apology, "Professor." He vowed not to act alongside this group of inept allies again. After all, Nan Yu was more reliable. The excessive use of magical energy rendered Wen Zhiyu's voice weak and feeble, and despite consuming 2 bottles of potions, his pallor showed little sign of improvement. McGonagall, unable to bear the sight, resolved to intervene and save this young wizard, who appeared to be on the verge of being overwhelmed by Severus's venomous reprimands. "Severus, lower your voice. He seems to require a visit to the hospital wing." "Huh. I noticed none of you seemed to recognize his need for the hospital wing just a moment ago." With a new target for his ire, Snape's formidable presence was palpable as he swiftly shifted his gaze to Dumbledore, who was still engaged in a tug-of-war with Lucius. "Our esteemed headmaster, may I escort my student away?" Dumbledore swore that Snape's words were anything but a question. He dared assert that if he were to refuse, the potions master would undoubtedly stride over and rip every last hair from his chin. "Very well." Dumbledore stroked his beard and took a half-step back. Snape took Wen Zhiyu away, casting a fierce glare at Harry and Ron before departing. The cellar was quiet. Wen Zhiyu entered the bedroom, and the short distance traveled left him more fatigued than before, almost collapsing onto the bed in slumber. As Snape entered with the potion, he noted the boy sprawled on the bed, his expression darkening as he gently approached and nudged him. "Awake and drink your potion." Wen Zhiyu stirred from his slumber, his drowsy mind feeling irritable, but the next moment he remembered his whereabouts, replacing his annoyance with confusion. Shifting slightly, he leaned against the headboard and accepted the potion from the professor's hand, licking his lips before swallowing it. Why is it bitter?" Observing the grimace on his face, Snape felt his irritation wane slightly, a smirk tugging at his lips as he quipped, "I thought our Mr. Wenluo was not averse to bitterness. After all, he could drag his frail body to face the basilisk. Oh, perhaps it is due to the friendship that he is reluctant to share the potion." A wave of sarcasm emanated from Snape's venomous remarks, and he concluded, "You would do well to keep your distance from them, especially that Potter." Wen Zhiyu regretted teaming up with Harry and his friends for the 3rd time today. Now he found himself being scolded because of them. Yet, the professor's reprimands were oddly melodious, prompting Wen Zhiyu to immediately acquiesce. "I shall heed the professor's advice." The boy's soft voice was like a cloud of cotton, and Snape's fists landed upon it without causing a splash, rendering his scolding rather lackluster. Rest well. The potion's master took the empty vial and exited the room. As the door closed, Wen Zhiyu's voice floated from within. Good night, Professor. Chapter 70. The Second Holiday. Wen Zhiyu sat in a chair, toying with a small red stone between his fingers, and smiled at the mention of an assassination plot against him. They must be quite audacious, thinking they could dare to come to England to assassinate me. It was the high priest of the Yi tribe. They sought the high priest to interpret prophecies, and ultimately, they decided to gamble everything and came to England. Nanyu finished reading the letter and noted that some individuals had yet to be apprehended. Then we need not concern ourselves with them. I am keen to see whether this prophecy will come to fruition. Wen Zhiyu placed the stone into a box, wholly unconcerned with his perilous circumstances. Nanyu could no longer restrain himself. Young master, you do not need to place yourself in such danger. I will not die. Wen Zhiyu interrupted. You must remember this. I understand. Nanyu lowered his head. The two remained in the small world for a while, but ultimately, Nanyu had to take his leave first, as the Hogwarts Express was about to depart. And he still had to maintain his guise of being forced to return home this year. After Nanyu's departure, Wen Zhiyu sealed off the teleportation passages of the small world and scattered some vegetable seeds in the dirt outside, feigning ignorance of the unicorn that was spying on him as he left. The teleportation circle fell silent, and the unicorn, which had been hiding, cautiously emerged, confirming that no one was around before boldly feasting on the vegetables in the garden. Upon returning to the cellar, Snape had yet to arrive. He had been summoned by Dumbledore to patrol the corridors to prevent any forgetful trolls from missing the train. By the time Snape returned, Wen Zhiyu had tidied up considerably and, without lingering, Snape gathered his belongings, and the two traveled back to Spinner's Inn via the Flu network. The house on Spinner's Inn had been uninhabited for a semester and required cleaning. Wen Zhiyu was assigned to clean the second floor, as it was slightly smaller and easier to manage. Without protest, he took his wand upstairs and cast several cleaning charms, both inside and out. It must be said that Western magic is indeed quite practical when it comes to household chores. In contrast, their Chinese counterparts tend to lean more toward combat spells. After cleaning, Wen Zhiyu found himself at a loss for what to do and moved a stool to sit at the stairway, watching Snape as he cleared the dust from the first floor. The first floor was cluttered, particularly the potions room, and to avoid disturbing the ingredients, Snape had to be exceedingly cautious, employing a cloth in many places. Wen Zhiyu's gaze scrutinized Snape, taking in the slightly curled ends of his hair, the top button of his robe fastened straight, the flowing black cloak, his slender waist, and long legs. The more he observed, the more fervent his gaze became. Those long, bony fingers, slightly pale skin, pronounced Adam's apple, chiseled jawline, and those lips that appeared inviting. Would he run if suddenly embraced? Would he cast that painful stunning spell again? The professor's stunning spell was rather painful, but not unbearable. Perhaps he could confine him, shackling those hands, choosing the most fitting handcuffs for him. Then, wait, what am I thinking? Wen Zhiyu raised a hand to his head, the pain jolting him back to reality. Snape, hearing the noise, turned to see Wen Zhiyu clutching his forehead and grimacing, which left him somewhat speechless. If you have nothing to do, go write the essay I assigned. All right. Wen Zhiyu hastily moved the stool away, urgently needing to calm himself. He dashed back to his room, locked the door, and fearfully touched his chest, heavily flinging himself onto the bed. This was not the first time he had experienced such a state. Ever since the first dragon crystal had been extracted, these episodes had become frequent. The most perilous incident occurred in the dead of night when he realized something was amiss, only to find himself at the door of Snape's bedroom, just a step away from entering. Perhaps he should prepare for this. Wen Zhiyu, always one to act decisively, immediately retrieved various array materials and spirit stones from his ring and began inscribing formations in his room. The confinement formation was simple, but crafting it to sufficiently restrain himself proved somewhat challenging. Wen Zhiyu modified it 5 or 6 times, finally perfecting the array by afternoon. Clapping his hands, Wen Zhiyu returned the remaining materials to his ring and decided to head downstairs to prepare lunch. By the time he reached the first floor, Snape had already completed his cleaning and was currently locked away in the potions room, researching the potion that negated memory erasure. Leaving the confines of Hogwarts, the disapparition spell would no longer work, and that long-haired man would likely come looking for him again. If it were just him, it would be manageable. But now there was Wen Zhiyu in the house. What if something happened? No, he needed to finish this quickly. Having just returned home, I found my pantry rather bare. In a moment of distraction, I rummaged through the cupboards but came up empty-handed. Ultimately, I resorted to procuring some supplies from the little world, crafting a modest meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Severus, upon catching the fragrant aroma of the dishes, instantly deduced that the young man was indeed cooking. He hastily completed the potion he was brewing and pushed open the door to the potion room. He refrained from inquiring about the source of the ingredients, recalling that the previous summer, the young man had mentioned stockpiling supplies in his ring. fearing he might starve during his travels. Under the soft glow of the light, they finished their dinner together. Severus noted that the boy's enormous appetite seemed somewhat diminished. He was eating far too little. As Wen Zhiyu tidied the dishes, he responded, "But I simply can't eat much." This was no falsehood. Lately, everything he consumed made him feel nauseous, and managing to eat as much as he had was commendable. Severus scrutinized the boy's physique and observed that, compared to the beginning of the term, he had lost considerable weight, despite still being in his growth years. To spare the professor's worries, Wen Zhiyu smiled and reassured him, "Perhaps it is merely a complication of the curse. It shall pass." "Let us hope so," Severus retorted, instinctively sarcastic. Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, unwilling to acknowledge his remorse, so he stiffly attempted to change the subject. "How is your paper coming along?" Now it was Wen Zhiyu's turn to falter. He had been entirely focused on inscribing the runes, and not only had he not touched the paper, but he hadn't even picked up a quill. It appears Mr. Wen Luo is attempting to placate his elderly professor. Having spent considerable time with Wen Zhiyu, Severus could discern from merely a pause that the lad had certainly not worked on his paper. "My apologies, Professor. I shall complete it and submit it to you tonight." "Let us hope so." Chapter 71, New Potions. After several consecutive days spent in the potion room, Severus finally concocted that damned potion for counteracting memory erasure. Exiting the potion room, he approached his desk and picked up a quill to write a letter addressed to the manor from the last soiree. After sending off the owl, Severus entered the bathroom for a wash, and upon emerging, he spotted that individual perched on the eaves of the neighboring house. Frowning, he recalled the boy should be upstairs practicing spells, and Severus felt a slight tension in his demeanor. "Damn, how did you arrive so swiftly?" "Good evening, Severus." The cloaked figure greeted from his perch, his gaze fixated on Severus, whose nightshirt was not entirely fastened. A few droplets of water clung to the pale skin of the professor's collarbone, and the neck, usually concealed, was exposed, prompting an unwarranted urge to observe. The man's gaze was intensely heated. Severus tightened his collar and tossed a vial of potion in his direction. "Take this and leave." Wen Zhiyu, however, was reluctant to depart. He had finally found an opportunity to converse with the professor from an adult's perspective and did not wish to squander it. Moreover, the aging potion sometimes took a while to wear off. "Do not be like this, Severus. We are, after all, friends, aren't we?" Severus scoffed. "Please do not impose your self-righteousness upon me. Take your potion and leave." Wen Zhiyu shook his head, and then Severus witnessed him transform into a swirling red mist. Rushing toward him, gripping his wand, Severus swiftly cast a spell. The incantation pierced the black fog, striking the neighbor's eaves and dislodging a chunk of plaster. In the next moment, Wen Zhiyu appeared directly behind him. "I want to be caught by the same spell again." The proximity of Wen Zhiyu's body to Severus sent warmth against the exposed skin of his neck, an unsettling sensation that made him acutely aware of their closeness. Severus reacted almost instantaneously, shoving the man away, his wand pressed firmly against his throat, teeth gritted in a menacing threat. "You better know what you're doing." Wen Zhiyu stifled a laugh, though the mask rendered his amusement meaningless. "Are you nervous?" he inquired, teasingly. Severus narrowed his eyes dangerously, reiterating his warning. "If you do not wish to perish here, take your potion and leave." His gaze drifted to the man's mask, and he flicked his wand upwards. The moment his wand met the mask, the man transformed into black mist once more, reappearing on the eaves. "How heartless you are. I thought we could be friends." The man stood with his back to the moonlight, his long black ponytail swirling elegantly in the night breeze, his face obscured, yet his voice rang clear. "A pleasant transaction." With that, the man vanished into the velvety darkness. Severus, with a darkened expression, sensed the lingering traces of magic in his home and confirmed that the individual had indeed departed before ascending to the second floor. The exchange had not been loud. Yet the house was not soundproof. Wen Zhiyu must have heard it, yet he did not emerge to investigate, leaving only one plausible explanation. Severus did not knock, but simply pushed the door open, discovering Wen Zhiyu sprawled on the bed. He refrained from approaching. The tranquil bedroom echoed with the disparate rhythms of their breathing, assuring Severus that the boy was merely asleep and unharmed. Exiting the room, he could not discern whether to feel relief or sorrow. His decision to maintain distance inadvertently caused him to miss the faint scent of potions emanating from the boy. The aroma of the aging potion lingered in the room for a brief moment before drifting out the window. This summer had proven particularly drawn out. Since the last time he brewed potions, Severus had begun to shorten his potion-making sessions. He often sat at his desk, scribbling on parchment, with towering stacks of reference books surrounding him. Across from him, Wen Zhiyu leaned against the armrest of the sofa, a half-open book in hand, his eyes closed in slumber. Sunlight illuminating the youthful contours of his face, revealing fine strands of hair. Severus's gaze withdrew from the boy. crumpling the parchment on his desk and grabbing a fresh sheet to continue writing. Recently, the boy had been exceedingly lethargic. Initially, Severus assumed he was simply avoiding his studies, admonishing him a few times. However, the situation escalated when Wen Zhiyu even dozed off during meals. This was undeniably abnormal. Wen Zhiyu was now nearly in the latter stages of the cleansing process, his remaining vitality insufficient to keep him awake throughout the day. Only 3 dragon crystals remained. After the first, he had extracted 3 during their last venture in the chamber, and over the past few days, he had withdrawn 2 more. To conserve energy, Wen Zhiyu had no choice but to resort to a dormant state. The array in his room had been triggered 7 times within a month, and when he checked yesterday, it was already beyond repair. He needed to find time to redraw it. When Wen Zhiyu finally opened his eyes, it was already past 2 o'clock, the dazzling sunlight having roused him. The book slipped from his grip, and he bent down to retrieve it. Rubbing his forehead, Wen Zhiyu noticed Severus still deeply engrossed in his work at the desk. Since their first meeting, the professor had appeared perpetually malnourished and sleep-deprived, his skin an unhealthy pallor. Slightly gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he had endured another sleepless night. With a heavy sigh, Wen Zhiyu rose from the sofa and approached the desk. Severus lifted his gaze to meet him. Wen Zhiyu smiled gently and suggested, "Professor, might you accompany me outside for some sunlight?" Severus prepared to refuse without a second thought, but then the boy tugged at his quill. He opened his mouth to scold, only to be met with the boy's visibly sickly pallor. The words of reprimand faltered on his lips. "Professor?" Wen Zhiyu set aside his pen and tentatively grasped Snape's hand, attempting to lead him outside. Both of their hands were quite cold. Snape instinctively withdrew his hand and stood up first, asserting, "I am not at the stage where I require assistance." Wen Zhiyu transfigured 2 stones in the courtyard into lounge chairs, and they each settled beneath the shade of a tree, basking in the sunlight. Snape, in truth, was not particularly fond of sunbathing, as evidenced by the pallor of his skin. He adjusted his dark robes and shrank further into the shadows. "I say, you." Snape's words were abruptly cut off when he noticed the young man had closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, looking rather like a slothful pig. Chapter 72, The Escape. Most of the estate's affairs were currently managed by Nanyu, yet some significant decisions still required his approval before they could be enacted. Wen Zhiyu allocated some time for the evening. After dinner, Snape instructed him to arrange his own time for rest before retreating into the potions room. The youth did not refuse. He ascended the stairs to address the paperwork at hand, particularly the arrangements from the saint's side. After dispatching the correspondence, Wen Zhiyu turned and entered his small world. He designated a space, casting the basilisk he had captured last time into it. The basilisk had been subjected to daily torment and suppression by Wen Zhiyu, who also provided nourishment, leading it to develop a considerable dependency on him. Unfortunately, it lacked the ability to speak parcel tongue, and the beast control charm proved ineffective on this creature. After some contemplation, Wen Zhiyu ultimately decided to adopt the suggestion provided by the system, train it like a dog. Well, at least it was practical. He tossed a piece of meat into the enclosure, and the basilisk, with its massive form, leapt up and devoured the morsel. Wen Zhiyu transformed into a sofa and observed the flag he had brought out. The dark mist was gradually shifting towards a shade of purple, indicating that progress was being made. Inside, he also spotted the soul fragment he had obtained from the secret chamber. It was enveloped in dark mist. Its eyes had dissolved into hollow voids, and due to its diminished state, many souls pressed down upon it. Each time it attempted to fly around, it was repeatedly scattered by other dark mists, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Cutting the soul? Wen Zhiyu recalled the circumstances in the secret chamber and concluded that it seemed to have some effect on strength and intelligence. As he extracted the fragment of the soul, the basilisk instinctively shrank back, displaying a hint of trepidation. Wen Zhiyu assessed the situation, raised his hand, and flicked sparks of fire onto the soul fragment. The blue flames ignited upon contact with the dark mist, causing it to contort and scream. However, surprisingly, Wen Zhiyu could clearly observe that the snake venom embedded within the soul began to show signs of receding amidst the flames. Extinguishing the fire, Wen Zhiyu returned the soul fragment to its place, tossed a few more pieces of meat to the basilisk, and teleported out of the small world. Upon returning to his room, Wen Zhiyu commenced the cleanup of the discarded array, placing any recoverable materials into his ring and erasing the traces of the formation. Perfect, he thought, giving himself a mental pat on the back. He procured materials and began inscribing a new array on the ground, thanks to the previous trial and error. This process unfolded with remarkable ease. As he reached the final stage, Wen Zhiyu suddenly pondered whether infusing a bit of life force into it would elevate its effectiveness. Without hesitation, he modified the array's patterns and, utilizing spiritual stones, infused it with spiritual energy, successfully illuminating one of the array's symbols. After a brief pause, Wen Zhiyu consumed a potion, taking advantage of the moment to begin injecting life force. He dared not infuse too much. After just 3 days' worth of life force was added, he felt darkness envelop his vision, abruptly halting his actions and collapsing to the side. The second symbol glowed to life, only to dissipate along with the array in the bedroom. Leaning against the bed's edge, Wen Zhiyu gasped for breath, taken aback by his current state. He was unable to infuse even a few days of life force. Sitting on the floor, he felt utterly drained, his legs weak, steps unsteady, his head spinning, and darkness closing in around him, accompanied by an uncontrollable sweat. He wished to crawl onto the bed, but his heavy body suddenly felt weightless, and soon, everything faded into blackness. The unexpected blindness left Wen Zhiyu in a state of confusion. He raised his hand to wave in front of his eyes, but saw nothing. A chill and panic rushed over him as the darkness clawed at his sanity. Before succumbing to madness, Wen Zhiyu drew his wand and cast several silencing charms around the room. Snape had tried various methods, but the final potion had still fallen short. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he extinguished the fire beneath the cauldron and left the potions room for a shower. After securing his bathrobe, the Master of Potions ascended the stairs and instinctively cast a glance at Wen Zhiyu's room as he opened his own door. The light is still on? Checking the time, he noted it was nearly midnight. Has this fellow been burning the midnight oil despite his poor health? Snape's frustration over the failed potion surged, and he strode to the door, preparing to burst in, only to suddenly notice traces of a charm on the door. A silencing charm? With his keen intellect, he quickly identified the type of spell, and as he pushed the door, a sense of dread washed over him, causing his wand to slip into his palm. Alohomora. The lock clicked open, and Snape entered the room, only to find it empty. Empty? Where is he? Snape scanned the room, which was impeccably tidy. The bed neatly made with no signs of disturbance, nor on the desk. Clutching his wand, he descended the stairs and searched thoroughly, ultimately returning to the room, where the boy's presence was still absent. Where could he be? Snape resolved to check outside. As he turned, a sudden gust of wind chilled him, halting his descent. His gaze fell upon the open window. A sense of foreboding rose within him. He strode to the window, and indeed found signs of a struggle on the sill, spotting droplets of blood dripping down. The boy had climbed out the window. The realization hit him like a thunderclap, instantly igniting Snape's fury anew. Maintaining a stoic expression, he tightened his grip on his wand and climbed out the window, casting a flying charm to follow the trail of blood. The bloodstained path stretched out in a jagged line, leading towards the outside. Approaching midnight, the moonlight was shrouded by thick clouds, and Snape, clad only in his nightclothes, felt an icy chill seep into his bones. Spinner's End did not belong to the magical realm. Having crossed the boundary of enchantments, Snape had to exercise greater caution, casting a confusion charm upon himself as he continued to follow the blood trail through the streets. The blood trail vanished into a dim corner, and Snape's brow furrowed. His vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard faint sounds of struggle and low growls. Gripping his wand, Snape stealthily approached the source of the noise. Just a silhouette, yet he instantly recognized who it was. Finding the boy, Snape's concern eased slightly, only to be replaced by a surge of anger. Who gave you the audacity to venture outside? Snape muttered as he advanced, his strides long. Before he could finish speaking, he was already at Wen Zhiyu's side. Just as he reached out to touch the youth, in a flash, Snape felt a liquid splatter across his face, and then he was forcefully pinned down by the boy, who gripped his neck firmly with one hand. Severus Snape's eyes widened in astonishment, as he seemed utterly unprepared for the boy's sudden aggression towards him. In the dim light, he discerned that the color of Wen Zhiyu's eyes had transformed. No longer the usual pale pink, they now appeared a lifeless black. Chapter 73, Blindness. Let go. Snape attempted to push the boy away, but his efforts were futile, igniting a fury within him that made him wish to drive his wand into the boy's skull. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Zhiyu momentarily froze, and the pressure in his grip softened. Seizing the opportunity, Snape thrust him away, causing the boy to stagger and collide with the wall beside him. Yet, in the next moment, the boy propped himself against the wall with one hand, using it to steady himself as he attempted to escape. Still trying to flee? With a swift incantation, Snape ensnared Wen Zhiyu's hands and feet, yanking him back towards him with an irresistible force. As Snape caught the boy, the recoil caused a slight tremor in his shoulder, prompting the potion's master to furrow his brow and clench his jaw tightly, his anger manifesting as he grasped the boy's collar. Tell me, why are you running? The boy remained silent, continuing to struggle against Snape's grip. Enraged, Snape found his customary patience with patience evaporating, his head pounding from the frustration as he pressed the boy against the wall. Is this a game of hide and seek? One of Snape's hands pressed against Wen Zhiyu's neck, their height disparity rendering it impossible for him to see the boy's eyes. Thus, He lifted his arm slightly to compel the boy to meet his gaze. Their black eyes locked in the darkness, one filled with fury, the other devoid of emotion. In an instant, Snape realized something was amiss. The boy's pupils were unfocused, pitch black, and vacant. Snape hesitated, instinctively waving his hand before Wen Zhiyu's eyes, but received no response, not even a hint of evasion. His countenance shifted to one of grave concern. Your eyes. The proximity allowed Wen Zhiyu to catch a whiff of Snape's distinct scent, which pulled his disordered thoughts back into clarity. He blinked his dry eyes, beginning to assess his surroundings. The boy's cessation of struggle alerted Snape to the return of his rationality, leading him to naturally loosen his grip on the boy's neck. The two stood facing each other, Wen Zhiyu in contemplation while Snape scrutinized him. The earlier chaos had been too swift and tumultuous. Now, in the stillness, Snape noticed blood smeared on the boy's lips. As if struck by a realization, Snape raised a hand to his face, revealing a smear of crimson upon opening his palm. Good heavens, the blood that had splattered on him moments ago belonged to the boy. Yet he had not witnessed Wen Zhiyu spitting blood. Snape's gaze began to scan the ground around them, and not far off, he spotted a pool of blood in the corner where the boy had crouched earlier. It was still fresh, with several crimson footprints leading away, likely belonging to both of them. Moreover, there were droplets scattered across the ground, extending to his feet. Snape's attention fell upon the boy's drooping wrist. Grasping Wen Zhiyu's wrist, the boy instinctively pulled away, but upon recalling who stood before him, he relinquished his resistance. The wound was a chaotic mess, flesh torn and raw, clearly not inflicted by a sharp object, but rather resembling self-inflicted harm. Taking a deep breath, Snape realized he had brought nothing with him besides his wand. He could only cast a few healing spells and tore off Wen Zhiyu's tie to use as a makeshift bandage for the wrist. During Snape's efforts to bandage the wound, Wen Zhiyu finally managed to piece together the events that had transpired, leading him to a wave of despair and guilt. It seemed Mr. Wen Luo also harbored a penchant for self-harm, a most unexpected revelation. Wen Zhiyu dared not speak. The darkness obscured his view of the professor's expression, yet he could discern the simmering anger in Snape's tone. The boy remained silent, prompting Snape to doubtfully extend his hand towards Wen Zhiyu's mouth for examination. However, before his fingers could make contact, the boy spoke up. I don't know. Clearly, he had not lost his ability to speak. Why did you run? Snape inquired, having examined the boy's injuries and finding only the wound on his wrist. Wen Zhiyu bit his lip, at a loss for words. Merely repeating, I don't know. Snape remained silent, contemplating whether to employ the soul-reading spell or the truth serum. An uneasy silence enveloped them as Snape, having stepped back to facilitate the inquiry, now stood 2 paces away from Wen Zhiyu. The boy, engulfed in darkness, struggled to maintain clarity amidst the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Devoid of the metallic scent of blood, panic surged anew. Wen Zhiyu raised his hand, tentatively reaching out before calling, Professor? His arm fell short, failing to reach the man. Witnessing the boy's futile attempts to find him, Snape felt a flicker of disappointment wash over him, as if something had pierced his chest. Then he observed the boy methodically retrieve the paper talisman, burning it against his skin. After doing so, Wen Zhiyu shook his hand and reached for another talisman. Unable to bear it any longer, Snape snatched the paper from the boy's grasp, and before Wen Zhiyu could process his confusion, he swept him up into his arms and began striding homeward. If you can't see, refrain from recklessly using those things. Upon realizing that the figure before him was indeed the professor, Wen Zhiyu felt a sudden surge of relief. Nestling against Snape's chest and letting out a soft, compliant the professor did not abandon him. Chapter 74, Embrace. Cradled in Snape's arms, Wen Zhiyu developed a high fever. Feeling disoriented as he was carried into the bedroom, where Snape tended to his wounds anew with potions and bandages, the boy, feverish and dazed, murmured incoherently after being administered 2 vials of blood-replenishing potion. Snape leaned in closer to listen, catching snippets of peculiar phrases. No. And chess, correct? Strange and bewildering, leaving Snape perplexed. Opting not to trouble himself further, he transformed a nearby chair into a sofa, settling down to read while keeping a watchful eye on the boy's condition. The fever persisted for several hours, and only as dawn broke did Snape allow himself to lean against the sofa and briefly close his eyes for rest. When Wen Zhiyu awoke, he was greeted by an impenetrable darkness, yet the warmth of sunlight against his bare skin signaled that it must be day. The weather might be pleasant. Feeling the fabric of what seemed to be pajamas, he pondered if the professor had assisted him in changing. If so, then, did that mean he had seen the solitary dragon crystal left on his back? With only 1 crystal remaining, he could not afford to expend any more spiritual energy, lest he unwittingly succumb to a fate of death in the wilderness. Wen Zhiyu pressed his lips tightly together, his mind racing as he tried to recall the events of yesterday. Firstly, he had realized he was blind, and instinctively knew he was in trouble. Consequently, He had cast several soundproofing spells in his room in an attempt to avoid detection. However, when he heard footsteps ascending the staircase, he feared he could not evade the professor's notice. Seizing the moment while his reason still prevailed, he had groped for the window and climbed out. Unable to see the path ahead, he stumbled and collided with several trees until he ultimately crashed into a wall, realizing he had entered a dead end. The bite on his wrist had gradually ceased bleeding, the metallic scent of blood fading, prompting him to bite down once more, just as he heard a noise behind him. What transpired next was a blur. Would the professor believe his explanation? Having prepared a mental script, Wen Zhiyu fell along the edge of the bed and stood up. But he could not find his shoes, unaware of where they had been kicked off. Barefoot, he began to cautiously navigate forward. He recalled that there was nothing in this part of the room, thus he proceeded straight ahead. Yet, after only a few steps, he collided with a soft object. His shins meeting it with a thud, and with nothing to brace himself against, he began to topple over. This is it. Before Wen Zhiyu could lament the ruin of his face, he fell directly into a warm embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the figure to steady himself. Burying his face in Severus Snape's shoulder, the heat radiating against his neck. Snape, who had been dozing on the sofa, felt the sudden weight pressing down on him, instantly dispelling his drowsiness, and was startled as he was enveloped by the boy. Still clad in his nightclothes, the potion's master felt the warmth against his neck, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. What are you doing? Wen Zhiyu had not anticipated that the professor would be in his bedroom, and now, having collided with him, he was rendered speechless with embarrassment. How was he to explain this? Did he intend to suffocate the old professor? The potion's master's venomous ire surged forth, prompting Wen Zhiyu to hastily scramble off Snape and obediently return to his original position. I didn't mean it, he stammered. Snape, of course, understood he did not intend harm, but the frustration from the previous day had no outlet, and being abruptly awakened from slumber by an intrusion would dampen anyone's spirits. Wen Zhiyu had never found himself in such a predicament. Embarrassment, guilt, and panic surged within him simultaneously. If it were anyone but the professor standing before him, he might have wished the other person to simply vanish. However, faced with Snape, he could not summon the will to entertain such thoughts, nor would he dare. As tension mounted, Wen Zhiyu felt his heart racing, fear creeping from the abyss of darkness, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Snape adjusted his nightclothes and rubbed his neck, and upon glancing up, he noticed the boy's forehead glistening with cold sweat. Considering the events of yesterday, Snape deduced, "You are afraid of the dark." This was not a question. Snape reached out and grasped the boy's hand. Feeling the chill emanating from it, Wen Zhiyu was trembling. The professor's voice dispelled much of the fear, and as their hands intertwined, the remaining trepidation slowly ebbed away. Wen Zhiyu's eyes widened, his dark pupils revealing the truth to Snape. To his surprise, Mr. Wen had something to fear? Snape's expression was complex, yet his words remained unyielding. How rare. I am not afraid of the dark, Wen Zhiyu weakly protested, struggling to articulate his feelings. His fear stemmed not from darkness itself, but from the inability to find proof of his own existence within it. The darkness of the cave had been unbearable, even with countless creatures lurking, ever eager to claim his life. In the beginning, he could rely on the pain from his wounds to affirm his survival, but as time wore on, the multitude of injuries dulled his sensitivity. Pain had ceased to be a reliable reminder of life, leading him to kill, using the extinguished lives of others to emphasize his own existence. It was agonizing. Why should he continue to live? Yet he could not succumb to death. A voice beckoned him, urging him to fulfill his purpose, insisting he must not die, not yet, at least. Eventually, as the creatures in the cave began to dwindle, he ventured out daily to hunt, the overwhelming stench of blood filling his senses, providing a semblance of clarity. As he continued to kill, all the creatures began to flee from him, and with no new prey to pursue, he ultimately returned to the cave, beginning to draw his own blood. Fortunately, he had not bled out completely. Time ran out before he could do so. Snape was oblivious to the boy's thoughts, observing his unblinking eyes for a prolonged moment before transforming an empty vial into a strip of black cloth with his wand. Close your eyes. Wen Zhiyu obediently shut his eyes and soon felt Snape cover them with something, tying it securely at the back of his head. Before restoring your sight, it is wise to shield them to prevent injury. As he spoke, Snape handed Wen Zhiyu a vial of potion. Don't tell me you're incapable of taking medicine. Of course I can. Wen Zhiyu fumbled with the other hand to unscrew the cap, bringing the vial to his lips and gulping down the potion. It's sweet. Chapter 75, The Full Moon. Wen Zhiyu had been blind for some time, and despite Snape administering several potions, none had proven effective. The boy lay asleep on the sofa, his hair slightly unkempt, and his breath even and shallow, covered by a black robe that Snape had draped over him. Pulling his gaze away, Snape glanced at the draft in his hand, feeling inexplicably vexed. He had tested dozens of potions to dispel the curse, all to no avail. Perhaps he should not waste time on this. The boy was merely his student, and if his own father neglected him, why should a professor rush to offer assistance? Yet paradoxically, whenever he entertained thoughts of giving up, the image of the boy's smiling face would surface in his mind. His smile was not dazzling, but it penetrated the heart. In Snape's memories, the last person to smile at him in such a manner was Lily, before their estrangement. Since parting ways with Lily, he had grown accustomed to confronting the world with a bitter demeanor, retaliating with sarcasm and ridicule. His reputation at Hogwarts was far from stellar, even bordering on dismal. No young witch or wizard could endure a sullen potions master who only mocked and derided them. For many years, he had walked alone through the night, without companionship, and he had deemed it unnecessary. Yet when Zhiyu was different, he repeatedly drew near, unfazed by his venomous words or sarcasm, always standing by him with a smile. When had he begun to cherish the boy's presence, no longer hearing only his own voice echoing in the cold cellar? He could not bear to witness the boy's life extinguished, as had happened with Lily, yet the boy appeared so perilously fragile, as if he might vanish at any moment. Perhaps he should consult Dumbledore. Resolving to do so, Snape began to pen a letter, briefly outlining the boy's condition and articulating his speculations, then subtly inquiring about the boy's family circumstances. He was aware that Dumbledore had been investigating the boy recently. After entrusting the letter to an owl and feeding it some jerky, Snape watched as the owl took flight toward Hogwarts. Professor? Wen Zhiyu stirred awake to the sound of flapping wings, surmising that the professor was either sending or receiving a letter. Yes, I am here. The youth, plagued by a profound sense of insecurity following his blindness, had grown accustomed to the intermittent calls of his guardian, Severus Snape, during this trying period. Is this a letter for Professor Dumbledore? Wen Zhiyu inquired, carefully folding the black robe he held and placing it on the sofa. Snape approached, hanging the robe back on its rack. I presume Mr. Wenlu would refrain from meddling in a professor's private affairs? Wen Zhiyu bit his lip, contemplating whether to ask the professor if he was busy today. I can. Snape's words faltered as he noticed the youth's tightly clenched hands, leading him to hesitantly change his topic. Not particularly busy. A flicker of joy illuminated Wen Zhiyu's heart. Might you, Professor, take me to the Forbidden Forest when you find a moment of respite? Snape inquired. What purpose does one have in venturing into the Forbidden Forest? Wen Zhiyu fidgeted with his fingers, only to realize he could not see, and in despair, let them fall. Despite his intermittent failures in the first stage of becoming an animagus, he felt this time might suffice. Snape hesitated. Your body is currently ill-suited for further study in this regard. He was taken aback by the youth's tenacity. So it is not permissible? The disappointment tinged the boy's voice, rendering Snape unable to articulate a refusal. Very well. Wen Zhiyu felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, his body was not conducive to continuing his animagus studies. Yet he yearned to leave something behind, fearing he may never return. Time was not on his side. He had but a few days left. Observing Wen Zhiyu's despondence as he gripped his clothing, Snape relented. If tonight is a full moon, then yes. Dumbledore's reply arrived swiftly, inviting Snape to Hogwarts for a detailed discussion the following day. After tucking the letter into a book for safekeeping, Snape ascended to retrieve a black robe, leading the youth back to the dungeons of Hogwarts. Unable to apparate, Snape and the boy had to traverse the corridors on foot, moving at a leisurely pace to match Wen Zhiyu's steps. Throughout the journey, Snape remained enveloped in silence. The path to the Forbidden Forest was treacherous. Snape cast lumos, carefully guiding Wen Zhiyu over fallen branches and leaves, yet he inadvertently stumbled against a nearby tree trunk. Wen Zhiyu touched his knee and tightened his grip on Snape's arm. I truly do not understand your persistence. Snape cast aside the fallen branch and kicked a stone obstructing their path, pulling it closer. As twilight descended, accompanied by a companion who struggled to navigate, they took over an hour to reach a suitable spot for potion making. Wen Zhiyu produced a small vial, methodically placing the necessary ingredients inside before sealing it. He then crouched down, feeling for his bearings, and asked, Professor, is it a full moon tonight? Snape hesitated, his wand illuminating the youth's face, casting striking contours in the dim light. As the evening breeze lifted their robes, Snape glanced at the thick clouds above, tightening his grip on his wand. Yes, ultimately, the youth buried the vial beneath a moderately sized stone, covering it with branches and leaves. Their time spent on this endeavor was extensive, and upon returning to Spinner's End, the night had deepened. Snape observed as the boy consumed 2 vials of potion, his brow relaxing as he stored the empty containers, receiving feedback from the 2 checking spells. Breakfast is in the refrigerator. I must step out tomorrow. Snape, ever concerned, added a cautionary remark to refrain from wandering aimlessly, lest he face the consequences alone. Wen Zhiyu obediently nodded, seated on the bed, and waved, I understand. With a nod, Snape closed the door behind him. Good night, Professor. The familiar nightly farewell echoed once more, and Snape departed without pause. The night deepened, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, weaving a subtle, mysterious melody that failed to disturb the slumbering populace. When Zhiyu struggled to find rest, after leaving Snape, a creeping dread began to infiltrate his very being. Yet, unlike before, he felt an unusual heaviness in his body, as fragmented memories flickered through his mind, gradually dissipating the fear. In a separate room, the Dark Lord lay in repose, his breathing steady and rhythmic, the scent of potions having faded somewhat post-bath. Clad in a black nightgown, he lay on his side, his chest rising and falling gently, the covers draping only halfway over him. In his dreams, the Dark Lord furrowed his brow, apparently beset by an unpleasant vision. He beheld the Hogwarts Express, the potion master standing on the platform, while the youth waved goodbye from the train door. Goodbye? Why must there be a farewell? A sudden wave of panic surged through Snape. He attempted to pull the boy closer, demanding to know why he was bidding him farewell when he was merely going to school, just down the hall. However, it was futile. His legs felt as if they were weighed down by thousands of pounds of cement, refusing to budge despite his earnest efforts. He could only watch as the boy boarded the train, the doors shut, and the engine departed without a backward glance, the youth's figure receding into the distance. Further and further away. In another room, the boy's breaths grew gradually fainter until they became imperceptible, a soft breeze that brushed against the world before vanishing entirely. Chapter 76, The Triggered Array. The horizon began to glimmer with the faint light of dawn, and gradually, a crimson sun ascended, casting golden rays that dispelled the night's stillness. The runes in the room, upon contact with sunlight, seemed to sense the cessation of their master's breath, suddenly igniting with a golden glow. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped the green mist, ascending and swiftly merging into the flesh resting upon the bed. The youth's fingertips trembled slightly as his chest began to rise and fall slowly, breath gradually manifesting from nothingness. As the mist entirely integrated into his body, the array dimmed, losing its vitality, and the bedroom door swung open almost simultaneously. Snape hurried to the youth's side, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest and breath, gradually calming his inner turmoil. Nonetheless, the boy's complexion appeared poor, and his hands were cold. Snape cast a warming charm and administered a vial of potion to Wen Zhiyu. Upon completing these tasks, Snape departed the room, utilizing the Flu network to return to Hogwarts. When Wen Zhiyu awoke, the sun had fully risen, its rays piercing through the window, blinding him momentarily until he sat up, shielding his eyes and allowing time to adjust before opening them. Wen Zhiyu's hand paused, disbelief washing over him as he flipped through his surroundings, delight flooding his senses once he confirmed his vision had returned, followed by a sudden silence. Rising from the bed, he inspected the now ineffectual runes, closing his eyes in resignation. He had anticipated the time would soon arrive, yet he had not expected it to come so swiftly the previous night. He ought to be grateful for having prepared the array in advance. Otherwise, the professor would have been taken aback by his lifeless form this morning, perhaps even discarding him in disdain. Standing up, Wen Zhiyu approached the desk, retrieving a ring from the pen holder at its edge. Upon release, a multitude of letters that he had yet to examine nearly overwhelmed the tabletop. With an exasperated expression, Wen Zhiyu waved his hand, organizing the letters and scanning them rapidly in chronological order. Meanwhile, Snape emerged from his conversation with Dumbledore, his countenance darkened considerably. "What do you mean you don't know?" "Unclear. You're the headmaster," Snape exclaimed, rising from his seat and slamming his hand on the table. Dumbledore spread his hands. "Indeed. I am merely the headmaster. His records state as such. What can I do?" Snape curled the corner of his mouth. "So it took you this long to uncover such trivial information?" The elder felt a sense of defeat. Indeed, he had not unearthed anything of value and remained oblivious to what Wen Zhiyu had truly done. Despite enlisting the help of old acquaintances from the Chinese magical community, he was still at a loss. "Perhaps we should consider using the soul-catching spell?" Dumbledore suggested, narrowing his eyes. Snape's ire intensified, nearly threatening to overturn the entire headmaster's office. "Are you suggesting we employ the soul-catching spell against a frail little wizard who looks as though he might breathe his last at any moment?" It was merely a suggestion. Dumbledore conceded, recognizing that he might have overstepped. After all, they could always wait until he was well again. The door to the headmaster's office was forcefully slammed shut by the Master of Potions. After replying to the letter, Wen Zhiyu slumped into his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Why hasn't the professor returned yet? The vitality of the magical array above could only sustain for 3 days. He hoped to bid a proper farewell to the professor before concocting an excuse to return home and request an extended leave of absence. It would be utterly disgraceful to expire before the professor, after all. After waiting a while longer, Wen Zhiyu could no longer bear the stillness. The professor would not usually be gone for such an extended period, particularly since his blindness. 3 days' time. Surely, if he utilized the teleportation array, it wouldn't be too taxing, would it? Preparing a retreat for himself, Wen Zhiyu closed his eyes and began to emit his spiritual energy in search. He wondered if the professor had brought it with him. Last Christmas, he had gifted the professor a jade pendant that contained a portion of his essence. If the professor wore it, he would be able to sense his own energy. Not at Hogwarts. Wasn't he the professor supposed to meet Dumbledore? He continued to probe with his energy. The Forbidden Forest, absent. Diagon Alley, absent. Nocturne Alley? Wen Zhiyu opened his eyes, puzzled. What could the professor possibly want in Nocturne Alley? He recalled that he had stocked up on potion ingredients at home for several years, so a lack of supplies seemed unlikely. Had he perhaps forgotten something? Convinced that he would not err in such a place, Wen Zhiyu resolutely decided to investigate. If he was mistaken, he could rectify it in the days to come. Without further ado, he cast a teleportation charm. Upon reappearing, he found himself on the outskirts of Nocturne Alley. The disapparition spell had somewhat affected the teleportation charm. But it was not like home. He would have to make do for now. It had been quite some time since he had visited this place. Ever since he began living with Snape, he had not taken on any tasks, and thus had no reason to venture here in search of trouble. This time, however, unlike before, Wen Zhiyu donned a black robe with a hood, obscuring his features as he moved inward. The weather in England was notoriously unpredictable. One moment, the skies were clear, and the next, ominous clouds gathered. The heavy, overcast sky pressed down on those traversing the streets, the dark clouds hanging low, threatening to unleash their deluge at any moment, while the damp air carried a faint stench of decay. For reasons unknown, Wen Zhiyu sensed a hint of danger. The storage ring flickered to life, and his wand fell into his grasp, which he tightened. He could feel the presence of his essence drawing nearer, and with a subtle shift in his gaze, he altered his course, proceeding cautiously in another direction. Not far ahead, he entered a dead end, where 2 hooded wizards stared at him in astonishment, their wands glowing with a green light. Before Wen Zhiyu could clear the area, the 2 wizards, unable to cast their spells in time, were swiftly dispatched by a cloaked figure leaping down from the wall. How persistent, Wen Zhiyu thought to himself. Narrowly dodging a concealed weapon, the cloaked figure lunged with a sword aimed directly at his forehead. Wen Zhiyu regarded the sword's tip with an expression of indifference, a trace of derision curling at the corner of his lips. He sidestepped effortlessly, evading the lethal strike. The assailant, taken aback by the ease of Wen Zhiyu's movement, pressed forward with another attack. With a delicate touch, Wen Zhiyu nimbly avoided the blade, simultaneously switching his wand for a dagger. Before the cloaked figure could react, he twisted his wrist, the dagger slicing through the adversary's throat. One fell, while several others, momentarily stunned, surged forward. Chapter 77, An Unexpected Turn. Wen Zhiyu lowered his eyelids, his heart as tranquil as still water, dismissing the incoming attacks with ease. With a flick of his fingers, a talisman appeared, and the cloaked figure raised his hand to block it, a blue array appearing to absorb the explosion, yet he continued to advance with his blade. Once more evading the edge of the weapon, Wen Zhiyu delivered a forceful kick to the approaching assailant, sending him hurtling back, then spun around, his hand enveloped in black mist. In an instant, both sides ceased holding back, unleashing a barrage of spells that detonated within the vicinity, obliterating many of the unprepared dark wizards. What in the world? The bookstore owner, whose establishment had been damaged, fled the scene, only turning back once he was far enough away to observe, shouting at a dark wizard nearly struck by debris. A crowd gathered at a distance, some having escaped the conflict, others already present, and some unable to resist joining the fray. Who's inside? Why are they fighting so fiercely? Wow, I've never seen so many spells before. The bookstore owner lamented at his shop, once again ravaged by an unknown spell, his windows shattered into fragments. Dust and debris enveloped the interior, suffocating those within. Before long, a shadow was flung out, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The onlookers took several steps back, only to witness the bloodied figure rise again, propping itself on its sword and charging back into the alley. Wen Zhiyu, controlling the dwindling amount of spiritual energy within him, shattered an incoming ice pillar and noted the position of his essence. The cloaked figure, recognizing the situation, formed hand seals, summoning a powerful bolt of lightning from above, aimed directly at the youth. Wen Zhiyu leapt, seizing the fallen sword of the cloaked figure, evading the attack, and countering with a swift swing. The fierce sword aura was intercepted, and Wen Zhiyu's form instantly morphed into black mist, reappearing before the enemy, gripping the cloaked figure's throat tightly and twisting forcefully. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and the cloaked figure immediately slumped, discarded to the side. I won't play with you any longer, Wen Zhiyu sneered, stepping forward. As he landed, a dark red mist began to surge outward from him, rapidly engulfing everything in its vicinity. Objects touched by the mist corroded and melted within seconds. Not only the walls, but the bodies on the ground disintegrated quickly, leaving no trace behind. The cloaked figures, witnessing this, began to retreat. The onlookers, shocked, saw 5 or 6 cloaked figures emerge from the alley, immediately clutching their wands in preparation for defense. The leader, realizing he could not vanquish his opponent immediately, unwilling to let such a golden opportunity slip away, seized a curious dark wizard from the crowd and, disregarding his struggles, cast him into the mist. The dark wizard's body dissolved into the mist, the corrosion starting from his skin. In mere seconds, the onlookers watched helplessly as a living being transformed from whole to a bloody pulp, eventually leaving nothing but bones. The leader, having sacrificed several, observed the inevitable outcome with a grimace, his expression shifting several times before he grit his teeth and commanded the others, retreat. The cloaked figures did not linger, springing into action. Unfortunately, before they could escape, the red tendrils emerging from the mist ensnared one of the airborne cloaked figures tightly, rendering him unable to break free, ultimately dragging him into the depths of the mist to be corroded and dissolved. Trying to escape? Did you seek my permission first? In the midst of the fog, a haunting voice echoed like a death knell. Since you enjoy the spectacle so much, let us remain. In an instant, the crimson mist churned violently, expanding towards the gathering dark wizards. Unaccustomed to such a scene, the group of dark wizards scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. While they managed to escape, the cloaked figures could not evade their fate. The leader, wielding a magical artifact, forcefully shattered the tendrils reaching for him, yet failed to save his companion beside him. Landing deftly on the ground, the leader gripped his long sword tightly, his aura swirling around him to form a protective blue barrier, bracing himself for a desperate fight. After a brief moment of contemplation, his resolute spirit propelled him forward like a piercing blade, charging straight towards Wen Zhiyu enveloped in the mist. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his full power, his sword cleaving through the air with deadly precision. As the blade approached, Wen Zhiyu, unable to evade in time, swiftly raised his dagger to block the sword's tip, resulting in a flurry of sparks. The assailant's overwhelming energy caused the red mist to contract violently, forcing Wen Zhiyu to stagger back a half step, the sword's edge grazing perilously close to his neck. As he fell to the ground, the crimson mist instantly enveloped him, followed by a corrosive wave that melted him away, leaving behind a pool of blood. After dispatching the last assailant, Wen Zhiyu found his own energy nearly depleted, the surrounding mist dissipating to reveal the lone figure of a young man standing amidst the carnage. With the walls of the alley shielding him, though they were crumbling from corrosion, Wen Zhiyu had deliberately ensured he remained concealed from the prying eyes of the public. Discarding the ruined dagger, he cast a glance at the bloodstains on the ground. Ugh, vile. However, upon speaking, a sharp pain radiated from his neck, causing him to hesitantly raise his hand to touch it. The crimson on his fingers delivered an unbelievable realization to his mind, followed by an excruciating agony as blood gushed from his neck, merging into the surrounding red. How could this be? I clearly evaded it. And yet this bleeding suggests I must have severed my carotid artery. How could I not have felt it at that moment? With his life force rapidly waning due to the substantial blood loss, Wen Zhiyu felt his consciousness fading, desperately bracing himself against the wall to steady his trembling form. Clutching the wound with his left hand, his expression hardened. He hoped not to discover who was orchestrating this treachery. The already unstable wall crumbled under his support, causing him to stumble. Donning his hood, Wen Zhiyu swiftly sought refuge amidst the nearby ruins, taking advantage of the hesitation of those around him to stagger towards the mouth of the alley. Utilizing the scant energy he had left, he attempted to locate his doppelganger. Aware that the Master of Potions had likely been drawn to the commotion, drawing closer by the moment, he could not afford to succumb before the professor. Chapter 78, Unspoken Words. After departing from Hogwarts, Severus Snape did not return directly to Spinner's End, frustrated by his inability to extract information from Dumbledore. The Master of Potions resolved to explore Nocturne Alley in hopes of fortuitous discoveries. The alley was rife with illicit dealings, and since he had not succeeded openly, he was unperturbed by the prospect of delving into the shadows, provided it yielded something useful. Emerging from a shop, Snape meticulously stored the parchment he had procured. The reputation of the Master of Potions often proved advantageous. He had bartered for information using several rare potions. Eager to return and test the results, Snape quickened his pace towards the outskirts. On his way, he witnessed a throng of dark wizards fleeing in terror. Gripping his wand tightly, he incapacitated several who nearly collided with him, casting a glance towards the scene of chaos. There, the red mist swirled ominously, obscuring the situation as anguished screams echoed from those being consumed. Could this be connected to the Dark Lord? Snape's grip on his wand tightened, Yet he ultimately furrowed his brow and chose an alternate route to leave. With Dumbledore present, there was no cause for alarm. Furthermore, a blind boy awaited him at home. Eventually, Snape found himself on a secluded path. The sounds of the crowd grew distant, and oppressive clouds heralded an impending storm. A chill swept over him as he tightened his cloak, contemplating whether the boy at home had awakened. His steps quickened as he emerged from the dim alley, only to find a group of dark wizards encircled around a smaller figure. Let go of his hands. I saw he had something valuable. What are you afraid of? He can barely stand. Do you think he could take anything from you? The mob jostled the already unsteady figure, embodying the predatory nature of nocturnality, where the strong preyed upon the weak. Snape, disinterested in their skirmish, attempted to sidestep them. However, his instincts as a spy compelled him to cast a glance at the object of their contention, a ring. The ring adorned a pair of delicate hands, while calloused ones gripped the wrist with unyielding force, mercilessly drawing blood as they fought for possession. A jolt of alarm surged through Snape, as if an invisible hand had seized his heart, nearly constricting his breath. In the next moment, several surrounding wizards were hurled away by a burst of red magic, the delicate hand dropping limply as its owner swayed precariously. Get away! A tremendous surge of magical energy radiated from Snape as he kneeled, unleashing spells from his wand towards the encircling dark wizards, flashes of red and green illuminating the chaos. The sudden onslaught scattered most of the dark wizards, some collapsing under the effects of the killing curse, while others, witnessing Snape's relentless barrage, fled in terror. In their haste, a few collided with the unsteady figure, causing it to teeter dangerously before turning around, the hood blown off by the gusting wind. Having endured enough turmoil, Wen Zhiyu could no longer maintain his balance. Collapsing to his knees, on the verge of falling face first into the ground, Snape's robe swirled as he half knelt, swiftly catching the boy in his arms. The abrupt motion caused Wen Zhiyu to slump against Snape's shoulder, his hand that pressed against the wound slipping away, falling limply at his side. When Luo, Snape felt a warm liquid saturating his shoulder, quickly drawing the boy closer to lay him down, resting his head in the crook of his arm. In that instant, the grievous wound on Wen Zhiyu's neck became painfully evident, and at the sight of the gushing blood, Snape's hand instinctively pressed against it, trembling as he sought to stem the tide. What happened? Why are you here? The boy, who was supposed to wait for him at Spinner's End, lay weakly in his embrace, his body cold as the blood continued to flow unabated from his neck. Snape's hand pressed against the wound trembled uncontrollably, while his other hand frantically rummaged through his belongings for potions. After retrieving a potion, Snape hastily cast several spells upon him before pouring the potion over the wound, immediately reaching for another vial to administer to the boy's lips. It was futile, completely in vain. The potion would not go down, and the wound showed no signs of healing. The crimson pool on the ground grew larger, blood seeping through the gaps in the fingers of the Snake King's hand, dripping onto the earth and forming a small puddle. Wen Zhiyu had initially intended to use a teleportation charm once he reached the periphery, but he had not anticipated that, with the loss of blood, his life force would diminish so drastically that he could scarcely muster any magic. The teleportation charm proved ineffective, compelling him to trudge towards a more secluded area in a desperate attempt to conceal himself from Severus Snape. Little did he realize the extent of his own frailty. His unsteady figure swiftly caught the attention of the dark wizards, who encircled him, intent on seizing his treasure. The storage ring was bound to him by blood. As long as he resisted, even severing his hand would not suffice to remove it. In the face of thievery, Wen Zhiyu was prepared to activate the self-destruction mechanism within the ring, willing to perish alongside these vile beings. Yet, an angry voice reached his ears, and he subsequently fell into familiar arms, utterly disheveled. Snape had not relinquished hope. He incessantly rummaged through his belongings for various potions, casting spell after spell upon the young man. With his eyes still closed, Wen Zhiyu slowly opened them, meticulously etching the contours of the figure before him into his memory. Determined not to overlook a single detail, he felt his life ebbing away, and as he attempted to lift his hand to caress Snape's face, the bloodied state of his hand momentarily halted his motion. Ultimately, he merely grasped Snape as collar lightly. "Severus, look at me." The wound on his neck caused blood to surge into his throat, rendering his words a struggle, each syllable emerging as if he were coughing up blood. Snape knelt beside him, cradling Wen Zhiyu in his arms, his gaze never straying from the boy's face. The master of potions was drawn by the sound of blood being coughed up, halting his actions to meet those pale pink eyes with his own. Just as it had been when they first met, Snape stood with his back to him, the dim light casting shadows across his profile. And when Zhiyu found himself lost in the depths of those inky, water-like eyes, he suddenly felt a reluctance to embrace death. Wen Zhiyu had never feared death. He had fallen in such places before and risen again, knowing that any hesitation would render him as nothing more than a meal stripped to the bone. Yet he persevered, clinging to an unknown conviction as he clawed his way from the mire, yearning for the sunlight while fearing the burns it might inflict upon his skin. 13 years, coupled with his previous life, had left Wen Zhiyu devoid of regret. The darkness had torn him apart, cramming his body with all manner of foul thoughts. He was selfish, desiring what he wanted, even if it meant sacrificing everything to obtain it. Initially, he believed that the man before him felt the same way. He was prey that Wen Zhiyu had set his sights on, someone he would ensnare by any means necessary, willing to invest time in laying traps and waiting for the hunt. Yet, when did his thoughts begin to shift? Was it the embraces, the nights spent together, or the way the master of potions, while uttering harsh words, would offer him a modified sweet potion? It was all too much, he thought. Perhaps it was during that night when he hesitated to touch the dandelion, when the prey slipped from his grasp, yet did not distance himself, but rather drew closer. Severus, what am I to do? It seems I truly like you. He clutched his collar tightly, his already weakened body beginning to convulse violently as blood continued to seep from him. Wen Zhiyu's pupils trembled, the metallic scent of blood rapidly filling the confined space. In his final moments, he gazed into those inky eyes, wishing to softly comfort the weeping man. Do not worry, I will return. The words he could not voice were swept away by the breeze, and his hand fell limply at his collar. The eyes that had always sparkled with mirth slowly closed, leaving behind a single tear that had not yet fallen. As the rain ultimately did not descend, the master of potions held the boy's lifeless form, remaining there from day until night. The night sky descended, the clouds parted, the wind gradually stilled, and the leaves ceased their trembling. This evening, a rare full moon illuminated the scene. The boy lay quietly in his embrace, eyes shut tight, his complexion as pale as parchment, seemingly ensnared in a profound slumber. Only Snape understood that the boy had departed, taking with him a piece of Snape's own heart, which grew colder with each passing moment. The numbness in his hand, covering the wound on his neck, prompted Snape to gently withdraw his hand. The bleeding had ceased, the blood now forming a crust around the pallid wound. He sought to drape a black robe over the boy, only to discover that the robe had inexplicably become soaked. Once the blood had dried, it felt stiff, necessitating a thorough cleaning before he could cover the boy with it. After moving his still numb legs slightly, Snape lifted the boy into his arms, his wand silently performing the disapparition spell, distorting their figures until they vanished. They appeared in the abode of Spinner's End, where Snape used a spell to unlock the door and carried the boy into the potions room. A cabinet transformed into a single bed under Snape's spell, and he laid the boy down, retrieving a cloth to wipe away the blood. Once these tasks were completed, Snape cast a cleansing charm upon himself, producing several sheets of parchment from within his robes, and began to brew potions according to the instructions. All the ingredients had been meticulously prepared, neatly organized according to storage requirements on the counter, and Snape merely needed to retrieve them for use. He placed the cauldron, ignited the flame, added the ingredients, and stirred at the appropriate intervals. These steps, which he had performed countless times before, could be executed with his eyes closed. Yet today, he faltered repeatedly. Whether the cauldron was unstable, the flames misaligned, or he had selected the wrong ingredients. After several mistakes, the irritable serpent of a man flung the cauldron aside, disregarding the rarity of the discarded ingredients. He leaned against the wall, slowly sinking to the ground, allowing his hair to cascade down either side, enveloping himself in darkness. At that moment, overwhelming emotions surged within him. Anger, sorrow, pain, and helplessness flooded his mind. It felt as though a knife were slicing away at his most vulnerable spots. He instinctively cast a mental barrier, resisting the onslaught of tumultuous emotions, striving to suppress them with all his might. Yet, it proved futile. No amount of mastery in magic could quell the tempest within him, and his head began to throb painfully. The protective mechanisms of his mind compelled him to cease the spell, leaving him trembling in the shadows. Again, it was the same. Always the same. He could never keep those he cared for close. One after another, they slipped away from him. In the darkness, Snape lifted his gaze to the boy lying on the bed, recalling how just yesterday, the boy had sweetly tugged at his robes, requesting his company in the forbidden forest. The boy had buried a vial in the earth and, on their return, had bantered with him about what form his animagus would take. What had he said? He had remarked, "If you do not mind your step, your animagus will simply be a mindless giant." The boy had not countered, his eyes obscured by the black cloth, making it impossible to discern his expression. All Snape could see was the boy's mouth curling into a delighted smile, accompanied by his words, "If the professor likes it, I have no objections." Indeed, Snape closed his eyes, lowering his head to avoid looking any longer. By the time Dumbledore received the letter, it was already the afternoon of the following day. He gripped the letter, clearly written with great effort, in silence for a moment. Ultimately, he instructed Fawkes to carry him to Spinner's End, where he found a visibly fatigued Snape. The man's complexion was pallid, bloodshot eyes devoid of expression, etched with exhaustion. Upon entering, Dumbledore found Snape seated on the sofa, unmoving, not even bothering to raise his gaze. "Severus, are you all right?" Dumbledore pondered, his gaze sweeping the living room in search of the individual mentioned in the letter, but he found no one. His attention then shifted to Snape. "In the potions room," Snape stated, yet he made no gesture to lead the way. Dumbledore pressed his lips together, assessing the layout of the house before proceeding toward the most probable location. Indeed, his instincts proved correct. Upon pushing the door open, the pungent aroma of potions enveloped him, affirming he had arrived at the right place. The position of the boy was conspicuous, requiring little effort to locate, and there he found Wen Zhiyu lying upon the bed. Approaching the bedside, Dumbledore scrutinized the youth. The feedback from his spell confirmed that the boy had indeed lost all vitality. Wen Zhiyu appeared remarkably serene, clad in Slytherin robes adorned with a dark green tie. Aside from a grotesque knife wound on the left side of his neck, he lay quietly, almost obediently. Dumbledore felt a pang of nostalgia when he first encountered the boy. He had been left with a favorable impression. Who could resist a young wizard perpetually adorned with a smile? Even in Slytherin, he had remained one of the most beloved figures among the younger wizards. Dumbledore had been investigating this individual, even harboring suspicions regarding his motives, and the vigilance he had maintained over the years had hindered his ability to trust anyone truly. Now, however, there was no need for further inquiry. The boy lay before him, silent and still, no longer a hindrance to his plans. At that moment, the greatest white wizard of this century felt a stirring within him. He should have felt relief at the removal of a suspect, yet he found himself enveloped in silence, mourning the loss of a life. Not lingering long in the potions room after confirming the boy's condition, Dumbledore exited and seated himself across from Snape in the living room. Neither spoke. Snape lowered his head, lost in thought, staring blankly at his hands. Dumbledore wished to break the silence, but hesitated, fearing to provoke the potions master. Thoughts raced through his mind as he deliberated how to initiate the conversation. After a considerable pause, as dusk settled outside, Dumbledore hesitantly remarked, "I need to notify his family." At these words, Snape's previously motionless hands tightened slightly, his expression darkening as if he were on the verge of tears. Dumbledore gathered his thoughts, nearly attempting to persuade him otherwise, when he suddenly heard Snape's dry, hoarse voice respond, "Yes." Chapter 80, Huaijiang. With a response in hand, Dumbledore utilized Snape's desk to compose a letter, summoning an owl to deliver it. After dispatching the message, Dumbledore chose not to return to Hogwarts. Instead, he remained seated on the sofa, accompanying Snape throughout the night. In the early hours of the morning, Snape leaned back against the sofa and drifted into sleep. Dumbledore sighed. It was evident that Snape had not rested since yesterday, and such endurance was unsustainable for either of them. Thus, Dumbledore adjusted his position on the sofa and allowed himself a brief respite. The Wen family arrived promptly. Nanyu was in the midst of packing when he received the letter. Just days prior, he had been informed by Wen Zhiyu that if he had not returned to the manor within 3 days, he should go directly to Spidertail Alley to retrieve his body. Therefore, upon receiving the forwarded letter, Nanyu summoned Elder Wu, still lost in dreams, and together they stepped into Spidertail Alley, treading upon the first rays of morning light. Knock, knock. Elder Wu took this opportunity to adjust his attire, ensuring he appeared respectable, even reminding Nanyu to straighten his clothes. Nanyu, somewhat exasperated, merely patted his clothes in a perfunctory manner. The two slumbering figures on the sofa were roused by the sound of knocking. Snape slowly rose, straightening his clothes. Dumbledore, less concerned with such formalities, nonetheless tidied his beard, mentally preparing himself before moving to open the door. At the threshold stood a middle-aged man with short hair, impeccably dressed, his hair slicked back, exuding an air of warmth and composure. Aware of the gravity of the occasion, Elder Wu greeted him with a solemn, "Good day, sir." Nanyu, a few steps behind, politely echoed, "Good day, headmaster." Though Dumbledore did not recognize the man, he was familiar with Nanyu. This realization illuminated much for him, and he stepped aside to invite the visitors inside. Once inside, Nanyu noticed Snape rising to his feet and approaching Dumbledore's side. "Good day, Professor," Nanyu greeted Snape. Elder Wu, recognizing the man before him, though Snape had not yet seen him, was particularly attentive to this individual. He extended his hand, stating, "Hello, Professor Snape. I am Huaijiang. I have heard mention of you from Little Fish." Snape paused, momentarily taken aback. It seemed to be the first instance in which someone had referred to Wen Zhiyu's nickname in his presence. Although Wen Zhiyu had previously suggested that he could call him by that name during their first encounter, Snape had merely regarded the young wizard's overt friendliness towards strangers with skepticism. perhaps out of a sense of guilt regarding the boy. Snape lifted his hand to shake Huaijiang's. Elder Wu was always well-mannered. After shaking hands with Snape, he promptly extended the same courtesy to Dumbledore. Well then, perhaps we ought to attend to business. Following their introductions, Elder Wu articulated his purpose. Dumbledore nodded, guiding the two men toward the potions room. Snape returned to the sofa, opting not to join them inside. The three remained in the potions room for an extended period, their intermittent voices suggesting that Dumbledore and the middle-aged man were engaged in conversation. They appeared calm. A sardonic smile crept across Snape's lips. Perhaps they were already aware of the outcome, thus rationally accepting the unfolding of such events. What sort of virtuous individual would allow a child of merely a decade to hide alone in a foreign land, fleeing from pursuers? Snape felt a surge of anger, igniting within him a fierce desire to prevent them from taking the boy away. When Nan Yu emerged, he found Snape seated on the sofa, seemingly ensnared in a web of complex thoughts. Recalling the young master's attitude towards Snape, Nan Yu steadied himself, reassuring his resolve. After all, it was merely a matter of exchanging a few words. He must not falter. Professor, Nan Yu's voice interrupted Snape's reverie. Snape turned to regard him, his expression inscrutable, awaiting his next words. I require a place to inscribe a formation. Nan Yu spoke, anxiously awaiting Snape's response. Snape was unaware of the specifics of the formation Nan Yu intended to inscribe, yet since he had voiced the request, and this was his home, Snape had no reason to feign ignorance. With a flick of his wand, he cleared the sofa and coffee table from the space, stepping aside to create an open area. Nan Yu nodded in gratitude, retrieving materials from his storage ring and beginning to inscribe the formation upon the cleared space. He was crafting a teleportation array that would connect directly to the back mountain of the Divine Void sect, a place prepared for Wen Zhiyu's rebirth. The formation was intricate and required a significant amount of spiritual energy, which he was unable to muster alone. Thus, he enlisted Elder Wu's assistance, hoping to avoid excessive interaction with others. He truly struggled with social anxiety, fearing he might falter in conversation and inadvertently harm someone. The formation proved to be somewhat complex. But fortunately, after receiving orders from Wen Zhiyu, he had diligently practiced, managing to complete it before Dumbledore and Elder Wu returned. After gathering the excess materials, Nan Yu tidied the edges, patiently awaiting Elder Wu's emergence. Before long, the two individuals in the potion chamber concluded their conversation. The fifth elder infused his spiritual energy to ensure that Wen Zhiyu's limbs remained pliable, and then, cradling the youth, he emerged from the chamber. Upon entering the parlor, Severus Snape's gaze instinctively fell upon the boy nestled in the man's embrace. The emotions he had so painstakingly suppressed surged forth once more, compelling him to employ a mental sealing technique to stifle them once again. The fifth elder glanced at the formation and bid farewell to Dumbledore and Snape before stepping into the array with Nan Yu. With one hand, he steadied Wen Zhiyu, while his right hand subtly rose, suspended before him. His fingers gently curled, emanating a hue of cerulean light at the tips. Incanting the spell, the soft azure glow intensified, becoming both gentle and clear, shrouded in a misty ambiguity. The formation on the ground began to emit a faint luminescence as it absorbed the spiritual energy from the surrounding air, the golden light growing ever brighter. Dumbledore observed intently. This was a magical sigil he had never encountered before. Snape gritted his teeth, the mental sealing technique struggling to suppress his desire to seize the boy. His legs seemingly anchored in place, immovable. As the radiance intensified, it enveloped the three individuals within the formation in a golden glow. Nan Yu's gaze lingered on Snape, noting the tight grip on his wand, yet he uttered not a word. The brilliance was blinding, but neither Dumbledore nor Snape averted their eyes until the formation shattered, and the golden light dissipated, leaving the three who had stood in the clearing vanished. Spinner's and once again fell into tranquility. Chapter 81. The third semester, the rear mountains of the Divine and Profound sect presented a starkly different scene despite the daylight. Beneath the barrier, the azure sky was shrouded in black mist, rendering it a dismal gray, devoid of any flora. The rocks at the volcano's edge, stained crimson by the searing lava, filled the air with the acrid scent of sulfur. Ash from the volcano descended like fine rain, blanketing the ground. The temperature soared, as if intent on incinerating all in its vicinity. At the forefront of the volcano, a figure stood, his jet-black hair billowing without wind. His black robe, embroidered with golden edges, trailed behind him, his countenance striking yet stern, imbued with a hint of otherworldliness, his golden vertical pupils sending shivers down spines. Behind him, a small space began to warp and twist, giving rise to two figures. Huaijiang, cradling a person, approached the man respectfully, addressing him as master. The master slowly turned, casting a glance at Wen Zhiyu, his gaze fixating on the wound at the youth's neck. Tisk, you've rendered yourself in such a pitiful state. A flicker of displeasure crossed the Master's features. Huaijiang promptly presented the information he had gathered concerning the youth's appearance and lineage, querying whether to pursue the matter. Raising a hand, the Master interrupted him, turning his attention back to the volcano, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The mess he had created was for him to rectify. With that, he let a drop of blood drip from his fingertip into the molten lava below. With a beckoning motion, Wen Zhiyu's body levitated from the Fifth Elder's grasp, drifting slowly toward the volcano's mouth, ultimately halting at its center. The Master chanted incantations as golden fluid swirled within the bubbling lava, ascending toward its prey until it fully enveloped it. In an instant, it was drawn into the magma. Nanyu swallowed nervously, his eyes fixated on the roiling lava. After completing this act, the Master turned, brushing past the two men. The Fifth Elder urged Nanyu to follow, leading them to the edge of the array, where the former stopped abruptly. Go report to the Hall of Coexistence. With those words, his figure dissolved into black mist. The Fifth Elder, lowering his head, patted Nanyu's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Nanyu glanced up at him, and then turned back to the volcano, biting his lip before departing alongside Huaijiang. Time passed swiftly, and that day marked Harry's 3rd year. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the atmosphere was markedly different from previous years. Even Gryffindor, usually exuberant, seemed somewhat subdued, especially the trio centered around Harry. A week prior, they had received news of Wen Zhiyu's passing and Nanyu's return to his homeland. After receiving the letter, Harry and Ron had retreated to their room, weeping for an extended period, mourning the loss of a friend. Just before the holidays, they had bid each other farewell, vowing to witness Wen's brilliance in this year's Quidditch finals. Hermione's eyes were red-rimmed, unable to focus on the book in her hands, particularly when noticing the vacant seat on the Slytherin side, a poignant reminder of their lost friend. Draco, too, was in low spirits. Beside him sat an empty chair, the one closest to the professor's table, a seat typically avoided by others, save for Wen Zhiyu. Nanyu had garnered a good rapport among Hufflepuff, the Badgers fond of the quiet boy who shared his treats with them. The upperclassmen from the 4 houses were somewhat better off, having had limited interaction with the 2 from Huaxia, yet the somber atmosphere among the younger students affected them as well. It was not until the new batch of young wizards entered that the mood in the hall lightened somewhat. Professor McGonagall led the way, striving to elicit smiles from the first years as they took their seats. This year's sorting ceremony was predominantly presided over by Dumbledore, as McGonagall's mood appeared less than buoyant, requiring consideration. In contrast to McGonagall, Severus Snape arrived punctually, his expression betraying no sorrow, as he took his usual seat with an inscrutable demeanor. The first-year students lined up, stepping forward one by one for sorting. Dumbledore posed detailed questions before allocating the young wizards to their respective houses. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, McGonagall returned to her seat, weary, casting a sidelong glance at Snape. Severus, do not be too sorrowful. She endeavored to console her colleague, who had spent considerable time with Wen Zhiyu. Why should I be sorrowful? Snape replied, his expression impassive as he surveyed the hall below. He was merely a student. McGonagall shook her head, sighing as she redirected her attention to Dumbledore. She didn't even mention who it was. Having completed his familiar opening remarks, Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor. Let us welcome Professor Lupin as the new defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts. The first-year students erupted in enthusiastic applause. The second years clapped half-heartedly. While the upperclassmen's applause was sparse, Lupin stood, acknowledging the crowd, his gaze briefly meeting Harry's on the Gryffindor table before he took his seat. Snape snorted disdainfully, his expression growing more loathsome. Choosing to focus solely on the dinner before him, Snape methodically sliced into his lamb chop, the taste unremarkable. After the meal, as was his custom, Snape departed early, but could not resist casting a glance at the front of the Slytherin table as he passed. Upon realizing he was looking in that direction, he quickly averted his gaze and hastened to the Slytherin common room to await the new students. This year's first-year students held little of interest, and Snape, with a grim countenance, issued warnings to the young witches and wizards before sweeping back to the dungeons. Hogwarts was home to house elves, ensuring the dungeons remained immaculate, in stark contrast to their usual state of disarray. With no classes the following morning and no assignments for the new term, Snape finally had the opportunity to immerse himself in his beloved potion chamber, dedicating himself to the study of his brews. The herbs collected from last year's auction have been thoroughly examined, and various enhanced potions infused with these herbs have been meticulously arranged by Snape within the confines of his cabinet. As he retrieves a cauldron, Snape prepares to brew the potions that are essential for the hospital wing this semester. While gathering the ingredients, he finds himself ensnared in contemplation as he gazes at the meticulously organized supplies. The potion room's inventory, aside from a few ingredients that require fresh preparation, has been impeccably managed, even yielding an abundance of rarely used potion components. This stockpile suggests that, barring a collective mishap among Hogwarts' young witches and wizards, there would be no need for replenishment for at least 3 years under normal consumption. Thus, could it be that he had long foreseen his own demise? He had taken the time to ensure all materials were meticulously arranged for his own expedient access,